The Witcher series is kind of a mess. Each of the individual games come with their own share of problems. Some are outdated in terms of combat and fidelity, some are clunky and hard to interface with, some fail on the front of narrative and story. Each game fails in some way. None of these games are perfect, but this is the genius of the series for me, that they all excel in different ways. If you can take the glass half full approach with this series, then you can understand that each game has something that it does very well, enough to make it compelling. Each game wears their flaws on their sleeves. We aren't being fooled here. We know up front what we're dealing with. The Witcher has 3 games that don't trick you. They are honest. 3 games that at the very least all present something new, unique, and engrossing for the time. The world that CD Projekt Red has crafted is fascinating. They've taken the source material and expanded upon it in faithful ways, creating their own version of The Witcher. I love this series. I have my feelings about each game. Some I love far more than others, but this series just doesn't have a bad game. They're all heavy hitters in my opinion. They each have their own unique identity, representing a different time in the game's industry, a different time in the story, and a different time in the history of the studio that created them. This is one of my favorite parts about this series, that the games do really feel disjointed, but in my opinion, that's a good thing. There's something here for everyone. If you don't love the massive open worlds and more modern game design, play the first game. If you want a game more focused on branching narratives, play the second game. If you want a really long game that looks really pretty, play the third game. In all seriousness though, not a lot of studios manage to take risks like CD Projekt Red have. At the end of the day, all 3 games do have something in common, that they are all ambitious. They were risky to make for the studio each time, and at certain points it almost sunk them. This kind of risk really tends to breed creativity, and at the end of the day, at least you get something kind of unique. So this is what I'm going to be talking about today. I will be reviewing the 3 mainline Witcher games at length, talking about gameplay, mechanics, story, and everything in between. After that, I will also talk about the books, which I read for this review. I will talk about Thronebreaker, Gwent, and Rogue Mage, the single-player spin-off of Gwent, the Witcher Netflix series, the prequel Witcher Netflix series, the kind of horrible animated Netflix movie, the 2 Witcher board games, and the Witcher comic books. Spoilers for everything that I listed above. Hey Dad, it's me, your favorite son, and today I'd like to talk about The Witcher. The Witcher actually begins with a cutscene, one that plays before we even get to the main menu. This cutscene is based on the short story, The Witcher. This is the first short story in The Last Wish, the first book in the Witcher chronology. This was actually the second book published in the series though, as Sword of Destiny was the first. The story was originally published in Fantastica, a Polish sci-fi magazine. It was also in Wiedźmin, the first book published in the Witcher series, technically. It's basically the same book as The Last Wish, minus 1 short story about Geralt's mother. The short story itself actually sees Geralt taking a job from Foltest, the king of Temeria. Turns out that Foltest had a child to his sister, Ada, but she and the mother did not make it through the birth. The child then reawoke, becoming a Striga. A Striga is a monster that usually results from a cursed woman. Not much is known about this breed of beast, as Ada is the most prominent case that were shown in the series. In the story, and in the cutscene, Geralt is tasked with saving the child from the curse. The spell can be lifted by spending an entire night with the beast. Geralt does this, though, becoming injured in the process. In the short story, people try to get him to kill the beast in exchange for a price, but Foltest is very adamant about wanting his daughter to live and be cured. This cutscene is very, very long. It's about 7 minutes in total, but it does a lot of important things. First of all, and most importantly, it shows off exactly what a Witcher can do. It gives us a good idea of how strong and powerful these people are. We can see not only their raw power, but their ability as well. As Geralt dances around the battlefield, he manages to outwit and outplay this creature. It's a really good way to introduce us to Geralt specifically, to show us the man himself at work. It is the working man who is the happy man. It is the idle man who is the miserable man. The other thing this scene does is introduce us to the wide variety of methods that Geralt uses to take down these foes, subtly but pointedly introducing us to things like potions, which empower and enhance Geralt's abilities. When the sun rises, we can begin the game. A narrator sets the tone for our adventure. It's been 5 years since the Great War, something we'll get into eventually. Plague and famine have been running rampant, and the dwarves and the elves are licking their wounds, preparing for one final battle. Beasts are more prominent than ever, and one final question sticks in people's minds. What happened to the Witchers? We begin in the Blue Mountains north of Cadwyn, at Kaer Morhen. Now, before we get too deep into this, I'd like to give a bit of a lore lesson for those of you that aren't familiar with the world of The Witcher. I just want to make a quick note that when I'm talking about lore and parts of history, I will be talking about both book and game lore. Now, most of the lore is the same in the beginning, but I will note where things differ and how they differ between the game world and the book world. But first, let's just briefly talk about what Witchers are. In this world, Witchers are a type of hunter for hire. They hunt beasts for pay. This can be anything from killing a large pest in the area to trying to cure a person inflicted with a curse. In the books, Witchers, Geralt in particular, have a very hard time making money doing this. People often don't want to pay and look down on Witchers as mutants. The Order of Witchers were actually created in the 10th century. This was an attempt by kings and mages to create a sort of knight that could also use magic. This didn't last long, and the experiment was a disappointment. They branched off to form their own Witcher schools with the goal of eradicating monsters. Witchers are actually created through a process of trials and mutations. Most do not survive these trials. Witchers are created during childhood because the process does not seem to work on adults, but a lot of children will perish during one of these stages. These trials can have some side effects specific to the individual. They can be random but are rarely foreseen. Geralt specifically had his hair turned white during his trials. The training of Witchers is very strict. They mold their bodies and minds to create the perfect killing machine, something that can perform in combat very well. They have to be able to take on massive giant beasts, after all. At the time we first see this world in-game, the Witcher school we focus on, the School of the Wolf, is located in Kaer Morhen. Kaer Morhen is a dilapidated keep, once a place where new Witchers were created, where the trials and changes would take place. It is now just a rest area for current Witchers, a place where they can stay and take some time off before heading back out on the road again in search of work. The term Witcher wasn't actually coined by Sapkowski. It was supposedly coined by Adrian Chmielarz, the creator of the cancelled Witcher game. There are conflicting reports on this because I think most attribute this coining to CD Projekt Red. Witcher isn't really a term, it's just a made-up fantasy name for these beast killers. In Polish, it was Wiedźmin, the name of the first book that Sapkowski published, but in English, a term needed to be created, and Witcher was it. This is also the name that the mages and kings gave the order because their creations were only capable of mere witchery, whereas mages were capable of things much more powerful. Witchers can't fully cast spells, they can only use signs. Signs are very simple spells that mostly have applications in combat. These simple abilities usually see Witchers using one-handed swords so that their other hand is free to wield a sign in battle. Witchers are generally not respected among the realm. Some will treat them with human decency, but a lot of people tend to think of them as a necessary evil. They are looked at as mutants. Their general disposition and their cat-like eyes tend to scare people off, but they don't think that they should be wandering the lands. Some go as far as to not even recognize the services that the Witchers offer. Witchers will go without pay for the work they've done and even be ridiculed or harassed by the people of the towns that they help. Witchers are also surrounded in myth. Many people throughout the land think that they are beings void of emotion that are captured as children, whisked away to a school to be mutated into a monster, to stalk in the night and fight other monsters. A lot of these myths are dispelled as we begin to see the culture of the Witchers and who they are and how they act. Another very large part of the Witchers' society is their neutrality, but that's something we'll return to later. At Kaer Morhen, Geralt is wandering the forests and collapses injured on the ground. Geralt of Rivia is the main character of our story and the one Witcher that the games focus on. We'll get more into his character as we progress through the video, but for now, just know that Geralt is not exactly like the other Witchers. Geralt is brought back to Kaer Morhen by Eskel and Vesemir. 2 days later, Geralt is talking to Triss, a sorceress that is a great friend to the Witchers. After Geralt wakes up, it seems that he has no memories of his past. He doesn't remember really anything other than how to fight. He recalls vague things like a brief wisp of his relationship with Triss, that she was important to him. As the two speak, crows begin to fly, and just as Vesemir asks Geralt if their new recruit Leo is ready for the path, bandits show up at Kaer Morhen's gates. Lambert holds the first wave of them off and warns the rest of their presence. The group begins to pour in, and Vesemir manages to close the gates before the bandits get in. Still, a few mercs have managed to make their way inside Kaer Morhen, and it's time to learn how to fight. Before we get more into the story, I should probably give a brief rundown of the combat of The Witcher. The Witcher isn't your average RPG. It has a very unique and admittedly very dated combat system. When we want to fight an enemy, we walk up to them and click on their character model. This will then send Geralt into an animation. Our cursor will change to a fiery yellow sword and then a fiery red sword. If we time the second click correctly, Geralt will attack again, going into the second stage of the combo and increasing his damage. This chain of attacks is limited to a certain number which can be upgraded with our skills. The regular attacks also have a chance to hit that's going on in the background of the game's engine. Sometimes we will click an attack and the enemy will dodge or block our attack, causing the animation to halt in the middle. It should also be mentioned that we have 3 different styles of attack. The first is the strong style. This was developed by Temerian Landskinecks, elite military units that could not be scared down, even by cavalry. The strong style is best used against larger armored opponents. The style is slightly slow, but deals the most damage with a single blow. The fast style was based on observations of wild cats by the elven poet Nisael. It's also been referred to as the Fiery Dancer. It favors agility over high damage. It's quick and agile rather than slow and punchy. Nisael wrote of the style that the ideal swordsman is a flame that cannot be hurt, and inflicts wounds each time it is touched. The final style, the group style, was called the Nine Sun Swords. It was created by the swordsmen of the Viroledo as a way of dealing with multiple combatants at once. The group style is characterized by its swiping and arcing attacks. It's best used when dealing with multiple smaller enemies. When attacking a new enemy, the game does not tell us which style to use. It's something that we just have to figure out on our own. It's something that comes with experimentation and fighting a lot of foes over time. Using the wrong style on an enemy will either see us missing every shot we take or doing a ridiculously low amount of damage. Of course, we also have our Witcher signs, which Geralt does not remember how to perform at the beginning of the game. We accrue these over the course of the game, obtaining new ones at different intervals. There are 5 in total, and the first one that we receive is Ard. This will send a wave of psychokinetic force out in front of us, pushing enemies back, stunning them, or even knocking down weak walls. Ard can be incredibly useful, not only to slightly damage enemies and provide some space for us in combat, but it also has the chance to temporarily incapacitate an enemy. While stunned, we can go for a coup de grace, which will kill the enemy in one hit. This is incredibly useful for obvious reasons. We can even do this to pretty powerful enemies. This ends up making it one of the most powerful and useful signs in the game, and one that I used very often. Igni is a sign that will see a small pyrokinetic blast projected from the user's hand. This is probably the only other useful sign in the game, to be honest. Between Igni and Ard, we're basically fully set for any task that we need to handle. Igni is mostly based in damage, taking a good amount of health from any enemy that can catch on fire, which is most of them. We can also take certain skills that will increase damage done to enemies that are on fire. Yrden is a sign that creates a magical trap on the ground. This trap will slow down anyone that walks through it. This seems useful at first, but there's really not a time in the first game where we'll actually need to slow down enemies. If we can't handle them coming at us, then we probably just need better equipment or skills. Plus, no situation is really made better by slowing enemies down. Quen is a sign that will create a barrier around the Witcher that casts it. This will be able to defend against damage taken. This is another one that could be useful, but ends up getting pushed out by just straight defense through equipment or skills. I never really found a situation where I felt that having a shield would solve my problems or make an encounter easier. Axii is the final sign and is meant to hypnotize the target. This will calm down its target and work on someone's mind. In-game, this really just turns one creature to our side in battle. This again really has no practical use. Oftentimes we end up fighting one creature at a time. If we are fighting multiple creatures, it's not really worth the time to take control of one and then begin fighting the others. Like I said, two of the signs are very useful and can make our lives a lot easier, especially if we level them up considerably. Ard and Igni are total lifesavers, and they got me out of many tight situations. The other two signs didn't do as much. Now, this is a problem that I only think really shows its face in this game, and the other two games do the whole sign system a lot better, but obviously we'll get to those later. During combat, we'll face a lot of different enemies, but the main two types are humans and monsters. Because we have to face off against these two types, we need a specific sword for each. Our steel sword will work best against human enemies when we're fighting the mercenaries of the world or the brigands and bandits on the road, or even the enraged townsfolk of the villages that dare to cross our paths. We'll use this sword. But it isn't only powerful men that lurk in the shadows. No, things far more sinister peek their eyes from the darkness in the trees. The world of The Witcher holds monsters around every corner. These can be beasts like the Al Ghul, a biological cousin of the Ghoul, but larger and far longer lost to the taste of human flesh. Barghests roam the land of the first chapter, spectral dogs summoned by a mysterious creature called the Beast. Bruxai are powerful types of vampires that take on the appearance of women. Graveyears, drowners, wraiths, fletters, and wyverns are just some of the creatures that we'll encounter on our travels. But all of these monsters have one thing in common. We need our silver sword to deal with them. The sword itself, despite its name, is not entirely composed of the named metal. It's actually made of meteoric iron and then coated in silver and finally inscribed with specific magical runes. Silver has some sort of effect on the paranormal and monstrous. Particularly, we deal more damage when using it against these types of beings. Now, the game will let us use steel against monsters and silver against human, but just like styles, we will deal considerably less damage when using the incorrect weapon for the job. We can also evade attacks from our enemies while in combat. This can be done by double left-clicking or double tapping the movement keys. This was not something I used incredibly often in the game because The Witcher isn't a very fast-paced combat type of experience. The characters and models on screen are making fast motions, but we as the player aren't doing much. Most of fighting is time spent timing clicks with the emblems on screen to ensure that our damage output is as high as it can be. Other than that, selecting new targets once we've killed the one we're fighting is the other big time sink. We can also pause combat to be able to switch styles or assess the battlefield. Now, this feature could be useful because in a normal battle we can encounter many different types of enemies that should be fought with many different styles. We might need to switch to the group style to take out some weaker foes and then back to the strong style to tackle a larger enemy. I didn't actually use the active pause mode to do this though because I just got used to switching styles pretty quickly. Plus, I felt like it was a lot more fun to have to switch styles on the fly rather than stopping the entire game to do so. This is something that probably comes down to preference overall. Some people like to take things slower and be more measured, and others just enjoy making decisions on the fly. These are the basics of what Geralt can do, but obviously our Witcher can be upgraded through a skill tree, just like any true RPG allows. This skill system has quite a lot to it, many different upgrades and paths to choose from. I will say that it's probably a bit bloated. In total, there are 4 categories: attributes, signs, steel sword, and silver sword. Each category has its own separate trees. The attributes category handles all of the main skill-related abilities. It contains skill trees for strength, dexterity, stamina, and intelligence. The signs category handles all of the skills related to casting these simple spells. It contains trees for Ard, Igni, Quen, Axii, and Yrden. The Steel Sword and Silver Sword categories both contain trees that strengthen and empower each of the respective swords. The trees in both categories break down to the specific styles: strong style, fast style, and group style. This makes 15 skill trees in total. The trees in the attributes category each have 18 skills with 72 skills total. The trees in the signs category each have 18 skills as well with 90 skills total. The trees in the Steel Sword and Silver Sword categories each have 14 skills with 42 skills total for each respective category. This brings the skill total of The Witcher up to a whopping 246 skills. Now, of course, a lot of these skills are copy and pasted from other categories. A large bulk of them are just straight damage increases, whether across the board or specific to one type of damage, but regardless, there's a lot of them. Now, within each of these trees are plenty of skills to get your mind going. Each skill has its own levels, and each level is color-coded to determine which type of talents can be used to buy that upgrade. We use talents to upgrade abilities. These are gained mainly through leveling up. There are a few other ways to earn talents throughout the game, but they're much more rare than the steady stream that leveling provides us with. For the first few levels, we will only receive bronze talents, and therefore will only be able to purchase the upgrades on the bronze tiers. As we get into the higher levels, we will start receiving silver talents in addition to the bronze ones, allowing us to move up to that tier, and eventually we'll get gold ones as well, facilitating the purchase of the highest ranked skills in the game. Now comes the question that everyone asks when looking at a skill tree for the first time: can I get every skill in one playthrough? The answer for The Witcher is no. Throughout the course of a regular playthrough without a ton of grinding, we'll obtain 111 bronze talents, 76 silver talents, and 23 gold talents. This means that there will be some silver and gold talents that we just won't unlock, so we have to spend these wisely, considering they are the strongest of the bunch anyways. There are a few specific talents that require mutagens to unlock, which usually sees us killing a specific beast and taking a part of them to create a potion that will allow us to purchase that upgrade. Now, to put a bit more of a magnifying glass on the skill trees overall, let's take a look at each tree as it stands. Most of the attribute trees are pretty streamlined. The strength tree mainly has skills related to that attribute. This upgrades physicality as well as vitality, giving us more health for Geralt. The base strength talents will increase our damage, parry, vitality, and resistances. Other talents in the tree will give us better regeneration, more damage, or more armor. This is very much the tree of brutish damage and strength. Its name is exactly reflective of what it does. It allows us to get hit more and do more damage, plain and simple. The dexterity tree focuses on our physical speed as well as the fast fighting style. The main attribute upgrades will increase our attack, dodge, and resistances. A lot of these talents will upgrade our attack and dodge, but there are some standout ones that do something special. Flaying will allow us to gain ingredients from monsters we've killed, but this is an ability we gain through the story. And deflect arrows will allow Geralt to shirk off the projectiles volleyed at him. This is very much the tree of getting out of the way. Dexterity skills will allow us to take less damage by making our opponents miss more, but also do more damage in the meantime. The stamina tree mainly deals in endurance and the group style. How much endurance we have governs our ability to cast signs quickly, so this tree is important for people looking to use their Ards and Ignis quite often. The main stamina talents will increase our endurance, its regeneration, and different resistances. Some skills in this tree that stand out are heavyweight, which reduces the duration of alcohol intoxication, mutation, which allows Geralt to consume certain raw ingredients instead of making them into potions to regain health, and other massive resistances to poison and reductions in toxicity of potions. The stamina tree is sort of a mixed tree. It helps us with signs by increasing our endurance, but also has some good health regeneration and resistance. It ends up being somewhere in the middle of all of these. The final attribute tree, Intelligence, mainly deals with signs. The Intelligence talents will increase the overall intensity of our signs and will unlock respective levels of each of the signs that we obtain. There are some incredible skills in this tree, like Herbalism, which allows us to pick plants from around the world, as long as we have them in our glossary. This will be vital in both side quests and potion making, two things we'll talk about heavily in a bit. We can also improve the yield from these plants by taking ingredient extraction. Bomb preparation will allow us to craft bombs to use in combat, and oil preparation will allow us to craft oils to coat our swords with before going into battle. The intelligence tree is both the tree of casting magic and the tree of convenience. There are a lot of skills here that we're just going to want to take to be able to use the mechanics, but the sign intensity is something that definitely can't be ignored if you're someone that keeps going back to the spells. For the most part, the sign skill trees all upgrade the sign related to it, or change the way that it works. The Ard tree will upgrade the intensity of the sign and allow it to knock down enemies, giving us an advantage in combat. We can also choose certain skills which will increase the angle of Ard until it's a full blast in every direction around Geralt. We can upgrade it to stun opponents or disarm them of their weapons. Because the sign is so useful, a lot of these skills end up being useful as well. Igni's tree will increase its damage, the angle of the spell, and decrease the endurance spent to cast it. We can get Igni to cause pain or fear when cast at enemies. Pain and fear are two types of critical effects. I haven't talked about these yet, but I'll go over them very briefly. Each critical effect will set some sort of status on the enemy, or Geralt if we happen to be the target. Certain things like bleeding will cause our health to drain, our attack efficiency to be reduced, our chance of dodge reduced, and our susceptibility to the pain critical effect will be higher. As another example, the pain critical effect will slow our movement and attack speed, and also reduce our chance of dodge or parry. We can obviously inflict these on opponents by using many different skills throughout their respective trees. Certain signs like Igni can inflict pain, while certain sword styles can be upgraded to inflict bleeding. These can be very useful in combat, but they aren't really something you ever really have to think about. There aren't a ton of indicators outside of animations for stun or knockdown that will tell you when an enemy has a certain effect, so this is usually stuff that's happening in the background. Igni can also cause incineration, which can be useful to do some more heavy damage. By the end of the game, I was really just looking at these stat upgrades as smaller damage upgrades, rather than something I could actually see. Quen, our damage-absorbing shield, can be upgraded as well, absorbing more damage. We can also take some skills that will cause the shield to restore our vitality and sap the health from an enemy that is attacking us. But like I said before, Quen isn't really all that useful in this entry of the series, so I rarely ever threw points into this tree. Axii, the sign that allows us to hex an opponent, can be upgraded to deliver more intensity and cost less to cast. We can level up the skill to be able to cause fear and blind enemies. Yrden, the final sign, the magical trap that we can lay on the ground, can be upgraded to do more damage, cause pain, and have more charges. It can be upgraded pretty heavily to the point where I could see it being useful, but we would have to sink a lot of points into it for that to become a reality, and that just isn't worth it. The final set of skill trees are the swords. As we upgrade the base level of each sword skill, their associated attack chain will become longer. This means that we have more attacks in our chain attack, and the animations will change drastically. Geralt will begin the game off just standing and whipping around his sword, and end it by jumping around and doing flips to slash at the enemy. Most of the skill trees are the same for the most part. The strong steel style focuses on upgrading pure damage and bleeding, the fast steel style focuses on upgrading damage and pain, and the group steel style focuses on upgrading damage and precise hit. Each tree has its own preferred critical effect and allows you to upgrade the chance of that effect hitting enemies. This goes for both silver and steel swords, as they mostly have the same tree layouts. Now, there are a ton of other mechanics to this game that we haven't talked about, even ones dealing directly with combat, like potions, but these are just the basics, and we'll get into the other stuff in a bit. Back at the beginning of the game, during the siege of Kaer Morhen by the unknown bandits, we begin our first mission of the game. This stage acts as both a tutorial to the player so that we can get our bearings using all of these systems, and also as a massive and quick introduction to the world and systems of The Witcher. It introduces us to the world of Witchers, putting us behind the curtain of their secret and massive fortress, and we get to see the way that they live, two things that are very important considering it is both the title of the game and that we'll be playing a Witcher for the duration. We're also introduced to mages, monsters, and most of the wider world. The only thing we really don't see here is the politics of The Witcher, but Witchers themselves don't like to dabble in that realm too often, so it's fitting. After we defeat the encroaching enemies, we regroup with the other Witchers and Triss. Triss thinks that the intruders can't be just any ordinary bandits. They wouldn't just invade Kaer Morhen like this. As the group makes their way to the upper courtyard to check the other parts of the fortress for intruders, a large being is seen battering down the gate inside. Frighteners are very powerful beasts that dwell the desert. They are so strong, in fact, that Witchers tend to avoid them at all costs, making the fact that one showed up here a real threat. The first Frightener was created by a renegade named Dagobert Sola, who was a student of the Zerrikanian Masters of Alchemy. He also happened to oversee the trial of the grasses at Kaer Morhen. When he created the beast, he shouted, "What have I done?" and destroyed the monster. His notes were left from this incident, though, and his creation has lived on. There's a mystery mage nearby named Savola, one that Triss knows. He seems to be controlling the beast and guiding it towards the group. There's two other people of note here as well, a man with glasses named the Professor, a man wanted in Redania, Temeria, and Cadwyn, joined by a powerful sorcerer. There's some strong people at the head of this raid, but their motivations are unknown for now. As they enter the upper courtyard, they close off their entrance. Triss is sent off to try and disarm Savola, and Vesemir has a plan to take out the Frightener. The beasts are vulnerable to loud sounds, so they could use the bells in the courtyard to stun it. Eskel and Lambert are sent in with Vesemir to stop the Frightener. Leo is ordered to stay behind them, seeing as he's still in training. As Geralt, we're sent up to open the gates to the upper courtyard. We battle our way forward and eventually reach our destination. We then see the Frightener attacking the other group. Triss is forced to cast a spell which crumbles one of the gates to close it off. The Professor and the Mage are hiding in the keep at this point. Triss thinks that they are here to rob the Witchers. The only thing of value they have, though, is their mutagens. The mutagens are things we can actually find in-game, the things we talked about before that will enhance our abilities. But the Witchers have mutagens of their own, ones that are very valuable because they can use them for their trials and creating potions. Vesemir first wants us to head inside and deal with the sorcerer in the keep. He gives us some potions to help us deal with the threat. Again, we'll go over potions in a bit. Before heading in, the various members of the group will give us a variety of warnings about the Professor and the crew that we're dealing with here. We make our way inside with Leo in tow. Leo is a new Witcher. He hasn't fully completed the transformations yet, so he's still in training. Vesemir took him in years ago as he was orphaned during a massive war. Leo is a young and hungry recruit. He wants to be better and he's trying. He's humble in sort of a charming kind of way. He wants to work his way up and become good.
I've heard all of Dandelion's ballads about you. Lambert tells me I'll never be as fast as a real Witcher.
Once we wipe out some bandits in the tower, we can make our way down to the lab. We overhear a conversation between the Professor and his companion. They are speaking about the Witchers. The Professor wants to prove he isn't scared and take on Geralt himself, but the mystery sorcerer cuts them off from the lab. The way out has been crumbled as well, so we need to find a way to clear the wreckage. The Ard sign would be really useful here, but Geralt doesn't remember how to cast those simple spells. Luckily, there's a circle nearby, a stone that will give us this power. We get our first sign and use it on the rubble to make our way back outside. Triss is upset that the Witchers didn't mention the circle of elements that they had in the fortress. This is what the sorcerer used to conjure the barrier, something a sorceress like her could have used to their advantage. Regardless, the groups decide to split at this point. Triss wants to head into the lab to combat the men trying to steal the powerful Witcher ingredients. Vesemir doesn't want them to be surrounded by the time they get out, so he decides to confront the Frightener and Savola outside. As Geralt, we have a choice. We can either go with Vesemir or Triss. This is the first big decision that we get to make in this game. The Witcher as a whole is very much about choice. We will be met with a variety of different decisions throughout the course of the game. Some will be big and some will be small. Some will have effects that we can immediately see, some will affect the game chapters down the line, and some will have both. This is one of the biggest things that drew me to this game, outside of the world and the characters. The world of The Witcher feels like it has permanence. You feel like you are a figure in this world, that you are not set on a predetermined path and killing monsters put there by the developers and loading into cutscenes crafted for you to watch. You feel as if you are making your own way in this world. This is incredibly important for a Witcher game because the books were heavily about Geralt's choices and his neutrality in general. We should probably talk about this before we get any further because it's a really big thing to know before we get deep into the story. In the books, a large part of the choices that Geralt makes are based on the Witcher Code. Geralt claims that the Witcher codes force him into neutrality, that he must not take sides in politics or in conflict. This is how Geralt presents himself to the world. It's the mask that he wears. But this isn't who Geralt truly is on the inside. He tries to convince others that this is exactly how he goes about his life, not taking sides and not getting involved, but just doing his job. This is exactly the opposite of what Geralt does every single time. He always gets involved. He's always drawn into conflict. He can't stand to see someone be wronged and sit idly by while they are tortured or killed. Part of this stems also from the fact that Witchers are viewed and portrayed to the public as uncaring, insensitive monsters, but at least in Geralt's case, this is far from the truth. But because of that perception, Geralt then feels as if this might even be true, that if this many people believe it, then it must be reality. In the third Witcher book, Blood of Elves, Geralt says of neutrality, "Do you understand what this neutrality is, which stirs you so? To be neutral does not mean to be indifferent or insensitive. You don't have to kill your feelings. It's enough to kill hatred within yourself." But the story of the books is partly Geralt slowly realizing what it means to be neutral, while also shirking this code that he has taken to. Over time, he becomes involved in politics, he takes sides, he helps people, and betrays others. It's just the nature of the world, and to be involved is to take a side. Geralt's supposed neutrality does enrage others, though, and makes him a target. A man that has not chosen a side is seen as someone who can be swayed either way. In the fourth book, The Time of Contempt, Vilgefortz, a powerful sorcerer, is trying to get Geralt to join his side. On this point, Geralt says, "It's incredible how much my neutrality outrages everybody, how it makes me subject to offers of pacts and agreements, offers of collaboration, lectures about the necessity to make choices and join the right side." All of this is important to know before we move forward and begin to talk about choice, because when we begin to play The Witcher and not just read it, we are given the choices, not Geralt. This ultimately results in the same situation as the books, though, because the choices are being made with emotion, feeling, and forethought. This is how Geralt makes his choices. We, as the player, are not unfeeling, insensitive, and cruel monsters. We are people, just like Geralt is a person. Historically, it's been found that in games with narrative choices, most players will automatically pick the good option. This isn't always true, of course, and this can change when a morality meter is introduced. A research paper published in 2021 observed and recorded the choices that users made while playing a game called The Great Fire. A morality meter was always present at the top of the screen. The study found that people would often ignore the morality meter when it came to decisions that were black and white, but when they were presented with more ambiguous or morally gray decisions, they would look to the meter as a guide. One participant said that, "When I was considering taking the money from Mick or Andy, I look at the meter and I feel like it reminds me, no, that's not the right thing to do. It's kind of just that reminder." The thing about The Witcher is that most of the decisions are morally ambiguous, and we have no meter as a guide. There isn't a score that the game is going to rank us on, telling us how evil or nice we are, blue for the good boy side and red for the ne'er-do-wells, because this game is built around the world of the books, and those people have to make tough decisions. Geralt has to make tough decisions, ones that have impact across time. In the game, we will often make choices and see no results for quite some time, until hours or chapters later. By the time we see the impact of the decision, we're not really sure whether it was right or not. We're left with an uneasy feeling, possibly one of regret. This brings the game into the real world. A feeling of reality permeates the system because we don't just feel regret in the real world, we feel it here as well. Generally, the choices of the game will lead us down one of three paths, one of the two sides we can take in the game, or the neutral option. If you know the character of Geralt, then maybe it would make sense to always take the neutral option, but if you really know Geralt, then you'll know that he wouldn't actually take the neutral option. He would just say that's what he's going to do. This once again leaves us in a position where we are forced to make decisions by feeling, by mood, intuition. This is what I did for my playthrough, because it felt like the most honest way to play the game, the most genuine way to present the experience of playing the game. Our first choice here, do we stay with Vesemir, Geralt's teacher and mentor, to fight the Frightener off and let the Witcher's treasures be stolen and pilfered, or do we go with Triss to try and stop the thieves from taking our valuables, leaving Vesemir to handle the thing with the other Witchers? Here, I chose to go with Triss. In the wrong hands, the Witcher's equipment could be used to create disastrous situations, and this would only create more problems down the line. There are rewards for each choice made here, ones that are locked out if we don't pick that side. Siding with Vesemir gives us a red meteorite ore, which can be used to upgrade our swords once we have enough. If we go with Triss, then we can get some valuable loot for facing off against the sorcerer. At this point, Eskel and Ambert stay outside with Vesemir, and Savola breaks through into the courtyard with his Frightener. The boys head off to do battle, and we rush inside. Triss heads to the laboratory, and we have to fight off Savola with Leo. We take out his thugs and eventually focus on him. We can make pretty easy work of this fight by using Ard to stun him and rip through him with our sword. As Geralt and Leo head to the laboratory, Triss has been incapacitated by the powers of the invaders. We head downstairs to see them rifling through the equipment, looking for the mutagens. They've found it, and as the sorcerer Azar Javed escapes with the mutagens, the professor is left to deal with Geralt. He's heard that Witchers can stop a bolt in midair and wants to test this out, but as Leo moves around to flank the man, he is shot, and the professor determines that this is just another myth as he escapes through the portal. Leo is dying from the bolt wound, but the decoction that he needs has already been stolen. He's gone. Geralt takes the blame for his death, but Vesemir tries to quell his guilt. He tells Geralt to take a rest before they deal with the stragglers upstairs. This is where we're introduced to the meditation system that will let us level up, mix up potions, and pass time, which will become incredibly important to side content and even moving the main story forward. When we wake back up, Vesemir has decided to abandon Kaer Morhen. Before we can do that, we have a couple tasks to complete. We have to get rid of the bandits in the fortress, and we have to bid Leo farewell. We also have to make a potion for Triss so that she can recover from the battle. Lambert gives us the recipe for this potion and tells us where to get some of the ingredients. We can find these while taking care of the lingering bandits inside the fortress. We can learn a bit more about the world and the characters while going about these tasks as well. Eskel will elaborate a bit more on the relationship between Triss and the Witchers. They never showed her the lab, and therefore she didn't know about the mutagens that they held. She respected their secrets enough to not peek inside the lab by using magic. Triss would like to use the Witcher secrets to heal people, but Eskel believes that these things don't always go to plan. He uses the story of Alfred Nabel to make this point. Nabel was an inventor that developed a new creation that would rip granite from the ground. Intended for use in mines, it was eventually posited that the invention should be used for war, to destroy castle walls. Vesemir will eventually show us how to extract ingredients from monster corpses. This helps us finally create the potion that Triss needs to recover. When we give her the tincture, she asks Geralt to stay with her a little longer. We can say yes to stay in bed with Triss, and we will get her romance card. These are super explicit cards depicting the women that Geralt sleeps with. He can rack up many of these across the course of our playthrough. Before we leave, we can learn some more about the fighting styles that the Witchers use, and we can also learn boxing from Eskel. Before we hold a funeral for Leo, Vesemir tells us about another Witcher named Berengar. He's someone that the other Witchers have lost touch with, an introvert that chose to go his own way. When burning Leo's body, the group creates a plan to split up and head off in different directions to try and find out where the bandits came from and where they went. Eskel decides to head west, Lambert heads east to Cadwyn, and Geralt is sent to Temeria, to the south, where King Foltest rules. He owes the Witcher a debt for saving his daughter, the sequence that we saw in the intro cutscene. Triss also heads off on her own, attempting to use her influences to find the bandits. She tells Geralt that she'll meet up with him in Vizima to share any more information that she's gathered. The two have a touching goodbye, and the Witcher is off on his own, riding past Ard Carrig and directly into the outskirts of Vizima. This leads us into the actual beginning of the game. It took us a while to finally get here, but let's talk about Chapter 1. As Chapter 1 begins, we see a scene of a woman and a boy traveling through the forest. The boy notices some dogs in the forest, feasting on a person. Caroline tells Alvin to run to the inn. The boy gets away, but Caroline falls and is overwhelmed by the bar guests. As soon as we arrive, Shani, an old friend of Geralt's, tells us to go help Caroline. The beasts make it inside as some adventurers decide they should save the woman. We take down the bar guests, but Caroline and the locals are killed. A larger bar guest, one that Shani calls the Beast, is then left outside the walls of the town. At this moment, Alvin begins hovering and muttering a prophecy.
The time of the sword and axe approaches. The time of the white frost and white light. The time of madness and disdain. Tedirat, the final age. The world will perish amidst ice and be reborn with a new sun. Reborn of elder blood, of hen Iker, of a planted seed. A seed that will not sprout but burst into flames.
Clearly quite foreboding. This is the ancient elven prophecy of Italin, and important piece to the overall story. Shani decides to take Alvin into her care, back to the inn so that he can rest. Geralt is seeking men who bear the sign of the Salamander, the bandits that stole from Kaer Morhen, but it seems like there might be some Witcher work here as well. Shani says there was a man bearing that mark and that the Reverend might know more, but the townsfolk have become silent. The Salamandra have been terrorizing the locals. Most recently, a boy had been whipped. Shani is a healer and plans to stay in town until she's helped the victims of the recent attacks. She plans to head into the city of Vizima afterwards to help treat the plague that's working on the place. Geralt tells Shani that the two of them will speak later. We clearly have a lot of work to do here. Not only have the Salamandra been present in this town, they've become a menace. On top of that, green ghost-like dogs are attacking the villagers. These are far from the only problems that we will solve in the outskirts of Vizima, and it looks like it's time to get to it. Before we get into the story, we should probably talk about all of the side stuff that we can get into here, because there's a lot. One of the biggest pros of The Witcher is that it gives you almost free reign over its world. I say almost because the world is split into distinct and separate areas, most of which aren't open until later chapters. I would normally consider this a negative mark for an RPG, but the shocking amount of content and things to do in each area is just wild. The outskirts of Vizima are quite small. It isn't exactly a sprawling mecca, but there are so many little side quests that we can take on, so many stories to take part in, equipment to get, herbs to gather, enemies to kill. It's a lot. Moving forward during each chapter, I'd like to first go through most of this side content. I'll briefly cover all of the things that we can do in that area, and then we can move back on to the main story. The first subject of conversation is probably the inn. Most large hub areas in The Witcher will have one we can access, and these provide a ton of usefulness. First of all, the innkeeper will let us store items here. We can use these stashes to put away items that we don't need for now. Geralt doesn't exactly have a ton of storage space on him. We can't just stack 100 short swords and then sell them at a trader. We can pay him to let us rest and meditate, but if it's the right time of the day, we might just be able to mooch off of someone else's fire for free. We can also partake in boxing here, which can be incredibly lucrative. It's not super easy to obtain currency in the world of The Witcher, which is called orens, by the way. But one of the best and easiest ways to rack up some coin is to box other people. Each inn will have boxing matches in the corner. We can usually challenge 3 of these opponents who will only accept fight offers if the price is right. If we offer them too much, they will decline and we can try again. Once we fight them and win, we get the prize money. Each time we fight these 3 opponents in the country inn here, we can make 50 orens, which is quite a lot for the beginning of the game. It eventually just becomes a part of your daily tasks to take on the fighters here so that we can make a little more money. Each ring of boxers will also have a sort of leader that we can take on. This one is usually a little bit tougher, but definitely isn't anything to worry about. They will give us special prizes for beating them and will move the boxing quest forward a step, leaving Geralt to seek out some stronger opponents in the area. Boxing itself is incredibly easy. We can attack and block, and that's about it. Most of the beginning fighters will be defeated if we just stand and repeatedly attack. We can block if they start to go into a combo, but it really isn't hard to take them out. There is a talent we can unlock to upgrade our fist fighting, but I never really needed it, so I didn't waste the points. The other activity we can partake in is dice poker. Dice poker is basically like Yahtzee with betting. We roll our dice and then get to select which dice to keep and re-roll the others, betting in between. The goal here is to have the best hand. We can get pairs, 3, 4, or 5 of a kind, straights, or a full house. The person who wins 2 out of 3 rounds gets to take the coin. It's kind of an odd game, and I had tons of varying results with it. I never really felt like luck was on my side the entire time that I played. There's a quest associated with it, and to complete it, we have to find different dice poker players across the lands and beat them. Each player has a difficulty level, and we must beat a certain number of players at the first level before moving on to the second and third, etc. It would often take me 4 or 5 tries to beat my opponents, even if they were at the first level, and I really didn't notice a difference between the lowest and highest difficulties. It really just mostly felt like Geralt was a terribly unlucky gambler, and I often suffered for it. There are better side games in the later Witcher entries, but this definitely isn't my favorite one. In the spirit of the inn that we now inhabit, we can of course get into drinking contests with the fellow patrons of the bar. Certain people will give us information that relates to quests, and others will just straight up give us items for out drinking them. The only problem is that Geralt gets pretty tipsy from this and usually requires a rest to do basically anything afterwards. There's a man in the tavern specifically that will give us the Tome of Fear and Loathing, Volume 1, a very expensive book that details necrophages, ghouls, and graveyears. There are a ton of books in The Witcher, and while some of them only exist for the purposes of lore and background information, a lot of them will give us new journal entries. Certain journal entries on beasts are required to be able to harvest materials from them, and we always need journal entries on plants before we can pick them. Books are incredibly important, but like this one, they're also very expensive. There usually are ways to get them outside of just paying a trader for them, and these methods are very useful. Outside of the tavern, we will be able to access a notice board. Here we can take jobs from certain townsfolk who are either in need of some ingredients from monsters or want us to take out some pesky beasts for them. Each major area will have a notice board, and once we complete these little missions, we get some gold and experience. These notice boards are in the spirit of the first 2 Witcher books, the collections of short stories, mostly about Geralt taking down the wandering beasts of the land. This is also just the job of a Witcher in general, disposing of the monsters/pests that make daily living that much harder. I will say though, this game probably has the worst implementation of the notices in the series. Later entries will see each hunt for a monster become increasingly more involved, and overall they just fit in more with the world. Here, they really are just fetch quests that tell us to kill monsters that we're really already going to be killing a lot, especially if we pick apart these areas for side content. The one positive I will give this is that the notices do seem realistic. Killing bar guests for Abigail seems like the way she would get these materials, or giving Kalkstein ghoul blood for his potions. These tie into the world in a way that just seems accurate. I mean, how else would the man get these things without paying for them? Kalkstein doesn't seem like one to be running around forests with a sword, cutting down Al Ghul's and Graveyears. Kalkstein will actually become an important character later in the game, but if we don't turn in this contract now, he will tell us that he has lost the need for the ghoul blood. We can also meet a royal huntsman who will give us a couple trophy quests. These quests exist in each area as well. They will see us seeking out a more specific, larger, and stronger monster to kill and take a trophy from. We can carry these trophies back and give them to the huntsman, only one at a time, and receive our reward. The King of the Crypt quest sees us killing Osrel, an Al Ghul that inhabits the crypts, and the Monster of the Lake sees us killing Nadir, a drowned dead that wanders the area around the mill. These quests are a little bit closer to what you would want from monster hunting missions. With that being said, though, the supposedly individual and special monsters are really just sometimes slightly larger and stronger versions of their counterparts. They are often not that much harder than the regular version of the monster they're based on. Because we are hunting these beasts for the Royal Huntsman, they also don't fit into the world that well either. There are also quite a few ongoing quests that we'll pick up in the first chapter. Certain quests will start earlier in the game, but won't necessarily be completed until far later. Berengar's Secrets is a quest that will begin our search for the missing Witcher that Vesemir told us about in Kaer Morhen. Wanted will house all of our findings about the trail of the Professor, the man that killed Leo. And of course, the dice poker and boxing quests will chronicle our rise to the top of the gambling and fighting scenes. One of the first actual side quests in the outskirts, though, is She's No Early Bird. This begins when Geralt stumbles upon a woman who is being accosted by some men just outside of the country inn. We can, of course, decide how we want to respond to this situation. Of course, if we decide to help her and kill the thugs, then we can escort her home. We have to make sure that she isn't killed, though, because she can be attacked by the bar guests that pester us during our travels. She will then offer to meet back up with Geralt at the Haunted Mill at a later time. If we show up there after sunset and give her some wine, we can get her romance card and a funny cutscene that shows why the guards across the river think the place is haunted. Racists is an aptly titled quest that sees Geralt running into an old friend, Zoltan Shive. Zoltan is a dwarf that Geralt has traveled with in the books, but of course because of his amnesia, he carries no recollection of him. The dwarf is being accosted by some humans who are less than happy about his kind, and we can step in to help him. We can choose not to help him, but we won't get any experience, so it really isn't worth it. We can also gain a quest to take a package to a man named Coleman in Vizima, but since we can't enter Vizima until Chapter 2, this quest will have to wait. One of the most interesting quests in the first chapter is called Dead Hand of the Past. This begins when Geralt meets Declan Luvarden, a merchant who happens to be in the country inn. He tells us that his friend has gone missing and we need to search for him. He'll pay 200 gold for his friend's return, but if he's dead, then the gold will cover his burial. We of course find that his friend has been bested by Echinopsis, a breed of massive man-eating plants. It's worth noting that in the books, Echinops are described as monsters covered in large spines that can be shot from their body, not large plants. Either way, we can take his friend's remains to be buried underneath the Reverend's church, but while down here, we encounter the King of the Wild Hunt. This is a figure of great prominence in the story of Geralt, as well as the world of The Witcher itself. He's a doomsayer, a great and powerful spirit that will haunt our journeys and attempt to get Geralt to doubt his decisions. He's incredibly present in the events before the games, and he's a character we'll dive into quite a bit later in these videos. For now, all you need to know is that he's a bad guy, and he leads the Wild Hunt. It's implied that he was hunting Geralt at the beginning of the game. He tells us about destiny, another large theme of the games and books. Geralt determines that he will fulfill his own destiny, but the king tells us that he will be waiting. He then summons the spirit of Leo, who berates Geralt. He blames him for his death, putting the responsibility onto the White Wolf. We then have to fight Leo, taking out his spirit and finally letting Declan's friend rest. This quest is great because it's just a small peek into the character of Geralt, not only into his personality, but also his mind. These doubts exist in Geralt's own head. Sure, Geralt knows what he's doing, no one is claiming that he isn't competent, but he's never sure. One can never be sure, especially in this world where decisions are so gray and touchy. The king puts these decisions right back in Geralt's face and makes him confront them, makes him think. Leo is also a specter that will haunt Geralt. He couldn't have saved Leo, and it wasn't his fault, but that doesn't matter, because the loss of the protege still weighs heavy on his mind. He was the more experienced one. He was responsible for Leo's safety, and he feels like he failed. The quest also sets up the king as a villain, someone to be feared. It's quite foreboding, the power that this spirit exhibits. As a player, especially one who hasn't read the books, you are left to wonder who this thing is, how did he get here, and why is he chasing Geralt? A lot of questions and open ends to leave us wondering, imagining, and curious. Of course, there are also a ton of optional, minor little things that we can complete as well. We can bed more women for romance cards, encounter a traveler that remembers Geralt and gives him 100 gold, find an old woman who gives us information in exchange for money, loot the various houses of the outskirts, clear the crypt for a guard, find the Igni sign, pay a bard to play an admittedly terrible song about Geralt. The list goes on and on.
Look yonder! A wolf dances in the wood. Bays its teeth, wags its tail, merrily jumps to and fro.
Now, why have I put such a focus on the side aspects of the game? Well, it isn't just for the sake of comprehensiveness. The side quests are good. They introduce a lot of things that will help us later. First, they introduce us to the world. They flesh out the monsters of this universe. They show that outside of the magic that can rightfully be controlled in the sphere, there are also forces with origin unknown, outside of a man's grasp, that is, without a silver sword. The world feels both like a land draped in fairy tale, in legend, in Arthurian myth, but also grounded in reality. It somehow manages to both play on the roots in these classic stories, subverting their original premises, while also keeping the spirit and the strength of them. The second thing that this side content does is introduce us to the crimes that are going on around us, specifically investigating Mikul's crypt. We can find a woman that has taken her own life with poison. Now, this at first doesn't seem like a crime, but our later investigations of the town will reveal a much darker truth. A lot of these things won't be noticed upon a first playthrough, and hell, a lot of people will skip much of this content altogether. Not everyone completes every side quest. In this case, skipping over content doesn't always have the desired effect. The Witcher was designed with the intent that the player would see almost every piece of it. Sure, there are things that can be missed, but a lot of the side content was intended to be seen. If we miss meeting certain characters, we will meet them again later, but with no introduction, and even references to past conversations that haven't happened. Now, sure, a lot of these first encounters will happen naturally, and it would be weird to miss them, but I'm sure it has happened, and often at that. This is just poor design, but something that can be explained by the limited budget the game had. The third thing that the side content and the first chapter does is introduce us to the way that choices work in The Witcher. We've already briefly talked about the choice system, but let's get a little bit deeper into it. The choices that we make rarely have an immediate impact. They definitely do at certain points, but a lot of the decisions we make won't have payoffs for quite some time. The first example that we see of this in-game is actually our first decision back at Kaer Morhen. If we choose to go into the laboratory with Triss, then the bandits will have less time to find equipment. This means that they are less equipped and therefore their research is slower. When we arrive at the gate to Vizima in the first chapter, we will find Kalkstein there, being harassed by the Salamandra. This is because they are looking for an alchemist to get more information and supplies for their mutagen research. We will save him, of course, but the other version of this encounter is only slightly different. If we went with Vesemir during the Kaer Morhen prologue, then the bandits will have had extra time to find equipment downstairs. This means that by the time we're in the outskirts, they will have had more equipment to further their research. Kalkstein will not be on the bridge at this point because they won't be searching for him to get their alchemy up. They will still ambush Geralt though, but this time they'll have a mutated hound at their disposal. This is where the effects of that beginning choice ends, but the point here is not that the choice has sweeping implications for the rest of the story. The point is that it teaches us what choice is in The Witcher. It tells us that the small choice we made that we thought would have been isolated to the first mission went further. Now we realize that seemingly smaller choices can have effects later on. This is a check to the player to tell them that our actions have consequences, that we need to really think about how we want to respond as Geralt. These three things are incredibly important. Establishing this all early on sets us up for what's coming next, but this chapter has a story of its own, one that is fantastic and full of layers in its own right. I just first generally want to talk about the chapter a bit. Chapter 1 is probably one of my favorites in the game, and it's kind of hard to explain why. First of all, the Outskirts has quite an awful layout. Across the years, many have noted the fact that the Outskirts has a circular path. We start at the bottom right of this circle at the Country Inn. The bottom of this circle holds a cave we'll travel to later, and the House of Odo, a merchant that will be integral to the story. The left side of the circle contains a small village where the Reverend resides. The top of the circle has two gates that lead directly into Vizima, Herrenbrog's home by the water, and the mill. The right side of the circle contains the crypt entrance and the home of Abigail, the witch. Now, the problem with this massive circle is that it requires a lot of backtracking to be able to get anything done. If we want to talk to the Reverend leaving from the Country Inn, we have to walk all the way over there. But maybe we're then required to head back to the inn to get some items from our stash or talk to someone at the tavern. This means we have to walk all the way back the way we came, or make a large circle around the area. As many have noted before, this entire thing could be fixed with a couple or even one small path through the center of the woods. This would have the time it would take to return to some areas and just generally traverse. If you've played the game more than once, then you'll know that you can do certain things on a first loop around, and you can create efficient paths around the circuit to make things easier and take less time. But this would obviously not be the case for a first-time player. This will leave the player backtracking multiple times to complete quests over and over. This isn't great, and is definitely a downside to the whole experience, but an odd thing does happen after a while. You sort of lose the idea of efficiency or time management in your mind. You become familiar with the area, and running over it again and again causes you to shirk the concept of finishing this game quick. In that way, it prepares you for the rest of the experience. Certainly an unintended consequence. It causes you to look closer at your surroundings, notice the small details and the things that shouldn't be there. Now, of course, this doesn't excuse the poor design. A bad map is a bad map, no question about it. But the Outskirts does have a certain atmosphere. It's fitting that we start the first game in a small collection of homes outside of the big city. We aren't politicking yet or dealing with magic. We're here on the outside of that, dealing with large problems, sure, but we're seeing them from the perspective of the average man. In this way, the tale becomes a grounded affair right from the get-go, before we get to the larger aspects, the higher fantasy at hand. Before we move on, I should probably also talk a bit more in depth about the alchemy system, because it's one of the only larger parts of gameplay that I haven't talked about yet. Alchemy is something that we can take part in while meditating and resting. When Geralt finds a spot to take a break, he can brew up some potions, oils, and bombs. To make any of these, we either need to find the recipe for it first, or we need to figure it out on our own. Combining ingredients to create something is a little tricky, because if we use the recipe, the game will not always use the most common items first. It will sometimes automatically use incredibly rare things when we have 34 Barghest skulls in our inventory. We can make a variety of different potions, ones like Cat that increase our sight in dark areas, simpler ones that increase our health regeneration, and more complex ones that might give us a talent to use for upgrades. The caveat that comes with this system is that it isn't really necessary at all. There was an effort here made to reflect the books that the game is based on. Part of being a Witcher is preparing for battle, making sure that you have everything ready before you take on a powerful foe. That wasn't really represented very well here. Sure, will it make things easier? Yes. But it doesn't really need to be easier. It's already so easy that anything else would just remove the point of playing. The alchemy system is probably much better implemented in later entries, but here it really isn't that worth it unless you're purposefully trying to max out the system or get every talent that you can. But the biggest point of the story in the outskirts is the Beast. The Beast sort of acts as our little antagonist for this section. He's the larger of the bar guests and seems to have some sort of command over the beasts. It could also be inferred that he creates the bar guests from dead dogs. He's clearly become a big problem for the area, and this is a problem that the Reverend wants solved. The Reverend will lead us in a few different directions, and this is where we sort of have the option to be able to pursue the story in any order that we want. It's definitely not as guided as other games. We're not really sure how these all tie together at first, and it isn't as exact as checking off 3 boxes. The leads he gives us are the guard Mikkel, the merchant Odo, and Heron Brog. Mikkel will give us the quest to clear the crypts, and while down there we find a woman named Ilsa who has taken her own life with a vial of poison. If we hunt down the merchant Odo, he will tell us about some problems he's been having in his garden. Plants, specifically echinops, have begun growing and we need to take care of them. Heron Brog wants us to protect his goods down by the shoreline from the drowned dead. But there's always a deeper story to one of these, a crime that has been committed in the outskirts. Mikkel actually assaulted Ilsa, causing her to meet her end in the crypts. Odo took the life of his own brother, judging by the suit of armor, his recent drinking, and the dog howling for the dead outside. Heron Brog is actually transporting goods to the Scoia'tael, also known as squirrels. They are a non-human group, mostly made up of elves, but also some dwarves, halflings, gnomes, and half-elves. They are a massive part of the deep-seated race issues of this world. It can't be boiled down very simply, but boiled down very simply, the Scoia'tael hate the humans, and most humans hate the Scoia'tael. When Brog has us defend his goods, we find out he's dealing with the non-humans and we have a choice. We can give them the goods or we can deny them their weapons. I chose to keep the weapons, and either choice will have effects in the second chapter of the game. Through all of these meetings, we learn that things aren't initially as simple as they seem in this little town. We eventually meet Abigail, whether through the main quest or completing her contract. We find out that she has taken in the young boy, Alvin, who we met at the beginning of the chapter. Alvin is possibly a source, someone born with innate magical abilities, an incredibly important person to say the least. Abigail is being blamed for the creation of the beast. People in town, and specifically the Reverend, believe that she is the cause for their problems as of late. If we help the Reverend by lighting candles of the sacred flame in town to ward off the beasts, he will eventually give us a key to the Salamander hideout nearby. We can find that they've been stealing children from the town, and will also come across Abigail in this same cavern. This whole entire chapter comes to a head when we exit the cave and we are swarmed by the people of the town. The Reverend and the others are now ready to put Abigail to the fire, for one, being a witch, and for two, summoning the beast that has been taking people's lives. Now, of course, the first thing that we think here is that the townsfolk are wrong, that the message to the story is that the humans are the real monsters all along, and sure, that is one perspective, and the story could entirely be viewed that way, but there are many hints that we've already found that suggest there's another layer beneath that. It seems that Abigail is not completely innocent. Sure, she may not have summoned the beast herself. Maybe the beast was a natural result of the karma that was just brought upon the people of the town for the things they had done. Maybe it wasn't karma at all, but just a random force, and Abigail had nothing to do with it. Now, why is there uncertainty about this? Well, this is because of the nature of The Witcher and the world that the story takes place in. The world of The Witcher has rules that govern it, but it also doesn't have rules, and that's what makes it so special. Around 1500 years ago, an event took place called the Conjunction of Spheres. This was a cataclysmic point in history that changed all realities as they were known. Before this time, gnomes and dwarves existed alone, with the elves arriving later. The conjunction then caused realities to overlap and shift together. Creatures that were not in the continent before had now found themselves there, trapped. With this came the arrival of the humans, but also many monsters and beasts and magic. Because of this, the world of The Witcher is both in story, an overlap and melding of worlds and cultures, but also in theme and rules. The magic in the world has hard rules. It is even studied like a science. Things are understood and there's a cost for using magic, but at the same time, there are forces unknown to us and the people living in the world. We don't know where they come from or how they happen. This leads to a lot of uncertainty in general. We can never really be sure where something comes from because this world is a mishmash of many different alternate and parallel planes of reality. Again, this reflects the story itself and the way it was created. The Witcher is a fantastic melding of politics, high fantasy, and fairy tales. This is all thrown in together to create something entirely unique. But because of this, we can never really be sure where the beast comes from, and by this point in the story, we definitely don't have definitive answers. Once we arrive at this mock trial, we almost don't feel like we're ready. We feel like there are pieces to this puzzle that are missing, and our first thought is that we lost them. Did we miss something? Is there a quest that I didn't do? The answer is right there, though. It's not that we lost the pieces, it's that the puzzle was made this way. We can't really be sure who was at fault here, who did wrong and who was right, and there really isn't a definitive answer on this, at least not in this chapter. But this is the genius of it. Ilsa bought the potion she used to take her life from Abigail, and the Econops seem like they didn't just sprout out of the ground, but were placed there as a vengeance for the crime of kinslaying. Was Abigail really the one that summoned the beast, or was the beast here to punish her and the town for the crimes that they and she took part in? Again, at this point, we can't really be sure of everything, but this is what makes this chapter so genius, that we still have to make a choice without all of the facts at hand, a choice based in emotion, a choice with missing pieces, a real choice. These types of decisions reflect the ones that we make, the real choices of day-to-day life. We are making assumptions, we are trying to get by, to try and do right by ourselves and those around us. Bringing this type of choice into a video game is incredibly difficult to do, but it just works. We feel like there can be no good outcome here. We're forced to choose the lesser evil. In my game, I decided to choose Abigail's side. I felt that even if she had summoned the beast, the townsfolk definitely weren't clean of sin, and at the end of the day, they were just throwing stones. This also comes back to the fact that we can never really be sure. Our choice then ends up coming from instinct, the facts that we have at hand, and our feelings about the characters as we have met them and had experience with them. If we choose Abigail's side, then she will help us fight the beast. This is possibly one of the most annoying fights in the game. Abigail can help us out a bit, but if she gets knocked out, then she's gone for the rest of the fight. I actually didn't know that she could get knocked out and live when I did this fight. I thought she was permanently dead, so I just kept reloading, trying to save her. Eventually, I succumbed to the idea that she was just going to be gone in my playthrough and defeated the beast, only to realize she was still alive at the end of all of this. The beast himself is a pain, mostly because of his cronies. Defeating the enemies around him and then trying not to get stun-locked is probably our best bet here. We can get a coup de grace here that will greatly speed things up, but for that, luck has to be on our side. After this, the townsfolk will then attack us for siding with the witch, and we're forced to take them down as well. Abigail can then go free. If we side with the villagers, Abigail then curses us in the name of something called the Cult of the Lion-Headed Spider. This is a cult whose worship is banned in most places. This is either a case of the state persecuting religion, though they do call themselves a cult, or a seriously nefarious and powerful organization. This part can almost be seen as Abigail showing her true colors in her last moments, taking off the mask at the final hour and revealing who she truly is, or she was innocent the entire time and she just did this at the end to get revenge. With this choice, Abigail will die and will not appear in the later portions of the game. It should also be noted here that Chapter 1 has all of this dissection and layers of depth in a vacuum. Later in chapter 4, we can actually sort of roundabout learn that Abigail was innocent. Now, some people have used a one-off line to show that Abigail was really an innocent soul. I don't believe this means what we think it means. The line itself is so vague that it doesn't really prove anything. Does that mean that Abigail was entirely innocent of the whole ordeal, or was she just innocent enough, the more innocent one in the situation? Was she karmically innocent in the end, some sort of justice, the end justifies the means and whatnot? There's also the fact that the game is full of unreliable narrators. The Witcher purposefully gives us information that isn't true. We always have to be looking for the source because they could be swayed or could be wrong. Now, this specific line comes from the Lady of the Lake, so I wouldn't doubt it, but the point is still there. You can't trust everything you hear. This is all to say that there aren't any definitive answers, and there really shouldn't be. You're forced to consider both sides here, all sides, from all aspects. The first time you play this section and are made to make this choice, you will be woefully unprepared. This is fine, because making the uninformed decision is the realistic decision. Playing the game a second time will see you combing through the story for other approaches, for more details, but these details will only expose another side to the mystery that leaves you with more questions than answers. This is how Geralt experiences the world. He is forced to choose whatever he finds is the lesser evil, because sometimes indecision is the worst decision that you could make. With that, we reunite with Shani, and the two escape the town to head into Vizima with a pass in hand. But once they arrive, Geralt has been backstabbed by Mikkel and is taken to the jail by the city guard. Chapter 2 begins in the cells of Vizima. The professor is also in a cell next to us and is quickly let out after his bail was posted. The jailer then informs us that if any one of the inmates manages to kill the cockatrice in the sewers, they will be granted freedom. Of course, another chump in the jail decides that he's more qualified than Geralt, and we have to box him for the opportunity. Once we gain the quest, we are given the Silver Sword of a Witcher. Finally, we can efficiently kill monsters from here on out. Inside the sewers, we immediately are introduced to Siegfried, a character that will become incredibly important moving forward. Siegfried is a knight of the Order of the Flaming Rose. The Order's main goal, at least coming from them, is to help out the downtrodden. They were established after the war with Nilfgaard, led by Jacques de Alderberg. While corruption and crime does rise in the ranks of the Order, Siegfried is seemingly one of the good ones. If we join forces with Siegfried now, it will make gaining access into different parts of the city later in the chapter easier. It only really sort of makes things slightly easier because this allows us to access the dike outside of the city without giving a bribe. But if we don't side with Siegfried here, he will be posted up at the hospital and we will be given access to that building. It just really depends on which is more convenient, but I sided with Siegfried anyways because I kinda like him. Regardless, we have to deal with the cockatrice, which is a surprisingly simple little enemy that we just hack to death until it dies. After this, we're attacked by Salamandra and we make it out of the sewers. At this point, we are let loose upon the city, allowed to roam to our heart's content. There is an absolute ton of stuff to do in the second chapter, and while it is great in some ways, it's also terrible in others. This chapter was the one that really dragged for me and was easily the longest in the course of the tale. The first lead we're given is to head to a nearby detective to try and work with him to find anyone working with Salamandra in the city. But before we get to that, we need to obsessively complete every single piece of side content that we possibly can. Of course, the first place we can check in is the tavern. Here we can do much of the same as the country inn. We can box, we can play dice poker with some folks, we can store our stuff, we can rest, and we can drink. We, of course, can take part in many side quests, a lot of which will find their way to tie back into the main story, but let's talk about those now. The quest that we took in Chapter 1, Hot Potato, to deliver a package to Coleman, can now be completed. That is, only if we didn't allow the Scoia'tael to take the weapons from Heron Brog. If we did, then Coleman will have already been killed. If we do get the chance to meet him, we can find out that he's tied up in the whole story and the living, breathing city of Vizima. Vizima is currently racked with a drug problem. People are selling and using Fistech like nobody's business. Fistech is a drug specific to this world, and people love it. It should also be noted that we're now moving around the temple quarter of Vizima. We will gain access to the swamp later in this chapter, but won't gain access to the other area of the city until the next chapter. The temple quarter is much better to navigate than the outskirts of Vizima. There are better pathways through certain parts of the city, and we can move about slightly easier. In addition to the fact that the area is a bit smaller to travel around in general, it seems to take less time to get around as well. That being said, there are still huge flaws with the map design. The entrance to the cemetery is completely isolated down a long path on its own. The city jail and the guard post are also isolated down a long lane by themselves. Getting from one of these points to the other can take a while, and it's incredibly annoying when there could just be a short path that connects the two. The middle area of the city with the hospital seems to split up the rest of the map and force it into this giant C shape. But the advantages of the city compared to the open outskirts are astounding. We can enter a ton of different buildings, interact with a massive amount of NPCs who either have little stories, quests, or information to give us. The place just really feels alive. There's a permanence to it all. Combine this with the day and night cycle that, though tedious at times, makes things feel realistic. The swamp is a little bit more traversable, though it is much larger. We don't necessarily have the same issues with the fixed circle path in the outskirts. It's a bit more open, though it does form the same general layout, as there is a section of the center that we just can't get through. The swamp is a fantastic contrast to the temple quarter. It is completely ungoverned, with strange religions, powerful monsters, and tons of things for us to discover. The temple quarter specifically is where we start to gain access to more upgrades. We can now head to blacksmiths to upgrade our weapons. We'll even encounter some new, much better weapons out in the swamps. I never actually really focused on upgrading my weapons that much. You will be able to use a certain blacksmith later based on the faction that you side with, but it was never really necessary. There are certain swords that are just such an upgrade themselves that they will carry you through until the next one, and it won't be difficult to face the new foes and challenges in front of you. Delivering Coleman's package becomes complicated because it was confiscated when we came into the city. We can either admit this and be graced with Coleman's forgiveness, pay him for the package, or tell him to screw off. We'll get the most experience if we just admit and fess up, which is probably the best option anyways. We can take a quest from a man named Conrad in the Hairy Bear Inn, in which he will send us to a house to recover some wine. We can head to this house and kill the monsters to find the wine inside, but when we head back to Conrad, he just tells us that he doesn't have the money. The little shithead knew that this would happen and tries to get us to give him a bottle anyways, and we can sell the rest of the wine for payment. If we want to learn more about the swamps, one of the best ways of doing so is to guide Gramps through the place. He needs the sword of a great warrior that can guide him around the feral and infested lands. At each destination, he will tell us a little bit about the backstory, the Vodyanoi cult of the brickmakers in the area, a cave that has turned into a den for wild dogs, the massive tower in the center that has special runes required to open it, the shrine to Melatele, and finally about Berengar. We learn at the end that Gramps had actually met Berengar a while back, and he had taken an interest in the druids to the northwest. The simple quest, A Restless Ghost, begins with Hildegard Zolstock, a recent widow asking us to get rid of the spirit of her dead husband. Apparently he is haunting her and spreading rumors about her around town. We can talk to the spirit at night, but he refuses to stop his slander, so we have to take him out. Zolstock will then try and cheat Geralt out of his payment after a job well done. We can find a con artist who hangs out by the sewers to start the Finders Keepers quest. He will ask us to journey into the sewer to find a crypt with a ring inside. Once we give him the ring, though, we realize that he was using us, and it wasn't his family ring, just a ring he wanted. In the swamps, we can find a man named Yaren Bolt, a dwarf who wants us to collect 5 beggar-tick blossoms. We need to deliver these to the ferryman and take the money back to Yaren. We can obviously just keep the money, which won't make Yaren happy, or we can share the money with him. We can get another quest from Yaren afterwards to clear out some Vodyanoi in the swamps that are blocking the lumberjack's way. Now, these Vodyanoi aren't exactly monsters. They are actually worshipped by a local religion. Vaska, the resident lore expert of this religion, can help us out in actually making peace with the Vodyanoi by completing a ritual. If we offer something of importance like Yaren's sword, then they will leave him alone, but we don't have to do this. We can just kill the Vodyanoi for Bolt and finish the quest. We can also take on a pretty loose side quest to find the owner of the silver sword that we're given at the beginning of the chapter. We can talk to a bunch of different people to eventually figure out that the sword belongs to Cohen, a witcher that Geralt once knew from the books, who is now deceased. We can kill some drowners for Luvarden to protect his docks, take some contracts for Al Ghul's and drown dead. We can also kill a trophy Econops in the swamps. There's quite an odd quest where we can find Gramps in the swamps, the one that we guided along earlier. It turns out Gramps is actually eating human remains. He of course wants us to leave him alone, but we have the choice to spare him or take him out. If we spare him, he offers us a recipe for a blade coating in return, but we'll get less XP. We can save some working women outside of a brothel and receive a romance card in return, or we can take cash. There are two really big quests that we haven't really talked about that both have big stakes in the story and in the world overall. The first of these is Force Recon. This quest will see us picking one of two sides in an upcoming conflict. Before this, normally we will have met Yavin in the Druid's Grove, located to the northwest in the swamps. Yavin is a member of the Scoia'tael. As we talked about before, the squirrels are a very unliked group by most people. There are not many sympathizers, especially in the city, but Yavin wants us to deliver a letter to Vivaldi in town, a dwarf that has lost control of his bank. We can do this or give the letter to the guard, earning points with Vincent Mice, or we can just deliver the letter as normal, which Vivaldi and Yavin will both appreciate. The reason I talk about Yavin is that tensions have begun to rise in the swamps. These tensions exist between the Order of the Flaming Rose, the face of the group being Siegfried, at least for us, and the Scoia'tael, the face of which is Yavin. Because of these rising tensions, the two forces are set to clash on a golem burial ground. We can side with Siegfried and help the Order take out the Scoia'tael, which doesn't completely wipe them out, but they definitely will not appreciate it, or we can side with Yavin and defend against the Order. We will have options later to be set on the Order or Scoia'tael path, but this is the beginning of the conflict. I chose to side with the Order here, again mostly because I liked Siegfried more than Yavin. The other large side quest that occurs in this chapter is a quite innocuous one at first. We can meet Shani again in Vizima, who has begun helping out with the plague at the hospital. She invites us to have a reunion of sorts at her house. She asks us to bring someone along with us and also bring something to drink. We can invite Zoltan, Siegfried, or Carmen, a working woman that lives in the slums. Obviously, Shani will be quite annoyed if we decide to invite Carmen, but less annoyed if we invite Siegfried, but the overall best option for this quest is probably Zoltan. When we get there, the party consists of our invited guest, Geralt, Shani, and our old friend, Dandelion. Dandelion is a massive character from the books. He's a bard and acts as a very common companion to Geralt in his travels. He's been with Geralt for a long time and through many of his adventures, so he has a lot of information. This is where a large problem with this game comes along, the lack of some large characters from the books. Now, this first game in the series really seemed like it couldn't decide whether it wanted to be a sequel to the books or its own brand new canon. It ends up somewhere in between, and this is mainly because Yennefer and Ciri are never mentioned. If anyone in the entire game, Dandelion should be the one to bring up Yennefer or Ciri. If you aren't aware, Yennefer is a sorceress who is Geralt's on-again, off-again lover. Now, that's an incredibly simple way to describe it, and there's a lot more that goes into the backstory of these two that we don't really need to get into right now. Ciri is a child of destiny that Geralt ended up becoming responsible for. She is the central character at the heart of the conflict in the books and has a massive relationship with Geralt. Again, an incredibly simple way to explain it, but trust me, we'll get there when we talk about the other games. Neither of these characters are ever referenced in the first game, and it truly just feels strange. The game doesn't mind adapting people like Dandelion, Zoltan, Shani, or even talking about characters like Regis, but it refuses to ever talk about Yennefer or Ciri. It's just so odd, and I think this ends up being a symptom of the larger problem, that The Witcher is a bad adaptation. Now, I don't think that this means that it's a bad game, and I also think something can be a good adaptation and a bad adaptation at the same time. There's a large disconnect between something like the cutscene at the beginning of the game, where we see Geralt preparing his materials and getting ready to fight the Striga, and the actual game, where we really just end up thwacking things with our sword over and over. These types of systems had attempted implementation, but it just doesn't work out very well, like the alchemy system. Characterizations are also changed quite a bit, and this is no more true than with Geralt. If you've read the books, then you'll know that Geralt in the first game cannot be further from his book counterpart. In the books, Geralt jokes, he sometimes has a brighter disposition, and he's much more vocal. In the game, he's more brooding and silent, but this is mostly because we're playing an RPG. The onus of opinion and decision has been left to the player rather than written out on a page predetermined. There are changes to characters like Dandelion, Triss, and Shani. Also, the fact that the game sort of throws away the ending of the books in favor of Geralt returning with amnesia is a very weak plot point. But none of this really matters because The Witcher gets the largest character from the books right. The world. We've already talked about this briefly, and we haven't even cracked the second half of the game yet, so we haven't really seen a lot of the areas that we'll be questing through in the game, but this world is just perfect. There's something to be said about the ambiance of the city. Many have pointed out the nature of the NPCs, the fact that they have schedules and jobs and paths. This is nothing new, and we've seen it tons of times before, but for a game with a small budget, it's incredibly ambitious, and for the most part it actually just works. Walking around the temple quarter or even back in the outskirts of Vizima just really feels like we're walking around in the world of The Witcher. There are even some quotes that are ripped directly from the books. They may not be used perfectly, but when I noticed them, it was a nice touch. The quests, characters, optional objectives, systems, it all just really feels like the way to make this series a game. This is why The Witcher is both a bad adaptation and a good one at the same time. And sure, there are a ton of issues with presentation. A lot of these issues can be excused by the budget and size of the team when the game was released. Also, just the time frame and where games were at back then. But it still doesn't make it feel like we're playing the perfect game. And honestly, I think that's a part of the charm in some ways. Animations often look weird and silly, depending on which model is using them. Speaking of models, they are reused over and over in many different places. This can make it sometimes confusing when you're not sure if you've already spoken to this character before, or if they're a new person entirely. This goes for environments as well. Interiors are repeated again and again, and it becomes pretty obvious once we start to get to the 20-hour mark of the campaign. The cutscenes can be awkward, with strange movement and pace. Overall, it's pretty weak and just doesn't look great. But again, there's something here. There's that indescribable quality in the background, that soul that can't be captured by doing the correct steps. The attention to detail and construction of environments makes you realize that true passion, heart, and care went into making this game. The team cared about the end product. This isn't a rare thing for a team to care about a game, but what is rare is being able to feel that through the game. For the game to become a standing monolith, a permanent fixture and record of that care that will never go away. Undeniable proof. Permanence. The side quests in Chapter 2 serve much of a similar purpose as the previous chapter. They build the world, they expand on the characters, and they tie back into the main story for the most part. With all that being said, it's probably about time we get to the story of Chapter 2, because it somehow manages to be both some of the weakest story content in the game and some of the best. There are a couple of side quests we still haven't talked about that are technically side quests, but they're really heavily connected to the main storyline, so I might as well just lump them into the same story. The main story of Chapter 2 begins when we head to the detective's office. Alternatively, we can also just start investigating this whole thing on our own. At the detective's office, we meet Raymond Marlove, a private investigator. He trained under Codringer and Fen, two characters that make appearances in the books. Raymond decides to work with us to determine who in the city is working with Salamandra. For this quest, we have 6 suspects. Vivaldi, the dwarf who has had his bank taken away from him, Luvarden, the merchant that we met in the first chapter of the game, Vincent, the head of the city guard in Vizima, Thaler, a fence who works in the southeast side of the district, Ramsmeet, the king of the Viziman underworld, and Kalkstein, the alchemist that we helped on the bridge in the outskirts. Each of these suspects has their own little associated quest. Completing their quests involves ticking them off the list of suspects and proving that they are not involved with Salamandra. We can find out Luvarden is innocent when we find a letter on a messenger's corpse in the swamp, when we talk to a guard, or when we talk to Jethro down in the jail. Luvarden isn't actually working with Salamandra because he's paying for their badges, ones taken from their corpses. We can find out Ramsmeet is innocent if we talk to Coleman, talk to a thug, or talk to a prisoner in the hospital during a quest, but we can really only truly find him innocent once we advance the quest a bit more, which is confusing, but I'll explain in a moment. Thaler is found innocent if we question him about the silver sword, find a mysterious man outside his house, or talk to Jethro about the silver sword. We really learn that Thaler is just a fence in the end and nothing more, sort of. Vivaldi can be cleared by talking to a random dwarf near his house, talking to Jethro, or talking to Yavin. Vivaldi is really just trying to get his bank back and wasn't in control of his money when the professor was bailed out. Vincent doesn't take much clearing because we basically gain a lot of his clues automatically or by talking to Jethro or some guards. Kalkstein is one of the ones that's a little harder to cross off the list of suspects, but the point here is that in the end, none of these men are really connected to Salamandra, and they aren't the guys we're looking for. The big twist of this quest is that while we're investigating, Raymond was actually killed by Salamandra and has been replaced by Azar Javed in disguise. We can discover this by doing a side quest for the Gravedigger that lets us gain access to the crypts. Down here, we can find the real body of Raymond. We can also just easily clear 5 of the suspects from the list, and Geralt figures the whole thing out on his own. The final way comes from an autopsy in a quest called Anatomy of a Crime. The quest begins when Raymond tells us that the crown witness in the case has died, and he believes him to have been murdered. We need to look at the body and find out who did it. Shani helps us with this task, but there are a lot of ways that it can go wrong. I'm not going to go super deep into the layers of ways that this can be messed up, but just know that it's deep. Basically, Javed has set us a trap here, and if we don't come to the right conclusion, we can come out thinking that Kalkstein was the one who murdered the suspect. If we make the right deductions, though, and have the proper information coming into this, we realize the truth, that Raymond is Javed. Now, if this all sounds really complicated, that's because it is. There are a ton of ways that this main quest can fumble all over itself. We can accidentally reveal the truth just by talking to people, we can unknowingly find information that makes suspects innocent, and then Geralt just decides that they're innocent. We can miss certain things that make crossing someone off the list impossible, which is okay, just a little odd. There are so many ways to go about this quest, and it truly gives you the freedom to approach it in the ways that you want. There really is no perfect way to figure the whole thing out, but because of this freedom, the game finds an easier time to get its wires crossed and deliver information through Geralt way too early. This sort of contradicts what I said earlier about the player actually being Geralt in this adaptation, because Geralt sort of takes the reins for this quest. For the most part, we're following his lead, and if we do the right things in the game, then he just figures it all out and leaves us in the dust. It's all very strange, but the story itself is interesting and compelling. Each of the suspects feel like they have depth, and like they're actual people living in this city. Of course, they also tie into the other conflicts going on. Vivaldi overlaps into the Scoia'tael conflict. Vincent has his own issues that we'll get into later, as does Thaler. Luvarden is tied into the city and the swamp and will become a part of our politicking in later chapters. Kalkstein is a massive part of the endgame for this chapter, and Ramsmeet is the head of the underground in the city, the man in the shadows. It's all just a great little detective sequence that admittedly has way too much to do, but its jankiness and fumbling makes it feel more genuine in the end. This all isn't really enough, though. It isn't our goal just to find Azar Javed. Now we need to trap him. This whole thing can go one of two ways. If we reach a certain point and we haven't figured out that Raymond is dead, then Geralt will have been fooled. The ruse will have worked. Raymond has convinced him that Ramsmeat is the leader of the Salamandra, and we kill him. We then have to lure Kalkstein to the tower in the swamp with a magic treatise. But once we arrive, the truth is revealed. If we do know that Raymond is dead, then we will fake Ramsmeat's death and convince Raymond that we're luring Kalkstein to the tower when we're actually luring him there. Before we can do either of these options, we have to seek out the 10 Sephiroth stones in places all over the Temple Quarter and the swamp. We have to place each of these in its corresponding tower, which will open the way to the structure. This all culminates in a battle with the Professor and Azar Javed in the swamps. After we defeat them in a pretty simple fight, they end up fleeing into a portal and heading off. Geralt then passes out and wakes up in Triss's house in the Trade Quarter. Chapter 2 as a whole is something that is so cool in concept, but just works in a really odd way. It's like when your friend tells you about a movie, but they sell it way too hard, and then you see it. They weren't exactly lying, but it just isn't fully there. There's too many ways for the thing to be broken. I will say, though, that when Chapter 2 opens up and lets you run around, it is some of the best that this game has to offer. It's so freeing to be able to run around the city and the swamps. It genuinely feels like what role-playing games should be. The actual writing of the story is also incredibly compelling, multiple layers of dissection at hand. It's so good, but so bad at the same time. Chapter 3 of The Witcher begins as Geralt wakes up in the Trade Quarter. The chapters start off pretty quickly because Triss begins asking Geralt questions about remembering his identity. He needs to figure out the type of person he was before he forgot everything. She refuses to tell Geralt what he was like before because she doesn't want to influence him. She wants him to recreate the person he was before, or change it if he wants. Either way, the version of Geralt that Triss remembered would be the version that she knows. Geralt from her perspective, not the real person that he truly was. Geralt's personality and identity will develop over the course of the story based on conversations with NPCs, decisions we make, and paths that we head down. This quest isn't one we really truly complete. I mean, we can finish it towards the end of the game, but there are no answers set in stone. All of the conclusions that Geralt comes to will see him arriving at a destination of uncertainty. He isn't sure where he's going, and he can't recover his memories, but he knows that it doesn't matter. The future is the only thing that matters. Triss will also tell us that she wants Geralt to go to a party. This is where the politicking of the chapter truly begins. We are in Vizima, the capital of Temeria. It just so happens that the king of Temeria, Foltest, has gone away. This is sowing discord in the city. Trouble is brewing and tensions are high. Foltest's reign is responsible for the influence and power that Temeria has gained in recent years, but that doesn't mean there aren't people in the shadows vying for power. But before we get to the high society parties, we have a new area unlocked and tons of side quests and activities to get into. When we step outside, the first thing that we realize is that we're in a new area, the Trade Quarter. The Trade Quarter is very similar to the Temple Quarter in that it represents a chunk of the city. But this time, we are surrounded by a much more high society type of feel. There isn't a section specifically for the slums here, jutting out, representing the common folk. There's a market section specifically where we can seek out vendors who sell ingredients or books. It's definitely not as large and doesn't feel like it has as much to do. This is mostly because a lot of this chapter will see us returning to previous areas like the Temple Quarter and the swamps. Thankfully, though, the Trade Quarter is one of the most traversable maps so far. It's incredibly easy to get around and makes everything much more convenient. There's also the advantage of the new portals that allow us to travel back to Kalkstein's laboratory and the swamp very quickly. The new Naracourt is our base of operations here, the inn for this chapter of the game. Again, it does offer much of the same as other chapters, though this time the upstairs is reserved for our political party. But as I said before, this is the main story of Chapter 3, and we just aren't there yet. Before that, we have to seek out every talkable NPC in this town and find out what they have to say. We of course have all of the ordinary contracts in the game, but one that made me particularly uncomfortable was the dog catcher of Vizima. This has us taking out 6 stray dogs in the city and collecting their tallow. For some reason, this was just so brutal, especially because the dogs aren't hostile. We actually have to draw our sword to fight them, and it's just rough. There's a quest called Blue Eyes that we can get from the new Naracourt. A Knight of the Order, Patrick de Wise, tells us that his sister has gone missing. He believes that she was taken by a vampire. We can find the girl working in a brothel, but she makes it pretty clear that she's happy with her job. When we tell DeWise about this, he decides that a vampire must be influencing her there, so we're sent back to check it out. After getting upstairs, Geralt meets the Queen of the Night, who leads this place. Apparently, this woman was an ex-lover to Regis, Geralt's friend in the books. She eventually tells us that the girl is here of her own free will. She wants to remain beautiful forever and stay young. She doesn't want to get married and be forced to live a boring life. I sided with the vampiresses in this case, and this sees us murdering all of the Order Knights that try to remove the girl. Dandelion can be found at the new Naracourt, and apparently he's lost his loot. He needs to put on a show at the inn, but he was caught having a fling with a man's daughter, and he left his instrument behind after being chased from their home. We can easily bribe the man to let us upstairs, and then we have to convince the girl to give the loot back. We have to fulfill her needs before she'll be won over. Dandelion then puts on a show at the new Naracourt, which is a much better performance than the bard that we heard in the first chapter. Yavin will ask us to clear out some monsters in the sewers for him. This really leads to us taking out some monsters in the elven ruins beneath the city. This inadvertently gives the Scoia'tael a path into the city via teleporter, something that will come back up later. The other side of the conflict, the Order, will give us a quest to investigate why people have been disappearing from the cemetery. When we get there, we find a ghoul, except this one can talk.
Delicious.
The ghoul's name is Vitala, and he claims that he was not actually responsible for taking people from the cemetery. It was the Scoia'tael. We can either believe him or kill him, but believing him is the much more interesting option here. We can head over to the crypts to find a unit of elves and dwarves. We can either fight them, leaving the hostages in the crypts to die, or head down to the crypts, which lets the Scoia'tael go free. I chose to let the Scoia'tael go and save the hostages, clearly the less vindictive option. Siegfried likes this option the most, and it gives us the most rewards, so it's the best one all around. These two quests sort of detail both sides of the conflict at the time, one that will come to a great head in this chapter, but it will also contextualize the two groups for the player, and most likely influence the decision we have to make. We do have our standard 2 trophy quests in this chapter, which again aren't anything special, but one of them is a wyvern and sends us to Wyvern Island. I just really briefly want to talk about this island in the swamp because I really liked its inclusion. As far as specifics, there really isn't a lot to say. It's just a small island off to the north that has a bunch of wyverns wandering around. When I first encountered the beasts, I was a bit underleveled to be fighting them, but I still managed to kill the ones that I needed. Because of its placement and because of the nature of the enemies, this island really just felt familiar to me. It felt like one of those far-off areas in older MMOs or early RPGs that would have a bunch of incredibly high-level enemies for you to fight. The wyverns do get upgraded to royal wyverns later on, and they become a bit harder. But once you become strong enough to wipe the floor with these guys, it feels incredibly satisfying. You really feel the power in the levels. To top it all off, there's a body in the center with a pretty fantastic sword that I carried for most of my playthrough. The whole place just feels like somewhere that you're not supposed to be. Again, there are some other side quests here, but because they tie so heavily into the story of the chapter, we'll talk about them as we come across them. The first thing we have to do is head to the party at the new Naracourt. Here we're introduced to a few guests of note. Velerad, the Burgomeister, Thaler, the fence from the last chapter, who is chief of security, Erkin von Blunt, a mute knight who has taken a vow of silence, Princess Ada, Foltest's daughter and the girl that Geralt saved from the curse in the intro cinematic, and Count de Witt, a knight of the Order who is a close confidant of Ada. Luvarden is here as well, the merchant we know all too well at this point. Speaking to Thaler will reveal that he's trying to keep his mouth shut at this party, which is why he brought along von Blunt. It also turns out that Thaler is actually a Temerian spy, and the whole fence thing was just an act. Von Blunt has taken a vow of silence, but we can get him to talk once we've outdrunk him. He reveals that he's actually working with Thaler, and he's supposed to be listening for things Thaler can't pay attention to. We can talk to Ada, who has taken a liking to Geralt and wants him to bring her favorite meal around. We can find out from Thaler what it is, but only after we've retrieved a mysterious letter for him. He reveals the meat she likes is called Katobelpas. Velerad, once also loosened up with some drink, will tell us that Ada likes raw meat, lingering effects from the curse of the Striga. After having Triss conjure up some of this meat, Ada will take Geralt into the other room for some fun. Luvarden then has some words for us. He tells us that his men behind the scenes need our help to pin down Salamandra. Before we can get really deep into finding the Salamandra cells, though, 2 side quests will eventually pop up. Gold Rush happens when the bank in the city, the bank Vivaldi lost control of, is being robbed. Turns out the Scoia'tael used that teleporter and access to the Elven ruins to invade the bank. At this point, we have to make a choice. We are forced to either side with the Order and take down the resistance inside the building, or choose to help the Scoia'tael and defend against the resistance. This decision is pretty large because it will affect which path we're set on for the rest of the game. It was actually a decision I wrestled with for quite a bit. I even chose the Order at first, but then changed my decision to the Scoia'tael later on. Even after the flip-flopping, I still regretted my decision. On one side, you have the easy-to-defend, downtrodden, oppressed Scoia'tael, and let's be honest, who doesn't love a good resistance? But the squirrels aren't exactly devoid of any blame. Even in this situation, they're taking innocent hostages in the bank, putting people's lives at danger. But the Order is also full of corruption, and Siegfried is a good friendly face for us to have, but they aren't surely all like that. Actually, no, I was just wrong. The Order is the better choice. Regardless, I went with the Scoia'tael and regretted my decision, something that's incredibly easy to do when playing Witcher games. Either way, Siegfried or Yavin will get out no matter what, and will come back later in the final conflict. Another incredibly important side quest for this chapter is Beauty and the Beast. This quest comes from Carmen, the Lady of the Night. She wants us to find a cure for lycanthropy because her boyfriend has it. This leads us down a bunch of different dead ends to try and find a cure, but none of them really work. They all end up not working out, but this quest doesn't come to a head until we've furthered our investigation into Salamandra. At this point, there are 2 cells that Salamandra is using, one in the Temple Quarter and one in the swamps. Taking out both of these cells will give us a coded document and the key to decode it. Once the document is decoded, we need to find a guard that can let us get access into the final Salamandra cell. From the sewers, we get to a new part of town and find Salamandra having a conversation through a seeing stone with Radovid, the king of Redania. He claims that he is not funding the criminals, just talking to them. We take the strange stone and head outside, only to find a werewolf. This werewolf is actually Carmen's boyfriend, who turns out to be Vincent Mice, the captain of the guard. Now, we have the choice to kill Vincent here, meaning that we determine he is a monster, and Witchers kill monsters no matter what. But we haven't seen Vincent act out all that much, plus there still might be a cure. What are we even talking about here? Why would we ever kill Vincent? We don't kill Vincent. After the heat from this quest has died down, we can tell Carmen that one of the druids had an idea that love would cure the lycanthropy, and it does, leaving the 2 to live happily ever after. After letting Vincent go, we can find his little superhero vigilante cave downstairs, one that will look a lot different with the perspective of killing him in mind. Geralt then talks to Triss about the Seeing Stone, and it marks a point on our map. Inside this little house, we find Radovid, the king of Redania himself, is snooping around and hiding out in Temeria. He knows about Ada, the full story, and about Philippa Eilhart, a character we'll get far deeper into in the next video. The basic gist of this conversation is that there is far more going on here than we could have ever thought. This politicking isn't just localized to Vizima or even Temeria, it branches out into other powers as well. Because we're on the Scoia'tael path, when we head back to the inn, Luvarden tells us that we need to bring them in for backup. If we chose the Order path earlier, then it would be them here. We are attacked by the Salamandra at the inn, and the cured Vincent Mice helps us out here. Obviously, if we didn't cure him, then he would be in werewolf form here, and if we killed him, then he wouldn't be present. Upstairs, Luvarden is scheming, but before we can hear him, we are cornered and teleported to a cave by Triss. This is the Salamandra hideout, and a large fight ensues with the Professor and Azar Javed. Now, our choice from the bank doesn't really affect this, but a small change comes from the choice we made at the end of Chapter 2. If we were surprised by Raymond being Azar Javed, then somehow they retrieved a spellbook that lets them cast a shield on the Professor here, making the fight a bit harder. If we weren't surprised, then Triss was able to get the book, making us the one with the shield. We end up defeating the Professor either way, but he sort of makes it out, and we deflect one of his crossbow bolts, calling back to Leo's death, and fully avenging our fallen brother. R.I.P. Leo. A Kikamor then shows up and takes out the Professor for us, and we have to fight it. We don't really have to fight it, we just have to knock down some wooden pillars with our Ard sign to cave the place in on him. It's kind of hard to get this thing to work, and I had to try it a couple times just because it's so finicky. In case you were wondering, you can cave the ceiling in on yourself accidentally. We take the Professor's belongings from the belly of the Kikimor and make it outside, only to be cornered by Ada. She is sentencing Geralt to execution for finding out about her coup beforehand. Triss luckily saves us from this by teleporting Geralt out of there right before he kisses Ada. Chapter 3 in general is kind of a dud when it comes to the main story. I do think that the side quests are really well done, just like the other chapters. They are tied directly into the main tale. They might even set things up more so than the others. The werewolf cure quest involves us in the Vincent Mice ordeal long before it pops up. The bank robbery quest gives us a sort of genuine decision to make and sets up the rest of the story and how it will play out. The Order's cemetery quest even sets up the Scoia'tael's tendency to take hostages long before the robbery itself. It all just has this interweaving structure that folds in on itself, creating links almost everywhere. There are a few quests that I didn't even mention because they don't really hold a ton of weight, just fetch quests that don't really change or affect much, but everything else has bearing on what we're doing in the story, on the world, on the player, and their knowledge of the situation. This is why I say that The Witcher almost requires you to do the side content. If we don't try to cure Vincent's lycanthropy before doing the main story, then the reveal definitely doesn't hit as hard. It makes a lot more sense if we're involved beforehand. This is why Witcher's side quests are almost bordering on mandatory. The main story focuses a lot on Salamandra and meanders far too much for my liking. The beginning is interesting enough, especially with the intrigue at the party, but chasing around Salamandra cells for hours and backtracking to different places just doesn't really do it for me. This chapter opens on the other side of Geralt's teleportation. He has been transported to a place called Lakeside, or Murky Waters. The villagers are watching a strange apparition of a city. A young meddling girl talks to Geralt and gives us some good information on where we've just landed. Murky Waters is a pretty big place with 4 distinct locations. The Lakeside, where we begin, that holds a Vodyanoi priest, a small fisherman's hut, a cave with refugees holed up inside, and a crypt down the road. The town of Murky Waters proper has a small village with an inn, of course various small homes filled with interesting villagers, a set of ruins off in a field, and a broken bridge. The fields contain a tower in the center, lots of wheat, and a strange man to the north that can give us some important items. The last location of the area is the island that houses the Lady of the Lake herself, some monsters, and a strange altar. Now, the first thing I'll say about this chapter is how absolutely disconnected this whole thing feels. We are literally teleported away from Vizima for an entire chapter to deal with wedding drama, a feud between humans and Vodyanoi, and a dejected Witcher. The whole thing just really feels strange in comparison to the massive conflicts that we were just working with. It's like this little offshoot adventure or a dream or something. But summarizing the area like that would be simplifying it quite a bit. The chapter definitely isn't my favorite in the game, but boy does it create an atmosphere. You see, Murky Waters is much more drenched in fairy tale and the mystical than the rest of the chapters in the story. We go from politicking in Vizima and scheming against Salamandra in the streets to dealing with fish people and mystical beings. Now, this is something that the books do as well. If you've read the Witcher series, you'll know it isn't all mystical all the time. Geralt isn't walking around with 100 different fantasy races and taking down gods at every opportunity. The mystical is used sparsely across the stories, but when these large moments come, it's like a faucet is turned on. The supply has been delivered, and it feels like this is just the status quo now, but it's not. We have to go back to the normal world at some point. This chapter captures that spirit of the books. Now, sure, we've dealt with spirits so far, wild fantasy creatures, even the Wild Hunt, but a lot of our dealings have been with people, their conflicts, their bloody, muddy, messy lives. But this chapter focuses on the less seen parts of this world, and that's what makes it so fun to play. It feels like we've been waiting to see these things since the game started, and this is where we get it all. As with any other chapter of The Witcher, there are many pieces of side content to complete. We head to the inn, we box, we play dice, we accept contracts. Yeah, we get it. But if we head over to the refugee camp of elves, we'll find displaced Scoia'tael that are in need of supplies. They refuse to accept help, but they want us to buy bread for them in town. They pay us the money for the bread, though, because they're so prideful. The interesting part to note here is that Taruviel is in this camp, an incredibly important character from the books. The first time we see her is a part of The Last Wish. Geralt and Dandelion are on a mission to help townsfolk from a Sylvan that has been destroying their crops. It turns out the elves have been using him to spy and get information for them. The two are captured by the elves and about to be executed. Dandelion's lute was even broken in the process. An elven goddess by the name of Donna Mayeb intervened, though, and prevented this from happening. Dandelion was even given a new lute, the one that we helped him save in the side quest from the last chapter. A bit funnier now knowing that Dandelion misplaced his incredibly special elven lute during a bang session. There's a very strange quest where we can help out a hermit who is having problems with the Wild Hunt. They are trying to resurrect the fallen champions of the Lady of the Lake. We have to stop them by taking out 9 of the king's specters. The reason this is so strange is that you would think this would be a bigger event. The king of the Wild Hunt just shows up in the fields, and not a huge deal is made about it to Geralt personally. It's just something we do. Very weird choice. This quest is important though because we need one of the items from it for a main quest later. The quest Small Problems begins when we find a local mason that is having trouble with a bridge. He was contacted by a ghost to repair the bridge, but each day his work is destroyed. He thinks it's the work of the Griggs, small little gnome-like creatures. We can talk to Abigail, who has become the town healer at this point, and has begun selling love potions to the locals. She tells us to find a cat harness that was stolen by a rival clan of Griggs. When we retrieve this and give it to the Griggs, they give Geralt a 4-leaf clover, which he gives to the mason to ward off further trouble. This is just one example of how particularly whimsical this chapter can get. It's really great and just feels like a different type of fantasy than we had before. Chapter 1 almost feels like the karmic bad fantasy, the land betraying man. Chapter 2 very much feels like the detective fantasy, snooping out a mystery in an old city. Chapter 3 feels like political fantasy, at least for the most part dealing with the relationships between people. And Chapter 4 feels like this old fairy tale fantasy, where the rules are all changed and stretched to reflect those tales. Chapter 5 is something entirely different, but we'll get there. One of the most interesting quests, mostly because it completely turns the Witcher's job on its head, is temptation. The blacksmith's wife is having an affair with a succubus, and she wants us to take care of it. She wants us to gather some materials that will ward off the succubus. When we head out, the blacksmith gives us another offer. He wants us to gather different materials that he can give to the monster mistress so that she will sleep until all of this has been blown over. He doesn't want his little affair to end, so he wants to go behind his wife's back some more. This is far from the traditional kill the monster that's bugging me type of experience. In the end, the only difference is the reward that we see. In Murky Waters, we can also find Berengar, the Witcher that we previously assumed was dead. This is such a big reveal and a massive moment for the game because it's been teasing Berengar for the entire runtime. And when we finally meet him, well, he kind of hates us.
They remind me of Witchers. Never had a choice, with them or you. The Witchers made me a mutant. The Professor made me a criminal.
In all honesty, Berengar is kind of a dick. That's not entirely the truth, though. Where Geralt accepts his fate as a Witcher and his appearance in the eyes of others, that of a monster, Berengar rejects this. He resents his profession and wants nothing to do with it. He was originally contracted to deal with the local feud between the humans and the Vodyanoi, something that we're going to try and handle from now on. Berengar can also help us out with an extremely powerful piece of armor, a long quest that gets us actually to recraft a legendary piece of equipment. But now that we've talked about it, why don't we dive into the main story that this chapter tells? When we arrive in town for the first time, we find that Dandelion was also teleported here to help us out. He tells us that Alvin is staying with a local woman named Alina. The reason they were all teleported here is so that they could watch Alvin and keep him away from the conflict in the city. He will be in different places based on whether we chose Triss or Shani as his guardian. Triss also sent a Dimeridium amulet for Alvin to wear. This amulet will prevent him from using magic and causing something horrible to happen. We have to convince him to wear the amulet by impressing him with stories of being a Witcher and just overall trying to be a good father figure to him. This really ends up being more of a reflection of Geralt than anything, as the way that we answer the questions that Alvin asks us fills in Geralt's identity. The bigger issue for us to deal with here, though, is the conflict between the humans and the Vodyanoi. The faces of each side are Julian, a local man who wants blood for blood, and to have Geralt summon Dagon, a beast or god, something incredibly powerful, and kill it. The Vodyanoi priest tells us that he does not worship Dagon. Those are basically another faction of the Vodyanoi, and he is not responsible for the killings they have done. He wants Geralt to lure a cow to the altar and sacrifice it to also summon and kill Dagon. But there is a third option here. The Lady of the Lake wants this conflict ended as well. She wants to see both sides reconcile with each other. If we obtain a gift from both parties, something of value, then these will act as sacrifice. The Lady of the Lake will give us a ruby representing her blood, and we can use that to summon and kill Dagon. Either way, we're killing Dagon. It's kind of strange because this resolution really doesn't have much of an effect. It's all about the identity that we want to choose for Geralt. This entire quest reflects off of our character rather than really having an impact on the world at hand. There will be a decision at the end of the chapter that will have consequences outside of this, but a lot of the choices are really relegated to this chapter alone, making it feel even more disconnected. The longest and most in-depth main quest of this chapter, though, has to do with a strange love triangle, square, that's going on in Murky Waters. The girl at the beginning of the chapter explains this pretty well. Selena loves Julian, Julian loves Alina, Alina loves Adam, and Adam loves Alina, but Alina is marrying Julian for gold. So the bride is into someone else, and someone else is into the groom. To top it all off, Selena and Alina are sisters, making this even more complicated. We eventually find out that Selena has killed her sister, taking her out of the equation so that she has Julian all to herself. This has turned her into some sort of a strange spirit, a midday bride. Selena is then killed by Adam as revenge for taking his love away. She then becomes a noon wraith because she didn't accept her own death. We can talk to many people about this situation and try to find a resolution. Clearly, we can't just leave these two dead sisters wandering around here in the fields. Dandelion, Berengar, the Lady of the Lake, the Hermit in the Fields, and Abigail will all give us the same advice. Alina had a magical sort of mirror, one of Nehelinia's mirrors. There are 5 pieces of the mirror scattered about the fields. We can take these to the elven craftsman or the village blacksmith to reassemble the mirror. At this point, we can show the mirror to Alina, but this doesn't work. She still doesn't accept her fate, that she has died. We need someone that's a little more knowledgeable on legends to be able to advance this. Abigail will suggest we talk to Dandelion, Berengar can give us some more general information, the Hermit will tell us what to do, and the Lady of the Lake will tell us to have a poem written. All of this will eventually lead us back to Dandelion, who can write a ballad to sing to the sisters at the fields. Once we get this ballad going, Dandelion makes Geralt finish the lyrics for him. We have to choose the rhyming and fitting words for the verse to complete it. If we chose Dandelion for this, then Alina will immediately reconcile with her sister and move on from this place. If not, then we have to give Selena the Wreath of Immortelles, which we could pick up from the druid earlier by doing the strange King of the Wild Hunt quest. Now, this isn't the only way this can go. There are a ton more. Of course, we don't have to talk to all of these people in each step. Also, Abigail could be dead at this point if we didn't save her in Chapter 1, replacing her with a generic healer woman. We can choose Adam instead of Dandelion, and because only the dead or a poet can speak to Alina, he sacrifices himself to convince her. There's a lot of ways this can go, but in the end, it mostly turns out the same. The 2 women leave the place and move on into the afterlife. Another big decision will come at the end of this chapter. Berengar will approach us after we've taken out Dagon, and we have to decide whether we want to spare him or kill him. I don't really see why you would kill Berengar here, unless maybe you're really dedicated to the idea that Witchers have to love their job and can't see any reason why they would dislike the work. I suppose maybe this is because I'm approaching this story having already read the books, and someone who was fresh to the series might feel differently, especially because this game doesn't very overtly establish the fact that most Witchers are led into the profession as children, and it's unwilling. After defeating Dagon and solving all the problems in Murky Waters, we can head back to the main island. Here we meet White Rayla. She's a part of the Order and has led a group of knights here to scope out the elven refugees. At this point, we're sort of set on the path that we chose before. If we pick the Order at the bank, then we can side with them or go neutral. If we chose the Scoia'tael, we can side with them or go neutral. At this point, I had regretted my decision to join the Scoia'tael so much that I decided to go neutral, which ended up in far more slaughter than I had planned. The Scoia'tael have begun taking refugees in town, and Alvin is a part of these. We can ask Teruviel to give Alvin back, but she refuses. So obviously, I decided to go neutral here and just slaughter everyone. Alvin disappeared anyways, bypassing the power of the amulet, proving that he is a much stronger source than originally thought. We make our escape with Dandelion, and both factions are incredibly mad at Geralt as we take a boat back to the city. I don't dislike the main story of Chapter 4, and as I said before, I think it exists in its nice little bubble. There are some problems for sure, the main problem being that it feels so disconnected from the story back in the city. We almost never hear about Salamandra or what's happening with our previous adventures. Of course, we will come back to this in Chapter 5, and the final climax will be reached. But this feels like such an odd segue in the context of the story. Of course, it has its pros, its fantastic world building. It introduces us to the other side of the wonders of this world. It isn't all doom and gloom. Some is this fantastical magic place. The whole thing is very Arthurian, and this is because some of it is just straight references to those legends. The only conflict that really persists here is the feud between the Scoia'tael and the Order. This whole thing really just comes at the end. I mean, of course, the elves are there from the beginning, but the feud really just leads us back into Chapter 5 and the events that will come to a head there. Like I said before, though, this chapter has some great parts in it, and overall it ends up a mixed bag, which is the story for this game as a whole. We finally arrived. After many words and hours of talking, we've reached the conclusion of this story, but don't expect it to be short. we arrive back in Vizima at the docks. I should note here that who appears in this chapter, what role they provide, their fate, and their disposition towards you will be entirely dependent on the choices that we made earlier in the game. Because of the choice that I made earlier, I ended up on the neutral path, so for the sake of brevity, I will be talking about my version of events and describing the finality to my playthrough. Now, this doesn't mean I won't point out large changes as we come to them, but I won't be pointing out every single difference as we come across them. Geralt cannot make it back into the Temple Quarter from the docks and is forced to head through Old Vizima, a place mostly left to the wayside after the royal seat was relocated. We have to guide some nurses here to Shawnee's hospital, and because we are neutral, we are attacked by both sides of the conflict. The Scoia'tael at this point are an open conflict in the streets with the Order, but we are quickly introduced to a new character, Jacques de Aldersberg, the Grand Master of the Order of the Flaming Rose. Because we're neutral, we then escort Shawnee through the alleys and make our way out to the swamps, where Jacques confronts us and sets himself up as the villain of this chapter. Actually, rather the villain of the entire game, introduced right before the finale. I know this seems like a terrible decision right now, but we'll just leave it because we're going to be talking about it quite a lot during the epilogue. For now, the swamp is open and we have access to Old Vizima. There really isn't a ton to say about secondary content in this chapter though. There is no inn operating here in Old Vizima, so for the first time in this video, I can confidently say there is no boxing to be done here. There are tons of contracts available though if we would like to take them. These are the standard fare that we've seen in past chapters of the game, but with much stronger enemies of course. The main side quest for this chapter is the quest to reassemble the Raven armor that we sort of started in the last chapter. This armor is a pretty decent upgrade, or at least was for me at my point in the game. It also just looks sick and is kind of a fun little last adventure to be able to go on before we reach the point of no return. Kalkstein is monumental in helping us put this together. I think the small amount of side content though is obviously purposeful. There's not a lot of reason for us to be running off and doing favors for people when the city is burning. There are things to be done and a lot of those tasks require a Witcher. Geralt is instrumental to the final conflict in many ways. He can't be collecting teeth for a dentist. Oh wait. There is a large amount of satisfaction in seeing the final battle, though. The massive conflict has finally come to a head. The conflict that we've followed throughout the entire game, from the rising tensions in the swamp, to the full split at the Gold Bank, and the hostilities in murky waters. Now there is full-on war, and others are using that shadow to make their moves. We do eventually reunite with everyone in the chapel, and it's nice to see the returning characters here, faces that we have become incredibly familiar with. Foltest has now tasked us with curing Ada. The curse that was placed on his daughter has now come back, and we need to cure her. When we get there, it isn't so simple. We can cure her by riding out the curse through the night. This requires us to wait a few minutes while the Striga tries to take us out. This is pretty unsatisfying as a whole, but we can also choose to kill her if we want to put an end to all of this. Clearly, this is the lesser option, as Geralt already chose to save her once in the past. Full circle. I chose to save Ada in the end, which will have its consequences coming up. We end up meeting DeWet at the entrance to some ruins where Salamandra is making their final stand. He reveals that he was the one who had made Ada's curse return. We take him out and have to make our way to face Azar Javed and his new mutant version of White Rayla. Now, it was revealed earlier in the chapter that Salamandra's mutant creations have been complete. They have fully realized their mutations research and are unleashing them out onto the population, something we obviously must stop. There are clearly some parallels here to the Witchers. The mutants were even made using the same equipment that the Witchers use. They are obviously used for a more nefarious purpose though, one that we can't let stand. It's still interesting though to see something that Geralt considers a monster created using similar research and equipment. This sets up and realizes that question that we'll be asking ourselves at the end of the game. The Salamandra final base is actually a pretty great environment. It's a lot of new, unique places, and it's a nice refresh from the old environments that we see repeated quite a lot throughout the game. Sure, they are very similar to the other environments that we saw, but they are distinct in many ways, which makes this final area feel very fresh in the end. We fight through hordes of enemies and multiple bosses to finally confront Azar Javed. Here, Berengar will return if we spared him earlier to help with the final fight. Javed was pretty simple to take down, but Berengar is killed during the battle. We then are faced with the full realization that Jacques is the actual final villain that has been behind everything all along. He has corrupted the Order of the Flaming Rose, and they are the ones that have been behind Salamandra, the culprit that we didn't even know about. Now, this is really sort of the end to Chapter 5. After this, we will head back to Vizima and have our final confrontation with the real villain. But before we talk about the end, the big twist, and the massive recontextualization of the story, I want to talk about this ending. Now, without the context of the final twist, this reveal that the Order is behind Salamandra really puts things into context. We've had a choice of 3 paths throughout the game. The Scoia'tael, who take hostages and put innocent lives in danger to further their cause. The very, very radical extremists. The Order, a corrupt organization with a friendly face for us to hang out with. Or the neutral option, the no option. Throughout the game, it seems like going with the Order is just the option we should pick every time, but with this new reveal and the inherent demonization of the Order, the corruption that spreads only from the root out, it seems there really is no good option. This changes the neutral option to make it way more worthy of looking at as a choice. This makes us ask the question, is not getting involved really the lesser evil? It was one of the only times in the game where I had really understood why Geralt had wanted to stay out of politics. It made sense to me now, even when I had made the neutral choice back in Chapter 4, it was only because I didn't want to side with the Scoia'tael. I would have taken the side of the Order if I could have, but I had made a bad decision in Chapter 3 and I wasn't allowed now. This was the first time that I had to consider if being neutral was really what was best, at least for preventing things from escalating. Because this is a video game, we can confidently say that no, this is not the best option, because we know that more people will die if we're neutral, because we know that nothing will really change in the end. But it still makes us think about the implications of our choices. This really balances out the world in the end and makes the world make sense, or rather, make no sense at all. In the end, Chapter 5 on its own isn't great. I think the beginning is okay, and it's really satisfying bringing the full conflict to a head. I think even bringing the Striga curse back to have Geralt once again be forced to make the same decision that he made in the story is good, because it really forces us to make the decision that he already made. Now we are looking at a direct parallel to the books, and we have to see if we would align with Geralt or not.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
The final sequence to take down Salamandra is great as well, but the reveal of Jacques as the final villain doesn't really make any sense until we contend with the epilogue. The final part of this video, and the game as a whole, concerns our arrival back in Vizima. We reach the city and realize that Foltest and Radovid have forged an alliance. With Ada having been cured of her curse, obviously only if we made that decision, she is now set to wed the king and bolster a new era of prosperity and peace for these two realms, they hope. Radovid has pledged his forces to help resolve the conflict between the Scoia'tael and the Order. This sequence will be wildly different depending on which path we went down earlier. On the neutral path, we can actually choose to spare or kill both Siegfried and Yevon. I spared Siegfried and meant to take the higher road by sparing Yevon, but I accidentally killed him during a battle, and I just figured fate had determined that he shouldn't live any longer. We also go on a sort of after-game journey through Vizima, taking out the massive mutant creatures that Aldersberg has set upon the city, and seeing some old faces from our journeys through the game. There's almost no reason that all of these people should be here at once, but it isn't exactly the worst way that you could convey this information. The whole game comes to a close, though, as we arrive at the headquarters of the Flaming Rose, and have our face-to-face with Jacques. He explains his reasoning, his motivation for doing what he has done. For a long time, he was cursed with the gift of prophecy. He foresaw the coming of the White Frost, the same thing that Ithlin's prophecy foretold. Ithlin was a legendary healer and told of the Wolf's Blizzard, the White Frost coming to cool the world that would then be reborn with the new sun. Verily I say unto you, the era of the sword and axe is nigh, the era of the wolf's blizzard. The time of the white chill and the white light is nigh, the time of madness and the time of contempt. Ted Diarad, the time of end. The world will die amidst frost and be reborn with the new sun. It will be reborn of elder blood, of hen Icaire, of the seed that has been sown, a seed which will not sprout but burst into flame. This prophecy is all over the game. We can find books that state it everywhere, and we can read them. It's been foreshadowed the whole time. This is why Jacques has done all of this, to protect his people from the end times. He has created the mutants to take the believers south and help them through the White Frost. A genuine reason to start a crusade if he believes that this prophecy will come true, but surely there are better ways to go about it. This isn't the entire story, though. Jacques takes Geralt into a vision of the world to come, the White Frost. We are left to contend with what humans have become, monsters that have evolved to survive the persistent cold. We are then forced to confront the people that we've met throughout the course of the game, the different individuals whose lives we have affected. They now affect us. This all ends in a final confrontation with Jacques himself. We battle him to the death, taking his life. The King of the Wild Hunt arrives and wants to claim his soul. He asks Geralt if he's fulfilled his destiny. Geralt thinks this relates to Salamandra, but the king tells Geralt that his destiny is much more than this mere squabble, this little conflict. His path forward still remains unknown. He berates Geralt for the choices that he made, for the violence that he caused, the destruction of the city, the dissolution and death that the Scoia'tael and the Order have faced. Because of this, Geralt is the king's greatest champion. He has wrought death upon the land for the king. The choice of standing up for Jacques' soul doesn't really matter in the end, but we can fight the king if we'd like. Afterwards, we are transported back to Vizima. Jacques is dead in the real world, and Dandelion is standing nearby. The two discuss Jacques and the peculiar nature of the man and where he came from, but he's dead, so they'll never have any answers to the threat that he was, except we have answers. If you've been paying attention by the time you reach this point in the game, you probably will already know what's going on. The conversations with Jacques, the Dimeridium amulet on his body, and Alvin's disappearance at the end of Chapter 4 all lead us to the big twist that the game seemingly leaves on the table for you to pick up. Jacques was Alvin. To explain this a little further, Alvin is a source, a person born with innate magical abilities, incredibly powerful and, as a child, normally unable to control their powers. This all makes sense even further when we think about Alvin speaking of Ithlinne's prophecy, the same prophecy he quoted when we met him for the very first time. Now, why is this such a big moment for the game and for the series? Well, first of all, it completely explains and gets rid of the complaints that we had in the last chapter. Jacques wasn't just some random villain that was introduced right at the end of the story. He was Alvin, a character that had been there through the entire story. We were directly involved in setting up the villain, creating him, shaping him. It's also just kind of ballsy to convince your player that you made such a deliberately terrible choice right at the end of the game, making them wait for the final twist before it makes sense, only to not overtly tell them at the end, but let them figure it out on their own. They do make it pretty obvious, but CD Projekt Red definitely doesn't come out and say it explicitly. But this twist also completely ties up everything thematically. The easiest way to go with a story like this, especially one involving so many monsters, is just to say that humans are the real monsters in the end. But The Witcher never really does that. Elves, if anything, are the real monsters in the end. If you want to just say that people are the real monsters in the end, even that isn't true. It's not nearly as simple as that. The easiest route to go would just also be to demonize the people around Geralt, forcing them to call him a monster, to look down on him in disgust, to portray Witchers as these morally high saviors that are persecuted and underappreciated. The story doesn't even really do this. I mean, it sort of does in passing, but it doesn't become a main theme of the tale. We even meet many monsters throughout the story, people who do terrible things, the least of which are dragons or something who are just chilling, trying to live, which is probably why Witchers don't hunt them. During this end sequence, humans are literally turned into monsters, becoming a monster to survive what the world around them has become, a justifiable reason that some use to explain their deeds. We are then confronted with the people that we have judged throughout the tale. They then begin to judge us. What have we been doing when making decisions throughout this story? We've been deciding the fates of people based on the fact that we are stronger than them, that we may have a moral and physical right to decide what end they meet. Is this how they've seen us the entire time? Some sort of monster that wreaks havoc on their lives in the name of doing good? In the end, is the Witcher the real monster of this story? Probably not. But this ending sequence sure makes us think about it. This is how Geralt has been made to feel as a character the entire time that we've known him. Making a player feel this same thing is incredibly difficult, but with the White Frost sequence, the game manages to do so very well. But the final monster, the real monster of the story, is one that we've created. Alvin was a child we met in the outskirts, cursed with the gift of unthinkable power, power so enormous that he needs to be protected and guided in his life. A terrible fate and burden for a kid, someone that just dreams of being a knight or a witcher one day. During my time with him, I'll admit, I became a bit annoyed with the child. This is natural in a video game and has almost become programmed into us at this point, because for so long, kids in games could be particularly annoying. Alvin follows us around, asking us questions about how to be a witcher. He's the reason that Triss forces us to go on this quest in Chapter 3 to prove that we can be a good father to him. It feels like we should be dealing with bigger things, but in the context of a source, Alvin is the biggest possible thing we could be dealing with. But it truly doesn't matter how you felt about Alvin while the story progresses, because the fated decisions always turn out the same. He is traumatized, kidnapped, thrown around from person to person. He has become a weapon, and the only reason people care about him is because of his power. The questions that he asked us in Chapter 4 do not just reflect Geralt's character, but it sure was easy to look at it like that while it was happening. We looked at the child as if the only reason he existed was to further our journey. But it turns out all of these events caused him to break. It caused him to realize that the White Frost was coming, and he needed to do something about it. Through our journeys, we are trying to save people, trying to do our best to stay out of conflict and not harm anyone, but we inadvertently create a monster. The monster is created, he tries to stop the creation of more monsters, and creates one himself. One we can only take down on our own. The lesser evil, the monster, neutrality, destiny, fate. The Witcher masterfully weaves a tale that somehow manages to force the player to contend with all of these ideas at once, but somehow we never feel bogged down. The Witcher is actually a fun experience, a game that I really enjoy playing and one that I will be returning to again and again to see if there's anything that I missed. The game is filled with small details that contextualize the world and the characters in it. There's a massive amount of things that I didn't even get to in this video. Certain things I omitted on purpose because I didn't think they were worth talking about, especially when this video is already as long as it is. Some things I'm sure I just straight up missed. This game is just so packed full of information that you can never be sure that you included every single thing that happened. But that should show you the beauty of this game. That now, even as listening to me talk about it for multiple hours, it's something that you must still play. I know we all love The Witcher 3, and it's a great game, don't get me wrong, but The Witcher 1 is wildly underrated. It does so much of what it set out to do originally that I can't imagine the series without it. Sure, the game does a lot wrong. The combat feels awkward and takes some getting used to. Some of the story beats don't hit very well, and the game can drag at points. Not to mention the numerous issues with bugs, graphics, presentation, and just general jankiness. There are a lot of problems, but the game doesn't feel like anything you have to suffer through. It's something I never wanted to stop playing. It does a fantastic job at representing the world and characters of The Witcher, and somehow made mostly a gross and grimy place that I didn't really ever want to leave. It was amazing. The atmosphere is fantastic, the world is beautiful. While I view the Witcher games as less of a trilogy and more of 3 different interpretations of the same world, I think the world that the first game presents is something you can't just let slip by. The Witcher was met with positive reviews. Critics praised the narrative as something that leveled it beyond just cutting your way through enemies. The game stands at an 81 on Metacritic. It's not clear exactly how well the game sold on release, though it is clear that the game sold well enough to warrant a sequel. CD Projekt Red had begun thinking about a sequel to The Witcher during the production of the first game. They began thinking about what the story would look like while finishing The Witcher's story. As soon as production was finished on the first game, The Witcher 2 began its construction. Making the game didn't begin as a simple process, though. The team had used BioWare's Aurora engine for the first entry. This tech limited them in many different ways. There were a lot of things that the team just simply couldn't do with the technology that they had at the time. This led to the creation of the Red engine. This project alone took them about 1.5 years of development time, but the advantages that it brought along with it were immense. New lighting that allowed the team to craft scenes and atmospheres exactly how they had envisioned them, modular character models that provided freedom from the copy and paste townsfolk that we saw in the first game. On top of revamped visuals and a new combat system, the game was shaping up to be something that the team truly wanted to create. But just like the development of the first game in the series, everything wasn't all peachy. While development on the engine began, the team was also looking at creating a console version of the original game titled The Witcher: Rise of the White Wolf. Widescreen Games worked on the port for Xbox 360 and PS3. The lead developer, Adam Badowski, didn't even like to use the word port, though, because there was so much of the game that they had to rebuild. It virtually had to be remade in general to be released on consoles. Not a lot is known about the cancellation of the remake, but what is known is that it almost destroyed CD Projekt Red entirely. It left them on shaky ground for the sequel. They faced bankruptcy, and the sequel to The Witcher quickly became something that had to succeed. There was no other option. This didn't mean that the team wasn't going to make something that they wanted, but it certainly has to be stated, because I have to imagine that this affected the team's motivations in one way or another. There was some slight controversy with the game in the Australian markets. One scene had to be slightly changed so that the quest involved wasn't offering sex as a reward. Initially, this fixed the issues that the Australian Certification Board had with the game, but later pre-orders were removed for that game. Luckily, they went back up just before the game's release, and it seems that licensing issues were to blame in the end, maybe. Even with all of the trouble during development, CD Projekt still set out to make something that they wanted to make, something that would visually and mechanically improve on the things that they started with the first Witcher game. The Witcher 2: Assassins of Kings was released worldwide on May 17th, 2011. The Witcher 2 actually begins with a tutorial, something that was added in the Enhanced Edition. Geralt finds himself on a dock in a gloomy forest. We're introduced to a dying man named Bolton of Ironford. He and his squire were attacked by corpse eaters. This is a small introduction into the alchemy system, which leads into our entrance to the fighting arena. This is a pretty comprehensive introduction into combat, something that we'll get into later. The tutorial will suggest a difficulty for you based on how well you perform in this combat test. This suggestion seems to err on the low side. We'll obviously get into combat later, as that's a whole topic in and of itself. The game officially opens on a quote from a monstrum, a portrayal of witchers. Indeed, naught is more repulsive than these monsters that defy nature and are known by the name of Witcher, as they are offspring of foul sorcery and witchcraft, unscrupulous scoundrels without conscience and virtue. They are veritable creatures from hell, capable only of taking lives. 6 years have passed since the northern kingdoms united and defeated Nilfgaard. This part of the quote is a little misleading because if you aren't familiar with the lore or the books, then it could be easy to think that this game takes place 6 years after the first game. This is actually referencing the end of the books. Now, famine and disease are racking the north. Elves and dwarves live in poverty, but the tide is turning and they are starting to work with the Scoia'tael. The intro then recaps what happened at the end of the first game. An assassin attacked Foltest and Geralt managed to save him. The killer was revealed to be a Witcher. Foltest has gone to battle again and they have won. This intro brings us back up to speed on the state of the world and where things are at right now. It sets the stage for the show that's about to unfold. We then see a dream that Geralt is having. He's being chased through the forests, assumingly by the Wild Hunt. Geralt then wakes up in the dungeons of Lavalette Castle. He is taunted and beaten by guards. Inspector Roach comes in, the head of the Temerian Special Forces. He takes Geralt to an interrogation. Roach is then threatening Geralt. Something happened this morning, something they both were a part of, but he needs the information Geralt has. We will then begin a flashback sequence that starts the prologue, an introduction to the combat, crafting, alchemy, and all other systems in the game. It will also introduce us to the world and set dominoes that will fall to create the rest of the story. The flashback begins as Geralt wakes up in bed with Triss. The two are now traveling with King Foltest. After being saved by Geralt, he likes to keep him around as a good luck charm and sort of personal bodyguard. Triss has become the advisor to the king. Foltest is currently engaged in a civil war to try and regain his bastard children, Anai and Busi. Yes, his name is Busi. I'm going to have to say that a few times throughout this video, unfortunately. We can talk to Triss about a couple things right now. Two things in particular are of importance. First, some scouts have seen a dragon nearby. Geralt doesn't believe the reports, but Triss isn't so quick to discredit this. Also, the body of the Witcher that made an attempt on Foltest's life has already been picked apart so much that evidence is unable to be found. Outside, we can explore the camp for a bit before we have to make our way to Foltest, who called for Geralt. We can talk to one of the soldiers to get some coin for a job that was done off-screen. Geralt killed a cockatrice for the camp and is now being paid for this work. I should also note here that if we got it in the previous game, we start here with the Raven armor, which is a nice touch for importing our save file. We can also talk to the Cintran Reavers to start a small quest, but one that's impact goes quite far. The Cintran Reavers have a new member called New Boy. He's made a bet that he won't wear armor during the assault on the castle. He isn't worried because he has a magic amulet that should protect him. This can go multiple ways. We can just leave him be, we can convince him to let us inspect the amulet and convince him to wear his armor, or we can take the amulet. This quest will return in the next chapter of the game, but if New Boy doesn't wear his armor, he will die. If he does, he'll survive. He can give us the amulet later, if he lives, as a thank you for helping him. The amulet itself is actually cursed and will give us minus 10% armor, even if it's just in our inventory, until we have the curse dispelled. This is the first example of how branched out each quest can be. This actually makes the game kind of difficult to talk about because decisions can have cascading effects. One outcome will affect a decision we have to make in the future. This creates a negative effect though, because we can lose out on quests early on. If we entirely skip this New Boy part, then we could miss the entire quest in Chapter 1. Or if New Boy doesn't give us the amulet, we just can't access the second half of this mission and its potential benefits. I really don't mind this though, because I think this rewards two things. First, multiple playthroughs. When playing the game again, we will discover things we didn't find in the first place. This is an incentive to play the game once more, in addition to the large incentive of the massive branching paths in the second chapter. The second thing this rewards is investigation. Looking deeper and making decisions with thoughtful intent is rewarded with quests and in-game items. When these things are incentivized, we don't just select the nicest or meanest option. We are forced to think about what the actual best option is. Of course, in a lot of these cases, there really isn't a way to know what the best option is, but the end result is the same. Before we head off to Foltest, if we explore the camp, we can also find introductions to arm wrestling and dice poker, but we'll get more into these later. When we find Foltest, he is walking with two others, but we're attacked by a ballista. The introduction to Foltest is done very well, and makes us feel very specific emotions for the character right from the get-go. The script for this section is incredibly efficient and wastes no time with needless dialogue. Everything we need to know about Foltest is known right here, so I want to dive a little deeper into it. The first time we see Foltest, we are shot at by a ballista. He is not phased whatsoever, but the other nobles with him are quick to hide from return fire. Foltest realizes something that they don't. The ballistas the enemies are using shift slightly when fired and will not be able to hit the exact same spot. First of all, this displays a massive amount of confidence in himself and his knowledge. He later notes that he doesn't know this because of military know-how, but because he gave the ballistas to the Lavalettes. This still tells us about the relationship with the Lavalettes, that Foltest was once close with them, let's say. It also just makes him look badass in general, standing in the face of a ballista spot and knowing that it won't hit him or his party. As they walk down the battlements, Foltest makes note of an injured and wounded soldier, purposefully pointing out his men that they are valiant in the face of danger and death. He also makes a point to talk to another one of his soldiers, seemingly a small, no-name fighter, not one with many lands or status, but he still knows his name. He knows who he is, how long he has fought for him. Kings are often portrayed as having no knowledge of who fights for them. It can be an easy way to gain the favor of the audience by having a king who makes a point to acknowledge the ground-level men that win his wars. This tells us that Foltest is at least a decent king. After this, Shillard asks a question of Foltest, calling his children bastards. This angers the king. His children are not bastards, they are just his children.
Majesty, but I must ask, what fate awaits the royal bastards when...
They're my children. If I hear bastard one more time, someone will die. Painfully.
This is breaking another stereotype with kings, that they are often quick to throw off bastard children because they won't be easy to put in line for the throne. Foltest seems to genuinely care for his children. Hell, he's even fighting a war for them, to ensure that they are taken care of. Shillard tries to argue this with Foltest. The king says that he will change the laws of succession if he has to, showing that he'll go even further. His daughter Ada, if we cured her in the previous game, is noted here. She is married to Radovid, the king of Redania, but Foltest knows that Radovid is waiting for him to die so he can take his throne with Ada as the rightful heir. Shillard then leaves, and Foltest asks Geralt his opinion, whether he was patient and courteous to Shillard. Shillard is an emissary from the land of Nilfgaard, ruled by Emperor Emhyr. They are not exactly liked in the northern kingdoms, considering the two recent wars that they began for control of their territories. Foltest then finally takes control of a ballista to kill Count Echeverry, someone he knows personally. Once again, taking control of the ballista and doing things himself does actually show knowledge of military equipment, making the king more relatable to his own soldiers. This entire short intro gives us a great picture of King Foltest, and our opinion of him will develop over the prologue, but for now it tells us a few things. One, that he is a good king, someone to be commended and noted. He is a ruler that seems to do the job effortlessly. Sure, the head lays heavy that wears the crown, and behind the scenes there are struggles, but Foltest doesn't wear that on his face. He doesn't show that to others. He is confident in what he does and how he does it. Though Geralt is tiring of being in this camp at this point, preferring a life outside of wars and politics, it doesn't seem like there would be a better ruler to be serving at this point. We're then inside of the siege tower with Foltest. As we walk the tower, we learn what Foltest's motivations are. The Baroness Lavalette was convinced by the court and nobles that Foltest's children would be placed on the throne. But this isn't true. He's trying to bring his children out of this political plot. After this, like many times in this prologue, we'll jump back to the present, to the interrogation. After this, the assault on Lavalette Castle begins, and Foltest himself is in the charge, showing once again what type of a king he is. Someone that fights on the front lines with his men rather than sitting back and commanding them from afar. The group makes some headway, but are immediately held down by a hail of arrows. Geralt is sent on a lone mission to free a ballista and use it to clear the archers away. It's probably a good idea at this point to talk about the combat for Witcher 2. The second entry for the series comes with a massive amount of changes. First off, in general, the combat system is now much more action-oriented. We no longer actively stand in the same spot, clicking to attack. Now, dodging comes into play, movement is important, and everything overall requires much more attention. Like most systems of the same genre, The Witcher 2 allows us to do light attacks and strong attacks. Once again, we can use two types of swords, steel swords to damage humans, and silver swords to damage monsters. Styles have been completely done away with, as we now only focus on damaging the enemy and keeping ourselves out of harm's way. But with the removal of this system, all of the other systems have been upgraded and fleshed out. The first thing that we should dive into is swordplay. We can now parry, dodge, and riposte. Blocking will only reduce the damage that we receive, and we can't block magic attacks. A riposte will allow us to return damage after a block. The thing about parrying and riposting is that they aren't that effective. They work and they can be useful in some specific scenarios, but in general, it's always better to dodge. This way you won't receive any damage from getting out of the way, and it's easier to pull off than the riposte that can be a little finicky. The dodge overall is just incredibly overpowered, especially when leveled up to allow for more distance covered. There is some calculation to how much damage we do though. In addition to the level of our current weapons and our talents, fatigue is also taken into account. This is a feature of the game that I didn't really see explained in the tutorial, but it does have a large effect on damage. Our vigor bar determines how many signs we can cast. The lower this bar is, the more fatigue we have when fighting with swords. Fatigue causes us to do less damage, scaling with the percentage of the current vigor bar. Obviously, this is a massive amount of lost damage, and it's something we'd like to know, but the game doesn't really make us aware of this. I had to actually look it up to see why I was losing so much damage. Speaking of vigor though, it's an incredibly useful resource. It determines how many signs we can cast. One chunk of the bar allows us to cast one sign. There are once again 5 signs in the game, but they've been a lot more balanced than the previous entry had. The first sign, Ard, will knock enemies back and can stun them, allowing us to pull off a finishing move. The second sign, Igni, launches a fireball at our opponents rather than just a wave on the ground. The fireball will damage enemies and can incinerate them. Yrden will place a magical trap on the ground that will hurt and slow opponents caught in it. Quen will cast a protective shield around us that will halt incoming damage. Axii charms an opponent, forcing them to fight on our side. Heliotrope is technically a 6th sign in the game, but it is not able to be unlocked until we develop the entire magic skill tree, which we'll talk about in a moment. Out of all the signs, there isn't a clear definitive winner or frontrunner. Quen has quite a bit of advantages, and being able to shield ourselves from damage, especially when dealing with a group of enemies, is really advantageous. Upgrading it to deal damage back to enemies when they hit us makes it even better. Igni can be upgraded to do a massive amount of damage, especially area of effect. It's really useful in a lot of situations and can eventually become our best source of damage overall. Ard is always great to give us some breathing room, especially when facing an armored opponent or someone that has a shield. Yrden even became a really great sign at a certain point in the game. It acts as a great alternative when we don't have any traps left. The only sign that I would say hangs a bit below the rest is Axii. I tried to use it a few different times and it just never really worked that well for me. It mostly seemed like a waste of vigor in a difficult battle. The signs overall though are majorly improved. I used them far more in this entry than I did the first. In the first game it was advantageous to use Ard or Igni at certain points, but here it's absolutely essential to use signs in battle. If you aren't, then you're just giving yourself a disadvantage. On my first playthrough, I decided to focus on upgrading signs. I think I mostly did this because I wanted to take a less obvious path. My first inclination was to upgrade swords, but I really wanted to test the signs and see how powerful they could get. By the end of the game, I could just spam Igni at the beginning of a battle and take half the enemies out. Signs, in my opinion, were incredibly overpowered when leveled correctly. The next and equally large part of the combat system is quick slot items. We can quick slot different things that we have in our inventory. When we access the quick slot menu, we can equip bombs, daggers, or traps. These can all be used in combat to turn the tides of battle. Bombs can be thrown to set out a poison cloud for enemies to get caught in, an explosion of fire to burn our foes, or a flashing explosion that will stun them. Bombs can be incredibly useful, and while they do have their cost, whether in resources or just coin, they can make a difficult battle a lot easier. Daggers can be used to our advantage as well. They generally just give us a straight damage boost when thrown at the enemy. This can be good for the spongier enemies that take a while to whittle down health. The traps are probably the most useful item though. With a large variety of traps to choose from, we have an arsenal of ways to set up a battle. Preparing for a confrontation with traps can be incredibly useful. The only thing that I noticed with the traps was that it wasn't exactly clear when you were going to get into a large battle. This requires some trial and error through death, but certain fights allow no preparation at all, making traps hard to use in the midst of battle. They can certainly turn the tide, but the design of the game doesn't exactly make them simple to use. The biggest thing that these items change in the overall gameplay though is the general pace and variety. First, because we slow down time when picking items or signs, it creates a slight moment to breathe. Sure, we had this before with being able to pause combat in the first game, but it wasn't very useful because the items we could use weren't necessary. Now it feels like time to think, time to plan the next move, and scope out the field of battle. The variety in choices and combat as well is greatly improved. We now have options at our disposal, and not just options, but effective options. Ones that actually matter, that actually do damage, that help us in battle and affect the state of the enemies. These things are worth seeking out because they actually benefit us and work. The other large part of combat that we should talk about is the talent tree. We gain talents each time we level up, but the skill system in this game is much more simplified. We no longer need to worry about talent colors and levels. Talents can be used in any tree. There are 4 trees total. We start out with the training tree, which only has a few skills to start us out on our adventure. The magic tree focuses mainly on signs. We can level up signs individually, changing Quen to shock enemies when they attack, or Igni's range and incineration chance. Each tree has its own rewards for reaching the end. The magic tree gives us the heliotrope ability, which allows us to generate and charge an adrenaline bar. I'd like to point out that the bar is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. It's way too big, and it feels like it's just slapped on the UI later in the game, because you most likely won't unlock this skill until much farther into this entry. Once the adrenaline bar is full, we can create a magic circle. Enemies inside will be slowed down, allowing us to obliterate them quickly. Like I said before, I felt that this tree was the most powerful, and I used it a ton, especially in my first playthrough. By the end of the game, Signs feels so good to use. Wiping out enemies with a single use of Igni is incredibly satisfying. Being able to take multiple hits with Quen and Ard knocking enemies off of their feet all feel great. The alchemy tree is mainly focused on creating potions and bombs, a system that we'll talk about more in Chapter 1. This system mostly concerns itself with making potions and bombs more effective. It also has the advantage of Berserk mode at the end, which allows us to gain a power boost for a short period of time. The tree is quite useful as well because of the general upgrade that the potion system has in this entry. Gathering resources and creating potions is much more useful overall, so this tree has its benefits. The final tree, the swordsmanship tree, is focused on increasing our power with weapons, but also our defense, health, and dodge. There's a lot here, and this tree probably has the most variety because it concerns itself with the base combat system in general, not just swords and their effects. The end of the tree allows us to unlock combat acumen, which activates a group finisher. This tree is really useful as a side focus. Throwing a few points into the tree to be able to gain some health and defense is probably a good idea in conjunction with another tree. The entire skill system overall is an upgrade on the first iteration. The system is much more focused here, and it never feels like we're wasting our talents on anything. There might be a few skills in our way in the tree that we need to unlock to get to other ones, and maybe we won't like those skills as much, but it definitely doesn't feel like we're loading stuff into skills that aren't going to make a difference. Also, the amount of skills has been heavily pared down. The first game had 246 skills in total, with the second game only having 51. This was a big issue with the first game because the skills didn't feel necessary. There was also a large amount of option paralysis. Giving you a handful of options from the start and making the skills actually mean something is a massive improvement. We can also mutate skills. Only certain abilities can be mutated, designated by a small circle on the edge of the skill. We can collect mutagens from monsters that we kill, or they can be given to us as quest rewards. We can place these mutagens in slots to gain some extra stats or abilities. Some will grant us extra damage. They act as a slight little boost to a build to gain just a little extra on top of our talents. I should also note that we can now use our Witcher sense to locate nearby lootable crates and items that can be gathered. This is used quite a lot in quests as well to find quest locations and objectives. This is mostly good, but it also sort of makes gathering a chore. We also gather a lot of items from crates and chests and drawers now, rather than out in the wild. In the first game, it really felt like we were gathering items naturally and then using them to make potions. Now it sort of feels like we're stealing everything. We still gather items from bushes and we pick flowers, but it's just not as often. Equipment hasn't been changed too much, though we can now equip things a little easier and carry a bit more. We can even equip trophies that we get from enemies, and they give us stat upgrades. Rather than slots that we have to fill in our inventory, we now have an overall weight in our backpack. This is probably one of the worst parts of the game. This is because we pick up so much stuff throughout the course of the game, we are non-stop managing our inventory. Dropping stuff and putting stuff in storage, it is a constant struggle. It's not even one we ever forget about. There's never a point where we think we have enough storage and then we're reminded later when it gets full again. We're just always picking stuff up and dropping it. Overall, combat as a whole has been greatly improved. It's much more action-focused, which I understand could be a hard adjustment for some to make, but in my opinion, I think it's a much better system. It feels a lot more engaged, and at least in the beginning of the game, there is a bit of challenge. But as the game continues, it becomes incredibly easy. There isn't a lot of challenge starting in the second chapter. This could just be because of the skills I chose, but the game still has the same issue as the first, that it's too easy. An action combat system that doesn't have a ton of challenge isn't that much more interesting than standing in front of an enemy and thwacking them with a sword that also isn't challenging. This is probably the biggest downside of the system in general. Of course, there are much higher difficulty levels, but I don't judge the game based on those. I judge the game based on the normal difficulty level. But removing the challenge, the action-oriented combat system is a lot more engaging. It keeps you involved and keeps you paying attention. You can't look away because there isn't an opportunity to. The Witcher 2 takes everything the first game did, but upgrades it just a little bit more, at least in terms of combat. Back at Lavalette Castle, Geralt is told to take over the ballista. We have to attack the soldiers down below, and this part of the game actually creates the facade that the game will be challenging. But this is really just us getting our bearings on the game for a moment. Once we gain control of the ballista, we get rid of the archers and rejoin the group. The group manages to infiltrate the castle and finds that Aryan Lavalette, the only true-born son of the Baroness, is holding his forces in a lone tower. Geralt climbs this tower and we are left with a choice. Once we talk to him, we can either get him to step down and submit to full test, or we can duel him one-on-one and kill him. We're then introduced to the Blue Stripes, the Temerian Secret Service. This is a commando group that Roche leads for full test. The siege is going very well and the Baroness has been found, but the children are still missing, still assumed to be in the monastery. Just then a dragon attacks, the same dragon that was reported to be seen earlier. We have to run from the dragon, avoiding its fire breath. We've arrived at the monastery but can't gain entrance inside. There's a hidden passage that leads inside somewhere, but Geralt has to find it. We're tasked with searching the small section of town nearby. During this section, we see what the innocents are going through during the siege. A lot of bystanders are being persecuted and killed. We can stop some of this if our version of Geralt would like to intervene. Eventually, we will find our way underground and make it into the sewers, defeating some monsters in the process and killing the soldiers guarding the gate inside. While this is all going on, we can find out that some Scoia'tael were seen nearby guarding the shores. This will come into play later. As we finally arrive at our destination, the Solar, we are once again attacked by the dragon. This gives us the first quick time event in the game. Now, I don't actually mind QTEs in games. Some of my favorite games, like the Yakuza series, use these events to great success. But let's quickly dive into what makes a good QuickTime event and what makes a bad one. In a game with good QTEs, they make the player engaged. They signal the player at the right time to tell them that something is coming. A test of reactions is required from them. This is immersion, this is engagement, this is keeping the player involved in the story. But a bad QTE is something that isn't signaled, that the player doesn't know is coming and is suddenly required of them. It does not keep the player engaged and involved, but makes them wonder what the fuck is happening. This is the side that The Witcher 2 lands on. The main problem with these QTEs is that they feel slapped on. They feel added after the fact, an afterthought. They don't feel as if they were designed into the game, but rather put into place once the puzzle was already complete. They are also not present enough. There isn't a consistency in their placement, so you never know when one will pop up, and you aren't prepared. This makes them more of an annoyance rather than a tool or design to keep you engaged. That being said, I do think that the QTEs in this game were criticized a little too heavily. This game was also released during a time when QTEs were kind of demonized in video games for a bit, but I think the anger from this actually results from the design of the mechanic rather than the ideology. QTEs need to be well designed to be pulled off in a good way. The concept of a QTE is fine as long as it is executed well. If it's designed well, then the audience won't care and won't even think about it. It will just become a part of the game. In short, they aren't that horrible, but they probably shouldn't be there either. As we head inside of the Solar, we finally find the children. Both Anai and Busi are safe. A monk nearby has been taking care of them during the siege. While Foltest talks to them, Geralt rests nearby on a windowsill, and the king is killed by the monk. It was a Witcher in disguise. Another assassin has attacked, but this time he is successful. This explains why Geralt was jailed, because he is suspected to be the murderer after the real assassin got away. Roach ultimately will believe Geralt's story, but there isn't a lot he can do at this moment. He explains the situation to him concerning the state of the world, though. The Council of Regents has begun meeting to restore order in Temeria, but Triss hasn't been invited, presumably due to her relationship with Geralt. They're also just trying to get rid of the influence of sorceresses in Temeria overall. Ultimately, Foltest's children are entitled to the throne, but they most likely will not heed these rules. In the end, Roach decides to help Geralt escape. We're allowed to escape the dungeons with a short stealth section. There are a couple stealth sections in the game where we have to sneak around our enemies, but these are very underdeveloped and not present enough. They have a similar problem to the QTEs. They aren't common enough to make sense in the general design of the game. Because they don't appear that much, it doesn't give us the ability to learn the mechanics of the system. Though the mechanics themselves are actually pretty simple. We only have to sneak around and use our signs to get rid of the torches that light the hallways so the guards can't see us. We can take out guards as well to make our way through. It's just very bare bones and also feels like the sections just shouldn't be there in general. In the dungeons, there are multiple outcomes. Either way, we will see someone as a prisoner, either Ariane Lavalette or the Baroness, his mother. This will obviously depend on whether we kill Ariane before at the tower. We can rescue them in the dungeons or miss them. In my playthrough, the Baroness was approached by Shillard. He is trying to influence the Baroness to side with the Nilfgaardians, a large and first of many ploys that the nation will make to take control in the Northern Realms. When we eventually get out of the dungeon, we will reunite with New Boy, the character that we could get the medallion from in the beginning. He will either be dead here or alive, depending on our choices before. After this, we reunite with Triss and Roche on a ship heading out of the castle. Roche wants to go after the Kingslayer and track him down for killing Foltest. He's on a path of revenge, and Triss is also along with us because her reputation has been destroyed. People now associate her with Geralt, who everyone considers to be the real Kingslayer. Therefore, she is forced to join the group and track down the man that did this. The group also discusses the state of the world at this point. John Natalis is probably the best option that Temeria has for a ruler now that Foltest is dead, but he's far off and the negotiations have already begun. The only lead they have is that the Kingslayer was spotted with Yorveth, an elven commander that leads a Scoia'tael company in Flotsam. The only problem is this report was from a week ago, and the trail is most likely dead, but it's the best they've got, so the three head out to Flotsam. Now that we've gotten through the prologue, let's discuss the intricacies of what it does for the game as a story and as an introduction to the game. I think the biggest strength of the prologue is the first impression that it gives us of the game. This is the first that we see of The Witcher 2, and it sets a lot of things straight right up front. The biggest change that we immediately see is in that of the scope and focus. The first game in general was very focused. The story mostly took place in Vizima and the surrounding areas. It didn't really concern itself with the wider world outside of references. Especially in the prologue, the game was really about the Witchers, their home, and the bandits that were invading. The Witcher 2 steps this up a notch. The story definitely isn't as grounded or focused as the first game. I don't necessarily think this is a bad thing because the story becomes a lot more grandiose in exchange. It focuses on the world at large. The first game was more about monsters terrorizing small towns, the issues with the city, the problems between people. The Witcher 2 focuses on wars, politics, grand schemes, and the death of kings. The locations themselves even spread out across the world, taking us to many different places throughout our journey. This change can be received both ways and honestly depends on which sort of story you want. The first place that I go back to with this type of thing is the books, to see whether this is a true Witcher story or not. If it's an invention of the games, a change that the developers made to the type of story that the Witcher books originally told. But the books had both. They concerned themselves with the problems between people, small tales that center themselves around Geralt and his dealings with the problems of the little folk. But also it concerns itself with the larger schemes, the grand people that try to control the state of the world and the state of the world itself. The game manages to find a good balance between the two. A lot of the side quests will focus themselves on the small tales of the world, but the main story itself is very much about the fate of the world, and even the end of the game concerns itself with the state of the world. The developers themselves originally stated that the game had 16 endings, and then later clarified that these weren't really endings, but states of the world. This shows that the choices we make throughout the game don't just affect the people around us and where Geralt is at in the end of the game, but the world itself. I can't exactly say that I love this change or hate this change. I think I fall somewhere in the middle. Sure, do I love the focused nature of the story in the first game? Yes, but the first game also had larger moments. The ending of the game definitely concerned the fate of the world. Radovid and Foltest were involved, but it was mostly behind the scenes. Regardless, the scope of this story certainly ups the stakes of the tale. Traveling further about the world also allows us to get a better sense and idea of the place that we're in. World building is always a good way to make the audience feel that the world is real. This is essential to making a good world with a genuine history and lore. The audience has to believe that they exist in a place that exists, not just some fictional words on a paper, a world that was built from writing on a page, made up and fake. Another large piece of this prologue is the arc of Foltest. As we've already talked about, the game sets him up very well. He's established as a good leader, a compassionate ruler, and just a kind person in general. Once he's established, we travel throughout the castle with him, fighting his war. The quest is a valiant one, though, to save children from those that look to use them for political games. It isn't entirely based in backing a leader, but it sure makes the whole thing an easier pill to swallow. The prologue is surely longer than most introductions, but we're given time to marinate in these characters, and specifically the character of Foltest. This makes the assassination of the king all that larger when we know him as a person, when we feel like he's a real character rather than just a name. The stakes are higher because it isn't just a king being killed, affecting the world and the states inside of it, it's someone we know being killed. This scene is even more impactful because his kids are watching, but the other side of this is true. This isn't just a character, it's the king of Temeria. And this means the world is going to drastically change. This is the game setting itself up, creating the state that the entire story will revolve around. Something about the prologue that should be noted is that it is very linear. Witcher 2 in general is not as open as the first game, but the prologue is on a pretty straight track. Outside of the small part of the castle that we visit, we can't exactly wander around. This probably makes more sense from a story perspective, especially since this game has a much larger focus on narrative. Overall, the prologue is a great introduction to the game, one that reintroduces us to the world of The Witcher, but also a new version of that world, one that is much wider and more broad than the previous game. It's a world with character and ambition, one that concerns itself more with the grand players than the peasants that those players control. But set on a grand stage, our adventure is just about to begin. This is the moment of entry in the story, but soon the tale will twist and split, evolve and diverge, and this is just the beginning. As Chapter 1 begins, we arrive outside of Flotsam. Before this, we get new chapter endings narrated by Dandelion, telling Geralt's story someday, somewhere. And we get a flashback to a few months ago. Yorveth is hunting in the woods near Flotsam. He arrives back in the caves to find Letho, the Kingslayer, who has killed Demavend, the king of Edirn. He proposes an alliance with the Scoia'tael so they can help him kill the rest of the kings. In present day, the group arrives in Flotsam as we learn a few things about the land from Triss. This land was stolen from Demavend by Foltest. Roach helped with that process. As we walk along the shore, we come across Yorveth, the Elven Commando leader. He clearly has something against Roach for working with Foltest, and the Blue Stripes leader has had his reputation precede him.
Vernon Roach, Special Forces Commander for the last 4 years, servant of the Temerian King, responsible for the pacification of the Mahakaman foothills, hunter of elves, murderer of women and children.
Yorveth starts to spout his Scoia'tael ideology, and Triss uses a spell to try and get out of this. The elves in the woods already have their arrows trained on the group, but Triss manages to shield them before they are killed, and the group gets out. Triss is injured from using this much magic, and we have to defend Roach and her while making it out of the forest. The Scoia'tael don't follow the group into town, but Letho is with them. He remembers Geralt, but this memory doesn't go both ways. We then arrive in Flotsam, the place where most of our Chapter 1 adventures will take place. We'll go in depth on the town in a moment, but first we have to deal with what happens as we get into town. First, we are made aware that a hanging is about to take place in the village square. Geralt is told that a dwarf and a bard are the accused. When we get into Flotsam, we see none other than Zoltan and Dandelion. We rescue them from their fates, of course, by convincing the head of the town, Loredo, that these are good men. Of course, he isn't truly convinced, he's just in need of Geralt's services. We find out that Dandelion was accused of burning down a tower, and Zoltan was accused of being involved with the Scoia'tael. They both deny these crimes, sort of. The large problem with Loredo's introduction is that in letting the two go, he also riles up the population against non-humans. For now, we go have a drink with our friends in the local tavern. Here we catch up with Dandelion and Zoltan. These are honestly some of the best moments in the game. Some of the best things about the books are the traveling company aspect. There are grand high fantasy moments with magic and politics, but the moments in the middle where the group is just hanging out at a fire and having some drinks and talking about themselves or their adventures, it gives us time to develop the characters. It gives us as the audience some breathing room. There's so much value in the group time. These moments are few and far between in The Witcher 2, but they are still cherished while they're here. They're some of my favorite moments from the books, so their appearance here is much appreciated. It also wasn't really there in the previous game outside of the party side quest. Catching up with Dandelion and Zoltan, we find out that the two were headed to the dwarf's wedding months ago. It got called off, though, because the father of the bride believed that he was working with the Scoia'tael. Zoltan denies this again, but his role in the Scoia'tael is very unclear for the entire game, and I don't really think it's on purpose.
You know, I don't want you thinking I'm all chummy with the Scoia'tael, and your ref detests me.
Triss then provides us with the update on Temeria as a whole. A new king has not been chosen for Temeria, and the country is on the brink of civil war. The mages and sorceresses were not invited to the talks. Kimbolt was close to taking the throne, but the magic users intervened. Now, why is it important that magic isn't being used in rule? Well, to explain this, we'll have to talk about the role that magic users play in the world of The Witcher. This is something that we didn't really fully go in depth on in the previous game, but it definitely needs to be addressed moving forward. Because the first game didn't really include this aspect of the world, I didn't really go deep into it. In fantasy and the real world, we identify lands by their kings and their history. But in The Witcher, we identify kings and history by the sorcerers and sorceresses involved at the time. In general, kings use a sorceress as an advisor. Magic users are seen as weapons of mass destruction. They are incredibly powerful and influential in this world. They can change the tides of battle, war, and politics at once. In the past, they formed councils to determine what their goals as a people were. This has gone disastrously at times, causing destruction and death. Forces have risen against mages, and even in the southern kingdom of Nilfgaard, they are looked down upon, kept under a harsh rule. The fact that Temeria is choosing to go against the grain and not include them is quite a big deal. Pushing out the sorceresses could spell disaster, as they may choose to rise up and take power for themselves outside of the rule of magic. This is outside of the cultural hierarchy of this world. Breaking that mold and going against the system is not taken very lightly. Triss thinks to herself of the Council of Sorceresses in Baptism of Fire, the 5th book in the series. They've done it before. They've placed whoever they wanted on thrones, created the marriages and dynasties they desired and which were convenient for them. Spells, aphrodisiacs, and elixirs were all used. Queens and princesses suddenly entered bizarre, often morganatic marriages, contrary to all plans, intentions, and agreements. And later those who wanted children, but ought not have them, were secretly given contraceptive agents. Those who didn't want children, but ought to have them, were given placebos of licorice water instead of the promised agents. Once again, John Natalis is mentioned as being the best choice for the Temerian throne. Natalis was a commander that won at the Battle of Brenna, but on the other side, he's in debt to a dwarven bank that's involved with the powerful sorceress Philippa Eilhart. Geralt has decided that his involvement in finding the Kingslayer at this point is personal. He needs to clear his name and ensure that the real Kingslayer is outed. After this, something has begun attacking the harbor. A Kayran, a giant water monster, is wreaking havoc in the harbor. A sorceress manages to stop the beast from killing a man on the docks. This is Sheila de Tanzerville, a woman that Geralt doesn't remember, but that Triss knows. She's powerful and intimidating, someone that has lasted a while. She explains that she was offered the contract for slaying the beast, and sorceresses can always use the pieces of a Kayran. Shortly after this, we are then approached by the Burgomeister to deal with the Kayran as well. He wants us to work with Sheila. I should also point out that Sheila's name was changed in the English version of the game. In the books, her name is Sheila de Tankerville, but in the English version, her name is Sheila de Tanzerville. I couldn't find an explanation in my research for this change, so I'm not too sure where it comes from. Triss explains afterwards that there is some tension between her and Sheila. She thinks the woman has other motives. They know each other from their time in the Lodge, a secret organization of sorceresses created during the books. Sheila tells us that the beast has clearly been able to grow in the river. It was being avoided for a long time, and because of that, it's gotten stronger. She directs us towards Cedric in town for some more information. Before we move on, we should probably dive deep into the town of Flotsam, because we're going to be here for a while. Flotsam is a small town that's main features are its trading post and its location on a river called the Pontar. The central location of the town means that many goods from the northern kingdoms pass through this place. This creates a massive economic importance, and anyone in control stands to make a lot of money from the taxes it provides. Lobenden lies on the outside. It's not really another whole town, it just kind of exists right outside of the walls of Flotsam. It's a small collection of homes and people with their own little stories. They even have a village elder that tells stories by the flame at night. The surrounding forests are host to all sorts of monsters, Andregas and Neckers. A commando of Scoia'tael also hide in the woods, waiting to pounce on Flotsam when they get the chance. Flotsam itself is pretty small. A few homes lay in the center of the city, providing roofs for the working citizens that live here. On the hill is the home of Bernard Laredo, the commandant of Flotsam. We will become very familiar with him shortly. As it goes with most towns, the tavern is the beating heart of the place. Activity, trade, drink, and entertainment can all be found here. At the Flotsam Inn, we can talk to the tavern keeper to sell and buy some items. We can also access our storage downstairs. This works much like in the first game in that any items stored here will be automatically transferred between other locations and across chapters. In the basement, we can also begin to take part in the mini-games that The Witcher 2 offers. The first is Dice Poker, which has returned in the second entry. We now have a new, visually upgraded board and some slightly changed controls. First, the game mostly works the same. We roll dice and try to make pairs, straights, or a full house. After our first roll, we can choose the dice that we want to keep to try to re-roll the others. The game now takes a little less time because we only play one round, no best of 3 anymore. Also, instead of rolling by clicking, we just have to actually toss the dice with the analog stick. We have to be careful though, because we could accidentally knock the dice off the board. These dice will no longer be in play. This is a little janky until you realize that just pushing the stick in the same way every time usually works. It is kind of a neat little visual feature, but outside of that, it doesn't provide much. Dice Poker again has an associated quest line, and in each place we visit, we can take on the best Dice Poker players in town. I once again felt like Dice Poker was a little rigged though. It felt like I would lose across the board way more often than I would win. I'm not sure if the game is weighted in the favor of the AI so that we can't infinitely make money, but either way the quest can become tedious as we just throw all of our currency at the NPCs until we win. The inn also has some fights that we can partake in. Boxing has returned as well, but is wildly changed. We no longer have a system to work around when fighting for money, we just have to complete QTEs to beat our opponent. Now, I can't exactly say that this is better than the last system, because The Witcher didn't have the most exciting hand-to-hand combat, but it also isn't really worse. There isn't a big difference in quality between the two. This system doesn't really provide that much challenge, we just blast through opponents like it's nothing. I didn't lose a hand-to-hand fight in the entire game, and I think I maybe missed 1 or 2 button presses overall. Because it's so easy, it doesn't really feel like there's any point because there's no risk of losing. Once we beat all of the opponents downstairs and gather our coin, we're invited to a more exclusive fighting ring. We can meet King Ziggy at night and he will guide us to the underground fight club that Flotsam holds. Here we can compete against real fighters for even more money. When we get to the last fight though, we're asked by Laredo to take a fall. Of course he's involved in this fighting ring, his corrupt hands are all in the pot. We can choose whether to win or lose the fight, but we actually fight someone pretty interesting. His name is Zdenek, and he's the champion final boxer from the first game, except he's got a dyed beard this time around, I guess. The third activity that we can partake in is arm wrestling. This starts upstairs in the Flotsam Inn and is a completely new minigame to the series. We can of course bet money on these short battles of strength. Our only goal is to keep our cursor inside of a small bar at the bottom of the screen. The longer it stays in the bar, the further to the right it moves. Once we get it all the way to the right, we win. It's again very simple and incredibly easy. It has slightly more challenge than the boxing matches, but that really isn't saying much. I only lost one match in the entire game, and it's a match that you can't win anyways. It was just another activity that felt like a chore rather than something that we could do that was actually fun. Beating all of the arm wrestlers in Flotsam, though, will lead us outside of the city to Lobenden. Here we can find a working man that is the strongest in town. If we beat him, he will tell us to arm wrestle Adam Pangret next, the only man he found that could beat him. This will continue the quest in the next area. Overall, the idea of these side activities are nice. It's good to have a way to make orans and have some sort of a distraction from the heavier things this world has to offer, but the challenge just isn't really there for most of it, and the design becomes needless rather than engaging. In addition to side quests and activities, Flotsam has a lot of little situations that we can get involved in as well. We can stumble upon two alchemists who want Geralt to drink an experimental potion. This will give us a mutagen that we can use in our skill tree. They want to study Geralt, and we can actually find them later in Chapter 3 to report on the experiment. If we want, we can have Geralt take some R&R time at the local brothel. There are many side quests in each area of the game. A lot of them are connected to the overall story, just like in the first entry, but some are disconnected and just their own little isolated adventures. Let's talk about all of the side quests that we can do before we get into the main story. We can talk to an elf in town named Cedric. Cedric is a drunk that watches the gates of the town. He warns the humans against the dangers of the forests and the monsters that lie in wait. He tells us that a nearby old manor was converted into an insane asylum a while ago. The lunatics from the war were locked inside, and recently, 2 people went off to explore the place. This starts the quest in the Claws of Madness. When we arrive at the manor, we can find Rupert outside. He explains that he and his friend Grindley came from Edirn to look for herbs. His friend is now trapped inside the derelict manor. When we head inside, we find a Nilfgaardian ghost wandering the halls. Spectral flames lick the cells off to the sides. Combat in here is mostly against wraiths. They're a little more difficult than the rest of the things that we find in the surrounding forests, but can be dealt with using proper preparation. We will find Grindley rambling in the halls. He's starting to go mad and needs some medicine to clear his head. I should note here that this side quest has a certain tone to it. It's actually kind of horrifying in a strange way. It's a bit scary, but kind of the way that a fairy tale can be scary, rather than in your face. The ghost himself, the spectral fire, the design of the manor, the terrified men, and the ghosts of the dead patients, it's all done really well, and definitely feels like a detour from the regular tone of the story and this entry's side quests.
Bring me their hearts, so I may feast on their cowardice. Bring me their eyes, so I may spit in them before they are forever extinguished.
When Gridley calms down, we can talk to him. He reveals that he and Rupert were soldiers who fought for Edirn during one of the wars with Nilfgaard. This is kind of an odd way to word this, coming from the guy that fought in the war himself. This would be like saying, yeah, I fought for America in one of the world wars. The two had a field hospital set up in the manor, and the inmates were friendly in the beginning. They captured a Nilfgaardian scout, though, who had the location of a hidden treasure. They tried to torture the scout, and after this didn't work, Rupert used a special herb that would make someone tell the truth. The Nilfgaardian was still tortured after giving them the location of the treasure, and this created chaos. The patients started to turn against the camp and lost their minds. A woman patient ended up killing the commander and took their map. This ended up being all for nothing. The two have now come back to this place to try and reverse their fortunes. We can go talk to the Nilfgaardian spirit, who wants the pair to be judged. Ultimately, he wants us to kill them and bring him their hearts. We have a couple options here. First, we can find an animal heart and try to fool him. We can also just give in and bring the pair down for a sacrifice, or we can just straight up fight him. I chose the third option on my first playthrough. He definitely isn't a difficult battle by any means, and can mostly be defeated by stabbing him in the back and rolling out of the way of his attacks. If the pair is still alive at the conclusion of this quest, we can choose what we want to do with them. They can be sent back to Flotsam to face punishment for their crimes, or we can let them go. I decided to send them back. This pair seemed desperate and ready to do anything to get back to their fortunes. They needed something for what they did. Maybe not death, but something. Another quest that we can take begins when we hear complaints of the village's nearby troll. Trolls in the world of The Witcher seem to be less of a fearsome beast, but one that actually helps out humans. Trolls will live under bridges and maintain and fix the structures, as long as people pay the tolls that they collect. We learn from Chorab, the village elder in Lobenden, that the troll is generally good-natured and doesn't hurt people, but lately he's been drinking a lot and has completely neglected the bridge. It's broken and needs fixed urgently. We can go talk to him and he fights us, but eventually gives up. Diving a little deeper, we find out that the troll's wife has died. She was killed by someone in town so that they could take her head. If we find out who did it, the troll will fix the bridge. Zoltan and Sheila can both give us some leads, but we can ultimately find the troll's head in Sendler's house, a local merchant and craftsman. He bought it off someone, and we can track the purchase back to some bandits in the cemetery. We can fight these bandits and kill them to learn that they're actually working with Thaler, the Temerian spy from the first game. After this, we can head back to the troll, and he will thank us for our efforts, promising to get off the booze and fix the bridge. The side quest, The Smell of Incense, begins when we talk to a local man on the docks who wants a specific herb from a local dealer. He tells us that the dealer is making harmful potions for the people of the town, and he wants the herb so that he can study what it does. When we find the dealer, the people of the town are also protesting against him. Vilmos Martok is the dealer that owns the shop. As always, there are multiple outcomes to this. We can get the herb for the local man or not, but we can also decide to shut down the shop or not. We will be rewarded either way for siding with the townspeople and forcing the shop to shut down, or for siding with the dealer and letting his shop stay open. But we can only continue the quest if we get the herb for the local man. He then tells us to meet him outside of town, where he blindfolds Geralt and kidnaps him. We're taken back to his base and we have to break out, killing all of the bandits in turn. They had clearly planned to use the herb for nefarious means. We can also continue the side quest from the beginning of the game in Flotsam. There's a merchant in town that can take the cursed amulet that we got from New Boy. Her name is Anezka, and she will be able to remove the curse if we bring her the correct ingredients. The unfortunate thing is we have to make a lot of specific choices. We have to complete the In the Claws of Madness quest to get the Essence of Death. We have to kill the troll instead of helping him in Troll Trouble. We have to gather Andrega fetuses from the monsters in the forests, and we have to get Arrakis eyes from a beast in the story. We can then meet the woman and defend her while she performs a ritual. Afterwards, the amulet will give us +1 vitality regeneration just for having it in our inventory. We can start the quest Milena by finding a female elf that is being held by local soldiers. She's been suspected of killing some nearby guards and working with the Scoia'tael. We can head into a cave and find the bodies of these guards. We have to pass through a large amount of neckers first, though. They can be pretty tough early on, and there is a particularly large amount of them here. Once we locate the bodies, we find that they are riddled with Scoia'tael arrows. This sort of confirms that the accusations against Milena are true. We can either tell the guards this, or let her take us into the forest. Here we are betrayed and attacked by Scoia'tael. She gets away, only to appear again outside of the ruins of the field hospital. I ended this quest early and let her be hanged because it's clear that she works with the Scoia'tael. Mystic River is an ongoing quest that begins when we find a journal in a sunken ship outside of town. It's the captain's log of the ship that was headed to Loch Moyne for King Foltest. They found valuables in the city, and the sorcerer on board tried to mutiny but was killed. They were continually bothered by harpies summoned by the spell that the sorcerer cast before he died. Assumingly, the ship ran into the Kayran before it could make it home. We can place the journal in a royal mailbox in town to send it off to Temeria. This quest will continue throughout the game, so we'll come back to it later. The final side quest that we'll talk about for the first chapter is Hungover. This quest happens sort of as a part of the main story, but isn't really integral to it. We can head to the Blue Stripes headquarters and have a small party with them. The group shares some stories of their past. We get to know the members a little better, especially Vess, the female member. Eventually the gang starts drinking and Geralt wakes up blackout drunk on the beach. He then has to travel around town to figure out what happened last night. Apparently the boys wanted to take the whores from the brothel and ride on their backs down to the beach. They ended up drinking by the water, and at some point, Geralt got a Blue Stripes tattoo on his neck. Now we can get a sorceress to remove the tattoo for us, but we can also keep it, and Geralt will still have it in the next Witcher game. The quest is completed when we get our things back from Vess. The classic Witcher contracts also make a return in this game. Now, there's a physical notice board that we can take postings from. Some of these will begin quests in town, some of them will just be flavor text, and others will be Witcher contracts. This time, we don't have to just kill a certain amount or a specific type of enemy, we generally have to destroy their nests as well. There are 2 contracts in Flotsam, the Necker contract, which has us seeking out Neckers and then destroying their nests in the forest, and the Endrega contract, which has us do something similar, except that destroying nests will draw out a larger Endrega and we have to kill 2 of them. The contracts are a little bit better in this game, but they don't tie into the world quite like the previous entry. It feels like we're just exterminating pests rather than retrieving things for people that would need them. I feel like the side content in Witcher 2 is just overall a little bit of a step down. This doesn't mean that I don't think the quests are good, they're fine overall. In the Claws of Madness is a really good isolated story. Troll Trouble also is a good little tale that provides us with multiple paths of solution. This is true of a lot of the side quests, but there are a few that we haven't talked about that directly tie into and affect the main story. This is pretty similar to the first game, but a lot more overt. It's often hard to tell whether a quest is part of the main story or whether it's an optional side adventure. I will say though that this game does choice much better, especially when it comes to side content. The quest to remove the curse from the amulet is completely gone if we didn't grab it in the prologue, and a lot of these quests set up things that will be delivered on in the later chapters. But most of the quests also have multiple outcomes. The herb trader in Flotsam, the fate of Milena, the fate of the troll, the tattoo, the resolution of the curse in the hospital, the fate of the travelers to the hospital. This game clearly puts its focus on choice more than anything. This is something we will definitely see in the main story here shortly, but the game favors choice over length and sometimes even substance. With that, we should probably talk about the main story of Chapter 1. This whole thing obviously starts with the near hanging of our friends in the town square, and the introduction to the massive beast that plagues Flotsam. Once we decide to work with Sheila and take on this contract, Triss will tell us that she doesn't think we should. Sheila is powerful and can manipulate people. She believes that the sorceress has ulterior motives. She will tag along to go meet Cedric, the elf that has more information on the Kayran. When we find him, we can overhear him talking about a woman named Moril, an elf that went missing some time back. On the monster, he tells us that it has grown thick skin because of how long it has flourished in the river. Nearby, a shipwreck has left some Kayran mucus. We may be able to inspect it to find some more information on the monster. Once there, we can defend some of the mucus from monsters. Triss then analyzes it to find that the beast was probably mutated with something, providing the reason that it's this large and strong. We can talk to the merchant that provided the contract for the Kayran. We can haggle with him on the price for the contract. There is a new game mechanic that's been introduced in this entry, and one that we'll come back to quite often. This time around, we have different conversation skills like persuasion, intimidation, and even using our Axii sign to magically convince people to do what we want. This will be used at critical points in conversation, not only to get more money out of people, but also to get small pieces of information or to complete a quest. Each skill has its own level, and the more that we use it, the stronger it will get. I'm not really sure if I just got super lucky, but I almost never had a problem with one of these checks failing. They succeeded about 90% of the time. Only a few times in my first playthrough did they fail. It's odd, but they seemed a little too easy to pass. There was almost never a reason not to try. We can also collect traits for doing certain things in-game. The experienced trait can be earned by destroying 10 training dummies. Some of these can be found early in the game and throughout the other chapters. If we do this, we get 10% bonus experience. If we convince the merchant to double the amount of money for the Kayran, then we get the haggling attribute. This reduces 20% to the price of the items that we buy from shops. These are incredibly useful across the board, and a lot of them make the game much simpler. But one of the large problems is that they don't really explain them. They're not really pointed out, so you could go through the whole game without ever noticing them. Eventually, we're given a quest to go find some Ostmerk to help us fight the Kayran. Once we find the Ostmerk, it can be used to create a mongoose potion that will protect us from the Kayran's poison. When we're ready, we can meet Sheila to take on the Kayran itself. There's a lot of problems with this fight overall. The first problem is that even though a lot of the design of The Witcher 2 is reliant on preparation, we can't really prepare for this fight until after we are aware of it when it begins. If we don't know when the fight starts, then how are we supposed to know to drink potions beforehand? The fight technically starts when we hop off the ledge into the lair of the Kayran. The other issue with this fight is not a localized change, but one that takes its effect across the entire game. This is the new focus on a cinematic tone. This is felt in the cutscenes, the gameplay, the environment design, and the boss battles. The boss battle for the Kayran is very simple. We avoid its tentacle attacks and slice off 4 of its arms. We then have to walk up a fallen column to destroy the beast while it's down. This battle includes cutscenes in the middle and a larger focus on interacting with general mechanics, almost like solving a puzzle rather than actually hacking down another being. I don't really mind this change in general. I think it actually fits the game tonally. It's also better than just standing there and swinging our sword at something that should be incredibly powerful. Since the game overall has become more cinematic, it really only makes sense that the boss battles would too. I do understand, though, that this can make the game feel a lot more action-y in some parts. There is something to be said overall about the game losing a little bit of that RPG feel. That doesn't mean that it's any less of an RPG. We can still build skills and talents. We can still make choices that affect the world, even more so than before. But in other places, the game definitely favors the visuals over the RPG feeling. Once we defeat the Kayran, we can collect our reward in town. This ends the sort of first half of the main quest in Chapter 1. The Kayran is the first thing we have to deal with, and the second half concerns the Scoia'tael and the Kingslayer. One of the first things we do is a short quest to talk to Laredo. Getting inside his castle is difficult though. We have to team up with Roach, and while inside we sabotage a ballista by convincing a woman to take one of the guards off to have some fun. Once we get access to Laredo's chambers, we find out that he's already talking to Sheila. We can sneak around the back and start a stealth section. This is one of the other really out-of-place segments in the game, and it can be kind of frustrating to complete, but if we do complete this section, we can get a trap that can specifically be used against the Kayran. If we get caught, then we are immediately taken to Laredo. He talks to us about a lot of things, but one of the largest things we can get from this situation is the public perception of sorceresses. This ties into what we were talking about earlier, the political and cultural significance of people that can use magic. They're kind of the opposite of witchers in a way. Witchers are outcasts in society, wandering men that take odd jobs to survive and toil in their craft. Sorceresses end up in politics, influencing the world from a much higher place in the political ladder. But in some ways, they're exactly the same, slightly magical professions that require years of training separated from society. They're both looked down upon by the masses, mistrusted, looked at as if they are separate from regular people. The other large thing that Laredo focuses on are the Scoia'tael. Laredo doesn't exactly look at non-humans like equals, but he especially has a distaste for the Scoia'tael, like most outside of the group do. He thinks that Yorveth is planning an attack on a barge in the docks. He wants us to get information on the attack and use Zoltan's connections to the group to get it. Laredo claims that he's worried about the town's earnings, but he's really worried about the tolls that he collects from trade. We can give Laredo a non-committal answer here, not knowing really whether to trust him or not. Almost immediately after we hand in the contract for the Kayran, Triss approaches us. She wants to go see the elven prisoners on the barge nearby. They were taken captive, and they may have more information on the Kingslayer or the Scoia'tael. We meet Karen Ape Esnalin. He is a member of the Scoia'tael in Yorveth's unit. When we eventually use Axii to calm him down, he tells us that he met Letho. The Kingslayer plans to betray the Scoia'tael. Kieran also happens to be a great representation of the dedication that the Scoia'tael have to their own cause.
We need your help. We need to speak with Yorveth.
Like hell, Dwan. I'll tell you nothing.
Geralt wants to warn Yorveth because he doesn't want the Kingslayer to get any more ground. Here we get another flashback. Yennefer and Geralt were killed dead and then taken away by Ciri. She disappeared, but in this disappearance, she gave them the Isle of Avallac'h. The Wild Hunt pursued them there, and they eventually took Yennefer. Geralt had to go on a journey to find her. Triss realizes that uncovering Geralt's memories may be at the center of solving this whole thing. While talking to the elf, he tells us that he met Letho nearby at the Roses of Remembrance. They are an incredibly rare flower that allows someone to recover their memories. Kind of convenient timing, huh? Triss thinks it's incredibly important that we go there, and she wants to tag along. We don't have to bring her, but if we do, it will slightly change the outcome. The journey is short, but once we find the roses, bandits begin trying to steal a nearby statue. We can kill them, but the ground caves in, leaving Geralt and Triss inside of some elven ruins. Of course, this being a Witcher fantasy tale, Geralt can manage to get some lovin' here. We don't have to, and it ends up being our choice, but if we don't do it, we will get a better magic resistance trait. Don't ask me why. Regardless, Triss uses this moment to talk to Geralt about his plan. She thinks that he should leave this whole thing behind and go on a quest to find his memories, to rescue Yennefer. Obviously, Geralt can't do this, for many reasons. One, his burden is too large to bear. He was supposed to protect Foltest. He failed that mission. That failure has caused a massive fallout that could affect not just the Northern Kingdoms, but the world. On top of that, he is implicated in the assassination. With his reputation ruined, he has a huge reason to want to find the Kingslayer. He needs to clear his name. If everyone genuinely believes that he killed Foltest, he'll never be able to run around freely. The other reason is because Letho is a Witcher. The assassin wasn't simply a random person or even a hired thug. He was one of his own kind, and Geralt can't just let that go. Triss knows this, of course. She's close to Geralt, but she still has to try. After this, we can talk to Zoltan to try and get a meeting with Yorveth. He needs to be warned about the incoming betrayal. Zoltan says that he's been taking work in town to polish gems for Sheila de Tanzerville. She's building some sort of magical contraption. Zoltan has some good connections, though, and he can take us to a meeting with Yorveth. We're led into a slight trap and are forced to kill an Arrakis. After this, we can talk to Yorveth and try and make him aware of what the Kingslayer is planning. If we make the wrong choices here, Geralt and Zoltan will meet an early end at the hands of the Scoia'tael. We learn a little bit more about the Scoia'tael's ideology here. Yorveth plans to attack Flotsam and doesn't care whether the non-humans inside will face death or displacement. He considers them human because they mingle with the Dwan. He doesn't care about Foltest either. He oppressed non-humans, and because of that, his death held a significant message. We can eventually get Yorveth to agree to set a trap for Letho, realizing that he's being used. We can take him to the Elven Ruins and pretend that we captured him. We find the Kingslayer here, waiting. Letho of Gullet, Kingslayer, is right in front of us, and he's willing to talk. He says that the Kingslayers work for no one. He's also insistent on his relationship with Geralt, that the two met in the past, and he saved Letho. But of course, Geralt doesn't remember this. Letho is working with two others, Serret and Ox, but they are currently in Edirn. We then have to fight Letho, but before we do, Roche appears and attacks the Scoia'tael. Yorveth asks for his sword, and we have an important choice here. This is the beginning of us choosing our side in this war, the Scoia'tael with Yorveth or the Blue Stripes with Roche. This choice doesn't exactly affect which side we can choose later, but it will affect some things in town. If we give Yorveth his sword, he manages to escape this altercation. When we arrive back in town, the place has fallen into massacre. The non-humans are suffering in the village because Laredo has started a riot against them. Some are even killed. If we choose to side with Roche in this battle, then the town will be celebrating, as Yorveth is successfully captured. A few other things change as well, but we'll get to those when we get back to town. The biggest effect that this has is an environmental difference in the town when we return. Like I said, Flotsam is either burning or having a feast. This is one of the best ways that choice is represented in The Witcher 2, actually showing the change in the world rather than just in the story, and the characters that are present is something you can feel. You can see the choice, you can interact with the choice. It's all around you. Your choices follow you into the world, whether you like them or not. Either way, we will have to fight Letho. The two fall into the ruins and have their first duel. We can't kill Letho here. Our goal is just to get him down to half health. This fight is a bit better than the Kayran duel. We actually have to fight something that has more than just a few telegraphed attacks. The best thing about the fight is that Letho can use signs against us, since he is, or was, a Witcher. He will use the same attacks that Geralt uses. This makes it a pretty difficult battle, actually. We have to learn his attacks, defend against the things that he throws at us, and avoid the things coming our way. We can't attack him if he uses Quen. He can toss us down with Ard. It's a great fight, but it can be pretty tricky to get right. This does bring up something that I don't really like about Letho's design. Letho is ultimately presented as a bad version of Geralt. He's the mirror version of our main character, a Witcher but just working against us. Therefore, he becomes the antagonist. I'm not exactly sure why, but this is one of my least favorite tropes in story. Maybe it's because it exists in a well that the MCU has dipped back into over and over again, but it just really bugs me when I see it. It seems to be used quite often in sequels as well. It's a trope that's been around for a very long time, but it always seems like something that's just a little lazy and underbaked. When we win the battle against Letho, we actually lose. Letho defeats Geralt, and he tells us that he plans on getting Triss and using her to teleport him to Aedirn. Geralt promises to track him down, and Roach shows up. He tells us about Yorveth's capture, and we have to head back to Flotsam. Laredo thanks us for getting rid of the Scoia'tael, and when we arrive at the inn, Dandelion is telling a story about Geralt. He has the key to Sheila's room, and apparently Triss went to meet the sorceress in her quarters. When we arrive, we find a bloody scene. It looks like someone broke in and there was a fight. Our only lead is a peephole that looks into the other room next door. Apparently the madam of the brothel was spying on the scene with one of her girls. We get a short flashback to Triss questioning a sorcerer by using Sheila's machine. The sorcerer's name is Deathmold. He is the advisor to Henselt, and Triss is trying to get information out of him. Sheila has convinced King Henselt that she can help him sire an heir and is working with him. We control Triss for a moment and can get some information out of Deathmold. The sorcerer can tell us that Henselt is currently trying to take the Pontar Valley from the Kingdom of Aedirn. A female dragon slayer has risen up with a band of peasants and non-humans. After this slightly odd flashback, we can trace the blood trail from the inn into the forest. We find Cedric, who tried to help Triss escape from the inn. Letho managed to break in and take her away, wounding Cedric in the process. Letho forced Triss to teleport them away. Cedric tells Geralt that he needs to recover his memories to find the solution to this situation. He needs to get to Aedirn to lift the curse to figure things out. Cedric then dies in the forests, and we have a choice. At this point, Roach is ready to set off and head to Aedirn. The Scoia'tael are planning something. They want to free the non-human prisoners, and Roach wants to take on Laredo before they go. Now, this is the large splitting point of this chapter, and before we move on to the decision we have to make, the finale of this chapter, and Chapter 2 itself, we need to talk about a few things. First, the elephant in the room that we haven't talked about yet is the problem with The Witcher 2's story. I've purposefully left this point until now because it's probably become clear by now. The story of Witcher 2 is very confusing. This comes from a few very big issues with pacing and information. I talked earlier about how the game succeeds in certain areas with efficiency and dialogue, but this isn't true across the board. Not every scene in the game gives us a clear idea of the characters involved, what we should feel in the moment, and a good concept of the world around us. Some of the scenes can be efficient, but some of them can drag on and dump information at us. The other side of that is that the game doesn't exactly tell us everything we need to know. If we dive deep on that scene with Foltest, it gives us a quick and good insight into the character that we're focusing on, but at the same time, it leaves us with a lot of questions for us to ask. Who is Shillard? What war is even going on here? What are we fighting for? In general, what the fuck is going on? If we're really paying attention and really searching for information, then we can generally get a good picture of what's happening. But even the central conflict isn't really laid out for us. It's never made exactly clear, and we have to seek out details. Generally, in most games, I think this is a pro. Forcing the player to look for clues, to find out what's going on, can be a good way of keeping the audience engaged. But that doesn't mean that it works across the board. For one, in a fantasy world where there are many characters and players on the board, we really need to know what's happening. It doesn't have to be spelled out to the point that it makes us feel stupid, but it should at least keep us in the know. The other reason that the confusion of the story is poorly paced in The Witcher 2 is because we have to make choices. Very important choices that will affect the entire course of our game. These choices are much better done when they are informed. A lot of the time it doesn't feel like we have the proper information at hand, that the information that we need was maybe delivered to us at some point, but maybe it was delivered in the wrong way. This creates a difficult scenario where we may be making choices just based on emotion, what we feel in the moment rather than thinking things through. This can work for things like timed choices which are introduced in this entry. At that point, the game is just telling us it wants us to make a split decision rather than something thoughtful and informed. But saying all that, we still have to make a decision, and to understand this decision, we have to talk about a lot of the stuff leading up to this. First of all, let's examine each of the sides. The first choice we can make is Roach and the Blue Stripes. So what do we know about Roach so far? Our first introduction to Roach is kind of a negative one. He's introduced as an antagonist, someone that is keeping us in jail and is questioning us needlessly. Once he hears Geralt's story, though, he sees that he is not the culprit. He helps us get out of prison and even joins us on our journey to Flotsam. He realizes what his mission is, to avenge the king that he served under, Foltest, and find the person that killed him. When we arrive in Flotsam, we even take on Laredo with him, a seemingly corrupt man that runs the town. The Blue Stripes are his band of soldiers. We even get to bond with them during the hungover quest and spend some quality time with the group. All of this presents the group and Roach himself as the good guys. Theirs is a mission of revenge, sure, and revenge isn't the best option, but they are fighting for something. Our first introduction to Yorveth isn't great. When we meet him on the beach, he talks down to Roach, someone who was presented as our friend until now. We then learn that he is working with the Kingslayer, the man we are out to get. We eventually, of course, learn that this is a ruse, so theoretically, our feelings should be reversed, right? When we learn that the Kingslayer was betraying the group, we should flip and realize that Yorveth is one of the good guys as well, but this isn't really how it works. Examining Yorveth's side is a lot more complicated. The main reason for this is that he is connected to the Scoia'tael. He runs a group of the Scoia'tael, and this comes with a lot of baggage. We talked about this a little bit in the first game, that the Scoia'tael are not a good group, but it's time to go a little more in depth into this. Let's talk about the history of the group. At the beginning of the First Northern War, the Scoia'tael were created. The group had hoped that they could restore elven rule. Fed up with the oppression of non-humans throughout the years, they wanted a better life for the other races of the world. They sided with Nilfgaard in the war and were eventually stopped, with Demavend III even setting up the Aedirnian Special Forces as a way to combat the Scoia'tael. The Scoia'tael would become a constant force after this. Even though their numbers were greatly reduced, their popularity would rise and fall with the events of the times. The band themselves are not liked outside of the people that openly side with them. Most hate the Scoia'tael because of the methods that they use. One of the biggest things that the developers talked about when discussing character design was playing on the stereotypical elves. Generally, elves in fantasy are depicted as a beautiful and holy type of people. They wear armor, they are draped in mystery, and their history makes them a figure that is raised above that of the common man. Some of this is true of the elves in The Witcher, but not all of it. The elves here are generally depicted as scrounging in the forests, dirty with armor made from whatever they have. They've been through battle, survived wars, they are fighting for their lives, and they live deep in the days past the glory of what their race once was. This can be seen no better in a character like Yorveth, a scarred man, battle-worn and bitter. I think all of this works for the design perspective, but the elves in general hold an incredible grudge. No one explains the Scoia'tael better than Cedric.
What are the Scoia'tael fighting for?
Do you ask about the Old Ones, who hoped to restore our race to its previous glory? Or about the Young Ones, who fight for survival and out of suicidal revenge?
Yorvith's warriors. Which mold do they fit?
They believe they are still independent, and that there is but one just way to view their cause. In truth, however, they're but a shadow of the Enshe's former glory. They cling to delusions to the very moment when a sword or a noose ends their life, or until they realize the truth themselves, which is, I believe, the worst.
The means that the group uses to get their methods across are not exactly the most gentle. We saw this in the first game, as the Scoia'tael were willing to take innocent hostages to further their cause. They do not shy away from shedding blood as long as their movement goes ahead. In the second game, this doesn't really change. The Scoia'tael condemn the non-humans living in Flotsam. Because they live with Dwan, they are Dwan. They are not actually fighting the freedom of non-humans, they are fighting for Scoia'tael superiority. Even the game itself doesn't like the Scoia'tael. Every time Zoltan's connections with them are brought up, he tries his best to make it clear that he's not actually involved with them.
You know, I don't want you thinking I'm all chummy with the Scoia'tael, and Yorvith detests me.
This is the developers basically telling us that your friend, one of the good guys, is not hanging out with the bad guys. Yorvith is the face for this movement, at least in The Witcher 2, and I can't say it's exactly easy to want to pick his side. The first playthrough that I completed, I chose Roach's side. I of course went back and played the game again, following Yorvith's tale, but my natural inclination was to pick Roach. This was again because of how the two characters are presented. It's hard to remove Yorvith from the Scoia'tael in our minds, and by extension the terrible deeds that they have committed. Roach is someone new to us, and the Blue Stripes are an organization that we have no knowledge of before the events of The Witcher 2. He's a clean slate, and he immediately presents himself as an ally to Geralt. They have the same goal, albeit with some different motivations, but the same ending point. Siding with Yorvith doesn't just mean clearing Geralt's name, it also means aligning with the group as a whole. But what does this choice actually mean for the game? Well, that's something that we'll examine a little further in the video with one of the later chapters, but for now, just know that this choice is massive. Choosing Roach or Yorvith will split us up onto their path and completely change the events of the second chapter of the game. This is probably one of the best parts of The Witcher 2, its impact on what we actually see. Because of this, it's almost mandatory to replay the game in its entirety. If you want to see all of it, you'll have to go through it again. This also solves the issue of confusion with the plot. By the second time around, you will have a much larger grasp on what's happening than the first time. This isn't a real solution though, because forcing a player to run through the game again isn't practical. There aren't many studies that I could find that focus on replayability in video games, but one study from 2011 notes that replayability mainly flourishes in games with a social aspect. The study is 12 years old, but it did happen to come out at the time that The Witcher 2 was released. Across the board, I don't think people tend to replay games that much, so you can't expect your player to take this route to solve an issue that design has created. From here on out, we will be talking about the Roche path for the rest of the story. I will return near the end of this video to talk about the Yorvith path and what it brings to the table. When we meet with Roche, he makes it clear that he wants to deal with Laredo before they leave for Aedirn. This then begins an infiltration plan with the Blue Stripes to break into Laredo's residence and track down a K20 spy inside named Arnold Malager. We can actually take a hidden path to get into the castle that's located inside of some nearby caves. They're the same caves that we found the dead soldiers in during the Malena side quest. Once we get into the building, we have another stealth section that carries us throughout the tower. The original plan was for Vess to infiltrate the place by posing as a working girl, but she's been captured and now we have to save her. On our way up to the tower, we meet Laredo's mother, who actually seems to be running the Fist Tech trade. We can also find a note in the tower that reveals she's been causing problems for him with the nobles. Once we reach the top of the tower, we find Vess captured and have to take on Laredo. Laredo is easily one of the worst fights because he just gets stun locked very quickly. He has a bunch of health, so it takes a while to actually kill him, but there really just isn't a fight here. He just gets backed up into a corner and killed. We can free Vess, and we find Moril being held captive in a back room. Apparently the elven woman that Cedric was looking for was taken hostage here. She's pregnant as well. She was held as Laredo's personal slave. Vess helps her down the stairs, and at this moment, she begins to give birth. We have to defend the woman from the soldiers attacking until the baby is born. Roach eventually arrives with backup, but he was stalled by Yorveth in the forest. We get to play Roach here, fighting off the elf, and it really puts Geralt's power into perspective. Playing a character that doesn't have all the Witcher's signs and abilities makes us realize how strong he really is. Once this is done, Moril takes her own life. Geralt then has the baby taken to Saharim in Lobenden. We see him on the shore as the group heads off to Edirn. We then get another chapter end cap narrated by Dandelion. Chapter 1 in general is pretty good. I know I've criticized a lot in the chapter, but I'd like to talk about the things that it does right. The quest for the Kayran is something that I think fits The Witcher as a world and series very well. The main story is also very intriguing. At this point, we still wonder what Letho wants. What are his goals? Who is behind all this? There has to be a motivation somewhere that is causing him to kill kings. On top of that, the drama inside of Flotsam is interesting in its own right. Laredo is a corrupt character, a terribly evil one revealed by the end of the chapter, but figuring out exactly what he's doing and who he's working for makes for some good developments. The choices that we have to make along the way are also great, genuinely creating different paths for the players to travel on, and reflecting those choices in the world sets up a trust with the audience, one that allows them to believe that their choices will make a difference, that they are not for nothing. This allows the player to fully engage with the mechanic, rather than passively engage with it. The side quests are also good for the most part. Some of them tie into the main story in a way that is so seamless that we can't be sure if they're meant to be optional. The disconnected tales can be very engaging as well and give us little adventures and mysteries to solve when we aren't dealing with the larger stuff. But a lot of those stories are also left up to our choices. Almost every action in this game puts the responsibility of choice on the player. There are some really good things here, and even though the pacing can be off in some places, and the general aura and the vibe of the game have definitely changed from the first entry, that doesn't mean that the team doesn't succeed in some ways. With that, let's move on to Edirn and discuss the second chapter of the game. Once again, we are focusing on Roach's path for the beginning portion of this video. We will get into a what-if section later in the video, but for now, we play Henselt. This character switch is actually something that I liked from the game. The game only allows us to play a couple characters at a few different points during the story, but when it does this, it usually gives us a better picture of the world and the things happening in it. King Henselt is in Upper Edirn with Sheila and Deathmold. They are currently heading to a meeting with the nobles of Edirn. Henselt doesn't really want to talk to these people though. He knows who truly controls Edirn at this point. There are two people here. First is Saskia. We talked about her before, but she is the leader of a revolt happening in Upper Edirn. She is responsible for keeping off Henselt's forces at this point. She's risen into a local hero, with rumors of her being invulnerable to fire and even slaying a dragon. Stennis is the other figure here. He is the son of King Demavend, the same king that Letho had already slayed. Because their king is gone, there has been a power vacuum in the area. Someone needs to take control, and technically his son is next in line. But Henselt is now vying for that power, trying to take Edirn for himself. When Saskia and Stennis arrive, Henselt makes it clear that he plans to take the place by force if he has to. This invasion hasn't just begun, but it's been going on for quite some time now. We can talk to Saskia, and we have a couple different choices here. One of the choices is to have Henselt fight Saskia. This is what I chose, as Henselt seemed like the type of king that would want to represent himself in battle. When we do this, we obviously beat Saskia, and Henselt takes it pretty far, killing a nearby priest. This unleashes a curse on the area. We then switch back to Geralt and Roach as they arrive at the Kedwenny camp. They are turned away at the door, but Geralt feels like something is off. He quickly rushes away to find the site of the curse. We then arrive at the site and have to save Henselt and his crew from the spirits that were summoned. The The soldiers on the battlefield have been transformed into drow gears, and we can fend them off. Once we do, Deathmold creates a magic barrier that will keep the soldiers at bay. We can follow the group back to the Kaedweni camp. Roach convinces the guard at the gate, Zivik, that Geralt isn't guilty of kingslaying. We have an audience with the king, but first Zivik shows us around the camp. It's probably about time that we talk about the Kaedweni camp, its surrounding areas, and the things that we get up to in this chapter. The main base of operations for this section of the game is the Kaedweni camp. This camp is run by Henselt. It's his physical operation into Edirn, to try and take some land left over after Demavend died. We are on the front lines of a war, or at least what used to be a war, until the curse arrived. In the camp, we get into all of the usual activities that we would expect. We can play dice poker with exceedingly better players until we beat the best. We can arm wrestle opponents until we are allowed to battle Adam Pangret, the man that the arm wrestler from the first chapter told us to seek out. We can beat him and be directed toward our final arm wrestler, the mighty Numa in Loch Moyne. We can also do boxing with the Blue Stripes camp members and eventually get challenged by one of the Kaedweni soldiers in the camp who has a grudge with Geralt. The new minigame sort of activity that's introduced, though, is the fighting arena. This begins when we stumble upon a quest near the inn. A man is having an argument with his son. We can talk to him to reveal that his son is planning on dueling Latand Avet. Henselt ordered and organized duels between the soldiers to raise morale and keep them occupied during their downtime. This is good in theory, but Latand Avet is a renowned dueler, and he seems to be fighting people under his skill level, preying upon them even. His father knows that he will lose this duel and doesn't want his son to die. We can try to talk his son out of it, but his head is set on this duel. The best option we have here is to convince him to let us take on the duelist with him. This turns the battle into a 2-on-2 face-off. Of course, we wipe the floor with these fools. Henselt is impressed with our skills and decides to let us compete in the arena battles. These battles overall are just one-on-one fights. Most of them are pretty easy in general. With our Witcher signs, bombs, and traps, they're no match against what we bring to the table. We can earn money for each battle though, and the final person we duel is actually Vess. She decides that there should be some female representation after we've wiped the floor with every single combatant. The funny thing is though, she's of course incredibly easier to beat than anybody else. We can visit Vess after this and get a little freaky with her in her tent. We can also get some more information from this quest for the main story, but before we get to that, let's go through the rest of the side quests. There's one small side quest that we first encounter when we hear soldiers crying out for their lost friend in the camp. This quickly becomes the most annoying thing that could happen because every time we walk through the camp, we hear these noises until we take action and actually complete the quest.
Still looking for coins.
Oh, Dren!
This mist's driving me crazy.
We find out that the soldiers have lost their drunk friend named Odrin. We can locate him passed out in the sand just on the edge of camp. We can bring him back inside and round up his friends for a drink at the tavern. Having gained the drunken men's trusts, we can convince them to give us some more information on the king and the camp. Little Sisters begins when we find a man being harassed at the end of the camp. We find out that he is bullied by his fellow soldiers because he shit himself recently, but he has a good explanation. He was being haunted by specters. This has made him the laughingstock of the camp. He saw the specters on the beach, supposedly revisiting memories of his previous expedition with Henselt. Leva, the medic at the brothel, saved him so we can talk to her for some more information. She will tell us that near the place that she found Maverick, the belittled soldier, is a house that used to belong to a healer named Malgit. His children lived with him, but his children were killed and he is now dead. When we investigate this house, we can find some graves behind the home. One of their graves holds the solution to a puzzle inside of the cliff house. This will open a back door and reveal a coded note inside. This actually connects to another quest. We can take this note to Deathmold and try and have him decode it. He tells us it's a necromancy spell and offers to buy it off of us. We can keep it though and use it for something pretty special in the third chapter. But to continue with the Cliff House quest, we can find a specter on the beach. The Spectre is looking for Maverick. The 3 girl children think that Maverick killed them. We have a few options here. We can get Maverick and bring him back to the beach and sacrifice him to the Spectres. This still will require us to fight a summoned demon. It's powerful, but will give us the schematic for one of the best swords in the game. Or we can take Maverick and confront him about what happened. If we believe him, then he will help us fight the 3 Spectres. But what actually happened here? Well, Maverick didn't kill the girls. Malgit was actually Maverick's father. In the past, his 3 sisters were assaulted by some soldiers. Malgit couldn't live with this and killed all 3 of them. When Maverick discovered this, the 2 of them fought and Malgit fell from the cliffs. This is basically the right option, saving Maverick, but the other option clearly has better rewards. Lost Lambs begins outside of the Kedweni camp when we find Zivik looking for 2 soldiers that have gone missing. We can find them over by an altar, something that will come back up in the story. When we try to leave, the group is attacked by Neckers, and we can fend them off to get these lost lambs back to camp. There is one more side quest that starts in the second half of this chapter. This begins when we find a man alone in a hut. This was actually a DLC quest, but results in a pretty funny outcome. The man says that he has a contact that wants to buy harpy feathers. We can kill harpies nearby and collect a lot of them. He keeps requesting more over and over, but eventually we can return to the cabin to find that he has been using the feathers to create a chicken suit. This results in a pretty funny but ultimately awkward conversation between him and Geralt.
I don't need this feather. Please take it. Pretty warm for this time of year.
It is colder usually, isn't it?
The mages must be up to something.
Oh, yes. They devise with experiments. Always changing the world. They'll botch it one day, and it'll be the end of us, I tell you.
I shudder to even think about it. I want you to have this feather. I have no use for it.
No, thank you. Neither do I.
The only contract in this chapter is called the Rotfiend contract. This one is pretty simple because all we have to do is find 8 corpses in the battlefield surrounding the camp and burn them. The issue is that the Rotfiends are coming to feast on the corpses. We have to kill those before taking care of the bodies that are drawing them in. This is really most of the side content that Chapter 2 has to offer. There really isn't a lot here. That doesn't mean that there aren't a lot of side quests, but these are the only ones I can really talk about because the other side quests heavily tie into the main story. But the second chapter really favors telling a larger narrative over telling these smaller stories. Also, most of the minigame content like arm wrestling and dice poker is something we've already talked about before. The Kedweni camp itself has a pretty simple layout. The center of the camp holds the fighting arena and the soldiers' tents lie off to the side. The tavern has the contract board, dice poker, and some merchants. Up the hill we can find the leaders of this camp. Sheila, the sorceress from the last chapter, is here, as well as Deathmold, the advisor to the king. King Henselt himself has a luxurious tent in the back. At the outskirts of the camp we have a brothel in a camp of red tents, and the Blue Stripes forces in a camp of blue tents. The ravines in the center were created by a recent event and lead to Vergen across the battlefield, but they now lead to an ongoing cursed massacre filled with spirits. The hills are swarmed with monsters and strange people, some that we'll get to in a moment. The layout of this area isn't that bad in general. Most of the things that we need to do for quest retrieval are in the central location of the camp. We head out into the wilderness to do everything else. This does require some backtracking, but as I said before, most of the maps have things a lot more packed in together so that we don't have such a large area to travel across and backtrack through. With all that out of the way, we should probably talk about the main story of Chapter 2, because it can get pretty long, twisted, and confusing. The first thing we have to do is head to speak with King Henselt. When we arrive, Shillard is already here. We met him before at Lavalette Castle. Nilfgaard supposedly wants stability and is sending his emissary to the different kingdoms to keep that peace. We can persuade him to reveal that the Emperor is also interested in Geralt's presence, but he won't tell us why. He then takes his leave, telling us that King Radovid is heading to Loch Moyne, and that's his next stop. We can then talk to Henselt face to face. We update him on Letho and the situation with Foltest. The king eventually cuts to the chase and reveals that he wants us to fix the curse on the battlefield, so he brings us up to speed on his situation. Sabrina Glevissig was a sorceress that worked with Henselt. She was his advisor for a while, but during their battles with Eddern, she decided to turn the tide of battle by raining down spells onto the field. The issue was this fire was cast on the whole field, both the allies and the enemies. Henselt's side carried a ton of casualties from this endeavor. Sabrina was then taken in and burned at the stake for what she did. As she died, she cast a curse upon them. A star adorned with a bloody braid will cut across the heavens. Square coins from maritime depths will beguile the hearts of fools. The star part of the curse has already happened, and rumors of square-shaped coins are cropping up across the camp. The curse that is creating the spectral battlefield is no minor one. It's caused a solar eclipse, so it must have had some power behind it. We can then go talk to Deathmold and have a more formal introduction to the sorcerer. The first impression we get from this guy is that he's super slimy. You can tell automatically that there is no trusting this one. He's scheming and has his own plans behind everything. The developers designed Deathmold to reflect the fact that his specialty was in air magic. This is reflected in his dry clothing and his staff that resembles a rooster on a weather vane. Geralt thinks that the curse is turning the dead soldiers into Draugrs. They could kill them, but they'll just return. To actually get rid of the curse, they'll need to find symbols of war, hatred, death, courage, and faith. They need to be active magically and linked to the dead. Geralt is going to deal with finding these symbols, while Deathmold will have his own job that he's working on. Luckily, Deathmold is well versed in curses. He was a master of curse removal theory. Sabrina's curse happens to be a 4th level blood spell. It's mostly referred to as the Mistress's Curse, but it's often cast by mages or priests, not necessarily women. A blood curse also requires a bit of your own blood to be cast. There's only been 6 confirmed cases of a curse that was cast like this, and even then, only one of them was lifted. The team that got rid of the curse was led by Francesca Findabair, an incredibly powerful sorceress, and she was assisted by Sabrina Glevissig. Geralt believes that Sabrina messed up the curse because if the curse was meant to be on Henselt, then he would be dead by now. The goal here is to learn exactly how Sabrina died and summon her to try and rid the land of the curse. Deathmold's job in all of this is to get the protective runes together so that we can summon Sabrina. Geralt then gives Deathmold a recipe for a protection spell on Henselt's tent to make sure the king lives. Now, the real problem with summarizing the events of this chapter is that a lot of these quests run parallel to each other. They could happen at the same time, they overlap, they are completed out of order, but this goes back to what I was saying before about how the plot can be pretty confusing. This means that it's pretty difficult to follow in general. This goes a bit beyond just not being very specific with the details of the story, it dives into pacing. With this freedom to approach the story in the way that we want, we sort of give up the idea of a coherent narrative. This is just a transaction, it's not really something that can be solved. Once you give up the idea of a linear quest line, there are going to be some problems. I don't think it's the worst problem a game could have going for it, by the way. The best place to start with this whole thing is probably heading to the site that Sabrina Glevissig died at. We head there when looking for the missing soldiers in the side quest we talked about earlier. The site where she was burned has basically been turned into some odd shrine. There's a power here, and Geralt can sense it, not only based on feeling, but the fact that all of the tracks, besides those from cats, stop short of the actual altar. It seems one set of human prints does actually approach the burning site. This is a lead that we can follow up on. Geralt can also take one of the nails from the wheel that Sabrina was burned on. The soldiers that we find here think that Geralt is just selling relics from the altar, and we can give the nail to them to prove we aren't, or decide to keep it, but it's pretty important to have. When we talk to one of the relic peddlers at the camp, he will tell us about the Visionary. He's a hermit that lives in the mountains outside of the camp. When we find him, he has somehow protected himself from the harpies in the area by forming a circle of candles. When we talk to him, Geralt realizes that he's become a follower of Sabrina after her death. He worships her like some sort of idol. We can either pay him a donation to get information or become his follower and take on an initiation ritual of sorts. We have to consume a potion near an altar, and Geralt has a vision of a giant chicken and large mushrooms. After this, we will find part of the visionary's notes. We can find the other notes inside his cabin, but these memos reveal the true nature of the man. His real name is Yahon. He was the one that shoved the spear into Glevisig when she was on the stake, providing her the blood she needed to cast her curse. The visionary is also trying to spread his new religion by selling relics from Sabrina's altar through the relic peddler. He tells us that the spear that Yahon used to kill Sabrina is at the relic peddler's shop. From the relic peddler, we learn that he does not have the spear anymore, and it may be over in Vergen across the battlefield. A lot of our quests will be halted until we can actually cross the cursed battlefield through the ravines. Once we do some of the side quests, we will eventually learn of these square coins. These are mysterious items that have begun popping up around camp amongst soldiers that are involved in an uprising. We can learn how to get into this group by talking to the drunken Odrin. He will tell us the secret password to gain admittance to a hideout in the brothel. Once we head there, we find Trout, the leader of these rebels. He's wearing the armor of Seltkirk, a brave warrior that fought for King Demavend. He was an incredibly skilled and courageous warrior. It's only befitting that this would be a perfect relic of war for our quest to rid the area of the curse. Trout will not go down without a fight though, and we have to take him out and his men to get the armor. While down here, we find an anti-Henselt pamphlet. It's a political cartoon portraying the king in a less than positive light. We can talk to Dandelion to reveal he was the one behind this. Geralt is very adamant that he needs to stop and not reveal this to anyone because Henselt would have his head. We can get the symbol of faith from Henselt, the medallion that he wears around his neck, but this can't be completed until we've gotten rid of the blood curse. A lot of these quests will have prerequisites to complete them. The biggest thing that we need to do first is cross over into Vergen. A lot of the items that we need, the symbols and even the spear, are over in Vergen. We can get some protective items from Deathmold to make our way across the battlefield. If we try crossing normally, we'll just be killed and won't be able to find our way. We can get Zoltan to come with us to the other side. Once we have the required materials, we can use our Witcher sense to have a purple orb guide us to Vergen. Once we get there, we're almost immediately accosted by the Scoia'tael. We can convince them to let us into the city, and we have a whole other, albeit smaller, area to explore. There isn't a lot to do in the city itself, but once we arrive, we can speak to Yarpen Zigrin. He's a character that Zoltan and Geralt traveled with in the books. He has a lot to say about Geralt and Triss's relationship, reminiscing on the way that Geralt took care of Triss in their previous trip, even though they weren't romantically involved. Yarpen will give us some good information. He has an inn on Saskia and can send Zoltan off to try and convince her to give us one of her symbols of war. He will also direct us towards the Dun Banner, the symbol of death that we need. It's hidden in a nearby crypt that holds fallen soldiers. While looking for the banner, we can find notes on the Wild Hunt. The Wild Hunt is a pretty important character in this story, especially this chapter, but we'll talk about them in a bit. Just note that there is a lot of scattered information about the group across the game. We eventually find a ghost in the crypt and can convince him to give us the Dun Banner, but only if we are wearing Dun Banner armor, or if we answer his trivia questions. If not, he will attack us and we have to fight him for it. Either way, once we obtain it, we have secured the symbol that we need for death symbolized. To get our weapon of hatred, we need the commander's sword from Saskia. We have to meet up with her and Zoltan, but can only get there by traveling through some dark and dangerous tunnels. The place is dark enough that we need to use a cat potion to see, and there are hordes of enemies here that can make it pretty hard to pass through. Back in the city of Vergen, we can find the spearhead that killed Sabrina by playing someone in dice poker. There are a lot of plot points in this game that revolve around someone losing an object of very large importance in a game of dice poker. My advice to the people of this world, stop playing so much fucking dice poker. When we head back to the other side, we can find that Nilfgaardian soldiers attacked the Blue Stripes while we were gone. Shillard has taken Triss to Loch Moyne, and they're headed off on a ship. Triss was on the other side of the battlefield in Vergen, but they already got to her. This was a sort of secondary mission that we had as well, to find out what happened to Triss. We could talk to some people, in particular Yarp and Zigrin, but now she's gone. At this point, we should have the required materials to stop Sabrina's curse. We can talk to Henselt and head to the site that Sabrina was killed at. We have to help Henselt draw the ritual symbol that Deathmold gave us. We give him orders from a cliff overlooking the site and draw the signs in salt. We then have to defend Henselt from the wraiths encroaching the circle. Once the ritual is complete, we head back to Henselt's tent to talk about a job well done. But a messenger from Redania shows up. He provides information on Ada, Foltest's daughter, who in our playthrough is married to Radovid. It's clear that Henselt doesn't want Temeria to be inherited by blood. This conversation is cut short though, as the king is attacked. 2 assassins have shown up and we have to take them down. We are helped by Sheila before the battle can be finished, and we realize that these are the other 2 Witchers that Letho was working with. One of them manages to get away, though wounded. The necromancy that was foreshadowed earlier is now being discussed seriously. Henselt doesn't care that necromancy is illegal. He wants to bring back one of the assassins to obtain their memories and see where they're coming from. We have to work with Deathmold to concoct a potion to see into the dead man's mind. Once we do, we play as one of the Kingslayers, making their way back to their hideout. They had a conversation with Letho. They reveal that Geralt is one of their main concerns. They need to get rid of Henselt, but Letho is heading to Loch Moyne. After this, since we have their location, we can head to the Kingslayer's hideout. Here, we find the other assassin that escaped, dying of his wounds. He says that they were trying to free the world of the Wild Hunt. Geralt then has a flashback to the Ravine of the Hydra and multiple locations that Geralt passed through trying to track the hunt. He followed them for a while but could not find Yennefer. After the flashback, we can look at Sereth's notes that were left on his body. He mostly talks about Geralt and his thoughts on the Witcher. This clearly shows the difference between Geralt and the other Witchers. This sets him up as special, someone above the rest. With this, now that Sabrina has been summoned, we can finally remove the curse from the battlefield. This is the climax of this chapter. We have to complete the ritual of recreating the battle that caused all this mess. We head out onto the battlefield, and Geralt is possessed by different soldiers that fought in the battle. We effectively get to see what happened, with lines moving, soldiers rushing to warn their commanders, and eventually Sabrina casting the spell that caused her to be burned at the stake. We play as different soldiers and are eventually in control of Seltkirk, the valiant and brave warrior that fought for Cadwyn. We have a final boss, a massive Draugr that can be kind of a pain to fight. At this point in the game, we can be pretty overpowered, especially if we've been doing everything we can to level up and get better gear, but his attacks, especially calling down a hail of fire onto the battlefield, can be tricky to maneuver around. As long as we can attack him from behind, though, his health will be drained pretty quickly. After this, we get another flashback. Letho was attacked in the forests of Angren, and Geralt helped him recover. Geralt eventually became allied with the group. When Geralt wakes up, we realize that he's been out for a while. Dandelion updates him on the situation. The first development is that he's leaving the camp. He's heading off so that he doesn't get executed for the anti-Henselt messages that he was pushing around camp. The curse that befell the land is now gone, but Henselt is holding off on attacking because he wants lands in the Pontar. But the Battle of Vergen is about to begin regardless. Suspects are currently being arrested and Deathmold is on the chopping block. A few people have already been arrested on suspicion of being involved with the plotters, or the rebellion against Henselt. Nearby, we can find who is really behind the plotters. It's Roach himself. He and Foltest devised this plan years ago, and soon after they started messing with things. The incident with Sabrina happened. Roach bought off officers and was receiving information in exchange. He was trying to prevent the Northern Kingdoms from allying with Nilfgaard, creating another massive war. When we head back to camp with Roach, we find that the Blue Stripes are being outed and attacked. The whole place has officially turned on us now that Roach has been outed. When we find Vess, we realize that all of the Blue Stripes have been killed. On top of that, Henselt took Vess and assaulted her personally, leaving her alive to tell the rest. Roach and Geralt are both irate at this, for obvious reasons, and they want revenge, but there's nothing they can do right at this moment. If they head deeper into the camp and attack the king, they'll be killed, and this was all for nothing. Before we move on, let's talk about Henselt a bit, now that the full villain reveal has happened. Henselt exists as the perfect juxtaposition to Foltest. Now, of course, Foltest wasn't a perfect king. This is something we didn't really talk about yet, but he was a charismatic one. We've talked about his character at length, but he of course had some bad things in his past. He left his bastards at first, abandoning them, and only later starting a war when it came to politics. But when we meet Henselt, he is almost immediately set up as an asshole. At first, it seems like he might just be a bit more straight to the point. He definitely doesn't care about buttering people up and being the charming good guy. Also, the first position that we see him in is one of taking others' land. He is clearly taking an opportunity that was created by assassination, but we already see him as an invader, someone taking over. On top of that, he brutally murders a priest in the middle of a battle, causing the entire curse that we have to solve. Even then, when investigating further, he ordered Sabrina killed on the stake. This could be viewed as justified, as Sabrina was responsible for killing his men and did it without his order. But at the same time, the punishment that was used was slow and cruel. When we talk to Henselt, he's generally cordial and sometimes lets down his hair a little bit. He makes a lot of jokes and seems to be willing to open up, but certainly isn't as charismatic as Foltest was. This is mostly a shift in the way that we think about the Kingslayers rather than the kings themselves. When we first see Foltest, we are a bit enamored with him. Our opinion may change of him over time, sure, but in the prologue we surely don't think he's deserving of death, especially in front of his children. Then we meet Henselt, and the same group is trying to kill him. But our opinion of him isn't as cut and dry. When we finally get to see the Kingslayers, they clearly don't have anything against Geralt, and they even revere him to a certain extent. Our opinion of the Kingslayers are slowly changing over time, yet we still don't know their motivations fully. This all brings us to now, when the things that Henselt has done have crossed fully into the realm of evil. Maybe he deserves the death that Letho had planned for him. For now, this is just something to ponder on, but soon that choice will be put into our hands. It's now time for Geralt and Roche to head through the forests around the camp and make their way to Vergen. On the way, we can encounter a female troll and talk her down to prevent her from attacking us. She's angry because soldiers make their way through here and attack her. The ship nearby holds another journal and another piece of the Mystic River quest. We can make our way through the tunnels from before, and once we arrive at the end, we find Deathmold and Adam Pangrid. We have a battle against them and their soldiers. Deathmold ultimately gets away from this, but we can choose whether to kill or spare Adam. This was the same man that we arm wrestled against, but he is in all actuality a very strong and accomplished soldier. On the other side of the tunnels, we reunite with Zoltan. The siege is happening, and the people of Vergen are pinned down, but trying to hold their own. As we make our way through the city, we can actually find Yorveth being pinned down by the attacking soldiers. We can choose to help him out even though we didn't pick his side, or we can leave him to be bested by the attackers. We eventually will track down Henselt and get our audience with him. This is where the big choice of this chapter comes into play. We can ultimately choose to spare Henselt or let Roach get his revenge. This isn't a very difficult decision to make. We don't even really have to break it down that much further than we already did. Henselt is presented in a pretty poor light, and this light gets even worse when we realize what he did to Vess. The problem with this choice is that Henselt doesn't back down. He doesn't apologize. He doesn't beg for mercy. But there's always the other side. Killing Henselt does have some dramatic irony to it. The fact that Geralt is trying to clear his name of being a Kingslayer, but then letting a king be killed. Roach also going down the path of revenge after this doesn't help at all either, especially when his goals are similar to Geralt's, seeking out a man that killed the king that he worked for. There's also the point that killing Henselt greatly weakens the northern kingdoms, and Nilfgaard is already ready to pounce on the north when they see a sign of weakness. On the other side, the irony of the situation makes the story a little bit better, and it even ends up making us relate to the Kingslayers, seeing them as less of villains in the end. I think killing Henselt works on this side. It's better for the story and it makes more sense, but it's also a tough choice. I know that's funny considering I just said it was an easy choice, but I think it's an easy choice from an emotional perspective, but a difficult choice from a narrative perspective. After this, the group is ready to head out, and this marks the end for the second chapter of the game. Before we move on, I'd like to review the chapter as a whole. Of course, this is mostly relegated to Roach's side of Chapter 2 because we haven't yet reached Yorvith's side. The chapter in general puts a much larger focus on narrative. I think for the most part that the narrative itself is pretty good. The magical intrigue at hand makes for an interesting mystery, where the curse came from, what are the specifics of the eternal battle, who can we really trust in the camp. It seems like everybody has their own motivations, their own goals, and part of the fun is really trying to figure out who is with us and who is against us. The battle itself and the curse is a fantastic plot point. It really ups the stakes of the world's magic. We haven't seen something on this scale in the games yet. To see the eternal battle constantly waging, the never-ending push and pull, this curse has a much larger scope than we had before. It extends the power of the world and the people in it much further. While we're trying to solve the curse, we're revealing and learning more about places, locations, and lore. Widening the world, expanding the magic system, it all changes in Chapter 2. It's also worth pointing out how different the second chapter is to the first. We're still following the same general outline. Geralt has a job to complete, and there's something else in the background. The ultimate objective is to get rid of the curse. Behind that is the politics of Henselt and his camp, who is plotting in the background and who is with us and who is against us. This all creates a pretty good tale that we want to see progress. But the other side of this is the choice factor. Because we have to pursue this narrative in the way that we choose, it can lose a little bit of its luster. We of course also have the same issue as before, that the story can be just difficult to follow without the other half. There's a bunch of pieces to this puzzle that we're missing, and we won't get the full picture until we see the other side. The chapter also lacks in side content because so much of it is tied to the main story, but I feel like most of the first game's chapters had this as well. The difference was that it didn't feel like we were getting too little or too much of either. Overall, Chapter 2 is a bit of a mess. It's great and intriguing, but can also be really odd and unevenly paced at certain parts. I do like going to Vergen and diving through crypts, but I don't like not really understanding what's going on. With that, we head off to Chapter 3. The group sails to Loch Moyne to reach the finale of this entry. At the beginning of Chapter 3, we see Deathmold arriving at the fallen elven city. He has located and captured Anai, Foltest's bastard daughter. At this point, she is the focal point in this conflict, the heir to the throne of Temeria, and the one that could secure and restore the broken northern kingdoms. Anyone that has control of her could be assured dominance and security in the north. Roach is looking for revenge once again, but this time in Deathmold. It seems that his fervor holds no bounds. Roach's side is definitely the revenge is bad side, really no matter what we pick. We need to get into Loch Moyne, and as soon as we arrive, we find a large presence of the Order of the Flaming Rose. If we chose to be friends with Siegfried in the previous game, then he will be here and welcome us in. Now that we're actually in the city, we should probably review this chapter as a whole and its side content. The biggest and first complaint that I have to point out about Loch Moyne is that it has a god-awful layout. The city has interweaving streets, some that are blocked off because of the degradation of the structures. The city itself was originally inhabited by the Vrani, a race of lizard-like creatures that are now near extinct. When the Vrani died out, it became an elven settlement, rebuilt and restored. It is now lost once again and has become a ruin of its former glory. At certain places, the streets are destroyed and we have to maneuver through buildings to get around. This is more realistic because it matches the aesthetic that the lore presents for the environment, but it doesn't necessarily create a good map to walk around in. There should be a good balance between these two things, a good environmental design that allows walkability and ease of use, but it should also match the history that it was created for. The biggest problem with the city is that it manages to be incredibly difficult to travel around. It's so hard to get from one quest giver to the object of our quest. The other large issue is that this chapter is incredibly short, and there isn't a lot to do here. Each chapter has been focused on a city or a town area, but there always has been an area outside of that, somewhere that the quests take place in, an area to kill monsters and hunt beasts, to find the things on the fringes of society. But here, that isn't really present. There is an area that we get access to within the bounds of one quest, but once that's over, we're stuck inside of Loch Moyne again. It kind of creates an anticlimactic end to the game, and also pulls us further into the linear idea rather than the open world that the beginning of the game has been leading up to. Before we move on, we should probably go over the side content in this chapter. The biggest and probably best thing that we could do in this chapter is the Gargoyle Contract. This is retrieved like a normal contract that we'd find on the notice board. We have to find certain runes of power books that are located in Loch Moyne. These will assist us in the puzzles moving forward. We can find hidden locations across the city that contain gargoyles. Underneath each group of gargoyles is a hidden cache and puzzle. We have to read the nearby letter to determine which runes we need to activate and in what order. This will eventually unlock a cache filled with goods. This whole story is pretty disconnected from the main story and works pretty well on its own. It definitely feels like an end-of-game challenge. It isn't the hardest thing in the world, but it certainly feels like a secret, like something that we shouldn't be seeing, and a challenge that we can complete to get some extra rewards. We can, of course, also do our usual activities in this city. We can arm wrestle, but we only have one opponent here. This is who Adam Pangrat directed us to in Chapter 2, the Mighty Numa. His name is renowned as the best arm wrestler out there, but he apparently uses performance-enhancing drugs. We can find this to be true pretty quickly because we literally can't beat him. We can buy some drugs from his own dealer to make it pretty easy to beat him, and that ends the entire arm wrestling questline. We can also defeat all the best poker players in Loch Moyne, completing the last of the poker quest lines for the game. We can also continue some quests from before, like an encrypted manuscript. We can take Malget's notes that we found from the last chapter and turn it into Brass of Banard. He will decode the note for us and have us collect some resources. This will allow us to craft the Cairn Steel Sword, one of the best in the game, so it seems like not giving that note up to Deathmold was a good idea. We can also get a secret password to enter a portal located in the sewers. This lets us meet a mysterious individual who can reset all of our talents, or we can fight him for a grand reward. The only problem is that he's an incredibly powerful enemy, possibly the most powerful enemy in the entire game, and it can be pretty hard to take him down. With that, there really aren't a lot of other things to discuss about side content in Chapter 3 before moving on to the main story. Like Chapter 2, there are some other optional quests that we can complete, but these tie so much into the main story that there isn't a reason to talk about them without talking about the story as a whole. To wrap up the side content in general, though, Chapter 3 doesn't really have much. It's part of a larger problem with Chapter 3 that we'll get to in a bit, but there really just isn't much there. But to be honest, the few things that are there are pretty good. This again is the design ideology with the entire game, this general mindset of quality over quantity. I'm not generally adverse to this idea, but it makes a much worse appearance in Chapter 3. The main story starts as soon as we make it to Loch Moyne. Talking to Roach will send the two off to see Radovid. The situation in Loch Moyne is tense because everyone is meeting here to solve the issue in Temeria. As we've already talked about, the vacuum in power that Foltest left is affecting the entire realm. Because of this, Radovid has showed up to the city to try and make these negotiations go a little smoother. The goal here is for us to find Foltest's child, Anai, who is currently being held captive by Deathmold. When we leave this talk, we can meet up with one of Roach's informants. Roach gives us the new task of guiding her to an escape route in the forest. We can take her to the woods and defend her as we are attacked and assaulted by soldiers. We can kill a werewolf in the caves nearby while we're doing this quest. Eventually, we get the woman out and learn that she was traveling with Foltest's children when they were being transported to Loch Moyne. The cart was attacked and the kids were taken captive while she was in charge of them. Once we get back to the city, we can deal with two nobles and really get to the bottom of what happened to Foltest's kids. We can meet Baron Kimbolt, who has been in the running for Temerian rule since Foltest was killed. We can find a letter that claims Kimbolt ordered the caravan holding the children to change routes. He claims that he did not write this letter and that it is a forgery, but we can conduct a scientific experiment on the letter to see if it truly was forged. We then prove Kimbolt innocent, at least in this regard, but soon after, Kimbolt wants us to look into Count Marivel. He's been having meetings with Nilfgaard, which is suspicious in its own right. When we talk to Marivel, he reveals that Kimbolt is being blackmailed, and this is what he was looking into. We can meet up with these blackmailers, and if we decide to defend them from the guards that attack them, we can learn that they were hired by Kimbolt to destroy the caravan before it reached its destination. But before they even got to the caravan, it was already rerouted by someone else. We can then find a messenger that Kimbolt wants us to see. He tells us to follow a mage, and we can take out the sorcerer. We can find a message on the body of the spellcaster, which tells us that Kimbolt was already conspiring to have Foltest's daughter handed off to Deathmold. In short, because this is very complicated, both of these men are guilty of conspiring against Foltest's children. We can turn them into John Natalis to have them properly tried. After this, we can have another pretty big choice to make. We can decide to either continue helping Roach and trying to save Anai, Foltest's daughter and the heir to the throne, or we can go and try to save Triss. This choice is that large because the other side will be neglected in the aftermath. Either we leave Roach and Anai in the dust, or we leave Triss as a captive. Now, that doesn't mean that either side will die or will be gone forever, but they will surely look down upon us. Siding with Triss makes sense. She was captured from the beginning, and tracking her down was part of our original quest back in Chapter 1. She was stolen by Letho and was assumingly made a part of a scheme that didn't even involve her. On top of that, she has information on the sorceresses behind all of this that could be incredibly useful to us in the upcoming council. Siding with Roach also makes sense. At this point, on Roach's side, we've been with him through the entire story. We've had his back this entire time, and he's had ours. The end of his quest only results in saving Anai from those that would try to use her for political means. This also ties up the story nicely, with Foltest's death beginning the tale and saving his daughter ending it. At the end of the day, though, we have to make a choice, and the choice I made was to save Triss. This choice was a bit more personal, but it ends up being about Geralt in the end. Geralt is the only person that we'll spend the entire trilogy with. Most of the time, we're playing as Geralt, we're following him, and at the end of the day, these games are about him. His personal relationships are what is going to persist at the end of the day. When we head to save her, we have to make it through a horde of Nilfgaardian soldiers. When we find her, she tells us about everything that happened. She was shrunken by Philippa Eilhart, a character that we'll talk about a lot more when we visit the Yorveth side of this whole situation. Triss was a member of the Lodge of Sorceresses, but wasn't in the know. She was left out of the higher conspiratorial stuff. They were ultimately using Triss to try and get to Geralt because they all fear him. They were feeding him lies by using Triss. Sheila originally hired Letho to take out Demavend because they wanted to overthrow him. Triss decides to be involved in the final council, revealing everything she knows about the sorceresses and their plans. When we head to the final council, this is all revealed. The council is outed, and the magic users are to be persecuted. Before Sheila can be apprehended, she summons her dragon, and we have to fight it. This is the sort of final boss battle of the game. Before this battle begins, we can confront Sheila. Her teleporter has malfunctioned, so she can't get away. But before we know that, she goes on a tirade about how everyone in the city will be killed beneath the fire of her dragon. We can choose to help her with the malfunction or let her be torn apart. At this point, she had made too many choices along the way against us to be delivered with any sort of mercy. As we begin the final boss battle, we immediately realize that it's pretty rough. We will travel through a tower and eventually confront the dragon on top of that tower. The dragon moves around the lip of the building and attacks us with fire and lunges at us. We can attack in between his advances, but it can be pretty difficult to get through, even if we're pretty powerful. This is once again because a lot of our preparation is removed from this whole thing. We can't exactly set traps or make bombs or use potions. This removes a lot of those steps and just forces us to use our swords and dodges. Once we take down the dragon, the whole thing is finished with a QTE sequence. Geralt takes down the dragon in the woods, and we have to decide whether we want to kill it or not. I personally left it to its own devices. This was mostly because of the rule that was drilled into my brain from reading the Witcher books. In those stories, Witchers don't kill dragons. On top of that, the dragon was being controlled by someone. It wasn't doing any of this out of its own volition, so I let it go. After this, we enter the very short but informative epilogue of The Witcher 2. Chapter 3 as a whole is pretty rough in general. It's probably the weakest part of the game for me, pacing-wise. The chapter just goes so incredibly fast, especially compared to the second and first chapter. It all just feels so rushed, like the team just wanted to get the story over with. I understand that a lot of choices had to be wrapped up here, and there were cascading issues that started from the beginning of the game, but in the end it becomes this pretty forgettable experience. When I think back upon my experiences with the game, I don't really think about Loch Moyne. I mostly think about Flotsam and Vergen and the Caedwynne camp. Those are where most of the highlight experiences lie, not in Loch Moyne. It's just too quick for us to really reflect on what happened. There isn't a lot of side content for us to explore, we're not in the city long enough for it to leave an impact, and the story doesn't stick around, making it feel like a quick climax left in a sea of build-up. With that, we'll move on to the epilogue of the game, to end this story and wrap up the narrative with all of the information we need. Hopefully. When we begin the epilogue, we arrive back in the city after the fallout with the dragon. In my playthrough, the sorceresses and mages were being hunted down in the city. We find Triss soon after arriving. We can then encounter the other side that we didn't pick in our last choice. If we picked Triss, then Roche will be here, trying desperately to save Anai, and if we choose Roche, then Triss will be here. Roche decides to take care of Anai and make sure she gets somewhere safe. He doesn't trust anybody to do it for him. We finally meet Letho in the center of town. This is the final confrontation with the antagonist that we've been building up to. This conversation will tie up a lot of things from the game. A lot of storylines, a lot of motivations will be laid out, and of course, Geralt's story should be resolved. Before we do this though, he wants to take a drink. So Geralt has one with his rival. His memories are jogged and we see another flashback. We see that the Kingslayers helped Geralt try to track Yennefer down. In the end, Geralt had to strike a deal. He offered his soul for Yennefer's, and she was allowed to go free. Letho then updates Geralt on what happened after this. The Witchers took Yennefer and tried to keep her out of trouble. This was easier said than done because they ended up in Nilfgaard. This isn't a good place to be for a sorceress. She kept getting the group into trouble and eventually they ran out of luck. The Imperial Secret Police captured them. The Emperor wanted Letho because he had a job for him. He wanted him to take out the Northern Kings, to weaken them and ready them for an invasion. But why did Letho do all of this? Well, he was promised that the School of the Viper would be restored. We haven't really touched on this aspect of Witcher culture yet, but there are more schools out there than just the School of the Wolf, the one that Geralt belongs to. The School of the Viper has fallen into disarray. They also aren't treated like Witchers in the North. Sure, here they're looked down upon and often neglected, but in Nilfgaard, Witchers aren't even allowed to enter towns. The school is completely lost, and the Nilfgaardian Witchers have no place to return to. Letho did all of this so he could bring his school back to its former glory, and so that the Witchers that he knows out there, the ones currently on the path, would have somewhere to return to. This was the reason that he did what he did. He used everyone he could along the way. He used the Lodge to make it easier to kill Demavend, and he used Yorveth, but quickly realized that he was too smart for his own good. He convinced all of these people that helping him would give them more power in the north, but he was really weakening the north for a Nilfgaardian invasion. In this same conversation, Letho gives us a lot of information on the Wild Hunt, or at least lets us tell him the information that we've learned. The School of the Viper is probably the most knowledgeable group on the subject because they learn about the hunt when they are children. We learn some information here both from Letho and Geralt himself, but they are correct about a few things. First of all, that the Wild Hunt is a spectral procession of wraiths from another world. Rumor is that they are elves, which is true, but they come from somewhere else. We will get a lot deeper into the Wild Hunt, Ciri, and Yennefer in the next game because they're all heavily featured in that entry. But at the end of the day, we have to make one final choice. Do we want to fight and kill Letho here and now, or do we want to let him go, to head back to Nilfgaard and his School of the Viper? Of course, this choice is going to be heavily colored by the decisions that we've already made along the way. If we let Roche kill Henselt, then we've already lessened the antagonist role that the Kingslayers took. We definitely can't take the moral high ground here and say that we are somehow able to judge who is deserving of death when someone else isn't. That just isn't the way that it works. Also, it just makes for a much better narrative. We don't necessarily need another big boss battle here. We just fought a literal dragon. Letting Letho go is what my tale, at least, was building up to. The choices that I made and the path that I took was always building up to subverting the idea of Letho as a villain. Now, on the other side of that, if we spared Henselt, if we spared Adam Pangrat, if we spared Sheila, then taking out Letho might make sense. This was our goal, and killing him gets the revenge that we wanted from Foltest, but it also goes against the sparing trend that we went throughout the game. We can subvert the ending by not killing Letho, or we can go with the trend. If we killed everyone, then we can kill Letho to keep things in line, or let him go to subvert the killing. Or there can be some middle path in there, where we kill certain people and let others live, and at that point it's up to us to decide whether Letho should live or not. There's a part of me that wants to like Letho, but I also understand that he really is guilty of everything. Just because he's confident in how guilty he is doesn't mean that he should be absolved. On the other side of that, the fact that he owns up to everything and isn't asking for forgiveness makes us want to like him. Someone that can stand beside their actions and face the music is commendable, even if they were trying to assassinate all of the Northern Kings for Nilfgaard. At the end of the day, from Geralt's perspective, he doesn't have any stake in the Northern Kingdoms. He was really trying to get his memories back at the end of the day. He knows where Yennefer is now, and he needs to find her. Why should he care about what kings live or die? What happens to the rulers at the top of the chain? Honestly, I chose to let Letho live in my Roach playthrough. Part of this was genuinely not wanting to kill him, and the other part was the fact that he shows up in Witcher 3, and if we kill him now, then he won't be there. I don't really think Letho stands up as a villain against Jock from the first game. Sure, he has his strengths, but the bar was really raised high with that game in terms of an antagonist. Letho doesn't feel that different or unique. He definitely makes us ask some questions that we wouldn't have normally, and he does raise some interesting moral quandaries, but he has a little too much in similarity with Geralt himself. For a large portion of the game, he really just comes off as an evil Geralt. This feels sort of bland in the long run. Of course, as we get to know him a little more, there's more to him than that, but there's also the issue that we have this long info dump right at the end of the game, in one conversation. This never really feels great, especially when we've reached the end and we're just rushing info out there to solve everything and tie up loose ends. After this, Geralt opens the gates to the city and inspects a ladybug that lands on his hand. I will say that this does change things slightly. This is a large piece of the morality of The Witcher 2. The fact that Geralt manages to spare the ladybug, something that shows he has learned to spare and not to always kill. The ending sequence here will summarize the story and have dynamic cards to show what happened to the characters in the game that we had control over. These are the various states of the world that the developers talked about. Once the credits are over, we see a working man transporting lumber across a bridge, but he is overrun by approaching soldiers. As he looks over the hill, he sees that Nilfgaard has officially begun their invasion, setting up the next entry in the story. Now, before we can really talk about this game as a whole, what it does right and what it does wrong, and the places that are left in the middle, we need to talk about the other side of things, because there is a massive part of the game that we didn't see while we were adventuring on Roach's side. Now that we've talked about the Roach side of the story, we should go back and focus on the Yorveth side of things. The playthrough that we just focused on was more about going with Roach in general, choosing the things that made sense for his side of the playthrough. But my second playthrough is the one we'll be putting under a microscope now. On my second playthrough, I tried to trend as opposite from the first playthrough as I possibly could. In most of the choices, I picked the opposite option or dialogue choice from my Roach playthrough. This was to both create a diversity in playthroughs and to try and see all of the options from the quests. I do just want to note though that 2 playthroughs of this game does not allow you to see everything in the game. It really doesn't even allow you to see 95%. 2 playthroughs of the game is kind of required, and if you want to see everything, you need to play the game at least 3 or 4 times. This section of the video will focus on the other path that we could take in general though. Of course, this video was never meant to be a comprehensive in the matter of choice. It will never cover every single outcome and choice that we're faced with, just the important outcomes. With that being said, not much changed in the prologue of the game. This time around, I was a little more direct with Roach, but in the flashbacks, I forced Aryan Lavalette to lay down his sword and survive the battle. I also rescued him from the siege, and he blew up the castle in his escape. When I headed into Chapter 1 is when the real differences started popping up. I tried to make different choices in the side quests as well. I didn't out the herb vendor, I killed the troll for not repairing the bridge, and I chased down Melina to the waterfall. Every chance that I could, I tried to see the other side. This is the approach that I took with the main story as well. The differences didn't start really showing up until Geralt tried to set a trap for Letho in the Elven Ruins. Instead of letting Roach take out the Scoia'tael and capture Yorveth, I gave the elf his sword. This begins Yorveth's path, but we aren't solidified on his side until we choose to talk to him at the crossroads. The elf leader says that Aedirn is their goal. He doesn't truly care about the Dwan in Flotsam, it's only to further a larger goal. Yorveth believes that the Scoia'tael are entitled to the land in Aedirn. It's theirs by right. Yorveth now seems like he truly wants peace. He wants a place where the humans can roam the forests and where the non-humans can visit a tavern without fear. It's just the methods that he's taking to get to this world that are a bit questionable. In this new world, Yorveth plans to make Saskia their ruler. He believes that she holds extraordinary courage and she deserves it. We can agree to help Yorveth here, after which he tells us his plan. He wants to free the prisoner barge in the Flotsam Harbor. We can go meet the group where Yorveth decides to split into 2. Geralt and some of the Scoia'tael will head to the harbor, and Yorveth will attack with a team downriver. As we reach the cliffs, we see Roach has already begun to flee the city. We can then take the Scoia'tael to the wharf, where we see a massive battle has begun. Yorveth has given the order for the Scoia'tael to strike, and we have to help out. As we sail out of Flotsam, Laredo has taken the elven women in the town captive. Geralt decides to save the women as Yorveth is ready to let them burn. We have a choice here, to either save the elven women or hunt down Laredo. This is a very similar choice to the Crypt quest in Witcher 1. I chose to save the women because I had already killed Laredo in the Roach playthrough. Yorveth thinks that Laredo will be hunted down by the local folk anyways, but in the time that we were on the dock, Yorveth was fighting Roach, the opposite side of what we saw on the Blue Stripes path. Geralt and Yorveth then sail off to Vergen, and we officially start Chapter 2 of Yorveth's side of this story. This is where the real changes begin to come into play. Chapter 2 is wildly different based on the choice that you make at the end of Chapter 1. Instead of spending our time in Henselt's Caedwene camp, we'll spend our time in Vergen, the city that laid on the other side of the battlefield in Roach's playthrough. Before that, we see a different side of the intro to this chapter. Instead of playing as Henselt, we play as Stennis, the prince to the kingdom of Aedirn. We have a lot of similar options here. We can fight Henselt in a multitude of ways, but my result was the same. Henselt still killed a priest and invoked the curse on the battlefield. But on this side, since we are playing Stennis in a part with Saskia, they seem to be the ones approaching negotiations. There's a bit more from them as the aggressors in this situation, and clearly this is to make us relate more to the characters that will be around for the course of this chapter. They don't matter as much on Roach's side because they won't be the focus for our narrative. Once the curse is released, Geralt and Dandelion receive a warm welcome outside of Vergen, courtesy of Yarp and Zigrin. Geralt realizes that something is afoot as he notices the curse off in the distance. We help this group just as we helped Henselt. This time, though, Deathmold doesn't create the barrier that fends off the oncoming spirits. We're led by Philippa Eilhart, and we're traveling to Vergen with Saskia and Yorveth. When we arrive outside Vergen, Yarpen greets us. Eilhart is a little weary of us at first, mostly because this group seeks to protect Saskia at all costs. She was wounded in the battle, but claims that she is okay. She calls a meeting with the council members to try and find a solution to the curse on the battlefield. We get a short tour of Vergen and are taken to our room at the inn. Before we move on, we should probably talk a bit about Vergen and its side content, as it does differentiate from the Chapter 2 that we experienced before. We arrive in Vergen on Roach's side after crossing the battlefield, but we don't see much of the city. On Yorveth's side, we have free reign to travel throughout the place. We can of course do the usual side activities like dice poker, arm wrestling, and fighting, but we also have some new side quests available to us. We can take a quest to seal some tunnels in the mines underneath Vergen to get rid of the monsters that are inhabiting the place. It's caused big problems for the people of the city because the mine is integral to the city's function. We can take on 2 contracts. One is to destroy harpy nests in the quarry, and another to destroy the harpy queen while collecting an item for a main story quest. We can investigate some killings that have been happening near Vergen as well. This quest is given to us by an elf outside of the inn. When we investigate the bodies, Geralt learns that sulfur is present, and this usually means that a succubus is to blame. We can also find one of Dandelion's poems on the bodies. We can then talk to and use Dandelion to lure the beast out with his poetry. When we talk to the woman, she claims that she didn't kill the men, and that because her spell causes men to become very loyal to her, the one killing people is jealous of her suitors. The real culprit of the murders is the elf that gave us the quest. We have the choice to side with the succubus or the elf. I, of course, sided with the succubus. We can tell Yorveth about his guilt, and the elf will attack us outside of the city after he tries to flee Vergen. The succubus will give us a love reward for siding with her. The funny thing about this is that after we're done, Geralt is in a sort of drunken state because of her spell. We can also take on some repeat quests once we cross over to the Kaedweni side. I do like the side content here, and I think it mirrors what we are offered on the other side of this second chapter. There isn't a lot, but what is here can be pretty good. Possibly my favorite thing about this is just how much difference it shows us from the other playthrough. We will see this a lot with the main story, but it exists even in the side quests. They don't just use the same quests or even the same contracts. The side activities that we get to do are entirely focused on the place that we're in. There's even a difference in the very small boxing quest in Kaedwen. When we beat the Blue Stripes, a man approaches us to get us off the tail of the square coin holders. He is our final boxing match for the second chapter, and he reappears in the third chapter to fight us again. This is slightly changed in Vergen. A man still approaches us once we beat all the fighters, but this time he's fighting us for his honor. It's just a slight change. The same structure is still there, but the events are different, tailored to the place that we're in. And the main point here is that they're different because of the choice that we made in Chapter 1. Vergen as a city itself is pretty difficult to navigate at points. It becomes easier once we learn the layout a little bit, but it certainly isn't as intuitive as the Kaedweni camp was. The tunnels in the city translated to the map aren't always clear. The surrounding areas can also be difficult to get to, and it becomes a bit more of a chore to walk around in. That being said, I do like the design of the city much more than the camp and its surrounding areas. The old city itself provides a fantastic backdrop for the non-human rebellion. It's only fitting that this whole thing takes place in a dwarven town, built into hills, mines weaving through the mountainside, quarries laying on the outskirts. It just makes sense. But now, let's take a focus on the main story of Chapter 2 for Yorveth's side, because while it hits the same main beats, the details are very different. When we arrive in Vergen, a council is convening to figure out how to best repel the Kedwenny forces on the other side of the mist. Our job, of course, is the same as it was before, to get rid of the curse on the battlefield and allow the forces to travel to the other side. While this meeting happens, though, Saskia is poisoned. Our mission then becomes a little bit more complicated. We now need to seek out different ingredients to heal Saskia and ensure that she lives through this. This list of ingredients that we need are a Dwarven Immortelle, a Source of Power, a Rose of Remembrance, and some royal blood. We gain the Immortelle by heading into the mines with the local dwarves and defeating a Bulvor in its depths. This monster guards the rare dwarven plants that can be picked in the tunnels. We can find a magic crystal outside of Vergen near the catacombs that we find the Dun banner in. When we bring this back to Philippa, though, she tells us that it's not nearly powerful enough for what we need. There happen to be a special type of harpy in the quarry nearby that are stealing dreams. They're called Selenos. We can venture into their lair to find different dream crystals. While we're there, we find Letho's dream that has been stolen. We can also find some extra ones, a dream from a man named Baltimore, an elite craftsman from Vergen who disappeared recently, Yorveth's dream of sitting by a fire and speaking Elvish, a dirty peasant dream, and even the dream of the dragon that attacked us at Lavalette Castle. Because we need a Rose of Remembrance, we also need to find Triss. Philippa needs something of Triss's to be able to find her, though. Rumors in the town say that a dwarf has seen a red-headed woman falling from the sky. Triss assumingly teleported to Vergen and it went awry. When we talk to the dwarf, he tells Geralt that she was dragged away by a troll. We can head to the troll and find that his wife took her to take care of her. In this playthrough, I decided to kill all the trolls because I saved them last time. We eventually find Triss's bandana, which we can then use to find a trace of Triss on the other side of the battlefield. Before we do that, though, it seems that a riot has broken out in Vergen. The peasants want blood for the poisoning of Saskia. They believe that Stennis was responsible for taking her life. They are adamant that he was the only one that could have tried to kill her. He wanted sole control over Edirn. We can talk to a couple groups of people here to get some information, but if we talk to too many, we will be forced to make a choice right away, with little information. The best option here is to just talk to the dwarves, who tell us about Saskia's chalice that he specially crafted. The only one that could have tried to copy the work would be a dwarf in the city named Thorak. We can investigate Thorak and find that he is the suspect in the disappearance of a fellow craftsman named Baltimore. We find his dream in the Harpy Caves. We can eventually uncover evidence proving that Thorak killed Baltimore, and also find proof that implicates Olkan, a priest, in the murder of Saskia. We can also talk to some peasants at the riot that will tell us about the servant Willie, who is currently also suspected of poisoning Saskia. We can talk to him and reveal that the priest was present when Saskia was served her wine. We can search his home and prove that he was the true culprit, but this isn't the entire story. With full knowledge of the outcome, it's actually true that Stennis was involved. He let the poisoning happen and had knowledge of it beforehand, or at least the game implies this. When we compile all of the evidence, we can head to Stennis and make a final verdict. We can either let the peasants kill Stennis, or we can back Stennis and get him out of this situation. I let Stennis be killed, one, because he let the poisoning happen, but also because if he dies, we can get his royal blood that we need to cure Saskia. We can get it from Henselt later if we don't let Stennis get killed, but it's a little more inconvenient. With the help of Philippa, we can cross to the other side of the mist. We meet Roach here, reuniting from the man that we crossed in Chapter 1. Our goal is to infiltrate the Kedwenny camp, which we can do in multiple ways. The easiest way is to pay a massive amount of orens to the keeper of the brothel. She will then allow us to access the tunnels underneath the tower and arrive at the Nilfgaardian camp, on the outskirts. Here we are captured, and Shillard attempts to execute Geralt because he is working with the Scoia'tael. Before he does this, he shows Geralt that they have compressed Triss down into a small doll. Roach shows up to save us, and we can take out the sorcerer here. We get a small update on the Kingslayers and what the Blue Stripes have found out about them. They've taken Triss to Loch Moyne, but we can head back to Vergen with the help of Roach. When we arrive back in Vergen, it's revealed that Cynthia, Philippa's assistant, helped Nilfgaard compress Triss down. She's escaped, but she left behind the Rose of Remembrance that she took from the sorceresses. We can now finally cure Saskia through Philippa's spell. She is brought back, now at full health. We have to lift the curse on the battlefield, which is mostly the same as before. We go through the battle possessed by the spirits of the different soldiers that took part in it. When this is done, Geralt wakes back up in Vergen and the battle is about to begin. Henselt's forces are now making a move on Vergen. The soldiers are storming the gates, but Saskia's forces have a plan in mind. They are going to dump hot oil on the invading forces. We can head up the walls and activate this trap. We're then tasked with defending the walls of Vergen. This part is probably my least favorite, just because there's so many waves and it takes so long. It just drags on far too much. I really do like defending the city, and I think the sequence is much better than the other sides, but the defending against waves of enemies just gets a little old. Saskia then approaches Geralt and tells him that she sent scouts into the tunnels to see if Henselt's forces were invading. They haven't returned, so we need to head down there with Saskia to make sure they don't use the tunnel against us. While down there, we fight Deathmold and the battle turns against us. But then it's revealed that Saskia has been hiding something. She actually is the dragon, the same one that attacked us at Lavalette Castle. She was trying to protect Arya and Lavalette because she felt he would have been good for their movement. She asks us to keep this secret, and Geralt promises to let no one know. Back in the city, Saskia rallies her troops with an inspiring speech. We defend the walls once again, and Yorveth returns to save the battle. We then cut off Henselt's escape, and the king is surrounded. Henselt gives in and agrees to Saskia's terms of surrendering Upper Eddern to them, but Saskia has another demand, that they execute Deathmold for his crimes. This seems a little bit far, and Yorveth notes this after the battle. He thinks that Saskia is not like herself. As we follow her and Philippa, the two disappear. We can search Philippa's home to reveal that she is controlling Saskia. When she cured her poison, she completed a spell that linked her magically to the woman. Philippa has now taken Saskia to Loch Moyne, and we have to head there to start Chapter 3. Chapter 3 from this side really isn't that different. The choice that we made certainly does cascade a bit into the ending, but this chapter focuses on Triss and her capture rather than Anai, Foltest's daughter. We can find Philippa in the dungeons when we are captured upon entering the city. She has her eyes gouged out for her crimes by Radovid. We can escape from capture and decide to go after Triss or not. I went after her again in this playthrough only because this made more sense thematically. This chapter puts a focus on her, so it really only made sense for the story. We can once again head to the summit and Sheila is backed into a corner. She then summons her dragon again that we now know is Saskia. This time I saved Sheila and killed the dragon after the battle. Philippa then escapes after the battle. We're reunited with Triss and Yorveth is captured. We confront Letho and this time I decided to kill him. All of these choices led to a wildly different endgame state at the end of this tale. The game is greatly changed, as you can see, by siding with Yorveth. It's a wildly different experience, and we see a totally different side of the conflict and story. Because of that, we also see a massively different outcome. Overall, I think Yorveth's side is honestly the better one in terms of design and story, especially exploring the Harpy Caves and exploring the dreams of the people around us. It's a really good concept and works really well for the world of The Witcher. Also, trying to cure Saskia is a really interesting quest. It feels like we have to assemble these 4 rare magical pieces to bring her back. It feels like a fairy tale, which is what a lot of the story has gone for all along. Also, the reveal that Saskia is a dragon is wild and ties the story together a lot more. It's a massive piece of information that we really just don't get on the other side of things. In my opinion, it's the better half of the story overall, but it has its own issues concerning the state of the world and thinking about the consequences that it will have on the next game in the series. The Witcher 2 is a fantastic game in some ways. Obviously, I've mentioned this a lot, but the choices that the game forces you to make and the consequences of those choices are very well done. But honestly, it's hard to talk about The Witcher 2 without putting such a spotlight on this aspect of the game. That's primarily because it's what the game does best, and it's the thing that the game tries its hardest to get right. The first time I played The Witcher 2, I didn't really enjoy it, mostly because I only played it once. I never went back through to see the other side of things, to see what I was missing out on, and honestly, that was a mistake. Each path that we can take in this game results in a wildly different experience, and I didn't even talk about all of the experiences that we can encounter. There's just far too many to explore every single one. You could play this game 4 or 5 times and still find new things that you haven't seen before. This is something that I really love. I generally enjoy games that have choices that actually matter, that actually affect the things that you see. Even when I was a kid, my ideal game, my dream game, was always something that would have tons of branching choices that were almost infinitely replayable. So when a game has choices that matter, it feels as if it appeals to me personally. But the way that The Witcher 2 implements it sort of leaves the player in the dark in terms of the story. This is especially true if you only play the game once. There are massive gaps in the tale that will just never be explained. And sure, the game can work on its own, it serves its purpose effectively, but you don't really understand how much you don't know until you play through the game again. I genuinely thought some of the holes in the story were just negligence on the part of the writers during my first playthrough. That doesn't mean the story is terrible, just not as accessible as something else. I do enjoy the tale overall. It has a massive cast of really interesting characters. Saskia, the head of the resistance in Edirne, and also just so happens to be a dragon. Philippa Eilhart, an incredibly powerful sorceress that was massively influential in the books, and possibly one of the most powerful sorceresses alive. Henselt, a demanding but also vile leader that lusts for power and usually gets what he wants. Deathmold, a skeevy, slimy, villainous sorcerer that constantly slithers around to get a better position. There are tons of people here that just really work, and that we want to learn more about. The game also has a world that once again draws the player in. It makes us want to be here, to hear the stories that take place here. The world becomes a character in its own right, one that's full of history, spirit, and personality. It's definitely slightly changed from the first game. It doesn't have the same whimsical, janky feeling, but the visual improvements go a long way. They make the game a lot more cinematic. It trends more towards an action-adventure experience rather than a traditional RPG. The combat obviously has its issues. It isn't perfect, but neither was the combat in the first game. It can be really frustrating at times, but in some ways it ends up as an improvement on the first game's janky systems. The game has some downsides in the style department, and it certainly does feel like something completely different than the first game, but it's a good adventure nonetheless. I think it comes down to personal preference. If you prefer the action and larger scope with a focus on politics and massive curses, then the second game will probably be better in your mind. If you prefer the more open, less linear, and more focused stories, then the first game will appeal more to your tastes. But as you probably already know, this wasn't even close to the end for the Witcher series, and would only start the massive boom in popularity that this series would achieve. There would be one more game released in the Witcher series. The Witcher 3, like the 2 other games in this series, is not perfect. It comes as sort of a mixed bag. I've always felt like The Witcher 3 has had this impenetrable shell that was impossible to break. Ever since its release, it has ended up on many publications' best game of all time lists. Of course, most people know that these lists are absolutely insane, but many people still tout it as one of the greatest games of all time, and I just never really agreed. This isn't to say that I don't like The Witcher 3. It has some truly amazing moments. Some of the side quests are the best that I've ever played. Certain stories from the main tale are ones that I will never forget, and I haven't been able to since I put down the game. About 90% of the character design is just absolutely top-notch. You will be left staring at character models during cutscenes for far longer than you should, and these designs work very well to reflect the characters themselves. But at the same time, The Witcher 3 has some really low moments. Its combat and movement scheme can be incredibly janky, bordering on frustrating. It's not perfect in any regard. A lot of the scaling in the RPG systems just breaks down closer to the second half of the game. And the largest negative that this game holds is that there's honestly just way too much of it. Again, I just want to say that I don't think The Witcher 3 is a bad game at all, but I don't really think it's the greatest game of all time. Now, my praise will be much heavier once we start to get to the DLCs near the second half of this video, because those are just fantastic, in my opinion, and probably some of the best work that CD Projekt Red has ever done. But we're going to talk about all of this today. I'll be examining The Witcher 3, talking about gameplay, mechanics, story, and everything in between. If you haven't seen my previous videos on The Witcher games, I would highly recommend checking those out, because this is the most recent entry in this series, and the finale in a trilogy of games, so I'll be referencing those a lot. It's not 100% necessary, but I would urge you to watch those videos. Spoilers for The Witcher games. Hey Dad, it's me, your favorite son, and today I'm going to talk about The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Development on The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt really began in 2011. Konrad Tomaszkiewicz, the lead quest designer on The Witcher 2, was promoted to the role of game director for the third entry in the series. Almost immediately, Adam Badowski, the head of CD Projekt Red, wanted to make the game more ambitious. He had high aspirations for the game, venturing into open-world design rather than the smaller areas that would split the previous games in the series. Most of the studio did not echo this aspiration. They wanted to do something similar to the second Witcher game and just really take an entry to relax for a bit. This was mostly because of the hectic development that surrounded both the first and the second game in the series. The first game was obviously CD Projekt's only release at the time. Because of this, the development was scattered, and the result was filled with bugs. The second game in the series obviously was plagued by the cancellation of the Rise of the White Wolf. Because of this, the team didn't want to walk into another incredibly stressful development cycle. It clearly would take some convincing on Badowski's part. He eventually got the team on board, though, with him and his ideal to create a massively ambitious RPG. The game was so ambitious, though, that it almost had to be split into two games. They ultimately wanted to tell an epic fantasy story that was really about a broken family. Because this story was so large, the world was so sprawling, and the game was so full, a lot of content had to be cut from the game. The story had to be shortened to be able to fit it into one entry. At some point, Geralt was originally supposed to disguise himself as a member of the Wild Hunt and ride with them on their ship Naglfar. They also originally planned to have combat centered around a VATS-like system, but the idea turned out to be a technical nightmare. Dagger-throwing minigames were planned for the final release as well, but eventually this was overthrown by Gwent. A drinking minigame that is described similarly to the drinking contests in the first game was also planned, but it was scrapped to make room for other, more important mechanics. Ice skating was also prototyped, as well as Kinect functionality, but both were pulled in the end. The original idea was to have a massive open and seamless world, but it was too technically complicated. This all goes to show how large the ideas were for the third game in the series. The team clearly had ideas, ones that they wanted to implement into this massively growing project. The game cost $81 million to make, and its script was around 450,000 words in length. The team ended up using Red Engine 3 with many NVIDIA models like Hairworks and PhysX to increase realism and fidelity in the world. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt was self-published by CD Projekt and released on May 19, 2015 for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Microsoft Windows. Before we get into this review, I have a few notes that I need to get out of the way. Of course, if you don't care about the preparation for this video or the structure of this review, then you can just skip to the section on the prologue. First, I'd like to briefly talk about the structure of this review because it is quite long. The Witcher 3 is a massive game, and that's not like when your buddy who hasn't played a video game since 2005 tells you that a game is big. That's a real man telling you a game is big. Because of that, I've had to chunk this review into different sections, focusing on the different parts of the world, story, and DLC. Because the game doesn't really have a distinct act structure like the previous entries, I've split the video into sections that I think divide it best. First, we will talk about the prologue set in White Orchard. The side quests there introduce combat and most of the game's systems, and follow Geralt's story up to when he arrives in Velen. Each section afterward will focus on one area of the world. Velen will deal with the Baron's quest line, the area surrounding it, the side quests, activities, and contracts within that area, and anything else within those bounds. I will then do the same thing for Novigrad and Skellige. I will then talk about the battle for Kaer Morhen and the climax of this tale, and the final act section will focus on the finale of the main story. The final two sections, Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine, will focus on each respective expansion that was released for the game. My next note is on the length of this video. As I've stated in each of my Witcher videos thus far, these games are incredibly massive. In the case of the first game, it was pretty long on its own, and there was just a lot there. The game was filled with consequence, meaning, themes, and choice. There was a lot to dissect. The second game was shorter, but had its own branching paths that made it worthy of dissecting in depth. The Witcher 3 is a whole other beast. The game itself is incredibly long. My first playthrough, completing most of the side quests, contracts, and a lot of scavenger hunts, came in at over 100 hours. Add in the 2 very lengthy expansions, and you're pushing 200 hours even if you know what you're doing. And that doesn't really even begin to cover the other possibilities in each of the quests or the main story. This in and of itself should explain why this video is the longest single game video on my channel. The Witcher 3 took me way longer to write about, edit, record, and play than any other single game that I've covered here. In case you've neglected to watch the previous videos in this series, I have read all of the Witcher books in preparation for these series of videos. I also want to note that this review will not be 100% comprehensive. I do not intend to cover every single part of The Witcher 3 with this video. There will be some small side quests, Witcher gear, monster nests, or notes in passing that I just won't mention here. I will try my hardest to talk about most of the content the game offers, most of the side quests, contracts, the entirety of the main story, the extra activities that can be completed, the gear that can be found, and the differing outcomes for each interaction, but of course there will be things that I will have missed. If I didn't talk about something that you felt was particularly enjoyable, then feel free to let me know in the comments below. With all of that out of the way, let's talk about the game properly. Let's finally talk about The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 begins with a short introductory cutscene. It has been about 1 year since the events of The Witcher 2, since Geralt tracked down Letho and learned of Yennefer's fate. He is now on her trail, looking for the sorceress that he is eternally bound to. Vesemir is with him at this point, the old Witcher finally leaving Kaer Morhen to assist one of his young students. We see flashes to Yennefer being caught in a battle between Nilfgaard and Temeria. The two Witchers find the remnants that Yennefer left across this battle as she made her escape, tracks, books, and skulls. I really like this cutscene because it tells us a lot without really specifically saying anything. We learn Geralt and Vesemir's motives right off the bat, that they are looking for Yennefer. We also learn that Yennefer is on the run for some reason. The dynamic between the Witchers and the sorceress seems to be the central focus here, but what is going on in the background is just as important. There is a persistent theme throughout the entirety of this series, even in the books, that a war or a soon-to-be war is always brewing in the background. The conflict between the realms is always the backdrop for this world. There's two stories going on here, two that sometimes tend to overlap. In this case, there is a lot of overlap. The second game ended with Nilfgaard beginning their third invasion of the northern kingdoms. For a bit of a history lesson, Nilfgaard is a massive empire. They rule most of the southern part of the continent. This territory was not given to them, but taken by force, at least for the most part. Long ago, Nilfgaard used to be ruled over by a monarch and a senate, a body of advisors that would influence the politics of the empire. This senate was eventually reduced to a mere show. For now, Nilfgaard is headed by one sole person, the Emperor. Nilfgaard gained much of its territory in the early 13th century, when Emperor Fergus var Emrys took the throne. This was a continued campaign of military expansion that was started by the previous ruler, Taurus var Emrys. During Fergus's reign, he took Aetolia, Vicovaro, and Gemera into the fold. Fergus's reign would come to an end at the hands of someone known only as the Usurper. The Usurper is a mystery man who took the throne, killing Fergus and changing much of Nilfgaard. During this coup, Emir var Emrys, the son of Fergus, had been turned into a hedgehog as a cruel joke. They originally intended to use this to break Fergus and have him turn the kingdom over to the Usurper and his coup. But since Fergus was killed, Emir was released into the woods. He eventually rose up with a group of supporters and took back the empire that was rightly his by blood. This is the current emperor of Nilfgaard and the same man who has led all 3 of the incursions into the north. Emir seeks to bring all of the countries into his fold. He consistently attempts to conquer the northern kingdoms, which consider themselves free and self-governed, each having their own kings and rulers. All of this history is important going into the 3rd game in the series, because here, the 3rd Northern War will come to a head, but we will see it playing out, not from the high towers of kings and rulers like we did in the last game, but we will see it from the ground, through the eyes of nobles and peasants both. We then see the 2 Witchers taking a rest near a large tree. Geralt happens to be dreaming of Kaer Morhen, and we're transported back to a better time in Geralt's life. Here he is taking a bath and Yennefer is in the room. He has to leave to go check on Ciri, who is training with Vesemir. When we find the older Witcher, he has fallen asleep while teaching Ciri, and the young girl has already made her way downstairs to train with wooden swords. Geralt heads down to guide Ciri in her training, and we're given a brief tutorial on both movement and combat. This whole dream quickly turns into a nightmare as the Wild Hunt shows up to attack Ciri at Kaer Morhen, and Geralt wakes up back at the fire with Vesemir. Vesemir checks in with Geralt, consoling him and telling him that they'll find both girls eventually. Geralt thinks that this dream may have some sort of prophetic meaning, that Ciri may be in danger. We find out that Geralt was sent a letter by Yennefer telling him to meet her in Willoughby. The 2 arrived, but the village was already burned by the ongoing war and invasion by Nilfgaard. They've now tracked her to White Orchard, a city just northwest of Vizima, close to the border of Temeria and Redania. The group is then attacked by ghouls, and we have our first real combat of the game. With that, it probably makes sense to talk about the combat systems that Witcher 3 presents. The Witcher 3 is an action role-playing game, or an action-adventure RPG, whatever those words mean at this point. Combat has been overhauled, but has similar bones to The Witcher 2. We can strong attack or light attack enemies with our steel or silver swords. Silver swords get used for monsters, a loose term, and the steel sword is generally used for humans. Our strong attack takes a little bit longer but does significantly more damage, and the light attack is much quicker but does less damage. Of course, the strong attacks taking more time can leave us open for attacks against us. Fast attacks are more defensively advantageous because we get out faster without overcommitting. We have a few defensive options in combat. We can directly block attacks with our sword of choice, which doesn't negate damage. We still get hit, so it isn't the greatest option here. If we time our block, though, with the attack of the enemy, we can parry their blow, knocking the enemy off balance and allowing Geralt to counterattack. This can be incredibly useful when fighting enemies that have a tight defense. If they block all of our attacks, then we can solve this by parrying one of their blows and going in for a combo. We can also dodge and roll to avoid enemy attacks. Dodging is a much smaller movement, and if timed correctly, we can miss all of the damage from an enemy attack. The smaller movement allows us to immediately follow up on the enemy's attack with one of our own. Rolling is a much larger movement. Geralt will roll very far, allowing him to get out of the way of bigger attacks, or just move out of the way of combat in general. It's much better at covering distance, but rolling does not put us into position to follow up with an attack of our own, so it's much less effective at punishing and keeping the flow of combat going. Personally, I used dodge much more than I did the roll. Rolling was really only useful in some battles with larger monsters. If they had massive attacks that needed to be accurately timed with a dodge, then it mostly made more sense to roll out of the way instead of trying to time the dodge perfectly. The dodge is also just a bit overpowered. A lot of the time it can just be spammed so that we don't take damage. The enemy's health bar will generally flash red when they're about to attack. This combined with the animation windup will allow us a few seconds to prepare for an attack in the way that we choose. But the dodge just seemed like, for the most part, that it could do what the roll was doing, but also leave us in a better position afterwards. We have different weapons that we can use to fight monsters and humans. Like I said, we have 2 swords equipped at all times. The silver sword is for monsters, generally, and the steel sword is for humans. As we enter battle, Geralt will automatically draw the sword that is most appropriate for the enemy that we're currently fighting. Swords will have varying levels of power based on their damage ratings and will have different modifiers: armor piercing, bleeding, crit chance, intensity of signs, etc. Each of these bonuses will modify our damage in a different way. Certain swords will also have slots for runes, allowing us to add some more modifiers onto this gear. We have a crossbow as well that will let us attack enemies from afar. The crossbow can be aimed manually in a slightly slow motion, or we can just press the right button to just auto-attack the enemy that we currently have targeted. We also have a few quick slots that we can use for bombs, quest items, or potions. Bombs and potions are both incredibly versatile tools that can be used in battle. Bombs can be created in the alchemy system by using a variety of different ingredients. Once bombs are created, we no longer have to create them anymore, we just have a certain number of each type that we can use, and they are refilled when we meditate. Certain bombs will just explode on use, others will generate a poison cloud, some will even light enemies on fire. Potions are created and refilled in the same way. Potions have a much wider variety of uses. The base potions, ones like Thunderbolt that increase our attack power, or Swallow that generate health over time, are simpler potions that will unlock pretty early in the game. They require less of our resources and less of a time commitment to create. We can also make decoctions that generally require a resource from a specific monster. These are much more powerful than most of the base potions, some giving us higher amounts of vitality regeneration, auto-activating a shield when we take too much damage, or an increase to our damage each time we land an attack. Potions and bombs are both a massive part of any battle. When we're fighting against a swarm of foes, whether monster or human, turning the tide in a 10-on-1 altercation is paramount, especially harder boss battles in the later parts of the game or the DLCs. We can also equip different armor and equipment, a chest piece, shoes, gloves, and pants. Each of these pieces of gear have their own armor ratings that help with defense and negating enemy damage. They also have bonus modifiers that can adjust crit chance, sign intensity. Certain pieces of gear will also have rune slots, allowing for other modifiers to be attached. We can also get set gear by completing scavenger hunts for the different schools of Witcher gear. We'll go into these a little bit more in depth later, but the sets will provide us added bonuses when we equip a certain amount of pieces of that set. We can also get access to craftsmen later that will allow us to upgrade our gear, swords, and armor. We can craft new swords by finding recipes at merchants, in chests, or by completing scavenger hunts. We can do the same with armor, and this is usually how we will be able to create set pieces. We can also repair equipment, which costs a small fee. All of our equipment will lose a small amount of durability as we use it, and we'll have to either bring it to a blacksmith or use a repair kit. Repair kits can be kind of sparse in the beginning of the game, so gold becomes paramount to fund our crafting bills. This is most of the gear that we can equip in the game. Gear also has rarity levels, and certain pieces of gear can even go up to legendary, having their own specific abilities. These can be incredibly powerful pieces that can greatly adjust your build. All of this seems to work alright on paper, but gear does have a really big issue in general. The biggest problem with gear is that the gear we pick up scales as the game progresses. The problem this creates is that gear doesn't really ever feel powerful. I remember getting a sword for beating the first DLC, Hearts of Stone. The second expansion, Blood and Wine, has a bit higher of a recommended level for it. When I started doing quests, I immediately out-leveled this weapon and I just had to get rid of it, choosing a random base rarity sword that I picked up. This is because of the gear scaling, and this legendary weapon that had a really cool ability on it and felt special because it was a reward for my adventure and the story of Hearts of Stone had now just become another weapon in my inventory. I will say that the Blood and Wine expansion does something to slightly fix this issue, but we'll get there later. Combat also has the general issue of just feeling kind of awkward and janky. It feels very strange to move around as Geralt in combat. This could be because of the way that the targeting in the game works and how Geralt circles each of his enemies, but it just doesn't feel very good. It also feels like the system really rewards patience and timing. This is true even when enemies are levels and levels below. The game mostly wants us to take a conservative and reserved approach to attacking enemies. We're most effective when our attacks are measured, when we react well to enemy attacks, and when we take our time to prepare for battle. I don't exactly hate the combat in Witcher 3, and overall it's probably better than the first two games, but it's also just incredibly awkward. It's a massive give and take because when it works, it really works. Hitting the right buttons in battle and having the right timing will have us feel like we're one step ahead of our enemies. We feel in tune with the flow of combat, getting in and getting out, floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. But when it doesn't work, it feels janky, like every move we make is the wrong one. And even if we are winning, it can feel like we're just hanging on to the side of a large beast while they miss every attack they make and we spam the strong attack button. It can feel great at times and terrible at others, but I guess this is probably a step up from feeling awkward and weird 100% of the time like the previous games did. Geralt also has access to 5 different signs, just like the other games. These can be cast by using the quick slot menu and selecting a sign to equip, and then pressing the cast sign button. They work pretty similar to their presence in the first 2 entries. Ard allows us to push enemies back in a wave and can blast aside enemies with a strong guard. Igni allows us to project a wave of flame out in front of us. Casting Yrden will place a magical trap on the ground that will slow enemies when they walk into the trap. Quen will create a shield around Geralt that will reflect a good amount of damage, and Axii will confuse an enemy for a short period of time. Again, just as every game, there are certain signs that I used way more often and that were much more useful in my opinion than other signs. I used Igni quite a lot. The extra damage in the beginning of the game just proved to be the best thing that I could do in most cases. Quen was incredibly useful throughout most of my playthrough. Having a second shield that can just negate damage, especially early on, is just so useful. There's never really a fight where having Quen doesn't help at least a little bit. We actually cast each sign by filling up our stamina bar, which slowly refills after we cast a spell, and goes down when we're running. Even if we have Quen on or an Yrden sign out in the field, we can still cast something like Ard, for example. Each of the signs can be upgraded, altering their use slightly. When Ard is upgraded, it will blast around Geralt instead of just in front of him. This can be really useful for pushing enemies back when we're surrounded. When Igni is upgraded, it can be fired as a constant stream instead of a wave. This is useful as well because it burns enemies immediately rather than having a chance to incinerate. Yrden can be upgraded to damage enemies that are inside of it instead of just slowing them. Quen can be upgraded to actually use an active shield. When we use this shield, damage absorbed can be turned into restored vitality for Geralt. And Axii can be upgraded to actually turn enemies on the battlefield into allies for a short period of time while also increasing their damage. These are all generally pretty good and useful in combat, except for Axii, which is upgraded into what it already was before. I used the altered version of Igni for a good portion of my first playthrough of the game. It did feel a bit slow at times, and like there were only specific times I could really use it. I should note here as well that these are altered versions of the signs that are unlocked. They are not switched into this version of the sign. We can still use the original version. The altered version is used by holding down the cast sign button instead of just pressing it. We unlock all of these alternate modes for signs by investing points into these skill trees. The skill point system in The Witcher 3 has been drastically changed from the previous games, and I actually really can't say that's for the better. The way the whole thing works is that when we level up, we gain a skill point. These skill points can then be used to buy or upgrade abilities in any of the skill trees. These abilities will have no effect if they aren't equipped though. We have to equip them in one of the open slots on the right side of the screen. We unlock more of these very slowly as we level up. We also unlock diamond slots that we can equip mutagens in. These mutagens, if matched with a skill of the same color, will provide a bonus matching that color. If we equip a red mutagen with red skills, we will get increased attack power. Blue mutagens with blue skills will give us increased sign intensity, etc. There are many different skills that we have the choice of equipping. The red skills are combat skills, the blue skills are sign-related skills, the green skills are alchemy-related, and the gold skills are general skills that have a range of different uses. Each column in each category generally follows the same subcategory. For example, the first column in the combat category mostly deals with increasing fast attack damage. Muscle memory increases the base damage of our fast attack, precise blows increases the critical hit chance and damage of our fast attack, whirl allows Geralt to use a spinning attack by holding the fast attack button, and crippling strikes allows fast attack to also apply the bleed effect. The combat category also has a column for strong attacks, which increases damage for the attack type and modifies its attack abilities, just like the fast attack column. The defense column allows Geralt to deflect arrows, receive reduced damage while dodging, increase damage after counterattacks, and a chance to kill enemies instantly. The marksmanship column adds additional slowdown when aiming the crossbow, adrenaline points gained on ranged hits, increase of critical hit chance, and an ability called Critical Shot, which disables monsters' special abilities when ranged shots critically hit. The final column in the combat category, Battle Trance, relates to adrenaline point generation. We haven't talked about adrenaline points yet, but they are something that we generate during battle. We have a small bar that's located just beneath Geralt's stamina bar. These can be gained through a variety of different ways, but they are used by equipping a variety of different skills. Certain abilities, when equipped, will spend adrenaline points in exchange to allow Geralt to do something particularly powerful in combat. This entire column deals with generating adrenaline points or spending adrenaline points. Undying will allow us to spend adrenaline points on death to stay alive, to gain adrenaline points when we enter combat, or to use adrenaline points when casting a sign to upgrade the sign to its highest level, which I thought was particularly useful. The signs category has a column for each of the 5 signs in the game. The Ard sign can be upgraded to increase its range, develop its alternative sign mode, increase its intensity, and increase its damage, as well as provide slight stamina regeneration. The Igni sign can be upgraded to increase damage and weaken armor, unlock its alternative sign mode, increase intensity, and increase chance of burning. The Earden sign can be upgraded to increase duration, unlock its alternate sign mode, increase intensity, and increase damage inside of the trap. The Quen sign can be upgraded to explode when attacked to unlock the active shield mode, increase intensity, and reflect damage back to the attacker. The final sign, Axii, can be upgraded to cause enemies to not move towards Geralt while Axii is being cast, to unlock Delusion, which allows us to use Axii to influence people in conversations, to unlock the Puppet mode, increase Axii's intensity, and allow for 2 opponents to be influenced at once. Most of this category increases effectiveness of signs and damage, while some specific ones drastically change the way that signs can be used. Easily the best skill in this category is Delusion, allowing us to use Axii in conversations. This is just so incredibly overpowered. There are so many situations where using Axii will let us get through quests faster, prevent us from spending money, or just save us a headache. Having this skill leveled up early is very useful. I think there should be special mention here for things like Earden's alternate mode Magic Trap, which causes damage to enemies. There are skills like this that turn mostly unviable skills into ones that actually can be used very often. The alchemy tree generally deals with skills relating to brewing potions, bombs, oils, mutations, and Geralt's general toxicity level. Toxicity is represented by a small bar below our health meter. This increases every time that we drink a potion, and the amount which it increases is different based on the potion that we consume. The higher that this meter goes, the more vitality that we lose. Of course, this can be offset with certain skills in the final tree. The first row, Brewing, deals mostly with making and consuming potions. Upgrades will increase our overdose threshold, allowing us to drink more potions, increase vitality gained when drinking potions, allow potions to maintain their effect until toxicity falls, and finally an upgrade which gives us a chance to activate another random potion without adding toxicity. The oil column will affect oils that we can use to coat our swords in battle. We can upgrade oils to allow for an inherent chance to poison enemies when oil is applied, add protection against the enemy type that the oil is targeting, increase blade oil charges, and increase critical hit when adrenaline points are at their maximum. The bomb column focuses on the making and use of bombs. We can increase the slowdown of time when aiming with bombs, increase damage of bombs that wouldn't normally do damage, increase the amount of bomb charges we have, and increase the amount of fragments when bombs detonate. The mutation columns focus mainly on increasing general alchemy benefits. Upgrades will increase toxicity based on the alchemy formulas we know, cause decoctions to increase vitality, increase bonuses for mutagens, and increase the duration of decoctions. The final column will increase stats around toxicity. Upgrades will cause time to slow when enemies are about to counterattack, increase maximum vitality when toxicity is high, increase the rate at which toxicity drops, and increase crit chance for each opponent killed. The final category, general skills, affect the game in many different ways. It basically functions as the miscellaneous skills for the game. I won't go through every skill in this category, but it holds a breadth of different things. Some skills will increase base vitality, others will cause food to increase our vitality for over 20 minutes instead of the standard 30 seconds or so. Strong back increases our maximum inventory weight, and focus causes adrenaline points to increase weapon damage and sign intensity. The skills here can range from incredibly useful and game-changing to absolute garbage and to be avoided at all costs. The skill system as a whole is really a mixed bag, which is kind of the story for this whole series, so I guess it fits. On one hand, I think that because of the limited amount of slots in comparison to the actual amount of skills, there is a large variety in actual builds that can be made here. There are actually 16 skills in each of the color categories, not including the top row skills that are automatically unlocked when starting the game. I don't count the first row because they don't have to be equipped to be activated. This is 16 skills in the combat category, 16 skills in the signs category, and 16 skills in the alchemy category. Plus, the additional 20 from the general category leaves us with 68 total skills that can be equipped. Once we unlock all of the skill slots, not counting the additional ones unlocked in the Blood and Wine expansion, we only have 12 slots. That means that we can only equip and use 18% of our skills at any given time. Again, this forced scarcity increases the amount of builds and combinations that can actually be made. This is good in theory, and I think the whole process has really been streamlined from previous entries in the series. This is good, especially since The Witcher 3 has targeted a much wider audience than the first or second game. This makes things a bit easier to understand than the sprawling skill tree from The Witcher. But on the other hand, these skill slots are unlocked so incredibly slow across the course of the game. We unlock the first 6 slots every 2 levels. So we get a new slot at level 2, 4, 6, 8, etc. But when we hit level 12, this starts to slow down. The next 3 are unlocked every 3 levels, and the last 3 are unlocked every 4 levels, up to level 30. This slowdown in skill slot unlocks feels even slower because leveling, of course, slows down as we get higher up. This comes with any RPG, and we're always going to get diminishing returns as we start to gain more abilities. This makes the whole thing feel really sluggish, and it gets worse because at a certain point, we have a ton of skill points that we can't even use. These either end up getting dumped into skills that we can't equip until later, or they get hoarded. We also have the option of dumping them into skills to unlock other rows of abilities, because each row is locked out until enough points are spent in the previous rows, but it makes leveling feel like it has no effect. The first few levels do make us feel like we have genuine progress. Each time we unlock a new slot and level the skill all the way up, we can feel the difference in our character. In Geralt, in the way that he fights, but once we get into the middle levels, everything slows down. Leveling up doesn't feel like getting any sort of progress. It feels like we got an ability point that we just can't use yet. In the end, I think that reducing the weight of skills and leveling in general is a much larger negative to the system than its faux increase in build variety. The skill system overall just doesn't work that well. It ditches impact for a general streamline to make the system easier to understand, rather than offering complexity to the player and making things more engaging. With the combat system out of the way, we can now finally talk about White Orchard, the small town that serves as the prologue for this game. As I said before, the chapters in this video generally are segmented by the different areas of the game world, and I will try to approach each chapter in a similar way, outside of a few exceptions. I will first talk about the general side content that the area offers. I just want to first say that I will not go over every single piece of side content in the game. I want to set expectations before we really get into things. Once we travel to Velen and get into the main part of the game, things will widen greatly. There really is just so much content in the game. There are somewhere around 270 side quests, including contracts and treasure hunts. I simply will not be able to talk about every single quest, and there just really isn't any reason to. There are some side quests that just don't really deserve a deep dive, and the same goes for contracts and treasure hunts. I will make a concerted effort, though, to talk about the things of note, the best side quests, the ones that stuck out, the contracts, interactions, and the general area. Geralt and Vesemir arrive in White Orchard on the tail of Yennefer. When we get into town, we can collect a few side quests and check the town notice board to gather some contracts and smaller quests from the townsfolk. One of the first side quests that we'll encounter in White Orchard is called a Frying Pan Spick and Span. Here we find a woman near a house off of the river Ismena. She says that her frying pan has been stolen by a man that barricaded himself inside this abandoned hut. We can break down the door by using Ard and investigate. Her pan is inside with the corpse of a man. We can use our Witcher senses to find out what happened. Witcher senses are used when we hold down the left trigger. It allows Geralt to focus, finding tracks in the ground, items of interest nearby, or containers that can be looted. Here we can find some papers that tell us the dead man was a spy, paying close attention to the movements of nearby Nilfgaardian forces. This is seemingly a quest that is a bit beneath Geralt. The journal even points this out, that at first, the quest doesn't quite live up to the general portrayal of Witchers. But just as with the world and the story of The Witcher overall, there's something else in the background. The current war, the threat of Nilfgaard, the movements of nations spill over here into an abandoned hut just outside of the small town of White Orchard, and it just so happens that this woman's pan is inside. Missing in Action is a particularly good quest that we find when crossing through a ransacked village. A man is looking for his brother who serves in the Temerian army. The man tasks us with helping him search through the remnants of a recent battle. We have to find shields that have the Temerian lilies on them and pick through the battered bodies. Eventually we track his brother down. He's surprisingly still alive in a nearby cabin, wounded from the fight. He's sitting with a Nilfgaardian soldier, one of the enemies. They both came out of the battle wounded and helped each other get to this safe spot. Of course, this quest pushes the theme that most of the men fighting this war don't inherently have problems with the men that they are fighting. They are serving a war started by rulers that they have nearly no attachment to. Swinging swords is just something that they do, not something that they really want to do. At the end of the day, they're just men. It echoes something like the Christmas truce during the First World War, where ceasefire occurred between the German and British forces on Christmas Day to celebrate the holiday. Of course, Dune, the man that gave us this quest, does not share the same belief. He has seen the destruction and hatred that Nilfgaardian forces have wrought, and just because this one man is good does not mean that he can help him out. He doesn't share the same connection to him as his brother does. As is usual with Witcher games, we can make a choice here. We end up deciding the fate of this man and how this whole situation turns out. This is a Witcher game after all, and it's all about choice. There aren't many choices that we make in White Orchard that will have an effect on the main story, but we do have a small amount of choices when it comes to side quests. These first few are pretty good at displaying the persistent effects that choice will have on the game. For instance, here we can choose to convince Dune to take the Nilfgaardian soldier in. If we do this, we can venture back later to find the three living together in a home. If we don't do this, then the soldier will die after being left on his own. We can also stumble upon the two soldiers before taking the quest from Dune, and they will task us with finding the man's brother. Once we do find him, we make him aware of the two soldiers, and he ventures to find them on his own. This then results in the Nilfgaardian soldier's death anyways, because Dune made the decision for himself, without our input. This is one thing that The Witcher 3 does have going for it, and that's consequence. The game is impressive as it manages to have so many outcomes for so many different quests. The amount of options can be overwhelming if you really get down into the nitty-gritty, but because there are so many options, I feel that this leads to the player thinking with their head or emotions rather than trying to min-max the game. At least in my case, I felt myself trending towards what the better option would be rather than what would give me more rewards. Because there were so many outcomes, I would rather just do the right thing than try to get more powerful or get more money. This is a natural way that the developers push the player towards making decisions in character or with the characters in mind, rather than with the game in mind. It's definitely a balance between both. The player should be making choices based off of resources as well, whether this decision will save or gain them money, will it give them more power, or is it morally good? General good writing in quests also has this effect, but we'll get into that later. The quest On Death's Bed is a pretty simple one that we'll inevitably run into early on. When we meet an herbalist during the main quest, she asks us to brew a potion for a dying woman. We don't have to do this, of course, but I think most players will decide to help someone that's in need, especially because they're getting rewarded for the effort. This quest basically functions as a soft way to introduce us to the alchemy system. It also forces us to craft the Swallow Potion early on into the game. There's a lot of this in White Orchard. The prologue itself basically functions as a soft tutorial for the other mechanics of the game that we haven't been introduced to yet. Precious Cargo begins when we find a merchant that tasks us with finding his wagon that was driven off the road when they were attacked by monsters. We can find this cart nearby, but once we get to the goods, we find out that the cart was clearly not attacked by monsters, or at least that's not what drove it off the road. The thing is riddled with arrows and covered in human blood. We find this specific piece of cargo that the merchant wanted us to get for him, a box.
Oh, and you find the box?
When we return, we can just give him the box and he will pay us, or we can call out his lie. If we do this, he tries to escape and we track him down, taking him off his horse, or we can track him back to a camp and fight some other bandits protecting him. Eventually, we realize that this man is ex-Temerian army and his group has been attacking Nilfgaardian supply carts. We can keep the box, give him the box, or turn him in. The box itself has some alchemy ingredients inside, so it isn't that worth it. The final actual side quest is Twisted Firestarter. This starts when we find a blacksmith in town that's had his smith burned down. The arsonist is still on the loose, and Willis tells Geralt that he's always been persecuted in this town because he's a dwarf. Because of his non-human status, he's never fully been accepted by everyone in town. This quest serves as our biggest introduction to tracking so far. Using our Witcher sense, we can investigate areas, but we can also sniff out tracks in landscape and follow them to trace someone down. In this case, we track the arsonist to the water, where it seems they were attacked by some drowners. We eventually figure out it was a man named Nap that lives in town. It seems that Nap was inebriated and made a big mistake. We can choose to take Nap's bribe and lie to the blacksmith, or we can turn him in. If we do turn him in, Willis has him sent to the guards, where it's assumed that he'll be executed. This is kind of a difficult quest to make a decision on. It definitely pushes the lesser evil theme of the Witcher world, as well as this game specifically. If we don't turn Nap in, then Willis loses his shot for nothing, and he gets no retribution. But if we turn him in, then Nap dies. Maybe a bit too harsh of a punishment for something like this. It is a really hard decision, but again, we end up picking the lesser evil because this is something the game establishes early and often. The Witcher 3 also contains a certain type of side quest called contracts. These were present in the previous games, but usually just tasked us with killing a certain amount of base enemies or killing a base enemy that's been recolored and slightly powered up. This is perhaps the largest upgrade that The Witcher 3 makes to the series. Contracts are basically postings from nearby townsfolk that need a Witcher to solve a problem they're having. This problem is usually a monster that needs dispensed, and Geralt happens to be the man to do it. With each contract, we are allowed to negotiate with the customer and try to get our price up as high as we can. If we suggest too high a price, the person that we're dealing with will get more annoyed until they stop negotiating with us altogether. We have to find the sweet spot and get a good price for the work that we're going to have to do. Each contract is different, and most of them function as their own little stories, but most of them result in us tracking down a monster, preparing to battle it, and then defeating it. These contract monsters are mostly a bit higher level than us, so proper preparation is paramount to be able to take them down. The first contract that we get access to is Devil by the Well. When we talk to Odilon, who posted the notice, he will tell us that the nearby river's water has gone bad because of all the bodies in it. His daughter has gotten sick from this, and the only way for him to get fresh water is to travel to a nearby well. He can't do this though, because the well is haunted by a noon wraith. When we travel to the well, we can investigate the area around and find a girl who has met an untimely demise. We have to gather a bracelet of hers by jumping into the well. When we do this, we can summon the noon wraith and fight her. Part of being effective during battles for contracts is preparation. The bestiary in the menu is probably one of the most effective tools we have at our disposal, barring our actual swords. When we defeat a monster, read a book about them, or get information on them, we gain their bestiary entry. This will tell us their weaknesses, specific bombs, oils, or signs that might make the fight quite a lot easier. If we don't have these specific bombs or oils, that doesn't exactly mean that we can't effectively defeat it, but it will make it much easier if we do. It makes a lot more sense in most cases to venture out and gather the materials to craft these things before taking on our foe. In the case of the Noonwraith, it is weak to the Earden Sign, Moon Dust, and Spectre Oil. The Earden Sign is particularly useful against all wraiths because it prevents them from becoming ethereal, allowing our swords to actually find purchase rather than passing right through them. Once we complete this battle, we can take a trophy from the monster we killed as proof that we did our job. These trophies can be equipped onto Roach, our horse, for small benefits like increased experience or chance to dismember enemies. In this specific contract, we can find out more information about the girl that was killed and why she became a Noonwraith. White Orchard also holds a few scavenger hunts that we can track down. Things like looking for Witcher gear from the School of the Viper or tracking down some lost Temerian valuables. These quests generally don't have as much story and are more about obtaining gear or treasure that we can sell to merchants or turn in for a reward. I won't talk about them nearly as much as the side quests because they don't have as much substance as those. There are a few other things that we can do in White Orchard, but let's get to the main quest. When we first arrive on the outskirts of White Orchard, we are immediately introduced to the problem that we'll have to solve, or at least one of them. A griffin has begun attacking nearby. It picks up the body of a horse and pulls it away from a nearby merchant's cart. He doesn't have any leads on Yennefer, but we head into the nearby tavern. When we arrive, we see the townsfolk drinking, some of which are currently lamenting the Nilfgaardian takeover. The others quietly accept this defeat and are forced to assimilate into this new rule. The same townsfolk aren't too keen on Witchers being in their tavern. We can talk to the innkeep to find out that there isn't a contract for the griffin yet. There would have been by now, but with the Nilfgaardians in town, general rule of the village has been taken over. We can ask some people around the tavern about Yennefer. Most don't seem to know anything, but we can play Gwent here for the first time. Most of the Witcher games seem to have at least a few little side activities for us to partake in. In the first game, it was drinking contests, boxing, and dice poker. The second game also had dice poker, boxing, and arm wrestling. But the third game in the series decides to favor one larger minigame over a few smaller ones. Now, I want to say here that I'm not really going to do my deep dive on Gwent just yet. I'm actually going to save that for when I talk about the standalone Gwent game in my full series retrospective. I will just give a brief overview of the game and its mechanics here so that I don't skip over it completely. Gwent is a pretty simple card game. It's one of those games that's simple to understand but can be difficult to master. The game itself is the representation of a battle between two nations. You choose from one of 4 decks at the beginning of the game, though a 5th was added for the Blood and Wine expansion. Each deck has its own ability, like the Northern Realms, which gets you an extra card when you win a round, or Nilfgaard that automatically wins a round if it ends in a draw. At the beginning of the game, we get to draw 10 cards. Our deck is able to be edited with cards that we get from around the world. These can be rewards for beating other Gwent players, from completing quests, buying them from merchants, or finding them scattered about. Each deck has its own specific cards, and there are a variety of neutral cards that are available to every deck. We can craft our deck as much as we want, but at the beginning of the game, we can pick 2 cards out of the 10 that are drawn to redraw. With those cards, each player takes turns playing cards, and the goal is to increase our score. Each card can have a variety of special abilities that buff other cards, destroy opponent cards, etc. Because of the amount of cards, there is a lot that can happen, and again, I won't get into all of that here. The ultimate goal, though, is to win 3 rounds. You can pass at any time and give the opponent the opportunity to play more cards if you want to save your cards for the later rounds, because you only get 10, unless you have card abilities or leader abilities that let you draw more. I will say this about Gwent, it is a very well crafted card game. Like I said before, simple to play, hard to master. It can be very difficult, and to be honest, I didn't play a lot of it during these playthroughs of The Witcher 3. 1, because I knew that I would be talking about the standalone game later, and 2, because it just really wasn't for me. It's not that I don't like card games, I just found it kind of hard to really get enveloped in its design and systems when there are already so many other things to do in this game. Whenever I was given the choice, I always wanted to go do more side quests, contracts, get better gear, or continue with the main story. I never really wanted to sit down and play this card game for a while. I know that isn't the case for everyone because people love Gwent, and it was obviously popular enough to spawn its own standalone game, but it just wasn't really for me, in the context of The Witcher 3. Geralt eventually meets a man at the tavern named Gaunter O'Dim. He knows of Geralt through Dandelion's ballads. He used to be a glass merchant, dubbed the Man of Glass. He says that word came from a Nilfgaardian scout who saw a woman fitting Yennefer's description. She rode to their camp and talked to the commander before having an argument and leaving. As we leave the tavern, some men challenge Geralt. We can disable one of them with Axii before fist fighting the other two. At this point, we can head over to the garrison and speak with the Nilfgaardian commander. When we meet him, he is discussing the amount of grain that White Orchard's aldermen should give to the garrison. The army needs supplies after all, and unfortunately, these have to be taken from the townsfolk. The first impression that we get from the man is that he is fair. He relates to the farmer in front of him. He was a farmer once too, and knows that the man is lying. When the man gives him the real number of bushels that he can give to the garrison, the commander even tells him to deliver under that amount, only 30 bushels. We introduce ourselves to the commander and find out that he already knows about Yennefer and where she is, but he wants something in return. He wants us to take care of the griffin for him because he doesn't have the soldiers to spare at the moment. He needs to hire a professional. Based on the information that he gives us, Geralt figures out that the beast has already abandoned its lair, so we have to lure it out and set a trap. We need a specific herb for this task, and on top of that, we need more information about the beast itself. This leads us to our next two tasks, heading to the herbalist for a specific plant that we need, and heading to a hunter nearby who has more info on the griffin. The herbalist will give us the On Death's Bed quest, but she will also tell us where to get buckthorn. It's pretty easy to get, we just have to swim to the bottom of the lake and pick it where it grows. When we find the hunter, who is currently tracking some wild dogs, he was the one that found the Nilfgaardian bodies, men killed by the griffin. We can help him take out the dogs that he's tracking. During this excursion, we find a friend of the hunters. He served with him at the Lord's Manor before it was taken over by the Nilfgaardians. He eventually leads us to the place where the bodies were found. Bloodstains coat the ground before us, but there's a lot of information here to lead us away. The men made camp and were celebrating when they were attacked by the beast. We can follow tracks to find an already dead female griffin up by her nest. This means that the other griffin was male. The men that killed her did it while she was asleep. Griffins pair up for life while they're still young, and this explains the aggression from the griffin towards the people of White Orchard. Humans killed his mate. At this point, we can head back and talk to Vesemir and tell him what we know. He has picked out a spot to trap the griffin on the other side of the river. We can head there and meet Vesemir. While the two wait, Vesemir tells Geralt of his plans to head back to Kaer Morhen after they find Yennefer. He believes that Nilfgaard's forces are progressing faster than expected. He wants to be able to cover their tracks to the fortress to ensure that the place remains hidden. And he wants Geralt to come back home this year for the winter, and Geralt thinks he may even bring a guest. The griffin eventually shows up, taking the bait in the form of a stuffed lamb. Geralt receives a crossbow from Vesemir, our introduction to the weapon. We're properly shown how to use it here, as it's particularly useful at taking larger monsters out of the air and bringing them to the ground. We have a fight with the griffin, another first introduction, as it's probably the first time that we've fought something this large in the game. It's not too difficult of an enemy, and as is the case with a lot of the larger monsters in this game, it telegraphs most of its attacks, so they're pretty easy to avoid. On top of that, if we've taken the game's advice thus far and geared up for a few hours doing side quests, contracts, treasure hunts, and upgrading our gear, then this isn't really too big of an issue. Once we defeat the beast, we take a trophy from it. We bring this back to the commander, who is now chastising the alderman who has brought the grain he requested. He notices that the grain is rotten and orders him lashed for bringing him bad provisions. Suddenly, this Nilfgaardian isn't so fair anymore. He rationalizes this treatment because he tried to give these people help, but they've disrespected him.
Guess you've dropped your good uncle act.
It was no act. I extended a hand to these people. They spat on it.
Could it be because it held the sword that killed their loved ones?
Tja, a moralist. And what would you do in my stead?
In return for killing the griffin, he tells us that Yennefer rode off for Vizima. The place is incredibly close, but of course the commander didn't tell Geralt because he knew he wouldn't have killed the Griffin. He then offers to pay us for the job as well, and with this comes our first time-constrained choice in the game. A small timer will appear during these options. These were present in The Witcher 2 as well, and of course I feel similarly about their appearance in this game. They do a very good job at what they're trying to do. Force the player to not think but react with gut instinct, just as any real person would do in these situations. This will more often than not lead us to making a decision we wouldn't otherwise, because if we had the time to sit and think, we might decide to do something a bit more rational. We're allowed to either take the coin or turn it down. I decided to take it because I was a bit broke, and I figured that leaving the garrison a bit lighter in the coffers would probably benefit me as well. I didn't feel great about it, but a Witcher has to eat, after all. After this, we can finally head back to the inn and get ready to head out with Vesemir. The locals from the Temerian army are getting drunk and itching for a fight. They want to get revenge on the Nilfgaardians, but at this point, they're just angry and anything will do. A local woman takes umbrage with the fact that the innkeeper has taken down the Temerian lilies. She extrapolates on this and takes it even further, accusing the woman of sympathizing with the Nilfgaardians. She smashes the woman's face into the counter and Vesemir gets involved, despite not wanting to cause an issue in the first place. But as we know, Witchers can't help but get involved. The locals then rise up against us and we have to fight them off. Geralt brutally decapitates one of them and tries to help the angry woman, but she crawls away terrified, as does the innkeep. As the two step outside, they are met with the Nilfgaardian forces and Yennefer herself. She received a report about Geralt and decided to seek him out. She promises to explain what happened when the group gets to Vizima. The Emperor wants to see Geralt, and he wants to see him now. This is where Vesemir decides to head home. Geralt thanks him, and the old Witcher heads in the other direction. Geralt, Yennefer, and a retinue of Nilfgaardian soldiers all ride towards Vizima, but on the way they are picked off and chased by the Wild Hunt. Of course, Geralt and Yennefer barely manage to escape due to a well-placed spell cast by Yennefer. Geralt is then quickly getting used to the new royal service that he's receiving. He's bathed, placed in a chair for a shave, and given an outfit so that he may appear well in front of the Emperor. He's also taught to bow, to practice the customs that a noble would. We meet Morvan Vorus, a commander in the Nilfgaardian army, specifically commander of the men that were killed by the Wild Hunt. He doesn't seem particularly happy about this and confronts Geralt about the issue. We're then led to see the Emperor, Emir var Emrys, or the white flame dancing on the barrows of his enemies. The Emperor wants Geralt for a job. He has heard that Ciri, his daughter, has come back and he wants Geralt to find her. He specifically wants Geralt for this job because Ciri trusts him. He dismisses Geralt quickly as Yennefer has the rest of the information that we need. On the way to Yennefer, we can meet some men who are discussing neutrality and how difficult it is to preserve. A bit on the nose, but a subtle reminder of the moral themes of The Witcher, a foreshadowing, something to keep in the back of our mind when the tough choices come later. When we finally get to talk to Yennefer, she tells us that Ciri has been spotted by Nilfgaardian agents. She has grown into a woman now. Yennefer had already been searching for a while now, but she noticed that someone else was too, the Wild Hunt. Because the matter is so serious, Yennefer has now turned to Geralt, the best tracker that she knows. She's not exactly sure why the Hunt is tracking her, but they clearly want something with her powers. Ciri has been spotted in Velen and Novigrad. We're told that the lead in Velen is the most promising, so that's our first step. We're to see the Baron that rules over the land there. Novigrad is the next best bet, and Triss Merigold is already waiting in the city, having found a small residence inside. Yennefer plans to head to Skellige. She's heard reports of a magic explosion there recently and plans to investigate that. Geralt is to meet her there once he's learned something. This is about where the prologue ends. We can now head to Velen, out into the wide open world to track down Ciri and find what's become of her. Before we leave, we can talk to Ambassador Var Atra and he will update us on the state of the world. But before we get to that, we need to talk about Ciri, Yennefer, the Wild Hunt, and the complicated relationship that all of these parties have with Geralt. Now, I just want to say here that this is mostly going to be book knowledge. I've sort of avoided talking about these things for the first 2 videos in this series because, well, it wasn't really that important. The Wild Hunt made a small appearance in the first game, they were mentioned quite a bit in the second game, but they weren't a central part of the story. Yennefer and Ciri both were not in the first game, and Yennefer appeared in flashbacks in the second game, but again, wasn't fully present. It is a complicated subject, and there's a lot here, so I'm going to dive into it. Understanding at least a brief overview of these characters, their past from the books, and how they relate to each other does provide a lot more context to the entire story and the game. It's not 100% necessary, but it sure does help, so I will be spoiling the books a bit here. If you're still holding out to read those, then maybe come back to this video once you've done that. I'll go much more in depth on all of the books in my full series retrospective, but for now, this is why finding Ciri is so important, why Geralt has such an affinity for Yennefer, and why the Wild Hunt is so dangerous. Ciri was born in Skellige to her parents Pavetta and Emhyr var Emreis. Pavetta was the princess of Cintra. Cintra is an incredibly important nation in the Witcher world because it was once an elven kingdom. The city that was built there was eventually abandoned by the elves, and the human city was built on top of its ruins. The royal family there happened to be descendants of a very specific line. This gives them the powers of a source. A source is a person with very powerful innate magical abilities. Alvin from the first game was a source. Sources must be treated with care because their powers can get out of hand if they don't learn to control them. Geralt happened to be in Cintra before Ciri was born. In one of the first books, he meets Pavetta and Duny, who was Emperor Emhyr using an alias at the time, and lifts the curse from him. Witchers are sometimes allowed to invoke something called the Law of Surprise instead of taking payment. They usually request things like the first thing that comes to greet you, or what you find at home yet don't expect. This usually results in children being taken by the Law of Surprise. Ciri was one of these children, born of Pavetta and Emhyr. Emhyr had crafted a plan to get out of Cintra and reclaim his heritage by faking the deaths of his family, but Pavetta got Ciri out of there and Pavetta accidentally died at sea. Ciri was then returned to Cintra, raised by her grandmother Calanth. Geralt also made his way back to Cintra eventually, and Calanth tried to hide Ciri so that she wouldn't be taken by him. Geralt decided not to follow through with the Law of Surprise, but eventually destiny found its way. Geralt stumbled upon her once again in the forests of Brokilon, the land of the Dryads. She ended up wanting to go with Geralt to become a Witcher and train with him. Geralt protected her through the forests, and even though she wanted to go back to Kaer Morhen with him, he sent her back to Cintra once more, trying to fight against destiny. Ciri then spent some time in Skellige, but years later, Nilfgaard finally decided to make a move on Cintra. Cintra was an advantageous area to conquer for the south. It would be their first real push into the northern kingdoms. At the time, Emhyr was also doing this to find his child that he knew to still be alive. Geralt heard about the raid on Cintra and went back for Ciri to save the girl. Cintra eventually fell to Nilfgaard, but Geralt managed to get Ciri out and take her back to Kaer Morhen to train with the Witchers. So this briefly explains the origin between Ciri and Geralt. The two are bound by destiny. Geralt to become Ciri's adoptive father, the man that trains her and shows her the ways of the world. They are bound by the Law of Surprise. No matter how far these two travel, the forces of the continent will always try to bring them back together. Geralt does truly care for Ciri at the end of the day, and after these events in the books, she became the central character for most of the conflicts that would arise. She was not only important because she was the sole remaining heir to the Cintran throne after her grandmother perished in the fall of Cintra, but also because she was an incredibly powerful source. Most viewed her as a weapon, but Geralt seems to view her as a person. He cares for her deeply and looks at her as a daughter. Now, this brings us to Yennefer, who would eventually become sort of like Ciri's adoptive mother. Yennefer studied magic at Aretuza, a magical academy on Thaned Island. She was born as a hunchback, and because of this, she was mostly exiled by her father. She was abused and resented by both of her parents, and eventually sent to the school. Her physical flaws were removed there with magic. One day in the town of Rinde, she met Geralt. At the time, Geralt had been traveling with Dandelion, and the two happened upon a Djinn. Djinn are a powerful type of creature in this world, and they, like genies, grant wishes. Dandelion was wounded by the Djinn, and Geralt found Yennefer, seeking her to help heal the bard. Yennefer sought to capture the Djinn to use it as a way to increase her own power. She originally thought that Dandelion was the one that was granted the wishes by the Djinn, but it was really Geralt. If Geralt used his last wish, he realized that the Djinn would be too strong and Yennefer would be killed in trying to restrain the thing. He saved her by wishing that their fates would be tied together. Over the years, the two have constantly come back to each other since their fates are tied together. Destiny also pulls these two across worlds to ensure that they are always returned. Geralt and Yennefer have had an on-again, off-again relationship at certain points throughout their history. They just haven't really worked, or the fate of the world was on the line and there were more important things happening. But at the end of the day, somehow life finds a way to bring them back together. That brings us to our last group, the Wild Hunt, and how all of these things came to a head in the past. Many myths exist about the Wild Hunt. Most of the people on the continent believe that they are spectral riders, that the presence of the Wild Hunt is akin to some sort of natural phenomenon. The people of Skellige call them the Wraiths of Morhog, and believe that they will return in full during the end of the world, an event called Ragnar Rug. Get it? Their ship, Naglfar, is said to float above land and that it is made from the fingernails of the dead. A lot of this is actually untrue, just myth. Far into the history of the continent, a group of elves split off from this world and decided to set their sights on places they had yet to explore. Using portals and magic, they traveled to other worlds and decided to take one for their own. This world was already inhabited by humans and unicorns. Unicorns are incredibly important in the history of The Witcher and its future because they have the ability to travel between worlds. On this world that these rogue elves took over, they had a gate that allowed them to conveniently do this type of travel. When the elves took over this world and killed the humans, they began warring with the unicorns. They were a species that they couldn't ever really entirely defeat. But at this point, the Ain-El, which is what these elves were called, needed slaves. The humans on this world had been wiped out and they wanted to create a beautiful world for themselves, but they felt they needed others to do it. This is why they wanted to head to other worlds, in particular their home world, so that they could take human slaves from there. They would use the gate to travel to other worlds and take slaves back, but the unicorns had closed their gate so that the Ain-El couldn't do this as efficiently. The Wild Hunt is actually a procession of Ain-El riders, wearing skeletal armor to terrify humans of the other worlds. They are also cloaked in spectral magic to make themselves appear intimidating. The Ain-El, the Wild Hunt, are now after Ciri, most likely to use her incredible power to be able to travel between worlds. But where do Yennefer, Ciri, and Geralt intersect? In the books, Geralt nearly met his end in Rivia. He was killed there, stabbed and overrun in a riot. Ciri knew this was happening and she went with Yennefer to the city to try and save him. Yennefer used her magic to attempt to rescue the Witcher, but she fell unconscious from the sheer amount of power that she had to use. Ciri took both of them to the Isle of Monarch, past the mists in a lake near Rivia. Ciri then left this world. The Isle is where these two stayed before the Wild Hunt eventually took Yennefer like we saw in the last game. All of this brings us to the present, where Yennefer has found her way out thanks to Geralt and Letho. Geralt was released from another world by Ciri, and Ciri is somehow back in this world, and now the Wild Hunt is looking for her. Now, this is a pretty brief overview of these events, and like I said, I'll try to go a bit more in depth once I talk about the books later. There are a lot of things that happened in between Yennefer meeting Geralt and being taken to the Isle by Ciri, but for now, this brings you up to speed on the events if you haven't read the books. These games are technically, kind of, sort of, but mostly sequels to the books. This should give you a pretty good state of the world leading into Act 1. We'll talk about countries and nations and the war that's currently happening in a moment. But as for the prologue as a whole, I think it does some things well and some things poorly. First of all, it introduces us to the world very well, but it specifically introduces us to the world and its conflicts through the eyes of the people that are truly feeling it. The common folk, the peasants, the aldermen, these people are taking the brunt of the war. Of course, soldiers are dying, fighting wars for kings and emperors, and we see them as well, but this is very much a common man's view of the Witcher world. But a lot of these views clash. It's a world full of tension, forcing itself onto itself from all sides. In White Orchard, there's tension between the Nilfgaardians and the Temerians. The locals in the tavern secretly remember the times with the lilies on the wall. In Silent, they breed hatred for their new overlords. There's tension between humans and non-humans, though not as much as the previous entries. We will come to find that the Scoia'tael have mostly fallen off, and no one is really worried about them much, especially with Nilfgaard as a much larger threat. But that tension is still felt in White Orchard. Tension between monster and man, the hunt and us, the Witchers and the world. Forces are constantly clashing here. No one is staying silent. Our brief stay in White Orchard shows a bleak picture of a world that is being racked by conflict. From a gameplay and structure perspective, I really like to think about White Orchard as the tutorial area, or just an extension of our first tutorial. This isn't explicitly stated, and it's kind of hard to feel because we can spend quite a bit of time in this prologue. If we do everything, then we might spend a few hours here. That hardly feels like a tutorial, but this area introduces us not only to the world, but it shows us contracts, tracking, crossbow firing, side quests, consequence of choice, upgrading, among many other things. It's a really good way to introduce the player to all of these things on a really small scale without overwhelming us, because once we head into Velen, it will be really easy to get overwhelmed. I'm not a massive fan of the actual main story that the prologue presents, mostly because it just doesn't have as much consequence as everything else. There are really no story choices here that will carry over into the rest of the game or affect it in any way. We're just here to slay the Griffin, and it doesn't really matter how we handle it as far as the main story is concerned. It also feels kind of odd to do this quest to find Yennefer only to have her find us moments later. I understand that it wouldn't make sense for us to head to Vizima and then be whisked away to Amir. It probably makes sense from a character and story perspective, but it always just felt kind of odd to me. The side quests here are pretty good as well, but I don't think they even come close to the ones in the rest of the game. But for now, it's time to set out on our grand adventure. Geralt needs to find Ciri. We need to find Ciri, and we have a long journey ahead of us. It's been about 6 months since Nilfgaard began their invasion of the Northern Kingdoms, formerly known as the Third Nilfgaardian War. Nilfgaard has quickly reached the Pontar, pushing into Edirn. It was looking bleak for the north, considering only 2 strong nations were left, Redania and Kedwin. This quickly became a problem for Nilfgaard as Radovid, king of Redania, made a move against Kedwin, and Kedwin didn't put up a fight. The two now stand united by force against Nilfgaard, a much harder target to take down. A massive battle has taken place in Velen with huge casualties on both sides. Radovid is waiting for another offensive from the south, and Amir is planning how to move forward. It isn't going well for Nilfgaard though. Their forces are spread thin, and Velen has become an issue. Because of this, they have given control of the area over to a man named Philip Strenger, an ex-officer in the Temerian army who goes by the Bloody Baron. Novigrad, a city just north of where the Baron lies, has become incredibly important to the war. Because Radovid is in Oxenfurt nearby, he requires ships and coin to move forward with the war. Novigrad is a rich city and is a good place to get these. King Bran leads the nearby island of Skellige, a population ruled by Nordic-like Viking law. They often raid Nilfgaardian ships for supplies and coin. They prove a silent threat, one that could rise at any time, but Nilfgaard does not seem too concerned with them. With the world in such a sorry state, Geralt heads off to Velen to follow Ciri's trail and attempt to find the girl that he calls his daughter. Before we get to that story, let's talk about all of the other little pieces to this puzzle that we can find in these sprawling swamps. So, like I said before, I simply can't talk about every single side quest in this game. It would just take far too long, and I don't even think every single one of them are worthy of attention. Because of that, I did make specific lists for each section of this video, quests that I felt were particularly standout and worthy of attention. If certain side quests wrap back into the main story, then I will be talking about those once I do talk about the story for this section. It was really difficult to narrow down a list of quests to talk about because there are just so many good ones. Velen itself is mostly a swampy region, a bog that holds the homes of many small villages and settlements. It feels like an ancient place, a place lost to time. One second we will be strolling through a town, a place wrapped in the lives of ordinary folks, but walking too many paces outside of that village will see us dealing with creatures that have been here for far too long. The first quest I'd like to talk about is Fists of Fury. Not because I love it so much, but because we haven't talked about this game's version of fist fighting yet. Fist fighting has made an appearance in every single mainline Witcher game so far. The first game was abysmal and repetitive, and the second game was a way too easy QTE minigame. This time around, there is an actual system in the game to fighting with your fists. When we are confronted outside of the inn in White Orchard, we have to fight the men off with our fists. We still have access to our slow and fast attacks, and we can block, parry, dodge, and roll. Our best weapon that we have in this mode, though, is probably the parry. Most of the time when fist fighting, we just can't get through our enemy's guard with simple attacks. We have to wait for them to attack and then dodge, revealing and opening, or much easier, parry the attack and get a few hits in before they raise their guard again. It's almost never that difficult to time the parry, so a lot of these fights can be similarly easy, but this is probably the best version of fist fighting that the series has done so far. There are one of these quests for each of the areas that we visit. It's pretty standard fare. We fight 3 of the lower ranked fighters in the area before challenging the top guy and being told to move on to the next area of the world. We of course can bet on these fights and get coin if we win. I will say that the fights get slightly more challenging as we advance up through the quests, because our opponents will mix in faster moves rather than just the big wind-up telegraphed one that the earlier fights use. But outside of that, there really isn't much here, so I won't come back to these fights for other areas of the game, except for the ones added in the Blood and Wine expansion, because those mix up the formula in a really nice way. Forefather's Eve is a quest that we only receive after completing a few other main and side quests. A Peller from Velen, who we have to contact as a part of the main story, will contact Geralt to request protection during a ritual on Fyke Isle. This ritual is for Forefather's Eve. We have to fend off monsters as the Peller completes this ritual, eventually summoning the ghost of his own father. Witch hunters also try to interrupt this procession as they think some sort of necromancy is afoot. After protecting the Peller, we find out that his father's ghost is tormenting him from beyond the grave. The man was a terrible brute and has continued his unrelenting torture even after death. The Peller will tell us where his father's body is, and we can burn it to rid the man of any ties to this world and let his spirit exit for another plane. This one definitely doesn't have the strongest storyline, not a lot of twists and turns here, but it does show a bit more of the, let's say, pagan side of Velen. It's more of a world-building quest than anything else. Witnessing the spirit ritual, the culture of the locals, and how they operate is really nice. It just fleshes out the place that we're in that much more, and that always makes other stories have a little bit more punch. In the Eternal Fire's Shadow is actually another quest that was released in an update. It was added to the game as a part of the Next Gen update, which added a ton of visual upgrades, but also this quest here. The quest begins when we find a Deacon of the Eternal Fire outside of the Devil's Pit mines. The place was previously used to quarantine victims of the Scarlet Fog, and the man wants to have the place cleared of whatever lies inside. The entire quest as a whole has us making our way through the twisting tunnels of this mine. It really reminds me of the quest in Act 1 of The Witcher 2, where we found the Nilfgaardian specter haunting the abandoned building. Its general theme is that of horror. We hear spectral voices telling Geralt where to go. Items are falling down around us. Strange sounds are off in the distance. It's just a very tense atmosphere that isn't present in a lot of the game's content, but it is welcome and it fits the world, especially when we face horrors outside of here all the time. Throughout the mines, we will face strange enemies, monsters that seem to be afflicted with some sort of curse. We also find notes from a Witcher that was here previously, named Reynald. We also find School of the Wolf insignias scrawled all over the walls. The voice that taunts us will try to get us to take certain paths through the mines. If we don't listen to it though, we can eventually find a note and a diagram from the previous Witcher, a potion that will help us in an upcoming fight. Something called the Red Miasmal has begun taking over the mines, and eventually we find the Witcher Reynald trapped in salt stalactites. We can free him from this prison, but he's begun to be taken over by the Red Miasmal.
You're here, after all these years. The spirit, the miasmal, it's still here.
We can give him the potion that we found earlier, but if we ask him a test question, we'll realize that this isn't Reynold. He's been fully consumed and something is controlling him. We eventually have to fight the red miasmal, and it's a pretty strong boss. It even summons minions to help it do battle against us. Once we defeat it, Reynold's spirit will be free from the salt prison. Geralt inspects the body though. He notices something strange. Reynold was from the school of the wolf, but his armor looks odd and his medallion is flat. If you're a fan of The Witcher, you'll probably notice that this armor and medallion looks a lot like the Netflix version of Geralt's armor and medallion. This was the developer's way of adding the show's armor into the game. We will get diagrams to craft this armor after this quest is finished. And honestly, props to CD Projekt Red for doing this. This is something they did not have to do at all. Most of the time, I'll see games add movie references, costumes, or gear into a game, and it usually just shows up. It's an alternate look or something, but this has an in-world reason to be here. That reason actually turns out to be that Reynold has been trapped here for hundreds of years. Once he learns this, he is distraught. He feels dejected that no one ever sent for him, that no one tried to rescue him. It's honestly pretty tragic. He feels scorned by his brothers, and these are the only people that a Witcher has, the only family they can turn to. Reynold was trapped here for hundreds of years, forcing himself to keep the red miasmal at bay, constantly keeping its power within him. He purposefully trapped himself in a salt mine because it negated the powers of the entity. But even though Reynold's spirit is free, he can't exactly move on just yet. He wants some sort of peace, and since the Church of the Eternal Fire were dropping the sick and cursed people here, he believes the retribution should fall on them. He wants us to bring him the deacon that gave us this quest. We do have the option to just burn Reynold's body, but there's a better outcome. We can bring the deacon and convince Reynold that he is good, because he really is. The deacon seemingly just wants to do good in this world. He wasn't a part of what happened at this mine. Reynold wrongly throws blame onto him because he's the last member of the church that he'll see. But his hatred, anger, and resentment are understandable. If you were trapped and possessed for hundreds of years, you'd probably be a bit jaded too. If we don't convince Reynold that the deacon is good, he just kills him, and the cycle of violence repeats. But obviously, the good ending is to let Reynold's soul rest, and the deacon can leave with some choices to make about his path in life. This quest is honestly one of my favorites in the game. The recommended level for the quest is pretty high, and I got it kind of early in the game, so for a while it just sat in my quest log. As my levels slowly increased, I wondered what challenge or story awaited me that just needed to be held off like this, but it was honestly really worth the wait. Also, as I said before, CDPR could have easily just advertised an update with Netflix show armor and a sword just to get people to come back to the game, but they didn't, and it's commendable. It's also worth noting that this quest is probably of a higher quality than the entirety of the Netflix show. The next quest that I'd like to talk about really begins when we take a contract called the Beast of Honorton. We head to a small village called Honorton, where we find ghouls have taken over the place. The contract here was actually for us to kill a Leshen, but as we begin to investigate, we find out that the Leshen has already been defeated by somebody else. There are bodies all over the village, and we see a small girl running in the forest. We can find her and give her a doll that we found in the village. She tells us that the Witcher that took the contract for the Leshen killed everyone in the town. This Witcher is from the School of the Cat, and we eventually find him nearby. His name is Gatan, and we can decide to kill him immediately for his crimes or hear his side of the story. Turns out that the Witcher was offered far less for killing the Leshen than he originally was promised. The villagers then tricked him and tried to kill him, so he defended himself. He may have taken it too far by killing the entire village, but it's understandable. He decided to spare the girl regardless. Gatan represents the sort of jaded side that Witchers sometimes take when they're on the path. It reminds me quite a lot of Berengar from the first game and the things that his character gave to the world and the story. In addition to getting to hear his side of the story if we spare him, he also gives us the location to a secret cache with some good loot. We can also go back and help the girl from the village by taking her to some relatives. We can even revisit the area later and she will give us a small picture that she drew. We can hang this up in our house in the Blood and Wine expansion later. Wild at Heart is a side quest that we can get from various notice boards. We find a man in Blackbough who is looking for his wife Hannah. We can talk to a few people around the village, but we have to head into the woods to track her down. We do find Hannah's body, but her sister appears and offers us a bribe to lie to Neelan. Of course, if we don't accept this, we find out there's a bit more to this quest. If we continue tracking, we can find out that the culprit was a werewolf. We can find the werewolf's lair underneath a shack. We can try to defeat the werewolf, but we're interrupted once it gets to low health. Marguerite arrives and tells us that she's known about Neelan's secret. He is the werewolf and she loves him regardless. She tried to show Hannah what her husband's secret was. She expected the woman to leave him and then she could be with Neelan, but the plan didn't go exactly how she thought it would. Neelan ended up killing Hannah by accident, which explains why her sister didn't want us to tell Neelan about his wife. Neelan is enraged and wants to kill Marguerite. We can let him do this or finish the werewolf off. I, of course, let him take his revenge.
You had no mercy for your sister. I'll have none for you.
There was a contract in Velen called Jenny O' the Woods. The story of this quest wasn't anything to write home about. We do a short investigation to find out that a woman was murdered and turned into a Noon Wraith. Nothing we haven't seen before, but the quest itself and the fight against the Noon Wraith was pretty difficult. At the time I started it, I felt like I genuinely had to prepare for this battle. I had to craft the potions, bombs, use signs correctly. It genuinely felt like a big battle. I think probably one of the biggest complaints with the later parts of the game that I have as the contracts begin to progress is that this feeling wasn't really there. I would be clearing out my quest log, going through all of the side content that I had built up, and then I would get a random enemy that I couldn't really defeat and I would have to look at the bestiary. But this was very rare once I got to the later stages of my playthrough. The game warns you about preparation pretty early on, and it seems to make a really big deal of it, but it almost seems like it's never really required past maybe the first 10 hours. I do say this with the caveat that I was doing a lot of side content, so I was pretty geared up at the beginning, but it still felt like something that the whole system wasn't forcing. It was really just an option if we were under-leveled. It's kind of a shame because I do like the idea of being forced to prepare for fights. It fits really well into the world of The Witcher. It goes back to the books and the actual lore of how Witchers operate. It even goes back to that first cutscene from the first Witcher game where we see Geralt gearing up and using his potions before battle. Mysterious Tracks is a contract that we pick up pretty early on, but probably won't return to for quite a while because of its level. We have to track a beast down in the forest near Lindenvale. Geralt eventually thinks that this is a fiend because of the dung he finds beside its cave. We eventually make our way inside to find the fiend is dead. Geralt finds out that a chort has killed it. The two must have been warring over territory. We then have to lure the chort out and defeat it. I really like the idea of finding and tracking a massive monster only to realize that it's been killed by something even stronger. We then have to fight the even stronger monster. A simple contract, but just a really good setup. The Merry Widow contract isn't exactly the best one, but its mood is pretty nonchalantly bleak. We're sent to investigate a missing child from a nearby village. We eventually find out that a grave hag has been capturing kids. When we return to the contract holder, we can tell him the fate of the child. Even if we do this though, he's just so flippant about losing the kid.
Child's dead.
Oh, 'tis as I thought.
What about my reward?
Oh, I've not forgotten.
Of course, it isn't his kid, but this shows how this sort of death is looked at in this world. Sometimes monsters show, and sometimes this happens. It's a great tone setter of a quest, and was something that really stuck in my mind for a while. The Woodland Beast contract is the last Velen side quest that I'll talk about for now, until we get to the main story for the game. We're sent to look for a monster that has been taking out Redanian caravans. We quickly realize that no monster was doing this, it was actually the Scoia'tael. There's a small outfit of these soldiers in the woods. We're forced to relinquish our weapons before meeting the commander, Vernociel. They need supplies to survive and have been killing the Redanians to that end. The Redanians have also tortured the Scoia'tael, so in their eyes, they deserve it. We of course can decide to side with the Scoia'tael and lie to the commander, or we can kill the Scoia'tael. Regardless of our choice, the Scoia'tael are a shadow of the movement that we last saw. They've been forced into small camps in the woods, picking off caravans to survive. They are nowhere near the strength of the commando group that Yorveth led. The side content that Velen presents as a whole is alright when only focusing on the things that don't tie in with the main story. I should say here though that I have a probably pretty unpopular gripe with this game. I made a massive spreadsheet to track all of the side quests and contracts in The Witcher 3 and whether I had completed them on my first or second playthrough of the game. When I went through to make a list of side quests I should talk about, there were just so many that weren't that memorable, just short interactions with people or really small quests that don't offer much in the way of substance. I'm not saying that the side content in the game is bad. I think later areas especially have a lot more to offer in the way of really special quests, but the first area in particular just seems like it has quite a bit of filler. The whole game in general just has way too much side stuff. I think you could probably cut out about 20% of the side content and the game wouldn't really be that affected by it. It's not incredibly bloated, but there's just a little too much here that isn't worth it. That being said, there are some incredible standout experiences, like in the Eternal Fire's Shadow, or the Ghosts of the Past quest, or even something small like Fool's Gold. I do think some of the best quests in the entire game actually kind of wrap into the main story. We will get into certain quests that I like to call companion quests. They usually relate to a very large character from either the books or from the previous games, and see us helping them out in some way. I'll get to those in a moment, but let's talk about what actually happens when we get to Velen for the first time. Our first lead is to meet with a Nilfgaardian spy named Hendrik, but when we come across him, he's already been killed, and the village around him has been covered in frost. Clearly, the Wild Hunt has been here. We can find notes on the spy's body, which will lead us into contacting Philip Strenger, the Bloody Baron that we heard about before. He watches over Velen from his home and estate in Crow's Perch. His castle is sat upon a hill overlooking the land below it. Before we head there, we actually meet some of the Baron's men, and if we choose to fight them, then we'll be turned away at the gate to Crow's Perch. We'll have to find an alternate way in. When we finally meet the man, though, he is excited to see us. The Baron is an interesting man because he initially comes off as sort of charismatic, lively, and maybe even just, but if The Witcher has taught us anything, it's to not trust our first impressions. The Baron will eventually tell us that he did run into Ciri. She was at Crow's Perch. She found the place exhausted and needed a place to rest. We then play the first of a few quests that we'll receive throughout the main story, where we actually get to play as Ciri in a flashback. She's making her way through the woods when she comes across some wolves and a young girl. Through talking to her, we find out that her parents seem to have abandoned her. They've told her a story about a trail of treats and sent her into the woods. Luckily, Ciri found her because she would have been killed. We find a body further up, and Ciri deduces that a werewolf is nearby. Ciri fights a bit differently than Geralt. First of all, she has access to a dash that's almost like a short teleport. Everything is also incredibly simplified. We don't really have access to our inventory, our signs, any bombs, potions, or alchemy. This doesn't really matter though, because we only play as Ciri for short periods of time. Ciri ends up gathering the materials to create an oil to prepare for the upcoming fight. I should note that if we don't investigate the body thoroughly enough, Ciri will think the beast is a fiend instead of a werewolf and will make the wrong oil, making the fight a little more difficult. Regardless, we eventually head into the cave and take down the wolf. A man in the cave was about to be killed by the wolf, but since Ciri saves him, he offers to take her back to Crow's Perch and have her patched up. The Baron then stops this story. He decides to withhold the rest of the information until we do a job for him. His wife and daughter have gone missing, and he wants Geralt to find them. Of course, we have to accept this job because we really don't have another option at this point. The Baron has the upper hand here. We can investigate both the Baron's room and his daughter's room. In his daughter's room, we can find a doll, a letter, and some incense, the scent of which leads us to a hidden altar to the sacred flame. It seems like Tamara, the Baron's daughter, was using it. In the Baron's room, we can find evidence of a fight between the Baron and his wife. It looks like it was covered up. We can also find a talisman that was hidden under the floorboards. When we speak to the Baron, he really doesn't know much about anything. He says that he doesn't remember a fight, but he was drunk that night. He also says that the talisman could have come from a nearby Peller, but he isn't sure. This is our next task, to find the Peller. This is the same Peller that we get the Forefathers Eve quest from. He tells us that he made the talisman for Anna, and he can use it to locate her, but of course we have a quest we must complete for him before he'll help us. His goat, Princess, is missing, and we have to go find her and lead her back to his hut using a bell first. The goat decides to wander into the cave that a bear has taken for himself, and we have to defeat it. Once we finally get Princess back to the hut, the Peller completes his ritual.
That is God. Blood. I see blood. Whose? No, come on. Just the child.
He finds out that Anna was pregnant and had a miscarriage. The baby was buried and was turned into a botchling, a cursed being that is created when a stillborn is buried improperly. We can either remove the curse from the botchling by burying it within the threshold of the family and completing an elven ritual to name the thing, or we can kill the botchling and bring its blood to the Peller so that he can use it to locate Anna. Regardless, this points more evidence toward the fact that Anna and Tamara ran away rather than going missing. When we head back to Crow's Perch, the place is on fire, and we can either head in for the Baron or rescue a stable hand that's trapped. Rescuing the stable hand will give us a small monetary reward later. The Baron is drunk though and attacks us afterwards, leading to a short fist fight with the burly man. After he's calmed down, he gives us the truth about his wife. This is an incredibly honest moment for the Baron. He lays it all bare. He was abusive to her physically. He takes ownership of this, sort of, really saying that it was half her fault because she knew how to infuriate him. Regardless, he tried to do everything he could for her. He tried to give her the world and anything that she wanted in Crow's Perch. The Baron knew from the beginning that the girls had left, that they hadn't gone missing, but he didn't want to admit it to Geralt. The Baron wants us to remove the curse rather than kill the thing. We of course hold the final say here, whether we slay the botchling or not. This is mostly up to the player because I don't believe that it has long-term effects on the story. It really just depends on if we want to give the Baron the peace he wants for his child. It's a bit more tedious to remove the curse, but the battle to kill the botchling can be pretty difficult as well, with multiple wraiths being summoned at once. I usually chose to remove the curse because honestly it just feels like the better option in the end. It feels like the morally right thing to do. To lift the curse, we have to protect the Baron on his way back to Crow's Perch, carrying the botchling and making sure that we keep the botchling calm with Axii. The Baron names the child Dea, and the botchling turns into a lubberkin.
Forgive me. You came, but who I did not embrace.
I name thee, say her name, and embrace thee as my daughter.
I name thee Dea, and embrace thee as my daughter.
This is a spectral being that will help us find Anna. It guides us to a few different places, but eventually leads us to a fisherman's hut. These people knew Anna and gave her safe harbor from the Baron when she ran away. Unfortunately, she was carried off by a beast. Tamara, her daughter, is safe in Oxenfurt, though. Telling the Baron about this will give us the next part of Ciri's story, the race. Ciri apparently had made a wager with the Baron to take his horse if she beat him in a race. At the end of this race, though, a basilisk swooped in to attack their group. This is only the first half of the story, though. Dealing with the Baron's child is just one part. We can do the second part before lifting the curse, or killing the botchling, etc. It can be mostly completed in tandem. The second half, though, sees us seeking out Keira Metz, a witch that Geralt knows from far back. She was a pretty prominent character in the books, but this is her first appearance in the games. We can find Keira through many methods, but once we do, we see a group of villagers outside begging for help from the witch. When we enter her hut, she already seems to be gone, but we can open a portal and head inside to follow her. This is some sort of cavern that Keira uses to hide away. Keira had met an elven mage who had been looking for Ciri. They were supposed to meet, and Keira will take us to the elven ruins where he has been hiding out. In the ruins, we have to solve a few puzzles to actually get to the mage. There are some puzzles that require us to activate certain sigils painted on the walls, and we of course have to dispense our fair share of beasts. Eventually, the pair realize that the Wild Hunt have beaten them to the punch. They've begun opening portals to the White Frost that Keira must close, while we defeat the hounds that appear from inside. We eventually face what feels like our first real story boss, Nithril. He is a member of the Hunt and can hit pretty hard. He's not super difficult to beat though, as a lot of his big lumbering swings are telegraphed, allowing us to easily dodge them. Throughout the whole of the ruins, we've been able to see different projections of this masked mage. He has left messages for Ciri, and at the end, we finally find one that gives us a new lead. He tells Ciri to avoid the witches of Crookback Bog. The witches are apparently very powerful, and we must now seek them out to try and find Ciri. Kira also gives us an item here called the Eye of Neheleni, which allows us to reveal secret passageways across the world. It's incredibly useful and is used in a lot of side quests, so it actually makes sense to do this quest pretty early on, because having it can grant us a lot of extra content and equipment. Before leaving the ruins, Kira will actually offer us another side quest to find a magic lamp in these ruins. It's not that long and only really requires us to find a sanctuary that holds the lamp. The lamp is also important because it allows us to see specters and memories of spirits that haunt certain places. It's very useful for getting extra information about quests. This also starts the quest chain that I was talking about before. This is the first of what I call companion quests. The game doesn't actually differentiate between these quests, but they often feel much larger than the others, and generally focus on one character that has either been there for the entire series, or just for a long time. Kira Metz is our first quest like this. She invites Geralt to her home to request that he help her in removing a curse on Fyke Isle, a nearby small island. She believes that the curse is linked to the island's former lord, Viserad, and at this point she gives us the magic lamp and a Xenovox, basically a magical cell phone that we can use to communicate with her. Heading to the Isle, we find an abandoned tower. Here we can see many spirits converse and basically see the events play out. Over time, we construct the events that took place. Alexander, a mage here, had been experimenting with rats and purposefully giving them a disease called Catriona. The former lord's daughter, Annabelle, was killed here. Peasants had broken into the tower because they felt they were being treated unfairly by the lord. The mage gave Annabelle a potion that she thought would kill her, but it only paralyzed her, and the rats ate her alive. Her lover at the time, Graham, was a part of the raids and thought she was dead, so he left her there. Annabelle can't rest until her curse is broken. If we bring the bones to Graham, then we realize that Annabelle is a special type of wraith that is looking for revenge. If we bring Graham back to the island, then he can confront Annabelle's spirit and remove the curse. We can then return to Kira, who wants us to find some supplies that a merchant was supposed to deliver to her. We find some shady ingredients in the merchant's cart and something that must be magical. Kira asks Geralt to wait and reveals that the items were to create the two a romantic dinner. We have the option to get hot and heavy with Kira, and Geralt then wakes up on the beach alone. We can then confront Kira back on Fyke Isle, where it looks like she returned to grab the mage Alexander's notes. She reveals that she is planning to use his notes on the plague to bargain with Radovid. Since Kira was a mage of quite high profile and a part of the Lodge of Sorceresses, she thinks she'll be pardoned if she can bring some valuable information. How we handle this is actually pretty important. If we let Kira go to Radovid, then she'll actually be dead later in the game when we need her. We can of course also take the worst option and just kill her here, but the best option is to invite her to stay at Kaer Morhen. This has pretty big consequences later in the story, but trust me, we'll get there. Like I said before, these are all optional quests. They are only slightly connected to the main story and are more of an offshoot of them. But this quest in particular is fantastic and is probably one of the best side quests in the Velen area. Kira is already a fascinating character on her own. Her motivations throughout the quest chain are pretty ambiguous, and we're just taking her on her word that she's doing the right thing. The sub-story dealing with Alexander, Annabelle, and the tower is fantastic. The way that details are slowly unfolded in front of us as we make our way up the tower is just so well done. It's such a well-crafted mystery, and it surprises us as we unravel it. Not to mention the fact that it's all tied into Kira's story as well. Figuring out what she wants with this whole thing is just as big as lifting the curse itself. When we get back to the main story, we get word of the Ladies of the Wood from Kira. She gave Geralt a book that was a fairy tale about women that would take in children in the swamp. We can find a small village of these children, orphans that have found a home here. They are being taken care of by an old woman. She rambles and doesn't seem to answer questions directly. Something is wrong with her. One of the children talks about Johnny, someone who might have a bit more information, but Gran, the older woman, takes him away from Geralt. We have to get the kids to distract Gran so we can talk to Johnny, but they first want Geralt to win hide and seek, so Geralt cheats by using his Witcher senses and finds the kids. The boy tells Geralt where Johnny's home is, and we find him, but it seems his voice has been taken away. Turns out that his voice has been bottled by some nearby harpies, and we need to trace it down. Once he gets this back, he is very excited.
Whiskey! Slither! Ringworm! Rubbish! Bumblebee! Flabbergasted! Ha! The sound of it!
Johnny is a godling, a now very rare creature that generally dwells in burrows. They tend to be shy characters, but also take care of those that live near them. They will watch over their neighbors and the animals in the area. But when civilization marches into their area, they generally are pushed out and or killed. They also tend to look and behave like children with a demeanor that reflects an innocent sort of worldview. Johnny exemplifies this. He is high energy, excited, goofy, and charismatic. He's a great little character that seemingly just wants to do the right thing. To this end, he decides to help Geralt. Johnny saw Ciri heading towards the village, and Gran may have seen her, but Johnny will have to get her to talk to us. Gran takes us to meet the ladies of the wood, the crones of Crookback Bog. The women appear in a painting over an altar, and Gran can let them speak through her.
How dare you disturb our rest, woman?
They have information, but we must help the alderman of a nearby village for the crones before they will give us this information. The village needs help removing a spirit in a tree. This leads into a side quest called the Whispering Hillock. The being that exists inside of this tree asks us for help. It wants to be freed, as it tells us that the crones are a powerful and dangerous force. The being was trapped here and needs to be let loose. This very small interaction actually has cascading effects across this chapter of the game. If we kill this spirit, then the nearby village is spared of its rule, but the children in the village are taken away by the crones. If the spirit is freed, it saves the children, but then kills most of the villagers nearby. There are some other consequences that we'll get to shortly because of a certain reveal, but it isn't exactly clear what we should do from the start. Clearly, the crones are not a good force. They seem to have some control over the woman in the village. They demand sacrifice and are prayed to at an altar. The spirit in the tree doesn't seem much better. Why was it locked away here? Why is it so dangerous? Why is it controlling the nearby villagers? What strange war have we stepped into here between these two forces? This is all without knowing the outcomes of our choices. If we do know the outcomes, then it really boils down to the kids or the villagers. In my first playthrough, I killed the spirit, allowing the children to be taken, but this is for a reason that I'll talk about shortly. We can find a book that does provide a little bit more information on the crones and the spirit. The tree is apparently the mother of the crones, also referred to as She Who Knows. She created her 3 daughters and eventually began to go mad. Because of this, her daughters killed her and her blood soaked into the tree. They imprisoned their mother's soul in the tree to prevent her from doing any more damage. Of course, this book could be some type of myth or unreliable narrator. We can't truly be sure. After completing this sequence, the alderman gives us his ear to take back to the crones, payment for their protection. They show their true forms now, and I just have to say here briefly that the character design in Witcher 3 is some of the best that I think I've ever seen. Certain characters in this game, including the crones of Crookback Bog, are visually designed to tell you everything you need to know about them. They tell a story through what they wear, their shapes, the ways that they carry themselves. When we first see the crones, we automatically understand the group dynamic, a classic and archetypal one ripped from most depictions of witches throughout media, but each one is unique. While telling you a visual story, most characters are also just exuding style. Designs are inventive and unique, like you might not see something that looks like this ever again, and they're so inspired. It reminds me of the developers talking about Deathmold in The Witcher 2, when they specifically designed him to look dry with a weather-vane staff so that you could tell his specialty was air magic. It feels like they took that design philosophy and pushed it into most major characters in the game. Of course, the crones are the most overt and least subtle example of this. There are many other characters that put forth visual information in a much lower tone than dangling legs hanging from a belt. When we get back to the crones, we realize that Gran is actually Anna, the Baron's wife. She's been marked by the crones. She made a deal with them to prevent her child from being born. In return, she must serve them for a full year. Her job was to fatten up the orphans so that the crones could eat them. With their task complete, we get another piece of Ciri's story. Ciri wakes up in the crone's village and overhears their plans for her. She makes a quick escape, Imlerith, a member of the Wild Hunt, following her. Ciri escapes the hunt but falls down a ravine, assumingly beginning the quest where she defeats the werewolf in the cave. The crones then issue Geralt a warning, and we leave to return to the Baron with more information.
Each time you see her, she will be a mirage. And if you find her, the girl will die, seeing you, handsome knight.
Telling the Baron about his wife leads him to divulge a little more information about his relationship. He seems to have at least some trust in Geralt at this point, enough to tell him his secrets. He revealed that his wife cheated on him and he killed her lover. Because of this, Anna became depressed and tried to kill the Baron. This is when the abuse really began. We actually get a choice here, one that serves as a bit of a red herring. It doesn't really have an overall effect on outcomes, but when the Baron makes this statement, it really takes some thinking.
Cannot fathom how we survived those years, but we did. Though as you know now, not everything was as it might have seemed.
I remember sitting here and deciding how I really wanted to approach this. On one hand, I do think it's kind of corny to basically ask the player the thing that they've already been wondering this whole time, but on the other hand, it's important to confront the player with such a complex and nuanced question. Is the Baron at fault? The game doesn't give us the option to approach this situation by saying he wasn't at all at fault. The three options are either the two were equally at fault, that the Baron was wholly at fault, or that we don't even care about this. The Baron has committed heinous acts, for sure. I'm never going to sit here and say that a man should ever lay his hands on a woman. It is the responsibility of a man to never make that choice, to never get lost in his emotions, in his anger. But the game continually introduces rationalizations from the Baron that seem to make us want to agree with him. I don't think they necessarily work, and I surely didn't agree with him by the end. I don't really see how cheating on someone and killing someone could be viewed as the same. It seems that the Baron massively escalated the situation, and then his wife wanted to kill him for it. It would make sense if they only fought because the Baron was trying to defend himself from his wife killing him, but that isn't really the case. That leads me to my final point. The Baron is a bad guy. He beat his wife repeatedly. He was a drunkard. He killed her lover. He's an angry, rageful tyrant who seems to have developed a station sitting somewhere at the low middle of the totem pole and fancies himself a king. But the Baron has layers. He's probably more bad than he is good, but he seems to at least try to get better, or he is trying to get better. Maybe he is getting better for selfish reasons because he doesn't want to lose what he has. But this leads us to ask ourselves the question, is a selfless act truly selfless if selfishness lies in the heart? Games don't make you ask yourselves questions like these, and this is The Witcher 3's strong point. The Witcher has always been about the gray areas of the world, about neutrality, about making tough decisions, about the lesser evil. These same themes are present here in the Baron. The Baron represents real humanity, an ugly, disgusting, greedy, drunk view of humanity. Yet they can still make handmade dolls for their daughters. They can still ship in flowers from faraway places for their wives. They can hire a witcher to try and repair their broken families. Humanity can be ugly, we can be gross, we can be disgusting, cruel, and vile, but we can also be kind and caring and hopeful. It becomes pointless to weigh the scales on someone like this, to pass judgment, to determine whether he falls more on the bad side or the good. The Baron is not a good man, or a bad man. He is a man. After this conversation, we can get the final piece of Ciri's story that he has. After the basilisk attacked, she saved his life. His men didn't survive, but Ciri ensured that he did. Ciri knew that her magic would force the Wild Hunt to look for her, so she fled to Novigrad and the Baron saw her off. At this point, the Baron wants to find his wife. He wants to take a force and push into the Crone's area. This part of his story is completely optional, but it does put a cap on his quest line and really finalizes his tale. We can head out immediately to the bog, but just before that happens, a strange, deformed creature pops into the room. He is quickly whisked away by the commander. Apparently this is a beast that the Baron won in a card game and he keeps locked up. I remember directly after this scene, I assumed this was the start of a side quest or something. I figured I could find this little guy somewhere in the castle and try to free him. You cannot find him in the castle. He's just gone after this. Now, I'll spoil the story a little bit here to say this guy does come back. There is a reason for him being here, which we'll get into far later into this video. But when this happened, I was just so shocked and floored that there was not immediately a follow-up. It was just so random to have this odd little beast break into the room and then exit, never to be seen again. My only complaint is that it takes so damn long for the game to get back to this plot point, especially if you're doing every side quest along the way. It could be dozens of hours before you get resolution on this again. After this, Geralt heads out and meets the Baron in the bog, leading his soldiers through the swamp. This is the point where we see the consequences of our choice in the Whispering Hillock side quest. The village of Downwarren will either be destroyed or intact. When we get to the village, we find Tamara is there. She has joined the Church of the Eternal Flame and has become a witch hunter. We can actually find her in Oxenfurt earlier in this quest line and talk to her. We can try to convince her to return to her father, but of course that doesn't work. She still wants nothing to do with her father here. The Baron calls on Geralt to defend him to his daughter. There are two outcomes here depending on whether we freed the crone's mother from before. If we freed the spirit, then Anna is transformed into a grave hag as punishment. We can then try to cure her, but it will ultimately result in her death. If we killed the spirit from before, then Anna will be distraught and will have gone mad with guilt after the children were eaten. Either way, the crones send a fiend that we have to do battle with. If Anna dies, the Baron is emotionally wrecked and decides to take his own life. If she has gone mad, then the Baron leaves to take her somewhere far away to try and fix what has happened to her. This again is a choice of the lesser evil. There really is no good option. Either children die, townsfolk live, and Anna survives, or the children live, townsfolk die, and Anna dies. It's a bleak outcome either way, and whichever way the Baron goes, command of Crow's Perch is turned over to the Sergeant. He rules this place with even more of an iron fist than the Baron himself did. This is sort of Velen's story as a whole, though. These people are suffering, whether from plague, battle, famine, war, etc. Velen is a dark place with curses, monsters, and everyone is having a bad time. But as I said before, there is light in this dark. We can save a young girl. We can leave the Baron with his wife. We can bring peace to a spirit. We do have some type of effect on this world. Everyone calls on Geralt to fix their problems, but he can't exactly do that every time. He isn't perfect. He isn't Superman. He's just a humble witcher. This burden of guilt, of responsibility, of choice, once again falls on not only Geralt's shoulders, but the players. If we didn't like the choice we made with the Baron, there may not have been a much better option on the other side, but we made the choice. We cannot go back. We must trudge on. We must look ahead. And what lies on the pink and purple horizon is the vast city of Novigrad. Maybe the stories there will be more hopeful. Maybe we will find a prosperous people. Maybe we will find Ciri. Before we can actually get into Novigrad, we have to get papers to even cross the border into Redania. This is obviously because of the ongoing war. We can get a pass in a variety of different ways by paying a counterfeiter for one, getting one from the Baron, etc. Once we get into Novigrad, we can enter the city and immediately see a witch being burned on a pyre. Radovid's rule isn't exactly the kindest to sorceresses, so they are being persecuted here. This naturally leads into the main story, but before we do that, we should probably talk about the side quests in Novigrad. Novigrad is a bustling city full of business, scamming, trading, backstabbing. There's a lot going on here, even just in the streets. The seedy underbelly of the place has even more that's wrapped up in the dark shadows. A drinking town, a gambling town, a scamming town, a politicking town, a magical town. Message from an Old Friend is a pretty short quest, but a really important one. We get this quest by heading to a bookstore in Novigrad. Someone has left a book here for Geralt, and it's been waiting for him for a while. The book is called My Manifesto, The Life of Jacques de Alderberg. There's a letter inside called Letter from A, clearly referencing Alvin, who would become Jacques in the first game. He tells Geralt once again to beware of the White Frost. It's the biggest threat that mankind faces. He also says that only a child of the Elder Blood can stave off the white frost. This will become incredibly poignant moving forward in the story, so keep it in mind. Of Derry and Darkness begins when we find a derelict manor and can use a few items and notes to activate a portal. Here we will be transported to a ruin somewhere. The mage that used this place was a tyromancer, a sorcerer specializing in cheeses. The rotten fumes of the cheese are poisonous, so we must avoid them. Once we make it through the maze and tunnels, we eventually get access to a pretty cool sword. The quest itself doesn't have that much going on towards the end, but opening a magic portal in an abandoned manor to find a ruin full of rotting cheese is pretty funny. Of Swords and Dumplings is actually kind of a long quest, but has a decent reward and a good story. We meet an elven swordsmith named Hattori, who has turned to making dumplings because he had to give up his trade. Another swordsmith in town, Ernst van Horn, has basically cut out all of his competition by using gangs and preventing them from getting supplies. We can help him get supplies by negotiating a better deal, get him bodyguards to protect him from the gangs, and eventually get him more resources to make swords. Once we complete the entire quest, we'll actually be able to use Hattori's services. Hattori is a master craftsman, which means that he can craft special equipment that others can't. Each of these usually require a quest line to access them. There's one in Velen as well that can be done to create armor, but it's usually completed later as a lot of it takes place in Skellige. Strumpet in Distress is another really short interaction, but is pretty funny. We find a couple arguing in the Novigrad streets, and it seems like the man is abusing the woman. We can step in by taking many different responses, but as it turns out, the two are practicing for a play, and we just ruined their rehearsal. It's just really funny to think that we're helping out and then to realize that Geralt is just massively intruding on a situation he isn't involved in. The Dwarven Document Dilemma is another short little quest. Actually, a lot of the side quests that aren't related to the main story here are pretty quick stories. The longer stories are definitely saved for the ones that tie in with the main characters. This begins when a dwarf tells us that he was attacked and had his documents stolen. We can track down the thief, but it's pretty clear that his documents weren't exactly stolen. They were used to bet in a game of cards, and the dwarf lost them. We can get these documents back and find out that they are the deed to a house, one that belonged to the dwarf's boss. We can give him the documents back, but I was kind of disappointed that there was no option to return these to the other man. That seems to me the fairest option out of everything, but we really can only give the dwarf back the documents or refuse and just walk away. The guy that won the deed to the property really gets shafted in this exchange. The most truest of basilisks is actually a quest that plays out similarly to an event from the books. In the quest, we find a man showing off what he claims is a basilisk. It's actually just a wyvern, and the thing eventually breaks out, so we're forced to take it down. The same thing happens in the Time of Contempt, but Ciri is the one that encounters a fake basilisk, not Geralt. The Volunteer is probably one of my favorite quests in the game, mostly due to its endearing character. We find a troll west of Oxenfurt whose name is Trollolololo. He was asked to guard some boats by Redanian soldiers. These soldiers had taken the boats from some peasants, but when the peasants showed up to take their boats back, there was a battle. The troll tried to help but killed everyone by accident. He ended up cooking and eating the people. He asks us to get him some white paint so he can paint the Redanian coat of arms on his hut. The whole thing is just so ridiculous that this troll would be asked to do one thing and then he just becomes a devout part of the Redanian force. He completely identifies with them now because some guys simply asked him to guard some boats. Also, the fact that he accidentally killed everyone because he was too strong is just pure comedy. An elusive thief is probably one of my favorite contracts in the game. We're contracted to track down an imp in Novigrad by a man named Sylvester. When we track down the imp, we find a house with some letters and reveal that the imp is actually a Doppler. Dopplers are beings that can change their form into mostly anything. We find out the Doppler is pretending to be a member of the church. Geralt chases him down to the water and the Doppler takes Geralt's own form, so we have to actually fight ourselves. We can either let him go or kill him, and we get less if we let him go because we can't give the contract giver a trophy. It's just a really nice little self-contained story that doesn't feel the same as just revealing a big fiend or a monster. It's a nice way to navigate the monster of the week feel that the contracts can sometimes have. The Oxenfurt Drunk is a pretty interesting contract that sees us luring out a vampire. The word vampire in the world of The Witcher doesn't just mean a being that lives off of feeding the blood of other creatures. It's sort of a larger term that deals with a bunch of different types of monsters. There are two categories of vampire here, the higher vampires and the lower vampires. Higher vampires do not actually need to drink blood to survive. They can drink blood, but it gets them drunk, kind of like alcohol does to humans. There are also distinctions within the higher vampire term, like Katakan, Alp, Bruxa, etc. Lower vampires generally consist of Ikekimaras, Fletters, Garcanes, and Plumards. We'll talk a lot more about vampires in the final expansion for the game, but some do appear in the main game, particularly in side quests and contracts. In the Oxenfurt Drunk, we find out that a vampire has been targeting drunk nobles in the area after they stumble out of the bar and then begins feeding on them. We have to lure it out by getting drunk ourselves and wandering the streets before it attacks. The battle then takes place over a spread of the city, which is something that a lot of these quests don't do. We fight the Katakan and take it down to finish off this contract. The last quest I'd like to talk about in Novigrad is Lambert's side quest. We meet up with Lambert after we take a contract to kill an Ekimara. Lambert has already taken this quest, so it creates a good time for the Witchers to catch up. But apparently Lambert is on a quest of his own to find Jad Caridin, the man that murdered his friend, another Witcher from the School of the Cat. We can eventually track him down, and Lambert will ask us to kill Caridin with him. But there's a choice here. Because Caridin is actually a retired Witcher and was forced to kill Lambert's friend when they were crossed, Lambert will be incredibly angry if we don't side with him, and it's actually a really good reintroduction to his character, but we'll talk more about him in a bit. The side quests in Novigrad are pretty good in general. Like I said before, I think some of the best ones tie into the main story, so I won't talk about those until we get there. In Velen, there were maybe a handful that tied into the Baron's Tale, but in Novigrad, there are over 10 that have to do with the events in the city. I'm not complaining either. I really like this. It was something that I really enjoyed about the first game. There are a lot of points, specifically in Novigrad, where you can't even tell what is a main quest and what is a side quest. I didn't even realize that some of these were side quests until I was going back to do research for the script. With that, let's get into the main story of Novigrad. Our goal when Geralt enters the city is to find Triss. We can go to her home, but we find some thieves going through her things. We have to fight these goons to figure out where Triss has gone, but they eventually tell us she probably went to see the King of Beggars. Caleb Menge then busts in to arrest the thieves for trying to steal Temple Guard property. Caleb is the commander of the Temple Guard and rules this city with an iron fist. He is not fond of Witchers and is waiting for Geralt to slip up. We can then look around Triss's house and find some amulets, clothes, and a Rose of Remembrance, the one we gave her in the second game. We can get the password to the Putrid Grove from some thieves and then make our way inside. Geralt meets the King of Beggars, Francis Bedlam, and Triss is already here discussing the king's grand plans for this city. Triss agrees to help us find Ciri, but she needs our help with a job first, which is just about the case with everything in this game. A nearby smuggler had a package for Triss, but dropped it into the water as he thought the temple guards were going to catch him. We then head to Triss's contact, Brandon, who knows she is a sorceress. This is information that definitely shouldn't be thrown around sparingly. She had to, though, because she needs the work. We help her get rid of rats for this man, and it becomes pretty clear that he's decided to turn Triss into the authorities, which we have to defeat. Triss then tells us that we should contact Corinne Tilly, an oneromancer in the city. This type of magic uses dreams to try and predict the future or read the past. We can find this woman already practicing her magic at a house that is currently haunted. This owner asks us to look into the issue as well. Inside, Corinne is sleeping, but we quickly find out that the house isn't haunted but inhabited by a godling. This godling, Sarah, can either be banished or we can let her stay. Geralt imparts some good advice on her, though, that she should watch herself because if people discover her, it could be bad. We can come back later to find these two living together in relative peace, but for now, Sarah helps us wake Corinne. Corinne tells us to meet her at the Golden Sturgeon. When we meet her there, she asks us personal information about the relationship between Geralt and Ciri. We can exhaust these options to get a good background and history on what Geralt and Ciri have both been through. Most of the events that Geralt describes here are from the books. I do think this was a good addition for people who weren't caught up on the series before playing this game. The Witcher 3 had mass appeal, so you can't exactly expect the average person to go back and read a bunch of Polish fantasy books to understand what happened. Hell, half the people that have played the game haven't even played the first 2 entries, so it's a big request. I do think that this sequence probably should have happened earlier in the story, though. If you don't know the history, then you really have no idea why Geralt cares about Ciri so much. She's barely referenced in the first 2 games, so it'd be important to tell the audience that. There are some slight references here and there, and as the player, you can kind of infer what makes her important, but it just feels like non-book readers are sort of left in the dark. Geralt then dreams of Dandelion seeing a bird, specifically a swallow, and some sort of explosion happens. It's clear that Dandelion has come into contact with Ciri, so we need to seek him out. Luckily, Corinne tells us that he inherited a brothel in town, so it's time to go see our old friend. This task will prove much more complicated than we originally expected, because as we arrive at Rosemary and Thyme, Dandelion seems to be missing. Zoltan is at the brothel and kicks out some squatters. Zoltan has been looking for Dandelion but can't seem to figure out where he is. Geralt finds a planner in the room and a list of women that Dandelion seemed to know well. We can talk to each of these women to find out if they know Dandelion's whereabouts. Vespula is being harassed by Whoreson Jr.'s thugs, a local crime boss in Novigrad. She threw Dandelion out after she saw him with another woman. Islehall is an elven tailor that has some surprises up his sleeve. Dandelion was asking him about Kalkstein, someone we met in the first game, but he was recently burned in the Novigrad pyres. Molly works for Maria Luisa Lavalette, a very important character in the last game. She will obviously be either angry with us for killing her son or grateful that we let her son live based on the choice that we made in that game. We can race here while we wait for Molly. When she does show up, she says that she hasn't seen him in a while, and the last time she did, he was borrowing money. She has seen him with his sister, a woman with blonde hair. Marabella is teaching some school children and says that Dandelion was more interested in a book about mold than her when they last spoke. And finally, we can meet Rosa var Atra, the daughter of Henry var Atra, a Nilfgaardian ambassador. We can pose as the girl's fencing instructor and actually get access to a side quest where we teach the girl swordplay. She does eventually get caught up in some harassment when local drunks bother her. She doesn't take kindly to it though and wants them killed, but we can talk her out of that. Rosa and her sister Edna will tell us that Dandelion spoke to them in a graveyard about someone named Margrave Henkel. They also note that he was fond of a woman named Kalonetta, a Koviri composer. When we head back to Zoltan, it doesn't seem like he's done much because he only found an owl that he's teaching to speak. Basically, he's been fucking around the whole time. In all seriousness, he does provide some good information though, that the woman that all of the people have talked about is probably someone named Priscilla. Apparently Dandelion values her very highly and she happens to be in Novigrad. We can watch her perform at the Kingfisher Inn, as she is also a bard. She tells a story about Geralt and Yennefer, oddly enough. Priscilla takes Geralt to her room after the performance and tells us that Dandelion was planning a heist on one of Novigrad's crime bosses, Sigi Reuven. He was being tailed by Whoreson Jr.'s men, so he may be in some big trouble. We have to find Junior, but first, that means we have to talk to Reuven. Novigrad's main story can be kind of lengthy. There's just a ton that goes on here, especially because we'll often get sidetracked with new optional quests that are either companion-focused narratives or they tie directly into the main plot. Also, the story itself just has a ton going for it. Each 3 of the main chapters of Act 1 feel like their own constrained narrative. When we leave Velen and head into Novigrad, we basically leave that barren storyline behind. The atmosphere wildly changes from the beasts lurking in the forest, the witches manipulating things from the trees, the ancient spirits of the wood haunting the folk that reside in a place they used to call home, to the big city. Novigrad has its own style, its own feel and flavor. We're dealing with crime lords, spy masters, dream magic. In a way, each of the chapters kind of feel like a separate Witcher game, but just all jammed into one big project. This can have its pros and cons. On one hand, this makes the stories feel a bit disconnected. Their only true through line is that of Ciri and the fact that she traveled here. We are living in the shadow of what she has done, tracing the mist of the girl through the path she leaves behind. But on the other hand, it allows the game to have drastically different areas, tell wildly different stories, and go places that aren't necessarily pigeonholed into one particular style. Personally, I kind of like it. The shift from Velen to Novigrad can give you a bit of whiplash, but once you're immersed in the seedy underbelly of the city, you almost don't want to leave. The next step in the quest is to head to Reuven's bathhouse. Here we meet two of the other crime lords Novigrad has to offer, Francis Bedlam and Carlo Varese, who's also known as Cleaver. There's also another man here by the name of Dijkstra. He is another character from the books. He was a spy master and mostly worked against Nilfgaard. He had a brief romance with Philippa Eilhart and even recruited Dandelion to work for him for a period. He has a pretty prominent role in a lot of the events that happen in the books, but now he is in Novigrad, influencing things from the inside. The group are talking about how they are not happy with Whoreson Jr.'s actions when his men attack the place. After this fight, Dijkstra gives us 3 places that we can check to find Junior: his home, casino, and an arena. We can complete a quest to ask for Cleaver's help before we raid these areas, and this really just gives us some NPCs to support us while we take these on, but it isn't incredibly necessary. We can head to Junior's house, but Cleaver's men are already here. There's only a few clues, but the place has already been wiped and Junior isn't there. When we get to the arena, we can either take the loud option by attacking everyone to get inside, or we can pretend to be looking for work as a bodyguard, and Geralt is tested in the arena. We face a human opponent, and if we beat him, we are supposed to kill him, but we can instead fight with him and protect him against the oncoming waves of Endregas, wyverns, and fighters, also a bear. Junior does actually show up here, but just orders Geralt killed, and the arena is swarmed. We make our way through Junior's hordes of enemies and eventually find a letter proving that the man has been working with Radovid. We can then head to the casino, which of course allows us to enter peacefully and play some Gwent or storm the place. Eventually we find a tied up halfling upstairs and Geralt questions him. He will also tell us that Junior is working for Redania. We can free the halfling, who promises that we'll get a reward from the King of Beggars, which we can accept on our own time. When we make it back to Dijkstra and inform him of Junior working with Radovid, he tells us to seek out our old friend Vernon Roach. He has some Redanian contacts and might be able to help us. We can meet him in some caves outside of the city. I find it kind of odd that reuniting with some of these characters doesn't really result in a lengthy catch-up. It's just kind of business as usual. Like Geralt and Roach went through a lot together. You'd think they'd have more to say to each other. Also, I kind of can't stand what they did to his character model. His red nose and eyes makes him look a bit like a Disney character. It's really odd, and Vess doesn't look that great either. A couple of the only characters that I really consider a downgrade from how they were portrayed previously. Roach will take us to meet his Redanian contact, who doesn't exactly show up. Radovid comes in his place, lecturing us about chess for quite some time. He eventually just gives us Junior's location, clearly wanting something in return in the future. After this, Roach will ask us for help with Vess, leading to his companion quest, An Eye for an Eye. Basically, Vess is going rogue currently because she wants to attack a regiment of Nilfgaardians. We have to step in and make sure that she doesn't die. Roach and Vess clearly aren't on great terms these days, as she seems to have taken a more ruthless approach to their endeavors, and Roach is ever practical. One Nilfgaardian is left alive. Vess wants to kill him so he doesn't tell anyone, and Roach wants to let him live. I chose to kill him because it seemed like the best option. This quest will secure Roach for a later part in the story that is very important. After this, we can head to Junior's hideout. We can go in with brute force, or we can get access to a secret tunnel to head inside. Either way, once we get upstairs, we see that Junior has been committing disgusting atrocities on people. He's a particularly gruesome beast, and Geralt beats him up a bit. We ask him for information on Ciri, and he gives us the next part of her story. Ciri and Dandelion were planning to break out a man named Dudu, who is being held in Junior's hideout. Ciri has to fight her way through Junior's men, but we've also gained access to the Blink ability. This allows us to spend our resource bar to attack multiple enemies in a flash. Ciri then rescues Dudu, and we jump back to the present. We can now decide to kill Junior or spare him, and personally, I decided to end him because I just didn't care for him all that much. He's also a pretty bad dude. This will affect some things later, but we'll get there. At this point, we have a few different ways we can approach finding Dandelion, because Junior wasn't a massive help. We can try to lure Dudu out of hiding in the plays The Thing, we can help Dijkstra get his treasure back in Count Reuven's treasure, and we can do a favor for Radovid. Of course, we'll end up doing all of these things in the end, but depending on the way we approach things, we can choose which one of these we want to do first. We're going to start with Count Reuven's treasure. Here we have to head into his vault, which is underground. There's a troll here named Bart that was meant to protect the treasury. The thieves broke in through the sewers, so naturally we have to find out where they escaped to. Assumingly, this was Dandelion, as he was planning a heist on these guys. When we investigate, we find evidence that the men threw a bomb into a drain pipe of the pools in the bathhouse. Checking the logs, we find that a man named Margrave Henkel checked in, but Henkel is already dead. Someone was using an alias. When we investigate the dead man's house, we find evidence that points to the fact that Dudu, Ciri, and Dandelion were all involved in the robbery, but Dandelion was taken to the Temple Guard. We speak to Dijkstra and Triss, and of course, he wants us to find a way to get his gold back. We can infiltrate Menge's fortress, either by attacking them outright or convincing them that we're bringing Triss in and we have information on Philippa Eilhart. Either way, the place is burned down and we have a key to the treasure for Dijkstra. If we found out it was Dandelion that stole the treasure, then Dijkstra isn't exactly happy with us for keeping that information from him. But regardless, we can now head to Priscilla, and she has a plan to lure Dudu out of hiding. She will write a play that we can perform to get Dudu to pay attention. We can choose the genre of the play, and if it's a drama, then we have to fight. But if it's a comedy, then the crowd stays calm and happy. We have to hire ushers, puffins, make choices on the cast. There's a lot to do and many different things that will change how the play actually goes, like choosing a drunkard for the actor of the Doppler will cause us to get less money. Regardless of the outcome, Dudu comes to see the play and we can talk to him backstage. We ask him about Ciri and we can even force him to transform into the girl to prove that he knew her. This results in quite a somber moment for Geralt.
I feel strange. Both of you staring at me bug-eyed. Is that enough?
Yeah, plenty. Bad idea.
This isn't exactly how he thought he would see Ciri again for the first time, through halfling Doppler abilities. It's really sad to see Geralt like this, but in the end he has to push on, because the only way he'll actually see Ciri again is to continue with these leads. We've now set a plan in motion to rescue Dandelion by having Dudu impersonate Caleb Menge, who we just killed. But before we get to that, Radovid wants something from us since he helped Geralt out with Junior. The King of Redania has a large request. He wants us to bring him Philippa Eilhart. He does have a lead on her nearby, and he sent out a band of witch hunters that have tracked her down to some ruins in the forest. We can make our way through these ruins, solving puzzles, finding remnants of notes about her fling with Dijkstra, and eventually finding her destroyed lab. It seems that Philippa already transported out of here. We can bring her polished crystal back to Radovid, and he'll be able to figure out where she is. We can also lie to him about what we found down there, or just refuse to give him the crystal. There are multiple options here. With that, everything is set to rescue Dandelion. We sit in position waiting for the caravan that is carrying the poet and attempting to transport him to Temple Isle. When the ambush happens though, one of his captors takes off with him and we have to chase them down to a hut where the halflings that originally called this place their home have been pushed out. One of the witch hunters has Dandelion inside and the helpful gentlemen give us the key to a secret tunnel out back. We can use this to get the jump on them and finally rescue the bard. Dandelion is nonchalant as always, acting as if he's just hit a rough patch in his journey, but he finally tells us about Ciri. They were making their escape from Junior's hideout when they headed towards Temple Isle. They almost got away, but the guards were called and Ciri was forced to teleport out of there. This is technically the end of Ciri's story in Novigrad. We assume that she teleported to Skellige, where Yennefer has been investigating. But before we talk about the other side quests that tie heavily into the main story, I just briefly want to talk about the main story of Novigrad. I do think overall that it's good. I don't think that it compares to Velen though. Velen is a massively great start for the game. The complex morals involved with the storyline, the intrigue, the characters, it's all fantastic. Novigrad isn't exactly bad, but it certainly feels like a bit of a weak point overall. There definitely isn't the complexity of morals in this story. It's a bit more of a rescue tale. We have to figure out how to get Dandelion back, what he did, and where he went. It's more about the intrigue of the underworld with the backdrop of the sorceress persecution by Radovid. Maybe it's just a personal preference, but I much more enjoyed heading through the swamps of Velen, dealing with ancient forces and monsters. At this point though, we still have multiple companion quests that haven't been completed. The first one I'd like to talk about is a dangerous game. This is Zoltan's quest, and he needs help procuring the last few Gwent cards for his collection. He's planning on selling them to a trader and is going to make the money that he needs to pay back his debts. We have to track down a man, fight a man, or play him in Gwent for his card, and steal from a man's prized collection. Once we have all three, we go to the meet, but the client has already been killed and the gold has been stolen. We have the option of taking the gold or the cards. It doesn't matter which we choose because Zoltan can either pay off his debt with the gold or find another client to sell the cards to. Cabaret is one of Dandelion's companion quests. He's trying to get money to transform his new brothel into the place that he dreams of it being. To do this, he brings Geralt in on a scheme to convince a rich woman that he is a vigilante. Then he can spend the night with her and hopefully get some money. The next morning, Dandelion goes missing again, looking for the choreographer for the brothel, and we have to help him. He then has us check in with the artist doing the placard work, and after all these tasks are said and done, Dandelion has a new place to call his own. The celebration is short-lived though because we get news that Priscilla was attacked and we begin another quest called Carnal Sins. When we head to the hospital, the doctor tells us that this isn't the first attack that's happened recently like this. He shows us to the morgue to reveal that there's a serial killer on the loose. While investigating the body, the coroner, Hubert, interrupts. Hubert and the doctor have a past and don't seem like the best of friends. Eventually, we're thrown out of the morgue as we had to sneak in here anyways. At this point, we can head to investigate where Priscilla was attacked. Unexpectedly, we're actually attacked here by a few thugs. Turns out that a woman of the night and her friends were waiting here because they thought the killer would return to the scene of the crime. We can finally investigate and find the sermon of a concerned citizen nearby. When we head to the area where the last victim was killed, we can find his brother here. Geralt finds a similar sermon in the area and some conspicuous blood stains. We can finally talk to a man named Eustace who collects corpses. He found a note inside the last victim's body that named Priscilla as his last victim. Finally, we're told that another person was killed and we can speak with Hubert about the new body. The next victim is to be Patricia Vegelbud. When we arrive, the woman is already dead and the killer is escaping. The guards think we're the killer and try to attack us, ultimately letting him get away. We do find a note showing the final victim, Sweet Nettie. When we head to the brothel, we find Sweet Nettie being tortured by a man upstairs. It's pretty clear if you know what's going on that this dude is just a freak and definitely not the killer. He has an obviously weird fetish, but he didn't murder anyone, not at least yet. If we do kill him here though, Geralt will think he was the killer and this quest will end with us never finding out who really committed these murders. It then clicks for Geralt and we realize that the murderer is Hubert, the coroner. We can head to the warehouse and find the man who reveals himself to be a vampire. He was cleansing the filth from this world and now it's our time to fight him. Once we take him out, we can head back to the hospital, hearing good news from the doctor. Priscilla will recover well and her vocal cords will not be damaged. Dandelion stays by her bedside until she gets better. This whole quest is just really fantastic. It's a great murder mystery and there are so many little clues that lead to who the killer actually is if you're paying attention. The bloodstain by the wood carver's hut is a big one, but if you aren't paying attention, then it's a massive reveal. I also love the fact that we can just accidentally kill the wrong person and we're left wondering forever who the real killer was. I was actually talking to a friend about this quest and he was telling me how it was crazy that the killer was torturing women with a poker, and I just felt like the biggest asshole when I told him, "You fucked up." But it's a totally valid way to approach the quest, and for some reason when I did it, it just seemed really clear to me that this wasn't the guy that was doing it. There's one more massive companion quest that we should talk about before moving on, and that's A Matter of Life and Death. This is a quest for Triss, and we meet her at her temporary home. She's staying on the third floor of someone else's house while she figures out what's happening in Novigrad. Currently, Ingrid Vegelbud has offered to help the mages that are being persecuted escape from Novigrad. She needs help with a task though, and we must meet with one of her servants. When we meet with the servant, he tells us that Lady Vegelbud wants us to help her son Albert escape. The Temple Guard have recently found out that Albert has been practicing alchemy, and they don't like that. This will happen during a masquerade ball at the Vegelbud residence. We eventually find Albert at the party and help him escape through a hedge maze. Geralt is forced to find another way out as he switches masks with Albert and is mistaken for the young man. We eventually get Albert out and complete the quest. Triss then requests that Geralt help with the mage's escape from Novigrad. Her landlords are pestering her for a necklace as payment for not telling people that she is a sorceress. We of course can step in here, but Triss gives us a much more perplexing choice to make. 2 of the mages to be evacuated haven't shown up. They could have been taken in, but either we have to try and save them and risk everyone, or leave them and get the rest of the group out. If we decide to save the 2 mages, then it will take some extra time, and Olivier, the owner of the Kingfisher Tavern, who also happens to be assisting us, will die. When we arrive at the inn, Dijkstra is below. He has decided to assist the mages in their evacuation. We can clear the way for the mages in the sewer, and when we arrive at the docks, we can assure they get on the boat safely. Triss then heads off to leave, but we have a massive choice here. We can ask her to stay. Though it is a bit selfish of Geralt, as it is massively dangerous for her, he can still do it. Geralt has strong feelings for Triss, though probably not as strong as his feelings for Yennefer. They are there. These 2 seem to come back to each other quite often. Now, Triss is one of 2 main romance options that we have in this game. The game will let us choose both, but oh boy, you do not want to do that. I learned that the hard way the first time around. The game doesn't really tell you this, but that's probably a good thing. If you do decide to get Triss to stay, she and Geralt will have a private moment at the lighthouse. A cutscene will play with a very similar gag to that of the first game when Geralt spends the night with a woman in the mill outside Vizima. Triss then tells us she will meet us at Kaer Morhen later. Are you starting to see a trend here? We have one more important questline left to talk about before moving on to Skellige, and that's the plot to kill a king. These quests begin after Triss and the mages get out of the city. Dijkstra requests that we meet him at the Passiflora, a very prestigious brothel in Novigrad. Here there is a secret meeting being held between Dijkstra and Roach. They plan to take out Radovid. Some believe that he has started to go insane, or he is just that evil to persecute witches as he has been. Part of this plot involves us finding their contact who has gone missing. This turns out to be Thaler, who we have to save from a group of trolls. After the war began and the Secret Service was dismantled, Thaler took a bit of a hiatus from his previous work. He ended up drinking himself into a hole before taking the alias of a cobbler called Clogs. He then linked up with Dijkstra and Roach, attempting to rebuild his previous network of spies. After this, we can return to Dijkstra, Roach, and Thaler in Novigrad to go over their plan to lure out Radovid. They want to use Philippa Eilhart as a ploy to get him to come out in the open. Philippa quickly appears outside and tells Geralt that this plan is foolish. He needs proof to gain Radovid's trust, and she gives him Vizimir II's ring. This does work, and Radovid ends up heading to the temple bridge, but quickly turns on Geralt and tries to kill him. Roach jumps in to save us once again though, and we have to cut down tons of men with the Blue Stripes' assistance. We eventually corner Radovid, but before we can do anything, Philippa swoops in to blind and kill Radovid herself. When we return to the group, we find out that Roach and Thaler have been in talks with Nilfgaard. They plan to vie for peace by making Temeria a vassal of Nilfgaard. This of course comes with the caveat that they had to deliver Radovid's head. Dijkstra doesn't agree with this and says he has his own plans. His intention is to continue leading Temeria as Chancellor. He wants to fight Nilfgaard and eventually unite the northern kingdoms under one rule. The others do not agree, and Geralt is of course the weight that will tip the scales. We can either let Roach, Vess, and Thaler be killed by Dijkstra and his men, giving him the rule of Temeria, or we can kill Dijkstra and his men, which accepts the peace deal with Nilfgaard. This is of course a massive choice, and probably one of the biggest ones in the game as far as scope goes. On one hand, Dijkstra seems like he is vying for power here. He may have good intentions, and uniting the northern kingdoms is a noble goal, but not one that many people have succeeded in doing. It's a massive risk and could result in more ground lost than gained. On the other hand, letting Nilfgaard win, so to speak, is a major loss. Giving them the vassal of Temeria is basically accepting defeat. At that point, what was the resistance all for? What was the war for? What cause were lives lost in favor of? Again, it ends up being the lesser evil here. We have to determine what we think that means. In my opinion, I'd rather end the war and sue for peace with Nilfgaard. Putting Dijkstra in power just seems like too much of a risk. He's a plotter and a schemer. He's always one step ahead, and you can't really trust someone like that. Plus, siding with him means the death of Roach, Thaler, and Vess, people that Geralt considers friends, and that doesn't seem like something he would just let happen. With that, we've completed the Novigrad area of the game, and as a whole, I've already mostly summed up my opinions on this area. Again, I think it mostly comes down to preference. I don't hate the place, and I could entirely see why someone would like Novigrad more than Velen, but for me, it's not one of my favorite aspects of The Witcher. But we're about to head back onto Ciri's Trail, and that means heading to a far-off island on the coast, a place that feels light years away from the hustle and bustle of the big city. When we eventually exhaust all of our leads in Novigrad and Velen, it's time to head to Skellige. We need a boat to get there though, and none of the ships in the dock are willing to take us. We end up having to pay a captain named Wolverstone in the city to take us there, as it's a dangerous journey. On our way there, we are assaulted by pirates, and a mist eventually takes over the boat before it crashes. Geralt washes up on the shore with a man trying to take his things, who assumed he was dead. He tells us that Yennefer is in Caer Trold, and we need to head there. We can also just take most of the money back that we paid Wolverstone, so we don't have to eat the 1,000 orens cost. Now that we're on the island, let's delve into the final section of side content that we'll have in the base game. There will be a few more side quests later in the game, but this is really the bulk of it outside of the expansions. We're free to explore the massive island that is Ard Skellig. It makes up the bulk of the greater group of islands called Skellige. This is probably one of my favorite areas in the game from a design perspective, at least aesthetically. It looks gorgeous, and I'm always impartial to places with snow. Maybe it's because winter is one of my favorite seasons, but it just feels so comfortable to be in. With that being said, Skellige is probably one of the worst areas to traverse in the game. It's filled with high mountains and massive hills. This comes with the big problem that has plagued games forever. We end up running up a mountain only to slide down and then just circle it until we find a way up. It can be kind of annoying, especially compared to the relatively flat Novigrad and Velen in the rearview mirror. Skellige's capital is Caer Trold, the castle that we'll be heading to when we advance the main story, but there are other islands around the edge of Ard Skellig that we can visit. On Skellig, Faroe, Hindarsfjall, Spikerug, and Undvik make up the surrounding areas. One other complaint that makes Skellige kind of a chore to navigate is its waters. We will have to sail to some of the other islands to explore them. As long as there's a fast travel point there, then we don't have to make that journey again, but it can be a lot of sailing in the beginning. This wouldn't really be an issue if the developers actually utilized the water to their advantage, but most of the water is just made up of these smuggler cache objectives, which kind of feel pointless and repetitive. It brings a lot of the area down because then it really reduces the actual surface of the map that has things to do on it. Skellige does contain the standard fist fights that we'll find in other areas, but this one ends with a little twist. Skellige people are bred a little different, and the final opponent we have to face off against is a bear, which I just never expected. It honestly wasn't that hard, but I'll tell you, I was super intimidated when I stepped into the arena. It reminded me of something from Yakuza. After this, we can also face a troll who has gone undefeated until now. We can't actually fight the troll until we complete another side quest to open the arena though. The place is currently being haunted by a wraith. He was a previous fighter in the arena named Yule the Unlucky. He lost every fight he ever took and eventually was killed by another opponent because he was so bad. He was cursed to never win a fight. Yule is kind of a sad sack and is down on his luck. We can fight him, but if we win, all we do is feed into his insecurity. We have to give Yule a little confidence boost to break the curse by purposefully losing. I loved this quest, especially because I was racking my brain on how to solve it until it hit me. It also just really shows the vast spectrum that characters in The Witcher exist on. We can find these tortured monsters that have tragic backstories and truly make us feel something, and then these just dorky, goofy characters that just need a little pick-me-up to move on into the afterlife. Brave Fools Die Young is a really short interaction that begins when we find an injured man who has clearly just fallen from a very large rock. Apparently an old custom says that if you climb to the top and light the fire, you will have the warrior's blessing. This seems like a classic tradition pulled from a fantasy book, but seeing the ones that fail is kind of funny. Crime and Punishment begins when we find a man off the coast, chained to a rock and about to be pecked to death by harpies. He asks to be freed as he was framed for murder. We can do this and then head back to his town, Ragna. There, the town is mourning the loss of the murdered man. They also speak of Jorg and say that his punishment wasn't severe enough. We can talk to Jorg's sister, who is distraught, to find out that she caused all of this. She was upset with their uncle and lied to Jorg, saying that he had done something awful to her. This caused Jorg to fly into a rage and kill the man. In the end, Jorg did commit the crime, it just wasn't really his fault. An interesting little quest takes place on Snidhall Isle, which is north of the mainland of Skellige. We find two men fighting and the other is about to be killed. We can save him, which is when he begins to tell us his woes. Apparently he's trying to marry the man's sister, but their religion forbids it, so he's looking for a way around that. He needs some books on the subject. We can find 5 of these books in different parts around the world and bring them back to him. Once this happens, the knowledge actually brings him to Novigrad to learn more about culture because he enjoyed it so much. MGTOW Chad knowledge getter. Also, you would think the fact that we just killed his lover's brother would complicate things a little bit. Who knows? In Wolf's Clothing is probably one of the better quests in the game. We can accept this quest at the Temple of Freya, a very sacred place in this culture. The women pray here to Freya and protect her temple. Apparently there's a werewolf named Morvarg nearby in the Garden of Freya. He was cursed this way for attacking the garden, which is a sacred place. Apparently when he tried to eat humans, they just turned to ash in his mouth. When we head to the garden, we have to make our way through the different areas. There's a small mechanism in the center that lets us divert the waterways to allow us to unlock different areas of the place. Eventually, we encounter Morkvarg. We can fight him, but as soon as we defeat him, he falls to the ground and begs for us to break his curse. We can feed him here, but either way, he'll just disappear. We then can find a key below and make our way further into the garden. It takes a bit of trying, but eventually we figure out that Morkvarg can be killed if we feed him his own werewolf meat when we loot it from him. If we do this though, Morkvarg dies. There is another method to finish this quest though. We can find Morkvarg's journal and learn that Einar was the one that actually cursed him, and he worked with him. He stabbed him with a fang, and we can get this from him. If we give this to the werewolf, then he'll be cured. Shock therapy is one of the funniest quests in the entire game. We're asked by a druid to try and help one of his friends that has recently gone mute and deaf. When we try to help him, he seems to be a little standoffish. We can use our Witcher senses to find a bunch of ways to get Eagle's attention. We can ruin his fire, hit some pots with Ard while he's sleeping, and rile up a nest of hornets. When we do all of these things, Eagle finally erupts. He's had enough. Turns out Eagle had taken a vow of silence, and we were part of a prank at his expense. I just think this one is hilarious because we never expect this outcome. I would have never thought that these mostly serious druids would be playing childish pranks on each other. This has a similar feel to the interaction with the actors in the street from Novigrad.
Heard him screaming, clear over here. Grand work, Witcher. Your reward as promised.
The Path of Warriors is probably one of the worst quests in the entire game. I know some of you are probably going to have a visceral reaction to that because from what I've seen online, a lot of people really like this quest. I've seen it top plenty of the best Witcher 3 side quest lists. In my opinion, it really exemplifies the worst parts of The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 has 3 big problems that I haven't even touched on yet, and I've saved them particularly for this section. The first is climbing. At certain points in the game, which are admittedly pretty sparing, Geralt will have to jump and climb his way to the objective. When this does happen, we're forced to interface with Witcher 3's terrible platforming system. The biggest reason that makes it so rough is just that it doesn't register that we've hit a ledge half of the time. Geralt will do this odd shimmy thing on the wall and slide down instead of grabbing it. This can be so incredibly annoying. Movement in general can also be a bit finicky, so having to pinpoint jumps to try and grab a ledge above gaps that will reset our progress is really annoying. In the Path of the Warriors, we have to complete 2 trials, a climbing trial where we try to reach the top of a mountain, and a swimming trial to reach a certain part of a cave system. No non-Skellige citizen has ever completed this trial, so we will be the first. But on this path, not only do we have to interact with the terrible climbing system, but we also have to fight off enemies on small platforms at the same time. It is just abysmal to get up the mountain, and it doesn't feel like that because it's challenging, but because the game just doesn't understand what it's doing. The second half of this quest brings me to my other massive complaint. That's swimming. Swimming isn't exactly the worst thing in the world, especially when compared to other games that try to implement swimming, but it also just never really feels good at all. When we swim in water, we can descend, ascend, move around, and swim faster. We have a breath meter that we need to manage by getting out of the water when we need to breathe. But the worst thing about being in the water is trying to shoot enemies and also trying to interact with objects. The Witcher 3 definitely doesn't excel at making it easy to try and open chests or examine things in the environment. It always seems like we have to fiddle with our character or the camera to try and get the button prompt to appear, but this is just tenfold when we're in the water. I'm not sure if it's a bug, but whatever it is makes being in the water 10 times more annoying. When enemies are added into the mix, we have to shoot them with our crossbow, but being hit by enemies stuns us for a couple seconds and stops us from moving, which just really sucks. The fact that the other half of this quest involves us swimming through caves and trying to grab things out of the underwater is just awful. This quest is easily the worst experience that this game has to offer, and I want to be clear that these types of quests are few and far between. Out of the 200 odd quests that this game has to offer, this was the only one that was actually genuinely annoying, but I felt that it was so disruptive that it had to be pointed out. The Tower Out of Nowheres starts when we find people complaining about the rain in Uriala Harbor. People have found the source of the rain, which is coming from a druid tower. A few men have went in but haven't come out. When we head inside of the tower, we find out that the mage that owns the place has been trapped by security protocols. He got this tower from a sort of estate sale, and because the security measures have been activated, he can't get past the force field. We have to search the place and find the manual that details how to deactivate the measures. Once we get him out, we have to take out the golem that acts as the central part of the defense system. Once we take him out, we've solved the mage's problem, but he teleports us into the water to get us out. We have to swim to shore, and we meet one of the relatives of the men who went inside the tower. We have to give him the bad news that his relative is dead. Skellige's Most Wanted is a contract that sees us going after a group of Neckers. When we seek these monsters out, though, it seems like someone has slaughtered Neckers and is dressing up as them. We are trapped, and we eventually find plans that someone is trying to trap Geralt to kill him. We encounter this trap and find a group of monsters that have something against the Witcher. A godling, an ice troll, a werewolf, and a doppler have all created an anti-Witcher team. Because they're all considered monsters, they want to take him out. We can convince them that we actually don't kill sentient beings based on the things that we have done in the past. The decisions that we've made in certain quests can be used as evidence here to prove that we aren't the Witcher that they think we are. If we can convince the group, they will back down, but the werewolf will still decide to fight Geralt. The rest will understand that Geralt was just defending himself, and that the werewolf has not been the same since he lost his wife. I really liked this quest, especially because it felt like the choices I had made previously to spare different monsters and show kindness towards them had actually mattered. Even if it was in some small way, it still benefited me here. That feels like actual impact, actual consequence to the choices that we decide to make. I think that the side content in Skellige is alright, but it definitely doesn't stack up to the other areas. There are just so many little interactions and quests that I didn't talk about here because I just didn't feel like they were large enough to point out. Some of them are very small, but do provide a little bit of world building, but I feel like Skellige can be pretty weak when it comes to just straight up side quests. There are very good side quests that are just tied too much into the main story, so I haven't really talked about them yet. But with that, let's get back into the main story and talk about what's going on with Ciri's path. When we eventually head to the harbor at Caer Trold, Geralt will see the funeral for the king, Bran Tursa. He's recently died during a bear hunt. He was old and decided to go out fighting. Yennefer fills us in on Ciri's story, and we have to meet Crash an Crate. He is the current Jarl of Skellige and the nephew of the late King Bran. He wants Geralt to attend King Bran's wake. We can get dressed for the wake and we end up sitting with Ankreit's family. We can talk to some of the guests at the dinner, but eventually Yennefer tells us her real plan, to steal the Mask of Ouroboros from Ermion's lab. The Mask of Ouroboros is an ancient relic that holds incredible power. Yennefer clearly has uses for it, but the reservations we have don't really matter because she's going to do it anyways. We have to solve some puzzles here to eventually unlock a door that can get us to an elemental that we have to battle. We get trapped in a poisonous room, and luckily Yennefer teleports us out. When we get back, Crush Ankreit will agree to help us in getting to Ermion, but he also wants help with his children. This begins two pretty big side quests, Possession and the Lord of Undvik. Possession is the first one that we'll talk about and revolves around Ceres Ankreit. Ceres has went off to try and make a myth of herself. She wants to be worthy of becoming the new ruler of Skellige. She thinks that Jarl Udalrik is under a curse, but Kraish doesn't agree. We find some strange things going on with the Jarl and eventually track Ceres down to his old family home. She is looking for a family sword that she believes will relieve him of the curse. The sword was given to his brother named Aki. This was against customs at the time, and Udalrik openly disagreed with his father's position on this. The two brothers went out fishing, and a storm took Aki's life. Most people believe that he just killed his brother. We can find the sword in the house and take it back to Aki's body to hopefully lift the curse. When we get back, though, the Jarl has poked his own eye out because he feels he is being punished by the gods for not asking for forgiveness for himself. Geralt comes to the correct conclusion on his own that the Jarl is being possessed by a being called a Him. These are rare, but they generally feed off an especially guilty human. The Jarl seems like the perfect host, but there are two ways to deal with it. The first is to fight it head on. This could be dangerous because the host could die in the process. The other way is to trick the Him into latching onto a new host, but then revealing that the new host has no guilt. This is the best option, in my opinion, and makes for the biggest narrative. In this case, Geralt hides out in the family home, and Ceres rushes in with a baby, being chased by the Jarl. She tells Geralt to put the baby in the oven, and if we do, it's all revealed to be a trick, and the Him is pushed away. We don't really know this is a trick until after we do it, though, so it can be pretty hard to make this decision. The whole put the baby in the oven thing has honestly become a Witcher 3 meme at this point. The other path just results in us fighting the Him and calming the Jarl with Axii during the fight. At the end of the day, the Jarl has been cleared of his possession, and after a few days, Ceres will be ready to head home. We can then help Ankreit's other child, Hjalmar, who is off on a valiant quest to kill an ice giant. This ice giant has taken over Undvik for about a year at this point. Hjalmar also believes this task would make him worthy of the title of king. This quest kind of turns into a long epic. We journey across Undvik, finding the different crewmates that Hjalmar took with him. We also find that many of them have met their tragic ends here. We can gather a few of the ones still alive to attempt to find Hjalmar and get him home. When we find him, though, we learn that the failure the group has encountered so far has not deterred them, and Hjalmar still wants the glory of defeating the monster. When we find the giant, it's sleeping in its home. It has captured Vigi, another of the crew members. We can free him, but he of course rushes in, a la Leroy Jenkins, and attacks the thing. We then have to fight it. It's not incredibly strong, but it does wield an anchor on a chain at one point, which can be pretty dangerous. This was one of my favorite battles in any quest. I feel like the build up to the giant was just so well done. It takes quite a while from the start of the quest to actually fighting the thing. Over time, we're given a proper idea of just how dangerous he is, and then we finally have to face him. It's built in our minds, and we're given proper expectations of the threat we face, rather than just attacking some random monster in some town. It also helps that the men that are being taken down by the beast aren't just peasants in some village, they are warriors of Skellige, brave and mighty fighters. When we eventually kill the giant, Hjalmar wants to give us the credit and the glory, but it's clear that it should go to him. Hjalmar is then ready to head home. After we help his children, Kraish will give us a sword, and at this point, Kaer Trolld is holding a feast. The issue of the next king is larger than just Kraish's children going off to do valiant deeds. There are many people that take issue with a diplomatic vote. Birna Bran takes a major issue with this and wants the next king to be Svanridge, Bran's son. She believes that the king's child should be the next in line. The feast then turns to tragedy as bears have either broken in or been summoned to the feast room. Many are slaughtered in the ordeal, and we have to help out. Here, an investigation must proceed. We need to find out who has killed all these men. We can either help Cerys look for the culprit or Hjalmar. This really ends up deciding who will become king or queen of Skellige moving forward. If we don't choose to help either of them, then Svanridge is appointed the new king. Helping Cerys sees us investigating and mostly using our Witcher senses to track down who poisoned the mead. Apparently they used a specific mushroom that turns people into berserkers, giving them a bear form and a massive rage issue. With some detective work, we can eventually track down Arnvald, who shows us a letter from Birna. She was the one behind it all, which probably should have been obvious from the beginning. She is then punished with being chained to a rock and eventually killed by thirst. Svanridge even proves this further by asking his mother why she told him to leave the celebration early. If we side with Hjalmar, he takes a bit more of a brutish approach. We eventually track down a druid that had conspired with the killer to become the advisor once they took the throne. He also seems to be worshipping some strange god that needs human sacrifices. This path doesn't lead us to finding the real killer, but it is sufficient evidence to prove that the Ancrates were not involved. After this, we can go to the coronation of whichever king was chosen. It is either Hjalmar, Cerys, or Svanridge, based on the choices that we made in the previous quest. This is again another offshoot quest line. This was one in particular that I really didn't even realize was optional until I had done research afterwards. I was just swept up in the story, and it really seems like it just ties in with the whole thing. Of course, this doesn't exactly relate to where Ciri is, but it's a pretty big consequence. When we arrive, the island is in disarray, and people clearly do not agree on who should become king. Does anyone ever agree on that, though? This is a massive choice, and I just generally assumed this must be in the main quest. With that, let's get back to the main quest. Our next goal is to investigate a nearby magic cataclysm. Here, Yennefer and the druid Ermion are fighting because she stole the mask from him. Not only that, but she used the mask, causing this new cataclysm to appear. We can investigate this place to find more traces of Ciri. The mask will let us see the past, when Ciri was running away from the wild hunt with someone in tow. We eventually find a body of one of the riders, and we are advised to check Hindersfjall, as the wild hunt was recently seen there. When we get there, we find people mourning their dead. The wild hunt took quite a few lives with their appearance. One of the townsfolk tells us that Skjall, a villager that knows more, went to fight Morkvjarg, who we've already probably dealt with at this point, but we have to go find him in Freya's garden. We can find Skjall's body here as he's already been killed, but Yennefer plans to resurrect him using necromancy, a forbidden practice. This will allow us to get some information out of him, and in particular, the next Ciri section. Skjall took Ciri in when they found her unconscious. She ends up taking some time in the sauna, while the man gets her a horse ready. After some downtime with the women and some serious Coomer vibes from CD Projekt Red, Skjall gets our way out of here ready. He makes a slight advance on Ciri as he's clearly fond of her. Then everything goes sour as the wild hunt attacks, and we have to fend them off. Skjall eventually leads Ciri out of there, heading for Drowned Dead Rock. This whole necromancy process has killed the entire garden, and the priestesses are angry with us. Well, they're particularly angry with Yennefer about it, but it clearly shows what she's willing to do to find Ciri. Yennefer has always believed that Ciri was one of the most powerful people out there, and that she must be protected. She was willing to break some magical laws and destroy the sacred garden just to get another lead. After this, Yennefer will ask us to help her out on her companion quest. This begins the last wish, and it's probably my #1 quest in the whole game. It'd be hard to truly pick one, but this one is certainly up there in the top 2 or 3. Yennefer mostly keeps us in the dark throughout this quest. She only tells us that she's looking for a man who has disappeared. He was a specialist on djinns, and she's looking for his djinn in particular. We eventually find half of his ship at the bottom of the sea, but it looks like the other half was cut off in a portal. We're then tasked with finding the other half of the ship. At this point, Geralt is getting pretty fed up with the lack of information from Yennefer. From an audience perspective, it seems like Yennefer has ulterior motives. We assume that she wants to find the djinn because she wants more power, or she's doing something bad with it. These fears are squashed when she tells us the real reason she's looking for it. Throughout the years, she has always wondered if the wish that constantly binds them together is the reason that they keep coming back to each other. She wonders if the spell was broken, would they have any feelings towards each other? Would it even feel the same? My heart kind of melted when I heard this, mostly because I immediately assumed Yennefer was up to something. But this is such a good motivation. It's a real and genuine romance between these two that spans worlds, magic, power, and even death. But is it real without the power of a djinn behind them? We find the djinn and have to weaken it so that Yen can capture the being. She then forces it to break the spell between her and Geralt. The two sit in the aftermath, looking for any sort of change to truly determine if their love is real, and they both find out that they don't feel any differently. I love this quest so much, not only because it's good on its own, but also because it just acts as a perfect end to the story between these two. It brings everything back to their first meeting. The quest is even named The Last Wish, the same name of the story where they got into this whole mess. To find out if their love is real, they have to end exactly how they began. This quest also acts as Yennefer's romance quest. If we take this quest all the way to the end, then we are choosing her path. In my first playthrough, I chose both Yennefer and Triss's path. I did this mainly because I just wanted to see everything I could in one playthrough, but we'll see pretty soon why that's the worst choice you can make. Now, our last lead to look into is something Skjall told us about when he was resurrected. He saw a creature that we have seen before. He saw Uma, that creepy little freak that we saw in the Baron's castle. We can find a Jarl who was in possession of him at some point, but he tells us he sold him to a merchant. At this point, this means that Uma was then sold to the Baron. This clearly means that Uma is involved in this whole thing somehow. We need to go find him back at Crow's Perch, which will finally bring us into Act 2 of this story. With that, we've basically wrapped up Skellige, and from here on out, the story will mostly be railroaded until the finish. Of course, we'll have a few spots to veer off here and there, but the rest of this is going to be main story for a while. Skellige as a whole is pretty great. I think some of the side content here can be lacking, just like in other areas. While the number of side quests looks large, a lot of those amount to small interactions that don't have a ton of impact. There are some really heavy hitters here though, like the Tower Out of Nowheres, Cave of Dreams, and The Last Wish. I also love the culture of Skellige. It genuinely feels like an old Viking land that is still holding on to its traditions. It feels much closer to Velen in that regard. It also gives me pretty big Game of Thrones vibes, especially considering one of the quests features a feast at which a ton of people die because of a dispute over the throne. But at the end of the day, it exemplifies some of the best parts of The Witcher, an area that feels alive, that lives and breathes, that feels like it has history. This place has stood and existed long before we got here, and that is felt through story, gameplay, exploration, and character. But at the end of the day, we can only linger in these areas for so long. This story is about to come to a head, and a massive battle stands ahead of us, one that will determine the fates of many. When we begin the quest Ugly Baby, we have to head back to Crow's Perch. The Baron is gone at this point, either due to him trying to find a cure for his wife, or because he took his own life. Either way, we can get Uma, and it's time to take him to Kaer Morhen. On our way, we're stopped by soldiers and taken again to see the Emperor. He is not happy with Geralt, but still gives him half of his payment and a harsh warning. We can then give the phylactery to Yennefer. This item will become pretty important soon. Ciri was trying to have this item fixed by Junior in Novigrad. Geralt took it from Junior when he confronted him and now gives it off to Yennefer. When we arrive in Kaer Morhen, we are met by Vesemir. Uma is taken inside, and the whole goal of being here is to find out what cursed Uma. It's pretty clear at this point that Uma is someone. The possibility that Uma is even Ciri has been thrown around quite a few times at this point. While we're at Kaer Morhen, we can do a few things as far as side content goes. We can seek out a master blade that Berengar was going to have crafted before he left Kaer Morhen. We can do a quest to figure out what is causing a storm in the area. We can kill a troll nearby and find an old letter that shows how the professor was originally going to attack Kaer Morhen. We can find some good armor in an old abandoned Witcher forge. We can find an old place that was used to administer the Trial of the Grasses. And we can do probably one of the better quests in the game, Bastion. Here we find the memories of a young trainee in the arts of being a Witcher. This place used to train Witchers when Kaer Morhen was still in its glory days. We find out the young trainee was killed and can honor him by burying his bones. We have a couple tasks to complete here at Kaer Morhen. First, Yennefer sends us to look for something in the castle that is interfering with her megascope crystals. It's causing them to malfunction and explode. We can trace the source to some dimeridium bombs that Lambert had made. Yennefer is now able to use her megascope to contact Ida Amin Ape Sivni, an elven sorceress that was previously involved in the Lodge. If we don't act right in this call, then we get a scolding from Yennefer afterwards. She tells us that the dialect of the curse is from an ancient elven speech. She also offers up some possible solutions, but most of it is sorceress mumbo-jumbo, and Yennefer refuses to elaborate. The woman does offer us one final warning about the White Frost before leaving.
The time of the White Frost and White Light is nigh.
And the world will perish amidst ice. I know Ithleen's prophecy.
I don't doubt you know it, but do you understand it? The Elder Blood can initiate the final age, the time of the end, or stop it. Remember this, Gwynblade, for you will be the one to determine if the seed bursts into flames.
Assisting Eskel is our next goal, and it's pretty straightforward. The two are doing some old-fashioned witcher's work by taking care of a forktail in the area. Yennefer needs the ingredients to help lift the curse. The last task that we have on our plate is to help Lambert fill the phylactery with energy. We have to make a trek up to the Circle of Elements. We have the option to fight Old Speartip here and even some trolls, but we can pass all these encounters without combat. The biggest thing that we get from this quest is a massive insight into Lambert and how he views being a witcher. It's pretty close to the way that Berengar thought of the profession. He resents being taken from his family, having his life stolen from him. He takes a much more resistant view on the job than some of the others do. He fights against the night rather than quietly accepting it. When we return to Kaer Morhen, Vesemir tells the group that he is taking Uma for a day to try and lift the curse himself. While he is gone, we get to party with the boys. We can catch up with Eskel and Lambert, have quite a few drinks, and find some good camaraderie in that of the other witchers. Yennefer recommends that Geralt doesn't drink too much the night before a big day. We can exit this night a little early, or this can go all the way to using Yennefer's megascope to ask some other witches to party with them. Either way, the next morning, Vesemir returns to no success. He learned something, but not much, and thus we will have to proceed with Yennefer's plan. This involves using the Trial of the Grasses on Uma. This is an incredibly painful and dangerous process, one that witchers must go through to become one of these monster hunters. They don't even do these trials anymore, and Geralt, Eskel, and Lambert all having to watch this is pretty painful. Yennefer begins this whole process, and it is actually successful. It's revealed that Uma was actually Avalok, the elf that Ciri was traveling with before. He gives Geralt a firefly that will guide us to Ciri in the Isle of the Mists, where she's been hiding out. At this point, the big reveal of the game sort of gets made. This is probably the best part of The Witcher 3 overall, and the thing that it does best. Before we set out for the Isle of Mists, we have to complete a few of these Brothers in Arm quests. These are really just container quests for a lot of the side quests that we already talked about. The goal here is to prepare for a battle at Kaer Morhen. Once we rescue Ciri and bring her back to the stronghold, the Wild Hunt will be on her tail, and they will attack in full force. We need to make sure that we're prepared for this, and this involves calling on everyone that we know to join in this fight. Hjalmar, Zoltan, Ermion, Lambert, Roach, Letho, and Kira Metz can all be recruited by doing their companion quests to help them out. Dijkstra can also give us some money to help out, but most of these people's appearances are conditional, meaning that we have to have helped them out or sided with them in some way. Roach, for example, will not appear if Vess did not survive their side quest. All of these characters have a slight, real role in the battle to come. They will affect things slightly, and this is honestly one of the best ways to do side quests in choice-based video games. I think this works a lot better if we do a lot of these quests before this moment in the story. Then it really just feels like the choices that we made along the way mattered, and they also have a massive effect on the climax of this story. If we wait until afterwards, then it just kind of feels like the game forcing us to do side quests as a part of the main story. Either way, the game doesn't really tell you about this until you get to this point. We could have accidentally killed Keira Metz, and then she just wouldn't be here. When we do finally unite here for the big battle, it genuinely feels like we've amassed a squad of these really important characters while playing the game. It feels like what all of these games have been building up to. It could only be here at Kaer Morhen, and it could only be these people. But before we get to that, we still need to get Ciri back. We have to head to the Isle of Mists via boat. The Firefly guides Geralt along the way, and we find a lone hut in the middle of a dark forest. When we arrive, the man behind the door will not let us in until we rescue some of his friends. We can find some of these friends dead, and some others we have to guide back. These are clearly some representation or reference to the 7 dwarves. When the dwarves come out, they let Geralt know that Ciri is no longer alive. She's gone cold, and Geralt confirms this when he enters the room. This is probably the most somber moment in the entire game. Everything that we've done so far, this entire journey, we were too late. Always one step behind, and Ciri is dead. But this isn't exactly true, because the Firefly goes into Ciri and she returns to life. The quest is complete. We've finally gotten her back after a 3-game absence. Geralt and Ciri then have a brief reunion and a bit of catch-up. She tells him about the other worlds she's traveled to, and one seems to be a reference to Cyberpunk 2077, CD Projekt Red's other game.
People there had metal in their heads, waged war from a distance, using things similar to megascopes, and there were no horses. Everyone had their own flying ship instead.
Ciri, stop fooling around.
Told you wouldn't believe me.
After we're done catching up with Ciri, though, it's time to head back to the boat. The dwarves have already left, unfortunately, and Ciri has to teleport us out of there. When we reunite with everybody at the castle, we have to make some preparations. We can make a few decisions on how to utilize our workforce. These decisions will either give us things like potions or place traps outside. It slightly adjusts how much equipment we get or the preparations that are made to the battlefield. This whole thing starts when we head out onto the battlefield and have to close portals that the Wild Hunt have opened with Lambert. We are then assaulted with fire and have to make it back into the stronghold. We then control Ciri, helping Triss fend off the battlements. Lambert will be surrounded and be saved by Keira if we recruited her. We then have to retreat back to the castle as the White Frost closes in. Ciri then has to help Eskel fight Caranthir. We then close some more portals, and finally we get a massive cutscene when the Wild Hunt freezes everyone in sight. The only person that isn't affected by that is Ciri. Eredin attempts to get Ciri to come with them, and she is about to. Up until now, Ciri had been plagued with doubt about this whole thing. She doesn't feel like she's worthy of everyone putting their lives on the line to save her. That is a big responsibility to shoulder, a massive weight to bear. But Vesemir puts a stop to this. He tries to kill the king of the Wild Hunt, but unfortunately, the old Witcher has met his end.
Now fly!
Ciri loses control at this point, and a burst of energy sends the hunt retreating. Here we are moved to the funeral. Vesemir is dead, the old Witcher that raised all the monster hunters here. He's gone now, gone to somewhere better. Ciri decides that she's ran away for far too long, and she takes Vesemir's medallion before running off. Eskel has decided at this point that he wants to leave Kaer Morhen. It's been crumbling for a while now, and he thinks it's time to go. Zoltan thinks it's time to go on the offensive. Hjalmar is headed back to Skellige. Keira Metz and Lambert have stricken up a little romance, if they're both still alive, and are actually leaving together to ride off into the sunset. Avallac'h, Triss, and Yennefer are all chatting together at this point. They think Ciri needs to be trained, but we also need to mount the next defense against the Wild Hunt. They propose contacting the Lodge of Sorceresses to help them with this task. The next scene jumps ahead a couple of days when Ciri is honing her powers with Avallac'h. She is clearly frustrated because she isn't good at this. We can either have a snowball fight with her or a drink. I personally think the snowball fight is more fun, but that's just my opinion. This is sort of the best cutoff point before we get to the finale. Geralt and Ciri have just had a nice moment between each other. Things are in relative peace, though most are still in mourning. Geralt especially has lost a mentor and a father, the person that has raised him, that has taken care of him his entire life. His brothers have also lost a father. A Witcher's teacher is more than just someone that shows them how to fight. He takes care of them and ensures that they have the correct tools moving forward. But this whole chapter is just amazing. Being able to go back to Kaer Morhen to prepare for this fight, we've built up to this battle for the entire game. This is the head that everything has come to. It feels like we've been looking for Ciri for ages. Hours and hours have been spent tracking her, hearing people talk about her, and finally she's safe. But on top of that, Geralt has to keep her safe. He has to ensure that the Wild Hunt doesn't take her. It isn't just his responsibility as a father, but as a person in this world, to ensure they don't use her for nefarious means. But this battle takes place with everyone we've met throughout the game. I know that I've already talked about this point, but I just really have to revisit it. It's so well done. So often choice-based games get things wrong. It can be very easy to say that you're going to make player choices matter, but actually doing it is another thing entirely. It's not an easy thing to do, but I think The Witcher does it on a much larger scale. It's implemented so well, and this battle is the massive proof of that. Now, of course, I have a ton of problems with this game that we still haven't discussed, but this was the peak of it for me, at least the base game anyways. Getting to see everyone unite at Kaer Morhen to fight the Wild Hunt was exactly what I wanted. Not to mention a lot of the plot points mirror things from the first game. Someone assaults the stronghold, a Witcher dies, and we hold a funeral for them before deciding to head our separate ways into the wider world. It almost feels like this should be the end of the game. The third and final act of The Witcher 3 begins with a revenge quest. Ciri asks Geralt if he will join her on a trip to Bald Mountain. A feast is being held there and Imlerith is supposed to be in attendance. This is one of the Ain-El that attacked Kaer Morhen, and specifically the one that killed Vesemir. This feast is being held during the Sabbath. The crones of Crookback Bog are hosting Imlerith. During this Sabbath, only a few are granted admittance to the top of the mountain, usually children or young ladies. We can meet Johnny here again, who tells us that Geralt will not be granted admittance. This is generally true, but Geralt passes a test that allows him to continue on. We find a Sylvan on the way up who we show our token of admittance to, but he tries to attack us and we have to take him out. At this point, Ciri and Geralt split up. Ciri heads to take on the Crones, and Geralt to defeat Imlerith. The Crones was actually one of the harder fights in the game, in my opinion. This is mostly because we're using Ciri, and she has very limited abilities. Because of this, it no longer becomes about level, equipment, or resources. It's purely about ability. We have to fight all three Crones at once, and they each use their own special attacks and abilities. Once we take them out, the Weavess actually survives the onslaught and manages to steal the medallion that Ciri took from Vesemir's body, adding insult to injury. Imlerith is particularly easier to fight, especially if we're a bit leveled up at this point in our game. His attacks are quite telegraphed and he can be pretty slow. He tries to take out Geralt just as he did Vesemir, but Geralt finishes him off. After this, Ciri and Geralt have a moment together. They sit in the aftermath of the vengeance that they've gained. Ciri may be a little newer to this feeling than Geralt is. Ciri and Geralt then head back to Novigrad to make their final preparations before this whole thing concludes. Many people in our group have plans on how to proceed forward. The women are looking for sorceresses that can help us, and Avalok has some ideas on how to gain victory over the hunt. We can talk to Avalok, who gives us a bit of a history and context for their world. The king of the Wild Hunt, Eredin, had poisoned their previous king, Oberon Murksitak. This is not a well-known fact, and Gaels, a general in the army, was very loyal to the late king. If we give him this information, he may be willing to switch sides, but this involves traveling to the Ain-El capital, Tir na Liah. In the haunted house in Novigrad, the same one that we let Sarah live in, we can find a portal in the basement. These portals are located at specific places and only open at certain times. This is effectively the same ability that Ciri has, being able to jump between worlds, but others can do it as well with the use of these portals. They don't have guaranteed destinations though, so world jumping might be needed to get to where we need to go. The first place we head to is a desert planet. We are attacked by sand crabs and fend them off until the next portal opens. We're then separated from the elf and sent to a poison planet. We have to make our way through the valley, trying not to get killed by the gas. At the next portal, we're transported underwater and have to find another portal here. We're then finally taken to a world that has been taken over by the White Frost. As we move forward, we will find many notes from different people that have suffered in this world and been destroyed by it. This is the fate of the continent as well if the Wild Hunt cannot be repelled. As we move through the broken ruins, we have to find cover quickly or we will freeze to death. We eventually make it to the base of a tower with a lit flame atop. Here, Avallac'h is waiting for us. When we finally reach Gael's, Avallac'h convinces him to come back to our world so that he can show him proof that their king was murdered. He does this through the help of the Oneromancer, who will ensure everyone sees the same memory through dream. This convinces the general, and he promises to withhold reinforcements when the hunt calls for them. He also gives us a plan forward, a way to lure Aradin out with a relic called the Sunstone. We can then help Triss look for Philippa Eilhart. Apparently she was tricked into maintaining her owl form when someone placed a dimeridium anklet on her. She was then sold after the mage that did this, Arthur, was killed. Zoltan owned her for a while. We saw this earlier in the game. He was unaware of this and lost her in a card game. We now have to track her down and get her to join our cause. We then find her at the bathhouse, out of control and casting spells at everyone that comes near her. We can get close to her, eventually sneaking up on her since she can't see us, and convince her to join our cause. We can help Ciri get revenge on Junior, which seems odd because we already killed him, but apparently he's still alive and kicking. If we didn't kill him previously, then Ciri finds out he's fallen from grace and started begging for money. She decides to leave him to his fate. If we did kill him, then we find out that Dudu is actually impersonating him and has gained a new standing, taking over his role. Ciri also wants to pay back some of the people that helped her, in particular a circus troupe on the outskirts of the city. We can get into some mischief with them as well by helping them steal some horses that they need. The final preparations quest that we can do involves helping Yennefer get a sorceress by the name of Margarita. We can find a man that escaped from the same prison she's currently being held in. We have to use some elven ruins to break inside and eventually find her in the cells. If we spared Sheila de Tanzerville in the second game, she will also be present here. We have to grab the key to the cell from the warden and get Margarita out. It also should be noted that if we did not get Kira to come with us to Kaer Morhen and she instead went to Radovid, we will have an extra quest here to go help her. But unfortunately, Kira is already dead and we're just here to retrieve her body. We can then meet with the Lodge at Dandelion's Inn. Here, Ciri must talk to Margarita and Philippa. We can join her against these intimidating women, or we can leave it to her. At the end of this, we then get to see the end of our romance from before. Since I romanced both Triss and Yennefer, they decided to provide me an offer. Since I couldn't choose between them, they just decide to share Geralt, and we have to meet them in a room later for some fun. Of course, if you have any brain at all, you'll realize what's happening pretty fast. The two women chain Geralt to the bed and leave him until the morning, when Dandelion has to let him out. This is why I said before, picking both women is easily the worst option and leaves them both hating you in the end. We then head out to Skellige to look for the Sunstone. We have to consult Ermion and eventually two experts on Skellige history before finding the ancient crypt where the Sunstone is located. This results in us completing a simple mirror puzzle to retrieve the relic. At this point, Ciri wants to investigate Avallac'h's lab while he is away. Up until this point, there has been a growing distrust in the elf. Most don't seem to fully trust him at all, but Ciri has an undeniable draw to him. This is because he has helped her so much throughout all of this, and she trusts him greatly. Not only that, but he has begun training her, and this has created an even deeper bond between the two. When we look into his lab, though, we find some interesting developments. First, he has a massive family tree of the Elder Blood, or specifically the bloodline of Laura Doran. Ciri has this elder blood, and she is a descendant of Laura Doran, the main reason that she has such great and powerful gifts. Part of the Ainel's purpose in finding her was to continue this bloodline on by having her bear a child of their king. When we find a woman in the next room who knows Avallac'h and claims that he actually detests Ciri, she gets angry. She begins to question their true relationship and whether he was using her all along. After this, Ciri wants to visit Skjall before they head out, the man that helped her escape the Wild Hunt. Of course, Geralt and Yennefer tell her that he is already dead, and they end up going to his funeral. His body was thrown in the water to be devoured by crabs, as is custom. Ciri pulls him out of the water and gives him a true burial, which they definitely don't like. At this point, Nilfgaardian ships have begun to close in on Skellige. Before we head out for the final confrontation, we can head and see Emir, who has captured a sorceress by the name of Fringilla Vigo. She would be helpful to us in the upcoming battle. Geralt has to swim through the sea, avoiding fire from the ships to eventually get to Emir and negotiate with him. With this complete, we can head back to the ship. We have the Sunstone, Ciri has said her goodbyes, and Fringilla Vigo is in tow. We can now head out for the final battle, the finale to this whole chapter, to see where things end. The goal here is to lure the Naglfar, the Wild Hunt ship, to Undvik. Then, when the people are frozen, Ciri will counteract this. Ciri ends up joining the battle and fighting Caranthir, which she isn't supposed to do, but of course does anyways. He's kind of a tough opponent because he throws bombs, summons enemies, and hails magic down upon us. Ciri will break his staff and Geralt is thawed out of the ice. He has to fight him on his own now. When we finish the elf off, though, he teleports both him and Geralt underwater, attempting to kill Geralt in a last-ditch effort. This doesn't work, though, as the Witcher escapes with his life. Crash is then fighting Eredin. Though he's no match for the massive Ein-El, he is killed in battle and we finally get to take him on. He isn't that tough of a fight, pretty similar to the other Ein-El we fought, but he has one trick up his sleeve. He will teleport us to another world and move around pretty quickly. Geralt can cover long distances here though by rolling towards him. We do defeat him, but before he dies, he tells Geralt that Avallac'h had other plans for Ciri. His goal was to pit the Witcher and the elf against each other so he could run off with her. The hounds close in at this point and Yennefer teleports us out of there. We now have to hunt down Avallac'h, but it seems like a mass destruction has begun, another conjunction of spheres. We have to use horses to outrun the destruction, and eventually Yennefer must shield us from the cold. There's one final barrier to pass and she gets us through. We have to make our way to the top of the tower alone, where a massive beam of energy is flowing. When we arrive, Avallac'h doesn't even want to fight. He wants to talk. He was only helping Ciri. This was all her idea, as she wants to take on the White Frost. This was clearly her intention all along. She was not comfortable being in this world where she had to be protected constantly. She was told not to fight during the battle for Kaer Morhen. She was told to sit out this battle, even. But she's ready to take destiny into her own hands. We have an option here to tell Ciri what we think she should do. But it doesn't matter. Ciri will continue on no matter what. This is a clear sign that Geralt doesn't have control over her anymore. She is her own person now. She is out of even the audience's control. After Ciri enters the gate, she will see various flashbacks to decisions that we've made in the game. These are the choices that we've made when interacting with Ciri leading up to this. All of these interactions have boiled down to positive or negative and will impact the ending, but we'll get there shortly. There are actually 3 endings to the game that we can get, and variations on each game state after that as well. I'll briefly talk about the 3 here. The Witcher ending, which is the one I received on my first playthrough, begins as we head back to White Orchard. Before we get there, we head to Emir and tell him of the fate of his daughter, that she sacrificed her life to defeat the White Frost. We then head back to White Orchard. The end is the beginning, a theme carried out through this entire story. Geralt has commissioned a silver sword made and he's picking it up. The sword's name is one we choose, but it can be called Zirael, which is Elven for swallow. Geralt then heads back to the inn and gives this sword to Ciri, who is still alive. Geralt delivering the news to Emir that she was dead was all a farce. She is now on the Witcher's path with Geralt in full force. They are taking contracts together, like father, like daughter. The Empress ending requires that we get 3 positive points in interactions with Ciri, meaning we had a positive impact when we talked to her. Nilfgaard also has to win the war, which means we have to have assassinated Radovid, and we have to side with Temeria at the end. The ending begins in White Orchard during winter. Geralt is with whichever girl he romanced here. Dandelion and Zoltan are having some drinks, and Geralt needs to meet the hunter Mislav. There's a short side quest in this ending to return a horse to its owner, but it's not that important. When we get to the hunter, we found out that Ciri has come here to hunt with Geralt. When we see her, she is a little distant and wants to see the griffin's nest from the first time that we were here. The two have to dispatch with a forktail, and Geralt tells her to be more careful around beasts next time, but she says there won't be a next time. We take her to fish to cheer her up a bit. This does work for a time, but when we finally return to White Orchard, the Nilfgaardians show up. Ciri is to take her father's throne. She is to become the Empress of Nilfgaard. She hands Geralt her sword and leaves White Orchard for good. The final, most bleak ending requires that we were overall mostly negative to Ciri. Here, Geralt has returned to Crookback Bog to retrieve the medallion that the Weavess took from Ciri. He wants it back as a final memento from his daughter. Geralt in this ending is dead inside. He feels nothing and he only wants revenge. He cuts down the crone and destroys the building looking for the medallion. He finds solace in it for a moment before we see monsters swarming the hut. Surprisingly, I think all of these endings are kind of good. I mean, the last ending is pretty tragic, but it would make sense for the characters in the situation. Having Geralt lose Ciri for good would only lead him to bloodlust. Ciri is basically all he has at this point, especially with Vesemir gone as well. He's lost any reason to continue on, lost his sole motivation for being alive. The Empress ending makes a lot of sense as well, and is probably the best outcome for Ciri at this point. Actually using her power, name, and status for good to make genuine change in the world is a good outcome. This also basically gets rid of the Nilfgaardian threat, ensuring no more invasions to the northern kingdoms. The Witcher ending is probably my favorite though. I know it isn't exactly the best for Ciri, especially because being a Witcher isn't the greatest thing in the world, but it just kind of feels right. It feels like the world isn't drastically changed at the end of it. It feels as if this is still the world of The Witcher. I'm not sure I can imagine a world where Ciri is Empress of Nilfgaard, or where Ciri is gone, but I guess you can only tell these stories so many times. After this final quest, we also get some resolution to other stories. Basically, our major choices that we made throughout the game will be laid out in front of us. Where Geralt ends up is determined by who he romanced. If we romanced both girls, then Geralt gets to remain on the path of the Witcher, thinking about what could have been. If he went with Triss, then the two move to Kovir like they talked about in the lighthouse. Triss is an advisor to the king, and Geralt takes contracts every once in a while. If Geralt went with Yennefer, then the two retire, living a life away from everything else. If we did not assassinate Radovid, or we sided with Dijkstra, then Emir is overthrown. Nilfgaard loses the war, and Emir's people do not respect him, so they take him over. If we side with Roche in the Reason of State, then Emir conquers the north, winning the war. We are shown what happens to the Baron based on our decisions with the Whispering Hillock. Either Radovid, Dijkstra, or Emir ends up as the leader of the North, and either Bran, Hjalmar, or Cerys ends up as the leader of Skellige, again, based on our decisions in those quests. Now, I think overall, the story that The Witcher 3 tells is pretty alright. Like I said before, it's mostly undercut and usurped by the story that the expansions tell, because the second expansion especially gives a much better ending to the tale overall, but it's sort of fine, I guess. The main story isn't exactly the brightest point in the game, and honestly a lot of the side stories and small quest chains are telling much better tales than the main game does. Overall, it feels a little formulaic for The Witcher. Of course, there are different outcomes, and the choices we make do matter. I think the Battle of Kaer Morhen is the peak of the story overall, but the main story has an even bigger problem. We talked early on in this video about the development of this game and how it was almost split into two because the story was so large. The team had to cut a lot to keep it wrapped up into one game. They did this because they originally set out to make a trilogy and didn't want to break things up. They wanted finality. They wanted to be done with this chapter of The Witcher and the studio. But honestly, I think this should have been broken up into two games. The third act of the game is entirely unnecessary. It honestly feels like this game should have ended after the battle for Kaer Morhen, after Vesemir's funeral. The game should have been set up to continue later with all these massive moving pieces in place. We are now ready to create a huge plan to lure out the Wild Hunt. Ciri has been found, there's some finality to that, and Vesemir is dead. There's tragedy here. The game really just keeps going on for far too long, and the third act feels like quite a rushed conclusion. It's strange because the game is in such an awkward spot. It either needs to be even longer or even shorter. It either should have included all of the stuff that was cut to stuff 2 games into one, or it should have been shorter and broken into 2. It doesn't do that though, and exists in this strange in-between place. We spend a good majority of the story looking for Ciri. That journey feels like the big quest that this game centers around, and playing it for the first time makes you feel like it should end there, but it doesn't. This is easily my biggest complaint with this game, that the pacing for the main tale is just really off. I do like the individual pieces of the story though. I really love the Velen sections, seeing godlings and crones and dealing with the complex character that is the Baron. Novigrad has its ups and downs, but getting involved in the underbelly of the city is interesting. Going on a quest to find Dandelion almost feels like a microcosm of what we're doing with Ciri. Skellige introduces us to massive amounts of culture and a political struggle for the throne. Act 2 brings us the Battle of Kaer Morhen, which, as you already know, is one of my favorite parts of the game, and the third act sees us battling the Wild Hunt, jumping across worlds, and finally seeing an end to the White Frost. The pieces of this story are great, amazing ideas, themes that tie not only to this game, but all the way back to the first game in the series. It just suffers from a lot of fatigue and pacing issues, but this isn't the end of The Witcher 3. If you've beaten the game for the first time, then you still have a whole host of things left to go through. And be excited, because this is some of the best stuff in the game, and possibly the best things that CD Projekt Red have ever created. The first expansion for The Witcher 3 was released on October 13th, 2015. It was called Hearts of Stone and would add its own main story, new side quests, and even its own distinct crafting mechanic called enchanting. The expansion would be slightly shorter and smaller than the one that would follow. It doesn't take us to a new area of the world, but instead utilizes parts of the Novigrad area, or at least east of Novigrad. This place is called No Man's Land and wasn't home to much content before the expansion released. The additional content also dives a bit deeper into the city of Oxenfurt, adding more to this area than the main game contained. In my opinion, the first expansion adds a lot more than one would even expect for something like this in the modern day. It's a brutal truth, but the days of a developer releasing additional game content that actually adds story and expands the game are long gone. Teams don't even really do this anymore, and if they do, they aren't nearly as good as the ones that have come before. If you ask someone what their favorite video game expansion is, they're most likely going to talk about the earlier Fallout games, Elder Scrolls, Warcraft 3, maybe even GTA 4 or Mass Effect, but now The Witcher 3 is the definitive answer you're going to get most of the time. The main stories in both Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine are better than the main game's story. This is probably because CD Projekt Red are better at telling shorter stories with a bit less impact on the overall world than they are at overarching grand long stories with consequence. That's not to say that either of these stories are that small, but compared to the base game, they are dwarfed. Before we get into the main story that I'm gassing up so much, let's talk about the side content that we can get with this expansion. First of all, Hearts of Stone adds a completely new mechanic to The Witcher 3 called enchanting. This is a new type of crafting that allows us to add rune words to weapons or glyph words to armor. This mechanic can be unlocked when we meet a runewright, a specialized mage from Ulfir. Ulfir is actually to the south of Nilfgaard, in the lands many call Beyond the Seas. He would like to bring his ancient and foreign crafts work to the northern world. This, of course, requires a bit of funds, and we have to provide him with the startup money to be able to build specialized furnaces that will allow him to enchant our weapons and armor. We also have to do some short quests for him so that he has the resources that he needs. With each quest and each donation, we unlock a little bit more of this mechanic, but what exactly does it do? We can enchant weapons that have slots on them. Enchanting will add new effects, like getting more adrenaline points for dealing fatal blows with our sword or reducing enemies' stamina when they are hit by Ard. Now, I will say enchanting isn't exactly my favorite thing in the world. It isn't the best mechanic here, though it does iterate on the base game's systems a bit, but it doesn't feel incredibly necessary at this point in the game. That being said, if you are the type of person that wants to experiment with builds, or someone who plays on higher difficulties, then this would be very useful to you. I think there certainly is an audience for this, it just didn't really feel like it fit with this game a ton. At the same time though, adding a completely new mechanic that adds a whole new element to the crafting system is great. Of course, the things that are being added should be good, but the fact that things are being added at all is fantastic. At the end of the day, enchanting wasn't exactly for me. I didn't use it too much, but I do think it's alright. There aren't exactly a ton of side quests in Hearts of Stone that aren't races or enchanting related. Most of the ones present are directly related to the main story, so we'll talk about them later. But there are a couple that are standalone. Without a Trace tasks us with finding a missing man. A couple tells us that he was probably eaten by wolves, and we find out they're lying. They've been eating people because they can't afford food. We have multiple options here in killing or not killing the couple, and also whether we tell the quest giver the truth. But there really isn't a good option here. If we let them slide and cover for them, they give up eating people and the wife is dead when we come back. If we let them live but tell Otto, then he gets revenge and kills them. If we kill them, then they obviously die. This couple just doesn't have a good ending at all unless we don't get involved, of course. With that, let's get back to the main show and talk about the base story of Hearts of Stone. This whole thing begins when we see a new notice being hung on a specific board outside of Novigrad. We then head to a manor in No Man's Land. There's a gathering of vagabonds there who seemingly have taken over the house. Their leader, Olgierd von Everick, has a job for Geralt. His cook was killed in the sewers of Oxenfurt. She had gone looking for a prince that turned into a toad and never came back. Outside, one of von Everick's people will offer us a job, a small side quest. She's looking for revenge, specifically in that of someone that killed her friend Kluvert. We can trace him down and find his body in a nearby hut that was being used for Fistech production. We find his killers to be members of the Fallen Knights. They were previously members of the Order of the Flaming Rose, but Radovid disbanded the order at the beginning of the war. The other members became his witch hunters, and the ones that did not join up formed the Fallen Knights. Ulrich, the Grand Master, recognizes Geralt as the one that killed Jacques de Alderberg. He, of course, attacks us, and we can take out their ranks. Back to the main story, we can head into the Oxenfurt sewers to try and track down the Frog Prince. We soon find an old friend in that of Shani. It's been quite a bit of time since Geralt has seen her, in particular the first Witcher game. She has gotten quite the upgrade in terms of design and fidelity. When we meet her, she's trying to treat a soldier, but he unfortunately dies. She offers to guide us through the sewers. We find a ton of drowners and dead bodies, as well as strange goop and people stuck to walls. We eventually lure out the toad with alcohol and have to fight the Toad Prince. I haven't really talked about a lot of the boss fights in The Witcher 3 in depth because a lot of them are pretty bland. They don't have a ton of variety in terms of combat or mechanics. It becomes mostly a slash fest. I think certain bosses, in particular the Ein-El, can be quite good, but most of them are resorted to big monsters that swipe and jump. But both expansions really try to fix this issue. The Toad Prince in particular can be quick, jumping around the battlefield, so we have to either be just as fast or trap him. He also poisons us quite a bit, which creates a health problem. In particular, the fight is just a bit harder because we can't finish it super fast. It's definitely a bit of a difficulty hike, but honestly a welcome one. It was a massive surprise going into this DLC because I expected much of the same as the base game. When we defeat the Toad, it turns out this wasn't a fairy tale joke. He actually was a prince turned into a frog. When Geralt slices him open, he transforms back into his human form, and unfortunately, we just killed the Prince of Ulfir. Soldiers show up to take Geralt away for this, and unfortunately, Geralt is knocked out by the toxic sludge inside of the Toad. We awaken on a prison barge. Our cellmate is a guide and luckily understands the Ulferi language. We can interact with the guard, but it's not easy to speak a language we don't know. We're then met by a man that we've seen before, Gaunter O'Dim. It was far back in this video at the current point, but he was the man that told us about Yennefer in White Orchard. It turns out O'Dim was a bit more than meets the eye. He's also known as the Man of Glass and offers Geralt a way off the barge, but he will require payment in the form of a favor returned. We really have no other option here, and Geralt is marked by O'Dim until he repays the man. The boat then goes through a storm and the barge crashes. Geralt wakes up on the beach and is attacked by an Ulfiri mage and his soldiers. We don't have to defeat these guys, it's optional. They are pretty difficult, but it can be worth it for the loot. The mage in particular is a pain in the ass because he does so much damage. When we get back to O'Dim, he tells Geralt how he can repay his debt. O'Dim owes Olgierd 3 tasks through a proxy. Geralt is to be his proxy and help Olgierd fulfill these tasks. When we make it back to the manor, it turns out Von Everec and his band have lit it aflame. We can try and stop an innocent man from being executed, which can result in us actually fighting Olgierd, probably one of the most difficult fights in the game. But it turns out Olgierd is actually immortal. The whole thing isn't very clear yet, but mostly what we know is that to pay back our debt, we have to complete 3 tasks for Olgierd. He only tells us the first 2 tasks up front, to show his brother the time of his life, and to bring him Maximilian Bersodi's house. Gaunter tells us that he can't complete the tasks himself, otherwise he would just do it right now, but he can still help Geralt in small ways. The first task is to show Vladimir von Everec the time of his life, and it isn't as simple as it seems. Vladimir is actually dead, and he has been for a while. Shani will help us find the crypt as she studied Redanian dynasties in school. When we get there, Shani asks us to accompany her to her friend's wedding, and of course, I said yes. She doesn't quite want to accompany Geralt into the crypt though, so we have to go alone. Inside, we can complete a ritual to try and contact Vladimir. We have to take down the spirits of his family first, though. Once this is complete, we can talk to the man himself. Turns out he died trying to take down a ton of warriors. He was a brave man who died in battle. But how are we supposed to show a spirit a good time? He provides his own answer to this when he possesses Geralt, taking control of his body and leaving the Witcher trapped inside. He can enter and exit Geralt's body at will, and Shani has a fantastic idea, that Vladimir should possess Geralt for the wedding tonight. He can have a great time at the party, and that will be one of Von Everec's wishes down. Now, this whole setup is just fantastic. I was sold on Hearts of Stone pretty quickly into it. As soon as the reveal came that Olgierd was immortal, I knew that this was going to be a great story. For some reason, I've always been interested in the complications, themes, and general morals of immortality. An immortal character is just kind of a cheat code to make an interesting story, at least for me. On top of that, this whole thing is just drenched in fairy tale gimmicks. The idea that Gaunter is this trickster that preys on people in compromising situations and then twists their words against them just works in so many ways. It's a classic tale that we've heard many times before, but as long as the writers create interesting characters to interact with that framework, it's a recipe for success. O'Dim is a very Faustian character, but the fact that he's already been introduced to us helps as well. On top of even that, the Dead Man's Party quest is really just a classic 80s comedy movie in The Witcher 3. The whole thing requires us to meet the whims of Vladimir while also not getting in trouble at the party, or even worse, getting Shani in trouble at the party. Shani also quite clearly has feelings for Geralt, so the Witcher is navigating his own issues with her at the same time. It all unfolds incredibly well. Vladimir wants to woo women, which he fails at. He wants to chase pigs and retrieve Shani's shoes from the pool. He even dances with Shani, at which point Gaunter O'Dim shows up to dedicate a song to them. We can talk to O'Dim and he tells us a few things about himself. He also decides to really go in on Vladimir, revealing that he did not die as a warrior, but as a coward. Eventually, once a certain number of tasks are completed, Vladimir heads back. He writes a letter to his brother in blood and thanks him for giving him one more good night. That's not quite where it ends though, because Vladimir sticks around to try and get with Shani, but O'Dim banishes him through some torture or pain that we are not aware of. At the end of the day though, that's one task fulfilled, albeit in a way that Olgierd didn't truly intend. We do have the option of spending the night with Shani here. She doesn't quite recognize Geralt as a suitable long-term partner, especially because he won't always be around for her, but they still spend a good night together, getting quite overly graphic in a boat on the water. When this is done, we can return to Olgierd to deliver the letter from his brother and begin the next task, obtaining Borsodi's house. We can head to the Borsodi brothers' auction house and meet Vimy Vivaldi, who helps out Geralt by gaining him entrance into the place. Here we can talk to a few different people who specialize in fortune a bit strangely. One man is a normal art collector, and if we inspect the paintings before talking to him, we can pass his test by identifying the correct painting. He will then give us a tip on a painting up for auction, one that no one wants, because it's a massive reference to Vincent van Gogh. We can meet a woman who actually knew Vesemir at one point. She had an affair with him and has been waiting for the old Witcher to return, but we give her the bad news that he's passed on. We can meet a man who made his fortune getting luck in Gwent as well, but we can also bid on certain things at the auction. One of the most interesting items we can receive is the Professor's Glasses. This was a character from the first game, if you remember. I will say one thing I truly love about The Witcher 3 is the homage that it pays to the first game. We aren't even truly done with some of the big reveals that it adds to those characters, but the inclusion of Shani, the letter from Alvin, the Order of the Flaming Rose, and even the small letter that we can find about the attack at the very beginning of that game. There's also just the thematic similarities in the game and the main story. The Witcher 3 begins with an attack on Kaer Morhen, just like the first game. Its biggest act also ends in an attack on Kaer Morhen that goes similarly to last time, with our heroes losing and a Witcher dying, having a funeral on a pyre. The respect that this game has for the first game is truly something great. I love the first game, and it holds a great place in my mind. As you know, it is quite often overlooked because of how dated it is compared to this game, but it deserves just as much attention, and the fact that certain plot lines, characters, and little details are not forgotten here is something I love. After the auction, Vivaldi tries to introduce Geralt to Horst Borsodi. We can try to get at the heart of the matter, the task we need to complete, his brother's house, but this conversation ends quickly as we're thrown out. We then meet a man only known as the Stranger. He believes that he and Geralt have similar goals and that they may be able to get back into the auction house. We can meet him in an herbalist hut in the woods. Here we begin to plan a heist. The man has already been collecting information far before we got here, but we need to help him get some more people involved. There are 3 tasks overall. The first is to bribe the cook to spike the food that the guards eat. This will remove some of them from the equation, making the heist a little easier. Our second task is to hire someone who can get us into the safe in the auction house. We either get a dwarf who can blow the door up, or find a master locksmith that can get in quietly. The dwarf demolitions expert is currently in a bit of a pickle. His wife was cheating on him and she's gone. Because of this, he's threatening to blow himself up on his roof. We can talk him down or accidentally get him to light the barrels. We can also get Quinto, who is a master of locks. He's been captured and has a bounty on his head. We can convince the guards to let him go, but it turns out Quinto has already cracked the lock. Our third and final task is to hire a break-in artist. We have a choice between Evelyn, an acrobat who currently is serving with a traveling circus, or Hugo, a professional thief who stole the gold-plated rooster from the town hall in Novigrad. If we try to recruit Hugo, though, we realize that he's already been killed. Some thugs took off his ear and threw his body in the river. To recruit Evelyn, we must prove ourselves to her wandering troupe. This requires us completing a feat of marksmanship during their performance. Once these tasks are complete and we've assembled our little motley crew, we can begin the heist. The auction house is supposed to be empty, but of course something always goes awry and there's people inside. Geralt decides to arm himself with a wooden sword to prevent any unneeded casualties. The Stranger doesn't have these same rules though and kills people when things start to get a little hot. He even takes a hostage to buy some time while our safecracker gets to work. This is where the difference between choosing Quinto or the dwarf comes into play. If we chose Quinto, then we can successfully negotiate with the guards and prevent a fight from breaking out. This isn't possible with the dwarf, and there will always be a fight. Either way, Evelyn decides to cut her losses at this point, as this really wasn't what she signed up for. If we used the dwarf, then his explosions blew up a device that controlled the trap door, and we can skip past this. But if we used Quinto, then we get caught in the trap and have to take out some arachnids. I want to say quickly before we move on, I absolutely hate these spiders. They are introduced as a new enemy to Hearts of Stone, and I can't stand them. This is mostly because I don't like spiders in real life. I generally don't care about cartoon spiders, but when they're incredibly realistic like this and big, it just freaks me out. but they're also a massive pain to fight. They move so fast that it can be hard to track them down, and nailing them to a point where we can actually deal damage to them is always a chore. When we finally get to the vault, we're met with Horst Borsodi. It's then revealed that the stranger is actually Ewald, Horst's brother. We're then given our big choice here. We can either choose to side with Ewald or side with Horst. Horst, of course, offers us untold riches if we side with him. Our safecracker also has an effect on the outcome here as well. Quinto will switch sides and will have to fight him, but Casimir the dwarf will stay with Ewald. Afterwards, we realize that Maximilian Borsodi's house is actually a small box, shaped like a house, that contains the will of the Borsodi's father. They don't want to lose it, and if we want to take it, we have to fight the other brother as well. Or we can let him keep the will and just take the house, fulfilling the task in a Faustian way ourselves. Olgierd really isn't happy if we do that though, pointing out how we took the task very literally. It doesn't matter much though, because Olgierd really wanted to take out the family auction house, and unless both brothers were alive to sign for it regularly, the auction house would leave their hands. With that, von Everec gives us our final quest, to retrieve the rose that he gave to his wife the last time that he saw her. This begins a very long sequence that takes place at the von Everec estate. We investigate the place, dealing with the horrors that lurk there, and even facing off against a spirit of Olgierd's wife herself. Slowly, over the course of the investigation, we reveal the problems with the relationship between the two, and even see Olgierd begging to try and break his pact with Odim. We venture into a painted world, solve puzzles to see memories from the couple's past. The whole thing is beautiful. I was truly awestruck while playing it. The environment design is gorgeous. The manor itself is draped in horror as we venture through the dark hallways. The character design is fantastic, topping even some of the most iconic characters from the base game. The Caretaker might be one of the coolest looking bosses in the entire game. Top it off with the fact that the story gets us to genuinely feel for Olgierd and his broken wife. When we finally do meet his wife, she has the rose. In the painted world, the rose has not yet died. We can take it, but she has bonded with it, and she may not exist any longer once it's gone. We have a choice then, to take the rose or leave it. If we leave it, then the black dog and cat that have been watching over her will be sealed to their fate, and so will Olgierd's wife. We will receive a painting of her with a rose afterwards to take to Olgierd. If we take the rose, then the cat and the dog are allowed to leave their service of Iris, and they give Geralt advice. If Odim gets in Geralt's way, then we should seek salvation in glass that can't be broken. The painted world breaks down around us, and we're allowed to leave. Our final task for this expansion is to meet Odim at an inn. He wants us to bring him Olgierd. They will meet at the Temple of Lilvani. Odim also decides to reveal during this interaction that he has the ability to stop time, showing that he is much more than just someone powerful. He may be truly omniscient. We can then go with Shani, optionally, to learn more about Olgierd. This man that she introduces us to, Shakes Lock, tells us quite a bit about the man and the pact that he made with Odim. Apparently, he even had to choose between his wife and his brother. Because he was given immortality, he also was given a heart of stone. I don't think that means literally, but he was not able to feel like he could before. This led to the deadening of their marriage and the end of his and Iris's relationship. He also tells us that the only way to beat Odim is to challenge him to a game of wits, and that the only thing he is willing to wager is a person's soul. Shakeslock is blind and believes that he can't leave a protective circle that he's in. This is revealed to be true when he breaks his neck in a freak accident just after stepping outside of the circle. When we meet with Olgierd, we give him either the rose or the painting, and Odim arrives, revealing that their contract has been fulfilled. Olgierd challenges this, as the only way to fulfill their contract was when they met on the moon. Odim then removes the dust from beneath their feet and reveals a painting of the moon on the floor. Now, if we met with Shakeslock, then we can challenge Odim here to a game of wits to try and save Olgierd. We don't have to do this, of course, we can just let him take the man's soul, but we only get this option if we met the man before. If Odim takes the immortal soul of Olgierd von Everec, then we are rewarded with one wish. We have multiple choices here, to be as swift as the wind, which gives us a saddle with 100 stamina, to never go hungry again, which gives us a horn that never runs out of food, a bottle of vodka that's always full, which is an endless bottle of alcohol, to make Geralt rich, which gives us 10,000 gold, or we can ask O'Dim where Ciri is. This of course must be done before the main story is completed, and interestingly enough, he can't exactly answer that question. It's outside of even his power, but he can give us some advice on how to get a better ending with her. But even though these rewards are tantalizing and could affect the rest of our game in very nice ways, Olgierd should not be sacrificed. The challenge of wits requires us to solve O'Dim's riddle, one whose answer is pretty apparent from the beginning. It's in his name. It's a mirror. We have to find a mirror in this world before time runs out, but the issue is that O'Dim has rigged the game against us. He's destroying the mirrors before we can get to them. Geralt outsmarts him though by finding his reflection in water, glass that can't be broken. This banishes O'Dim, and Olgierd will be grateful to us afterwards. He will reward Geralt with a unique sword, and the two will share a tender moment together. Now, I love the Hearts of Stone expansion. I think it greatly elevates the game in many ways. First of all, as we talked about before, the entire tone of the story is just so well executed. The classic Faustian bargain, going two ways between Geralt and Olgierd, is wonderful. It creates so many moments for a witty use of words, ones that constantly surprise the player. We are then constantly watching and checking the story, dialogue, and tale for tricks. We want to know how this will end, how it will manage to surprise us before the surprise. I do think the ending is a little bit lackluster. It's the sort of predictable battle between O'Dim and Olgierd that we kind of expected all along, but most of the surprises come in the form of the journey rather than the destination. The slow reveal of Olgierd's tale, his relationship with his wife, his brother, and the story of the Borsodi brothers are all worthwhile tales that keep us interested. The expansion excels in particular at character. There are so many standout people in this DLC that I simply couldn't talk about all of them. Olgierd himself is interesting because of his immortality, because of the bargain that he makes, because of his relationships. He's just an infinite pool of information. We're constantly wondering what his intentions are, especially because when we first meet him, he seems like a total scoundrel. This, of course, isn't entirely true. There's a bit more depth there than meets the eye. O'Dim is probably one of my favorite characters in the game. The fact that he was set up all the way back in White Orchard and then we meet him again here is just so satisfying. It's always nice to see a familiar face, especially one that was so unassuming. But O'Dim truly is full of mystery. He's seemingly an omniscient being that has existed for a very long time. He speaks different languages that are ancient and lost to the modern peoples. Who is he? Where did he come from? Why is he here? These are questions that will never be answered, not just in this game, but probably by anyone. And that's what makes O'Dim so special, that he is a genuine mystery, someone that we have no bounds or parameters for. We don't understand the lengths that he will go to, or the lengths that he can go to. His name is also very similar to that of a character from the Dark Tower series, and I just thought I'd point that out because I genuinely love those books. At the end of the day, Hearts of Stone tells an amazing story, one full of character, intrigue, mystery, suspense, surprise, and fun. It's just so genuinely compelling that it beats out the base game in terms of appeal for me. But there's still one final piece of media that we need to talk about in regards to The Witcher 3, one that adds even more than all of that. Blood and Wine, the final expansion for The Witcher 3, was released on May 31st, 2016, just 7 months after the previous expansion came out. The expansion aimed to feature a lot more additional content than Hearts of Stone had added. It also had its own story that was a bit longer and more in-depth than the previous one. A completely new area to explore, new enemies, gear, side quests, contracts, a new Gwent deck, player housing, and even new mechanics. In my opinion, Blood and Wine is the best piece of media that CD Projekt Red has ever created. It has a fantastic main story, great side quests, mechanics that introduce a new level of interaction with the game, and probably the best area in the entire project. The story itself begins when we find a contract specifically requesting Geralt of Rivia. We are called to Holloway, a small village where soldiers are waiting to meet us. They were sent by Anna Henrietta, the Duchess of Toussaint. Toussaint is a duchy under the Kingdom of Nilfgaard, and they are having trouble with a beast, one that only a Witcher can defeat. When we meet the knights, they are helping some locals who are being attacked by bandits. The knights from Toussaint clearly hold a much more strict moral code. Their land, culture, and values are drastically different than most of the people here in the Northern Kingdoms. After this, we are taken to Toussaint. As soon as we arrive, we are tasked with helping some other knights kill a giant. This already shows us the difference in scale and fanfare that this area will provide us. Fighting a massive beast against the bright, beautiful hills of Toussaint almost feels like a fairy tale, a comparison that will become a lot more literal later in the expansion. It's also worth noting that if we shoot the giant in the eye, he will be killed instantly, but it can be a hard shot to make. When we reach Toussaint, we can begin investigating the men that have been killed by this beast that we were sent to take out. We can find evidence of a Bruxa attack down by the water and even track it down, but we quickly realize the Bruxa was not the killer. It was attracted to a corpse with coins stuffed into its mouth. We can then head into the main city where a competition is being held. A knight is aiming to fight a Shaelmar by himself, an incredibly powerful and strong beast. Geralt notes that these are not to be trifled with. It's been handicapped to make the battle a bit easier, but this handicap is soon removed and Geralt is forced to step in. We then meet Anna Henrietta, the Duchess that requested Geralt's services. We also meet Damien de la Tour, the captain of the Duchess's guard. He isn't as keen on our presence here as he believes that he has it all figured out. It seems that the beast is targeting specific knights, ones that represent the chivalric virtues. These virtues are honor, wisdom, generosity, valor, and compassion. They are the things that knights swear to uphold when they take on the mantle in Toussaint. Geralt has identified the next target as Milton de Peyrac-Peyran. He was on a team with the other knights that were already killed. This is where the story really starts to heat up, as we have to track him down and make sure that he isn't killed. Before we get into that though, let's talk about all of the other stuff that we can do in Blood and Wine, because there is a lot. One of the first and most interesting additions to this expansion is the housing that we receive for taking on this quest. Anna Henrietta gives Geralt the deed to Corvo Bianco, the estate where we found the Bruxa. It definitely needs some fixing up, but Geralt is just the man for the job. Our major domo can help us with the renovations if we give him the proper funds. We can fix up the house, install an armor repair table, a grindstone, a bed which increases health, install various weapon racks, armor stands, a guest room, a stable that increases our horse's stamina, and even a garden where we can harvest herbs. We can also utilize a laboratory underneath the grounds that incorporates one of the new mechanics, which we'll talk about more in a bit. This is player housing at its finest. There are many reasons why this works, thematically, mechanically, and economically. The theme that player housing gives us will be wrapped up as the story continues, but it works especially well if we do this expansion after completing the main story. This is a place for Geralt to settle. It's a place for him to rest. Geralt has historically never had that outside of Kaer Morhen, and now that place is gone too. Corvo Bianco is a place that he can genuinely call home. As we are historically one with Geralt, and the game makes it its goal to try and bring us closer to the character, we also find a place to rest here as well, somewhere to lick our wounds, upgrade our character, and get ready for the next battle.
Get ready for the next battle.
Fixing the place up also allows us to create somewhere that feels like home. This goes against everything that we've seen of this world. We enter places, we see death and destruction all around us, and we try to help, but then we move on. Sometimes the areas we move through are worse off with us having been there. The fact that this game gives us something to improve, a place that we can make our mark on, is fantastic. Mechanically, the homestead gives us a ton of functionality. We can upgrade our horse, use the armor table, the upgrades that we already talked about, but we can also customize the walls with weapons and armor. We can hang up our trophies that we've received from different quests. This actually gives us a reason to not just sell every piece of equipment that we get. Economically, the game gives us something to pour our money into. At this point in the game, I had so much money I didn't even know what to spend it on. Hearts of Stone does this to a certain extent with the enchanting system. It requires a lot of upfront dough to be able to get things started up, but here our money doesn't just feel like it's going into more incremental upgrades to combat, but our life. It feels like we're genuinely creating something here. I say all this to further the point that giving us this home in The Witcher 3 just fits in every single way. It works so well, it's executed perfectly. I was so excited when Anna started talking about giving Geralt a house. In my mind, I wanted to think that maybe CD Projekt Red would do it. Maybe they'll actually give us a house, and I was so excited when that promise was really fulfilled. In one particular side quest, we get introduced to a new mechanic that expands the skill system a bit. The quest begins when we get a letter either from Yennefer or Triss, depending on who we romanced. They tell Geralt about a Professor Moreau who was doing research on mutations. This professor was trying to cure his son by using mutations and ended up strengthening the mutagens. Geralt can thankfully use these mutations to his advantage. This unlocks an entirely new skill tree for us to expand. We can unlock new skill slots and new abilities. These new abilities require mutagens, which also solves an economy problem of having way more mutations than we can spend. This ties back into the house because we can create larger mutations there to level up our skills. Probably one of the best quests in the entire game is called the Warble of a Smitten Knight. We're given the job by a knight named Guillaume de L'Enfant. He has his eye on a woman named Vivienne de Tabris. He believes that she is cursed based on a few interactions that he's had with her. There's a tourney coming up and the tourney is for her favor. We're given the job to keep an eye on her by entering the tournament. We can choose our coat of arms before going into the competition, either Geralt of Rivia or Ravix of Forhorn. The latter was the name that Geralt used when he met Pavetta in Sintra in the beginning of the book series. This will change how we are referred to for the tournament though, but it will also change the gear that we receive for winning these competitions. The tournament has 3 parts: the shooting range, the race, and a large duel. It's basically a marksmanship competition, a horse race where we have to hit targets on the back of a horse, and we have to fight some people. They aren't really that hard, but I thought the horse race was the most interesting one because there was a lot more to focus on. After completing each competition, we will find more out about Vivienne. We will eventually track her down in the forest and find out that she has had a curse placed on her. The gist of it is that she looks like a bird. She has to hold an illusion spell constantly to make sure it doesn't slip. Geralt might be able to reverse the curse by using the egg of an Oriole. He can swap the curse onto it, but it could give her the same lifespan as the bird, 7 years. She determines that she'd rather live a short, full life than a longer, hollow one. Guillaume can offer to transfer the curse to him, but either way, the curse is lifted. It turns out, though, that Vivienne isn't really in love with Guillaume. It's not an entirely happy ending, and Guillaume isn't too satisfied with us in the end. This quest is just about everything that makes a Witcher quest good. It spans the course of an entire tournament. We're allowed to actually compete in said tournament. We are rewarded for doing well. There are multiple outcomes that flow into a complex story, interesting characters, consequences that carry over from other places. It's such a great little adventure, one that once again feels like it should be part of the main story rather than just a one-off thing, but it works so well. There's a short series of quests under the Wine Wars name. There's a new very important vineyard being sold, and 2 competing vineyard owners want a piece of it. They both ask us to help out around their vineyard by destroying enemies invading their lands and clearing things out. If we help one of them, then the vineyard will go to them. If we help both, they will run the vineyard together. We can find that there has been some evidence of sabotage on one end of this whole thing. At the end of this quest, we'll have to help the new vineyard out as well. Once done, we will be allowed to name one of the wines, either Geralt of Rivia, White Wolf, or Butcher of Blaviken. It's clear, though, that White Wolf is the best name. There Can Be Only One is a quest that sees us trying to prove that we hold all 5 of the chivalric virtues. There are many opportunities to do this throughout the side quests, main story, and side activities in the expansion. We can then challenge the hermit that gives us this quest, and we are gifted the sword Erendite by the Lady of the Lake. This was an interesting quest because it was one of the only ones that bleeds into other quests in the game. It felt sort of like a collecting Gwent cards quest because it requires that we do other things out in the world. It also clearly fits into the world of Toussaint because it holds the knight's theme that's carried throughout a lot of the game. But enough about side content, we should probably talk about the main story and pick up where we left off. When we head to find the next to-be-murdered knight, it turns out that he's taking part in the hare hunt that Toussaint holds this time of year. We have to solve a riddle that is intended for the guests of the event. We must take the horn from a unicorn and find a fish. We must solve the riddle presented to us to learn that the knight is in the greenhouse. Unfortunately, we were too late and Milton is already dead, but we can give the beast chase from here. We catch him in a barn and it turns out that he's a vampire. We have to fight him and he's pretty difficult. He moves fast, slashes quick, but we don't actually get to kill him here. Someone completely unexpected shows up at this point, Regis, or his full name, Emil Regis Reohelek Terzieff Godefroy. Regis saves Detlef and stops the fight between us. Regis is a character from the books, probably one of my favorite characters from the series. He joins Geralt during his journey to find Ciri and starts as an adversary, but eventually becomes a fond companion of the Witcher. He is an incredibly intelligent and ancient vampire. He was actually killed, though, during a battle with Vilgefortz, an incredibly powerful magician. He was ripped apart and melted into a column, assumingly never to be seen again. But that's not exactly true because he's here now. Apparently the man that we fought, the Beast of Toussaint, is actually named Detlef. He helped Regis regenerate and be brought back to life. Regis doesn't know why Detlef is doing this, he just knows that he must have a good reason for it. Regis agrees to meet up with Geralt later and the knights enter just as he leaves. We can meet up with Regis at a specific crypt in the cemetery. Here, reuniting with Regis, we find out that the goal is to look for Detlef. To do this, we need to brew a resonance potion. We need 3 things for the potion, and the first thing can be obtained by finding a spotted wight. This is kind of difficult because spotted wights are supposed to be extinct, but luckily there is one nearby. As we approach the estate that the wight was seen at, we find spoons everywhere. Spoons hang from the ceiling, there are messages about spoons all over the house. We can eventually trap the wight, but if we investigate enough, it's pretty clear that we don't need to kill it. This person was cursed to never be able to find a spoon that would satisfy them. If we force the wight to eat from a bowl, the curse will be lifted. Of course, we can also just kill it. Once the curse is lifted, we can have the cursed woman return to Corvo Bianco to recover. We've still received the saliva though and can report back to Regis, who now needs to get some of his own blood. This can only happen once he's transformed, and that only occurs when he's in a state of rage. We have to put him in a cage so that he can't get out and slay beasts beneath him so that the blood triggers his transformation. Once this is done, it completely saps Regis. Geralt struggles to see him like this and didn't realize what it would do to his friend. When we complete the potion, we can see some memories of Detlef in the city. He met a man named Delacroix. He helped Detlef when the two were at a shoeshine station. They became friends, but Detlef eventually murdered him. This was the man we found in the morgue, the one with coins in his throat. Detlef felt very guilty about this murder for some reason. But now it's time for Geralt to visit the same shoeshine stand. The boy will tell us where Detlef was staying, and inside we find a toy workshop. It seems that Detlef was being blackmailed by someone. They had a woman named Reynawed taken hostage, and they were forcing him to kill people in the city. There is also a letter here detailing who was killed and why they were killed. When we inform the Duchess of this information, she agrees that we should look for the woman being kept hostage. A wine stain on the letter leads us to the royal wine cellar. Anna can then track this to a certain vineyard that produces the wine. There we find the name of the buyer, or his alias, only known as the Cintron. We then have to mask up and head into a party to track this person down. There are a few little mini activities that we can do here. My favorite one in particular was throwing paint at this canvas, which was super satisfying. The Cintron has already been killed, unfortunately. Anna is filled in on the situation and isn't really happy that we haven't told her everything, but she knows that the only person that could be behind all this is her own sister, Sienna. This connects back to the dagger that we find on the Cintron, a Duntine dagger. Sienna was cursed from birth and was exiled from the court. We then raid Duntine in a massive battle where both vampires are on our side. This is probably one of the coolest sequences in the game, specifically because we get to see the sheer power that the higher vampires hold. Also, being able to fight alongside them shows us their power compared with Geralt's. Geralt is already very strong, and next to a human he looks like a god, but these two look like something even above gods. When Detlef is reunited with Reyna, we find out that she is Sienna. The whole thing was a ruse. She manipulated Detlef into killing the knights that were responsible for her being exiled from the court. She now has 3 days to meet with him and explain herself, or Detlef will go nuclear. Anna does not believe that Syanna was lying, and she still blames Detloff as the killer. She wants him brought in. The city is then flooded with vampires who have begun to attack in a massive war in the streets. We have two options: to either summon Detloff by contacting the Unseen Elder, a type of leader for the higher vampires, someone incredibly powerful and very strong, or we can free Syanna and bring her to Detloff like he requested. I personally chose to save Syanna, and honestly, that is a very interesting path through this whole thing. Once we do find her, it turns out she's been trapped inside of a fairy tale book. This is easily the best part of the expansion. There's a whole detour here where we have to help Syanna find 3 beanstalks in this world so that we can grow the magic beanstalk and get the portal out of here. We end up seeing distorted and corrupted versions of different fairy tales, like a little match girl who now sells fist tech. We even have to fight the 3 bears, little pigs, and the wolf from Red Riding Hood. There's so many layers to why exactly this works so well. First, The Witcher is based on many fairy tales, or at least it has its roots in them. It's a world that has always felt very fairy tale in theme and tone. It crosses a lot of fairy tales with the dark and cruel real world. What would it be like if these two worlds crashed together? But this story leans further into that. What if there actually was a way to interact with these fairy tales? On top of that, the land of Toussaint that we've already seen has been much brighter and more colorful than the areas of Velen or Novigrad, but when we get here, that slider is jacked up by 10. The rolling golden hills, the rainbows, the bright and colorful garb, it's all just so gorgeous, vibrant, and every color pops. On top of that, when we do get the beanstalk grown, we have to face a cloud giant, and up here the world is gray, bleak, colorless. It's as if we're about to cross back into the real world, somewhere that exists between these two places. The Land of 1,000 Fables is easily my favorite part of The Witcher 3 as a whole. I just really never wanted to leave this area. After this, we're transported back to the real world, and we can meet with Regis again. When Detloff arrives, though, he immediately tries to kill Syanna. If we got her the ribbon from the little flint girl, then she is saved, transported back to the fairy tale land. But if we didn't, she dies. The only way to not fight Detloff is to let him go after he kills Syanna. But what happens if we see the Unseen Elder? If we decide to try and contact him, we can find a woman named Oriana that's been using children at her orphanage as food. She's actually a Bruxa. Finding her will give us the key to the Unseen Elder's cave. When we get there, we are literally no match for him because he just destroys Geralt. We can eventually get an audience with him, but if we waste his time at all, meaning we pick too many dialogue options, he just immediately kills us. We can convince him that Detloff has become a problem and he will force the vampire to meet us. This of course angers Detloff and we have to fight him. Either way, unless Syanna is killed, we're fighting Detloff, and this was easily the hardest fight for me in the entire game. I was actually kind of shocked because it had been quite a long time since I had to actually try during a battle, where I had to watch enemy movements, strategize, and think ahead. I had to plan, use specific potions, think about my next move. It was nice. Detloff actually has 3 forms. After we defeat his pretty easy human form, he transforms and can fly. He will swoop low across the battlefield, he will shoot projectiles at us, and will dive into the ground. All of these things can be pretty difficult to avoid, and getting hits in during the hollow areas, the moments when he isn't attacking, is not easy. But once we do it, he transforms again. We're basically inside of Detloff's chest at this point with his heart above us. We have to destroy the 3 sacks on the edges of this sphere, all while he chases us and does insane damage. But if we bounce between the 3 and never stop moving, eventually he will be destroyed. Regis then has to deal the killing blow because higher vampires can only be killed by their own kind. I would like to take a moment and compliment Regis's character here, at least how it's presented in the game. Now, I wasn't that excited about the idea of his inclusion in this expansion when I first saw it. I felt like his death in the books was a good end. He sacrificed himself so that Geralt and Yennefer could live, so that they could defeat their final foe and ultimately to protect Ciri. Bringing him back almost felt cheap in a way, like bringing him back for the sake of a name, but honestly, it works really well. They did bring him back, but with a new attachment to Detloff. The two are literally blood brothers, as Detloff had to use his own blood to bring Regis back. This means that Regis has an unspeakable debt to him, one that transcends friendship. They are literally blood brothers, so the fact that Regis still kills him in the end is a massive moment. This means that he knows what Detloff is doing is wrong and chooses to stand for that and for his friendship to Geralt over something so strong. It's a very good bond, and I like Regis here way more than I ever thought I would. There is a small time jump here, and we are getting ready for a ceremony, as Geralt is to be rewarded for his work. But Regis realizes something is off. There was supposed to be a 5th victim, so who was going to die? When we do some investigating, we find out that it was to be Anna Henrietta. Syanna was going to kill her own sister for turning her back on her when they were young. We can say some things to convince Syanna, but it's really up to a multitude of factors, whether we went to save her in the Land of Thousand Fables, whether we listened to her story there, and whether we said the right things to calm her down. If we didn't do these things, she kills Anna and is then killed by Damien. The two sisters are both dead, and the story ends with their graves. If we did, then the two reconcile. Either way, we join Regis after for a small conversation. The two head out to get some mandrake root, and Regis is being attacked by a Bruxa. He is going to have to leave. He broke some part of the vampire code. He betrayed them, essentially, and as long as he is gone, they won't chase him. If Syanna was killed by Detloff, then none of this happens, and we're actually put in jail by Anna, and we spend quite a bit of time in here, but eventually Dandelion was able to convince her to let Geralt out with no reward. This is such a nice touch, one that was so unnecessary, but it all just plays out so well. But the actual final quest starts after all of this. Geralt heads back to his home, and Barnabas tells him that someone is here to see him. It is either Triss or Yennefer if we romanced either of them, or Ciri if we didn't romance the women and she became a witcher or an empress, or Dandelion if Ciri didn't come back. I got Ciri on my first playthrough, and I actually think this was the best option. The two talk about what they've been up to and what Geralt's plans are, the fact that he plans to maybe settle down here in this place, further cementing Corvo Bianco as some sort of finality for The Witcher. It's just such a perfect epilogue, a final page turn on this massive grand adventure. Blood and Wine overall is my favorite part about this entire game. It's sort of bittersweet because the game ends so strongly that you just don't want it to be over. You want more of what there is here. Of course, there's always second playthroughs, seeing the other endings, finding new books and information, but there really is nothing like that first time. It's a massive story that begins so drenched in mystery and intrigue that it feels like a crime novel, a thriller centered around the serial killer in Toussaint, but it turns out to be so much more than that. It's a story about perspective, about understanding, about seeing people for who they truly are, which what better story is there to tell in the world of The Witcher? We reconnect with old friends, we head to a fairy tale land, we get a house, we help out vineyard owners, we raid a castle with vampires. It all just feels so grand, and it feels so unlike anything that CD Projekt Red has done before. The team is very good at doing dark, gritty, disgusting tales that talk about and deal with the areas of the middle. That isn't to say that this tale isn't serious, but the land of Toussaint makes us feel like we were in some sort of fairy tale, some dream world. Seeing the dark underbelly of that dream world is all the better when we've been set in by the bright sun for some time. It was a place that I never wanted to leave, a script that I never wanted to end. The Witcher 3 is very hard for me to compare to the rest of the series. If I go through in my head and compare it with each element, sure, it beats out the other games in some ways. It has the best graphics, it has the most content, and probably the best side quests, but in other ways, the game loses to those entries. Does that mean that it's worse? Well, in some ways, yes. The Witcher 3 at times can be worse than The Witcher 2 and even the first game. The main story isn't my favorite thing that the studio has done. At times it can feel long and poorly paced. Its length is incredibly awkward in the grand scheme of things. The combat can be tricky and clunky, oftentimes feeling like we should have done something, but we didn't. Interacting with the world can be frustrating. Oftentimes getting an object to work is more difficult than a challenging battle. Riding Roach around can be maddening if the area isn't a flat plain. The waypoint system is eternally busted and should just be ignored at all costs. The game's economy was particularly frustrating, often leaving me wondering why the bandit's sword I just picked up is so much stronger than the legendary weapon that I received from Olgierd. Sure, The Witcher 3 is frustrating, it's awkward at points, it's still even buggy to this day, but this game is impressive. When I say impressive, I mean that The Witcher 3 looks gorgeous. The disgusting swamps of Velen feel as if they ache with smoke that's bellowing from the earth. The creatures that dwell there are dripping centuries of history, of ancient musk that I wouldn't want to be within 500 miles of. The people there wear their sorrow and grief in their eyes and on their clothes and in their pockets. Novigrad is a bustling city filled with the sounds of people stabbing each other in the back, the sounds of half-empty tankards clinking against each other, and coins dropping as far as the eye can see. It's a city that's lived in the shadows, where the innocent will never see, or maybe will see too much of. Skellige is a frozen wasteland, one that's rites and traditions feel as if they come from the land itself, as if they sprouted there ages ago and have grown like a tree through the people that inhabit the island. You can feel the sea foam brush against the faces of the folks that live there. And Toussaint is a bright land, a place that prides itself on its values, a place that holds itself to a higher standard, a dreamland, a utopia where wine flows like water and happiness is a future to be realized rather than a childhood dream gone by. These are 4 worlds, and that isn't even talking about no man's land. These are places with people. These people have lives, they have families, they have routines, they have wishes and dreams and aspirations, they have jobs, they have tears, they have grief and pain and joy. This is the feeling that CD Projekt Red has always done well, the feeling that this place isn't a collection of 3D models, that it isn't scripting waiting for us to pick a response, but it is a place with life and death. The scale of this world and this project in general is astounding. Still, even 9 years later, it shocks me that this game is almost a decade old. I could sit here and list all of the things that The Witcher 3 does well. Its side quests, some that stick in my brain still until this day, its ability to deal with morality, its extension of the stories that it's told previously, its world. But I shouldn't need to say all of that, because there is a reason that this game has stayed so long. There is a reason that people still talk about The Witcher 3 to this day. There is a reason that this name will forever be on best game of all times lists, and that is because it is impressive. It is a feat rather than just another game. It shocks, it surprises, and for that reason alone, it deserves to be played. Now, it is not my favorite game. It's not even one of my favorite games. I don't think I would put it on any best game of all time lists, but it is a great game, and one that I will not soon forget. The Witcher 3 was an incredible success for CD Projekt Red. The game had sold 28 million units by December 2019, and by March 2023, it had sold 50 million copies. It is one of the highest-selling games in the history of the medium. It was a success with critics as well. The PC version currently stands at a 93 on Metacritic, with Xbox One and PS4 falling at a 91 and 92 respectively. But just because I've talked about the final game in the series does not mean that this is the end of the series. We have yet to talk about the books, the TV show, the spin-off games, any of the board games, or the comics. For this review, I read all of the books in the Witcher series. I had never read these books before, so it was my first time delving into Sapkowski's original fantasy world. I did quite enjoy them across the board. I do think there are some weak moments, and my opinions probably align with most. I don't think I have that many hot takes here. I will say though that I am not a Witcher lore expert by any means, and this section will mostly be devoted to recapping the books and giving my opinion on each one very briefly, as I've already taken up far too much of your time. The Last Wish and Sword of Destiny are the first 2 books in the series, released in 1993 and 1992 respectively. They are both collections of short stories, generally following Geralt in different adventures, hunting monsters, or meeting characters that will become important later. Technically, The Last Wish was released after Sword of Destiny, but it's still considered the first book in the series, so we'll start there. The whole framing device for this book is that Geralt is currently recovering at the Temple of Melitele, with Neneki, a priestess, helping him. The first story sees Geralt taking the contract for the Striga, which we talked about quite a bit in the section for the first game, so I won't retread too much ground here. He basically cures Foltest's daughter of the curse and is rewarded despite people attempting to sway him to kill the thing. A Grain of Truth sees Geralt finding a man in a cabin who has been cursed to look like a beast. He was cursed because he forced himself upon a priestess, or rather was coerced into doing so by a group he was with. He sort of likes being cursed because it has its advantages with women, oddly enough. In the end, Geralt realizes that Nivellen is in a sort of parasitic relationship with Abruxa, and he kills the monster, much to the dismay of the beast. It's this sort of strange spin on Beauty and the Beast, but it's also a very interesting look at the idea of monsters in this world, the monsters in man, etc. The Lesser Evil tells the story of how Geralt got the name the Butcher of Blaviken. Geralt was in Blaviken trying to get paid for killing a Kikimor when he ran into Stregobor, a mage who was hiding out in a tower there. He begs Geralt for help as a girl who was born under the curse of the Black Sun is trying to kill him. Geralt thinks this is nonsense and mostly a myth. Geralt then meets Renfri, the girl chasing Stregobor. She tells him of the mage's misdeeds and begs for his help as well. Both sides tell Geralt that the other is worse than the monster that he has already killed. In the end, Renfri gives Stregobor an ultimatum. She will kill townsfolk until he comes out of his tower. Geralt then confronts a group and is forced into a battle where he slaughters all of them, including Renfri. Stregobor wants to perform an autopsy on the girl to find out if the curse of the Black Sun was the cause, but Geralt stops him. He is then stoned by the townsfolk and forced to leave Blaviken. This whole tale is great and really introduces the idea of moral gray in this world, especially the concept of the lesser evil. The games would take this and run with it, but the idea that there really is no good option for Geralt here makes a great case for neutrality, or rather, a bad one. In the end, he helped Stregobor, probably someone bad, and is looked at as a butcher for saving townsfolk. It's a rough world. A Question of Price is the story that tells the tale of Pavetta and Duny, as well as Geralt enacting the Law of Surprise that would eventually give him Ciri. The Edge of the World sees Geralt and Dandelion tracking down a Sylvan and eventually being captured by the elves. They are very close to executing the two when they are stopped by the Queen of the Fields, a powerful goddess. Dandelion also gains an elven lute here before the two head out. The final story, The Last Wish, is another one that I've talked about already. This tells the tale of Geralt and Dandelion coming across a djinn. Dandelion is cursed by the djinn, and they meet Yennefer when Geralt is trying to get him help. Yennefer then tries to take the djinn for herself when Geralt makes the wish that would eternally bind them. At the end of this book, Geralt and Dandelion leave the temple, riding off down the road. This book is probably one of my favorites in the series. I'm actually really impartial to the little short stories, as I think they do a really great job at introducing the reader to the world of The Witcher. It also just slowly introduces us to characters that will become important later. It's definitely not the approach I would suggest for every fantasy series, but it really fits well here. Sword of Destiny is very similar to The Last Wish in that it is a collection of short stories. The first one, The Bounds of Reason, sees Geralt and company searching for a golden dragon. During this hunt, Geralt is accompanied by Dandelion, encounters Yennefer, meets Ike of Daniel, the Sinfred Reavers, Yarpen Zigrin, and Borch, 3 jackdaws. Most have reasons for seeking out the dragon, though Geralt is hoping to stop the murder of this beast as he doesn't kill dragons. Yennefer wants to take its heart to attempt to make an elixir that will cure her infertility. In the end, past the squabbling of the group, it is revealed that the dragon was protecting a baby rather than a hoard of treasure as most thought. Yennefer and Geralt decide to save the dragon, and he saves them in turn when they are captured. The golden dragon, an incredibly rare species, is then revealed to be 3 jackdaws, the man Geralt met in the hunt. He unfortunately cannot cure Yennefer's infertility, but considers the group his friends and leaves. A shard of ice sees Geralt and Yennefer actually somewhat settling down in Aid Ginvael, a city in Narok. While they are staying at the inn, a man named Istrid arrives. Yennefer and him have seen each other in the past, off and on. He tries to duel Geralt for her affection because Yennefer can't quite make a decision between the two. In the end, she rejects Istrid via letter, and he shows up to the duel to attempt to get Geralt to take his life, but Geralt leaves the place. Eternal Flame sees Geralt meeting Dudu in Novigrad, trying to track the Doppler down and cleaning up after the mess that he has made of people's lives. A Little Sacrifice is a story that sees Geralt attempting to find a resolution for two lovers, one who lives on land and one who lives in the water. The woman in the water eventually is convinced to take her tail off and come to the land by making a little sacrifice. Get it? While Dandelion and Geralt are there, they meet Essie, a rival of Dandelion's. Essie falls in love with Geralt quickly, but Geralt has to reject her as he doesn't feel the same way. The story then ends by saying that Essie dies 4 years later and that Dandelion buried her. The Sword of Destiny is the story that sees the introduction of Ciri and her first meeting with Geralt. She has been told of Geralt and that she is his child of surprise. The Witcher is on his way to Brokilon and runs into the girl in the forest. He takes her to the elves there, but they plan to keep her. He eventually convinces them to let Ciri choose, and she picks Geralt. He then gives her back to Mousak, a Cintran druid, who takes her back to her grandmother despite her protests. This is Geralt clearly trying to fight destiny and regretting that he invoked the Law of Surprise. The final story, Something More, sees Geralt saving a merchant who is stuck on a path. He is gravely wounded and begins dreaming of Yennefer, the first time that he went back to Cintra to get Ciri, which was before they met in Brokilon, and his mother Vicenna. He eventually is healed and makes his way back to a tablet on Sodden Hill, listing the sorceresses who died at this battle. He thinks that Yennefer may have been among them. He then is brought back to the merchant's house, and Ciri happens to be there, as Cintra has recently fallen and she made her escape. She asserts that she is Geralt's destiny and finally joins him. I feel pretty similarly about this book as I did the last one. It's a great start to the series and does a really good job at introducing us to the wider world. It slowly brings in concepts, people, places, and events that will be incredibly important later. It also sets the story up that will unfold across the next books in the series, the actual Witcher saga itself. Blood of Elves is the first book in the actual Witcher saga, but the third book in the series, and was released in 1994. This book actually begins with the fall of Cintra, with Ciri escaping the city, barely getting out of the clutches of a Nilfgaardian soldier. Ciri is now at Kaer Morhen with Geralt, Vesemir, Cohen, Eskel, and Lambert. She is being trained in combat, but Triss arrives to attempt to help her out with her magical abilities. Geralt decides he needs to find Yennefer so that she can properly train the girl. She is a source after all and is incredibly powerful. She needs to learn to control that power. During this time, a mysterious man named Rience has begun looking for Ciri and tortures Dandelion for information. Yennefer saves the bard and scars Rience in the process. Geralt then leaves Kaer Morhen with Triss and Ciri, taking Ciri to Nenneke so that she can gain an education while he looks for Yennefer. On the way, they link up with Yarpen Zigrin and his caravan. Triss gets sick and shits in the woods a whole bunch. The royalty of the Northern Kingdoms are meeting and determine that Ciri should be killed so that she can't fall into Nilfgaard's hands, which would give them Cintra, a powerful piece of land, in their invasion. Emperor Emhyr is informed of this and tells Rience to hunt Geralt down and kill him. Ciri is then being trained at the Temple of Melitele with Yennefer, who has found her at this point. Geralt hunts down Rience before he can get to him, and the two battle. Geralt wounds Rience, but the man escapes, leaving Geralt injured. The book ends on Ciri and Yennefer leaving the temple, and Ciri reflecting on her teachings with Yennefer, how she grew to like the woman over time. Blood of Elves is a decent book in the series. At the time of reading it, I really enjoyed it, but I think the series gets a lot better from here on out. I think it's probably one of the slower books in all of them, as it takes a while to get things really moving. Time of Contempt is the fourth book in the series and the second book in the Witcher saga. It was released in 1995. The story picks up where the last book left off. Yennefer and Ciri are headed to Gors Velen. They are just making a stop here as Yennefer plans to take her to Aretuza to continue her magical training. Ciri has a day in town with a boy named Fabio while Yennefer deals with some business. She causes some trouble and is eventually taken in by Tissaia de Vries, a teacher at Aretuza. Yennefer eventually tells her who Ciri is, and they all spend an evening at a bathhouse nearby. Ciri ends up running away to try and find Geralt as she heard that he is close. Yennefer tracks her down and finds her with Geralt, allowing the two to patch up their relationship because they've had quite their differences leading up to this. The group then heads to Thaned Island to take Ciri to Aretuza and get her trained. There's a party happening here though, so Ciri is taken to a safer place, as most of the school is hosting sorcerers and sorceresses. Many at this party try to recruit Geralt to their side, trying to force him out of his neutrality. In particular, Dijkstra and Vilgefortz attempt to convert Geralt. The whole party is an attempt by the mages to get themselves back in power, as the kings and queens of the north have begun pushing them away as advisors. This turns when a coup happens. Apparently Vilgefortz and some of the other mages have been working for Nilfgaard. The whole thing turns into a massive battle. The Scoia'tael are led in to help the Nilfgaardian associated mages. Ciri tries to get away. Geralt has to fight Vilgefortz in a massive duel which almost results in the Witcher's death. Tissaia sided with Vilgefortz and realizes that she was wrong, taking her own life afterwards. The whole thing was a ploy by Emhyr to break the mages, since they were the reason he lost the Battle of Sodden Hill. Full-blown war erupts as Nilfgaard begins their second invasion into the northern kingdoms. Emhyr also has married a fake Ciri that he is parading around as the real one, giving him control of Cintra. Ciri only escapes Thaned through an unstable portal and is transported to the Korath Desert. She barely survives the tough deserts through the help of a unicorn. She eventually is forced to use her magical training wielding fire magic, which is very difficult and unstable to control. She eventually decides to take revenge on everyone that's harmed her. After she gets out of the desert, she is captured by bounty hunters and eventually rescued by a group of vagabonds called the Rats. She joins them and gives herself the fake name of Falka. The Time of Contempt is probably one of the best books in the Witcher saga. This is where things really begin to blow up. The pacing of this book is really well done, and the final confrontation at Thaned is just insane. It's a chaotic altercation, sort of like the Red Wedding of the Witcher books. This clearly follows a quite calm moment between Ciri, Geralt, and Yennefer. The group is now split and completely fractured. Baptism of Fire is the 5th book in the series and the 3rd book in the Witcher saga. It was released in 1996. There's sort of 3 stories going on here. The first follows Geralt and his adventures in searching for Ciri. He is recovering at Brokilon and is accompanied on his journey by Dandelion and Milva, a very competent archer. They are eventually also joined by Zoltan and a man named Cahir. Cahir is a Nilfgaardian soldier, the same one that tried to capture Ciri in Cintra and at Thaned Island. He is very persistent that he wants to join them, and eventually he convinces Geralt to let him tag along. The group also meets Regis here, and he joins the party. The group, eventually searching for some druids, encounters a battle between Queen Meve and the Nilfgaardians. They are forced to help out as the battle is in their way, and they become involved. They manage to push back the Nilfgaardians, and Geralt is knighted as Geralt of Rivia by the Queen. The second story focuses on Ciri and her journeys with the Rats. She sort of becomes obsessed with killing over time, getting a taste for it and finding revenge in the deaths of others. The band steals and robs from plenty of folk, making a name for themselves across the Nilfgaardian lands. The third story focuses on the Lodge of Sorceresses. This group has been formed to try and gain back power for the magic users in politics. Francesca Findabair has captured Yennefer by compressing her into a small figure. The Lodge also wants to find Ciri to use her to their advantage. Yennefer eventually is able to escape with the help of Fringilla Vigo. I would probably rank Baptism of Fire a little lower on my list of the books. It's alright, but it does get a bit slow. The battle at the end is a good climax for the story to go out on though. The Tower of the Swallow is the 6th book in the Witcher series and the 4th book in the Witcher saga. It was released in 1997. The Tower of the Swallow follows Geralt as he tries to seek out a group of druids that might know where Ciri is. Again, the story jumps back and forth between different perspectives. The first is that of Ciri as she recovers in a cabin with a man named Visigota. She tells her story to this man. The story follows her journeys with the rats and how a price was put on their heads. A man named Bonhart slaughtered the entire group and forced Ciri to fight for her life. Geralt and his band are set upon by a bounty hunter as well, and the group defeats them. Geralt eventually meets Avallac'h, who tells him the prophecy of Ithleen. Yennefer is looking for Vilgefortz and is eventually captured and tortured by him. She does accidentally reveal Geralt's location, and this is why he was being tracked and hunted. The story then ends with Ciri's tale. She was almost killed by the Nilfgaardians and Rience, as they want her dead to overthrow Emhyr. She ends up escaping and makes her way to the swamp that she's currently residing in. Visigota then dies, and she takes his daughter's ice skates onto the lake. Here she gets into a battle with Rience, who is killed. Bonhart hangs back, and Ciri is rescued by the Tower of Swallows. The tower appears out of nowhere, and inside, Ciri is transported to another reality where the elves who operate this place have been waiting for her. The Tower of the Swallow is a pretty great book in the ranks of The Witcher. It really sets up the finale of this tale, and I enjoyed a lot of the campfire conversations with Geralt's group. The end of Ciri's story with the rats was pretty climactic, as Bonhart is a particularly cruel and vicious villain. The Lady of the Lake is the 7th book in the Witcher series and the final book in the Witcher saga. It was released in 1999. This book is actually told from some point in the future where the story of Geralt and Ciri is being studied through dreams. Geralt is doing contracts in Beauclair, forming a relationship with Fringilla Vigo, who is secretly delaying him from looking for Yennefer and Ciri. Ciri is transported to an elven world where she meets Avallac'h and Eredin. She is supposed to make their king, Oberon, an heir. She eventually escapes this world with the help of a unicorn, the one she saved earlier in the desert and the one that helped her. She world jumps a bunch and is eventually helped by the Lady of the Lake. We see the end of the Nilfgaardian War as the final battle at Brenna is miraculously won by the North. We then see Ciri is transported to Vilgefortz's hiding place. She offers herself in exchange for the imprisoned Yennefer, but she is captured. Geralt and his friends storm the castle. Milva and Cahir are both killed in the battle, and Ciri kills Bonhart, gaining her vengeance. Regis is killed during the battle with Vilgefortz, and Geralt defeats the Mage. Emhyr then arrives and reveals that he is Ciri's father and plans to marry her. He plans to have Yennefer and Geralt take their own lives, but eventually he goes back on this plan, regretting what he intended. He lets the three of them go. They then return to Toussaint to save Dandelion from execution. Geralt and Dandelion head to Rivia, where they are caught in a riot. Geralt tries to save some dwarven friends, but is impaled by a pitchfork. Yennefer and Ciri try to save Geralt. Ciri, with the help of one of the unicorn's power, saves the two and takes them on a boat to the island of Avallac'h. The story then ends with Ciri telling this whole tale to Galahad in Camelot, having world jumped to Arthurian legend. The Lady of the Lake is a pretty great finale. It's not the best book in the entire series, but I think it provides a good ending to these characters. Everyone seems to get their finale here. Everything is wrapped up pretty tightly, and it's overall satisfying. The battle with Vilgefortz is a particular high point of the novel. I think Geralt's ending, giving his life for innocence in a pub, is probably a fitting end for the character, spending the rest of his days on an island with Yennefer. He's given enough at this point. The actual final book of the Witcher series is called Season of Storms and was released in 2013, 14 years after the series had ended. It's a standalone tale that takes place before a lot of the stories in The Witcher and before the entire saga itself. Geralt is arrested in Karak and his belongings are taken, including his Witcher swords. Lita Nade, a sorceress, had him arrested. He gets involved in a criminal underworld and eventually is caught in a war between Temeria and Redania. He gets his swords back, has some flings, fights a demon, befriends a werewolf. The epilogue actually takes place after the Witcher saga. Somehow Geralt has returned to the continent 100 years after the end of The Lady of the Lake. He is speaking to Nimue and saves her from some sort of beast. I say this is Geralt, but it's only hinted that it's Geralt. It's never explicitly stated. But assumingly Geralt has come back to the world to do what? Who knows? I'm not a massive fan of this book, it just kind of feels oddly out of place. It's decent, but I definitely consider it one of the weaker ones in the overall series. I think the books as a whole are really good. I've read a ton of different fantasy series, as fantasy is probably my favorite genre to read. The Witcher is incredibly appealing because it presents something so different than what I'm used to seeing. It's one of the reasons that the games are so appealing as well. They come from a completely different perspective, one that is influenced by different cultures and myths than we're used to talking about. The spin on those myths is incredibly unique as well, creating an even more twisted and warped version of a world that is already quite standout. In this section, I'd like to talk about 3 of the spin-off games that have been created for the Witcher series. All of these games are related to Gwent in some way. The first game, aptly titled Gwent, was released in 2018. It was a spin-off specifically of the Gwent card game introduced in The Witcher 3. It was a standalone experience meant to satisfy those that were intrigued with the design of the original minigame. It's mostly set up like other online card games. We can play online against other people, in ranked matches, or other modes that provide different constraints. We can create decks out of the cards that we earn, etc. At this point, the developers have stopped updating the game and left a system that allows the community to choose balance changes for Gwent. I actually couldn't get online matches to work in this game for some reason. The servers are supposed to still be up, but it just wouldn't work for me. I did play the tutorial and interacted with some of its systems, but its systems are a thread throughout all 3 of these games. The same core system is in Rogue Mage, a single-player variant of Gwent. Rogue Mage was released in 2022 and basically used the same system as Gwent, but with a sort of roguelike frame. We journey through different maps and take part in card battles while choosing a path through the area. We can upgrade cards, get rid of cards from our deck, and eventually take down a boss to move on. I really didn't like Rogue Mage, as it uses an energy resource to cast spells in battle. This spell resource regenerates on a timer. Almost feels like a mobile game, huh? Its story is also pretty flimsy, and the battles are all one round, so we don't get the same feeling or strategy that we do from the base Gwent game. But the best of these 3 games combines elements of both of them. Thronebreaker. Thronebreaker is a single-player narrative game where the main mechanic is playing Gwent. It's almost like Rogue Mage, but it puts a much larger focus on the narrative side of things. It was released in 2018 and was developed by CD Projekt Red themselves, just as all 3 of these games were. The game sees us following Queen Mage. This story takes place around the same time as the Witcher saga, as events from that story will eventually overlap with ours. Queen Mage is dethroned at the beginning of the game by her son, Willem, who has been persuaded to take the throne from her while she was off battling Nilfgaard. We then follow her through various areas as she tries to take her home back from the black armored foes. We do this by participating in card battles. These battles can be against Nilfgaardians, Scoia'tael, and even monsters. We travel about the land in a pretty simple overworld. Here we can gather resources, gold, wood, and members of our army. These resources can be spent in our camp to upgrade our surroundings, giving us access to better cards or permanent stat upgrades in battle. We can also craft a deck, creating new cards and taking away ones that don't work. We will also run into many situations that require us to make decisions. These decisions will affect the story, the cards that appear in our deck, basically the entire game. The choices actually have consequence, something that I was really happy to see. This game is fantastic. I genuinely loved it. I think it does run a bit long, but that might have just been my aversion to card games in general. But the whole thing is a grand adventure filled with really good characters, and it's jam-packed with references to the games and the novels. The game itself eventually adapts a big moment from the books, the end of Geralt's story in Baptism of Fire when he helps Mage and fends off the Nilfgaardians and is knighted Geralt of Rivia. The puzzles in this game are also fantastic. We can encounter these out in the overworld from time to time. They're mostly optional, but will give us access to different cards that we can use in our decks and more resources. They usually are a really creative way to use the card game format to show other scenarios, like protecting the army from falling rocks or defeating a manticore. The whole game was a really great surprise, especially because I never really hear anyone talk about this game. I played Thronebreaker first out of these three, and it made me even more disappointed in the lackluster Rogue Mage. Gwent at least is trying to garner a particular audience and isn't trying to do something wildly different. It was attempting to make a card game that would last, but Rogue Mage is really just a much worse version of Thronebreaker. All three of these games underperformed to a certain extent. Gwent was supported for about 5 years, so it seems like it was at least slightly successful, but Thronebreaker and Rogue Mage were both flops for the most part. It's kind of a shame because I would really like to see more games in the Witcher universe that aren't RPGs or that try to adapt stories separate from Geralt, Ciri, and Yennefer. It's a nice treat, but I don't think that many of them will get made after these deviations. For this review, I watched the Witcher Netflix show, the Netflix prequel miniseries, and the Netflix animated film Nightmare of the Wolf. I'm going to start off by talking about the main Netflix show because that's probably the most notable of this series. I really can't show much footage here because I don't want to get demonetized, so this will just be kind of an off-the-cuff overview of my thoughts on each season and each show individually. This is going to be a bit more of a ramble than my previous sections, mainly because I didn't want to write out 5,000 words about 3 pieces of garbage, basically. And piece of garbage is probably the best place to start because the Netflix show is fucking horrible. So I've heard a lot of people say that the first season of the Netflix show is really good and then it goes downhill after that, which is just not true at all. Like, there's a difference between a good adaptation and a good show. And I think an adaptation kind of has to be both. It has to have a good foundation as a good television show, but it also has to be a good adaptation. Season 1 of The Witcher show is neither of those things. The first, massive glaring flaw about the show is that it's trying so hard to be Game of Thrones. It seems like the producers kind of wanted to recreate the success that show had, and it just doesn't work for The Witcher at all. The first season tells 3 stories mainly: Geralt's story, Ciri's story, and Yennefer's story. It's incredibly confusing though because they all take place at different times. Geralt's story is mainly adaptations of the short stories from the first 2 books that Sapkowski wrote. Ciri's story is kind of an adaptation of some of that stuff, but not really. And Yennefer's story is mostly just made up bullshit about her growing up in Aretuza and learning to become a sorceress. I say it's made up bullshit because we don't really learn a ton about Yennefer's time at Aretuza in the books. I think she mentions it briefly, but the show treats it like it's some kind of torture camp for kids. There's just a ton of weird additions across the board that the writers used to kind of pad out stories and make them all the same length in terms of content. Like in the books, there's a character named Cahir that is looking for Ciri on the orders of Emir. And he eventually becomes like an ally to the group later down the line. But in the show, they turn him into like a psychopath maniac. He hires like a psychotic Doppler to pretend to be Mousesack to convince Ciri that she should come with him. It's all like super weird and feels really forced. None of it's really in the books at all. There's another change that was really weird where in the Last Wish story, Geralt hides the fact that he wished for him and Yennefer to be linked from her. She ends up getting really mad about this later when he tells her because she feels like it was a betrayal or something. It just seems really out of character. Like, it's established in season 1 that these characters are not who the characters are in the books or in the games at all. There's even like a weird corny getting high scene back at Aretuza where Yennefer gives these young mages like a herb that makes them high, and there's like a scene where they all are just high. It's super weird. It just feels so out of place and like off tone. But the real crime of season 1 that I feel like a lot of people don't talk about is it just looks so bad. The team had around $11.5 million per episode for this show. To put that into perspective, Game of Thrones had around, I think, $8 million per episode in season 1. So this is like over 20% less that Game of Thrones had, and Game of Thrones looked genuine. The costume design was good, the directing was good, the shots were good, the set design was good, everything seemed realistic. Sure, there's some bad wigs and stuff, but it's not terrible. The Witcher looks so bad in season 1. The shots are terrible, the costumes are awful, the directing is very poor, the editing is bad, everything is rough. The environment design is so poor that you can't ever tell where you are. Every environment looks the same. There's nothing to distinguish when characters move from one country to the next. It's so bad. The show is also just really boring for a lot of it. Like, you never really know what's going on, and they're just all throwing so much information at you at once. It just never really makes sense. And this is because they've changed the structure of the books to try and emulate a multiple perspective story like Game of Thrones, when in the first 2 books it was just Geralt. People are correct, though, when they say that season 2 and 3 are much worse than season 1. I just don't think season 1 gets enough hate. I think, like, in retrospect, people watch it and have seen season 2 and 3, and they say, well, it's not as bad as that, so it must be good. It's not good at all. It's still really bad, and it gets a ton of stuff wrong. So I want to reiterate that if you're doing an adaptation, I don't mind terribly if you take some liberties with it. Like, personally, a great example is Game of Thrones. I think the first few seasons of Game of Thrones are really good adaptations, and I'm a huge A Song of Ice and Fire fan, so I know what that should look like. And they take some liberties with the source material. They cut plot lines, they do certain things. They're pretty faithful for the first couple seasons, but it doesn't stay like that forever. So I know some people disagree with me, but I don't need adaptations to be one-to-one every single time. I don't always think that works out either, especially when you're going from a game to a movie or a game to a TV show. It doesn't have to be exact, but what it does have to be is a good show. The shots need to be good. The directing needs to be good. The editing needs to be good. The writing needs to be good. Like, you have to have the fundamentals to make a good show regardless. If you make a good show that's completely different from the source material, maybe original fans won't like it, but a lot of other people will. It'll still be recognized like as good media. The Witcher doesn't do this at all. So they never make a good show on the foundation, and they're also failing on the adaptation front. Season 2 just completely exemplifies this. The only good thing I will say about season 2 is that it looks better. Their budget seems to have massively increased from the first season, which was already a huge budget. The set design is better, shots look good, costumes look all right. It's not bad. Like, it looks way better than season 1, but they get the characters just so wrong. There's like 2 really big problems for me in season 2 that I'd like to point out. The first is Kaer Morhen. Early on in the season, Geralt and Ciri go back to Kaer Morhen, but the place is just like full of prostitutes that Lambert has brought there, and they're all having a massive like party orgy, and Vesemir's just like fine with this. That doesn't seem like something that would happen at all in the books or the games. And Lambert and Eskel are like massive dickheads. They're just like mean all the time. Eskel has like kind of an excuse because he's been possessed by like a tree beast, like a Leshen or something, and they end up having to kill Eskel, which, all right, whatever, I guess, fuck him, right? But just like all of the Witchers are like kind of dicks, and I think they were trying to write them as like kind of cocky, funny, charismatic characters, but it just doesn't work at all. They just seem like assholes. The other problem with Kaer Morhen is that Vesemir immediately sees Ciri and automatically starts trying to use her for his own gain. In the books and the games, it seems like Vesemir has given up on the idea of making more Witchers. Like, he doesn't want that anymore. Nobody seems to really want it. But in the show, he just like wants it really bad, and he can use Ciri's blood, I guess, to make more Witchers, and he tries to. Like, he gets her to agree with it, and then he uses her blood and almost makes her a Witcher. He almost puts her through the trial of the grasses, and Geralt luckily stops him, but it's like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? This isn't Vesemir. And then probably the most egregious change that this show makes to the characters is Yennefer doing the same thing. So Yennefer lost her powers at the Battle of Sodden at the end of season 1, which also, by the way, was a total letdown. Terrible battle. Sucked. But she lost her powers, and now she's trying to get them back, and somebody, a original villain that the show has made up, has given her an offer. If she brings her Ciri, then she can get her powers back. If she sacrifices Ciri, basically, she can get her powers back. And she just agrees to this. She just agrees to it and tries to do it and almost does it, if not for Geralt, basically. It's fucking awful. It's like, that's not Yennefer at all. Yennefer would never do that. This is not the same character, even in the slightest. So, like I said before, you can make changes. It doesn't have to be one-to-one. But when you make changes this big and this drastic, you better have a good fucking show behind it. And there is no good show here. The writing is dog shit, everything is terrible, nothing makes sense. And when they are actually trying to do like some big twist or they're advancing the plot somehow, it all comes off as really hacky. The dialogue is terrible, like every character swears all the time, which I know is like a thing in the games and in the books, but it's all the time in the show, especially Yennefer. Oh yeah, there's also this this plot line about Francesca Findabair's baby getting assassinated and murdered because of something I don't even really remember. But at the end of the season, it's revealed that it was Emir that did it, and he like stands in this throne room and basically says like, I was the one that killed the elven baby. It's insane. Everybody's like a mustache twirling fiend in the show. I will say the beginning of season 2 does have a pretty good episode, probably one of the best episodes of the whole show, and that's an adaptation of A Grain of Truth. It's just that short story, like the whole time, that's all it is. It's pretty well done. So season 3 kind of ends on like the Thaned coup and Ciri getting transported to the Red Desert. They spend a whole episode on that, which they didn't need to. And then Geralt meets Milva before the end of season 3. She's a character from the books, but she is done so poorly. There's some bad acting in this show. I've seen a lot of people say online that like, it's not the actor's fault, it's the writers. And that's just not true for some cases. Like the guy that plays Istrid is really bad. I don't know why he's still in the show. He's like terrible. But Milva is like top tier awful. Like she is so bad. I did a little bit of research on the actress that plays her. Apparently she was like popular in a bunch of Chinese theater plays. And then she did Shang-Chi. And then that was it. She's only been in 2 things. Shang-Chi and The Witcher. That's it, as far as I could find. But she is just so awful. She ruins every scene she's in. Like, her acting is so bad. It is laughably bad. So, I mean, unless you've been living under a rock, you know that this season was the end of Henry Cavill's appearances as The Witcher. He is going to be replaced next season by Liam Hemsworth, I believe. And there's a lot of drama there that I'm not going to really go into because I think most of it's speculative and rumors. But I will say that Henry Cavill is pretty good as Geralt. I think he fits the character mostly. In season 1, he's not great. He's doing more of like video game Geralt than he is like book Geralt. And from what I read in some of his interviews, it seems like that wasn't his decision. He gets a lot better in season 2 and 3. At least he's a little more talkative, like a little more jokey. But I think overall he did pretty great. He was probably the best part of the show. Anytime he was like on screen doing stuff, you know, fighting action things, that was generally good stuff. The show tends to do action pretty well too, which I didn't really talk about, but I think that's probably one of the highlights. Action is generally pretty good. It seems like they had good choreographers and good staff doing stunts and stuff. But I think like as an adaptation, this show fails. It is so bad. It is so unfaithful to the source material, and the attitudes from the main showrunner, Lauren Hissrich, is just terrible. You know, I can understand getting poor reception and wanting to sort of, you know, speak for yourself. That makes sense. And stand up for what you made. But at the same time, it just comes off as so disrespectful to the people that actually wanted this. And on top of that, it's just a bad show. If this didn't have the Witcher name on it, if it didn't have any of the same character names or like in-world names, it would still just be a terrible fucking show. This would be a dog shit Netflix show. There's going to be a season 4. I'll probably watch it because it's going to be a dumpster fire, and I can't take my eyes off this thing at this point. Netflix also made a prequel show called Blood Origin. This one isn't even worth it at all. It's terrible. It's awful. It's really bad. It's set like thousands of years before The Witcher. It's about the creation of the first Witcher. It's all just like made up bullshit that Netflix just created for their own canon. The worst thing about the show, though, is the beginning of the show starts with Dandelion getting kind of whisked away from a battle by some like omniscient being. And the omniscient being basically explains to the camera that this show is actually gonna be good and you're wrong. Because she's about to tell Dandelion a story, and Dandelion says something about this being a predictable battle. He can tell everything that's gonna happen, and it's a story as old as time. And then she's like, no, actually, this is a story that's going to surprise you and it's going to be great. Bet you didn't think that was going to happen. Like, it's so hokey, and it's literally like talking to the audience saying like, no, actually this show's going to be good. It's not going to be bad. Like everybody said, it's going to be great. And this just proves like my earlier point. Like this has almost nothing to do with The Witcher, but it is still so awful and so terrible because the fundamentals aren't there. There was also another piece made for this whole like Netflix canon, Witcher Nightmare of the Wolf. It follows Vesemir on a contract. He like saves somebody at the beginning. He's going after Leshen. It's all right. It's definitely not as bad as the other two things. I definitely wouldn't recommend checking it out. It was kind of boring-ish. Some of the animation didn't look great, and the voice acting wasn't super up to snuff, but it's fine. There's really not a lot to say about it because it's just fine. It's okay, I guess. Overall, most of these projects are awful. They are a shadow of what a Witcher adaptation should be. They are trying incredibly hard to chase the success of Game of Thrones, but they will never be that because they're a shadow of even that. I played 2 board games for this video that were based on the Witcher games or books. The first was the Witcher adventure game. This was released in 2014 as a board game and has a digital version that was released on Steam in the same year. The game sees us playing as one of 4 characters: Triss, Geralt, Zoltan, or Dandelion. These characters then pick quests and compete to see who can complete the most quests in a specific period of time. We can travel around the board, take rests, fight monsters, investigate leads, etc. The game overall is pretty fun with a few people and does have some depth to it. It's decently replayable, but I much more prefer the next game, The Witcher Old World. The Witcher Old World came out in 2023. It sees us picking and playing as a specific Witcher from each of the schools. Our goal is to try and get victory points by battling monsters, completing contracts, leveling up our abilities, and actually fighting other Witchers. There's almost an entire RPG mechanic system in the game, with each character having their own stats. We can upgrade these stats as well and hone our skills throughout the course of the adventure. The game was really fun, as I forced a few of my friends to play it with me for this video. It's also probably one of the best constructed board games that I've ever played. All of the pieces, boards, cards, and figures are very well made. Each character board is thick and has its own slots for the stat indicators. It's not the best board game I've ever played from a mechanics perspective, but it was super fun with some friends. It can also be played solo, which I didn't try because that felt odd. There is another board game that is expected to release in 2024 called Path of Destiny, which looks really cool, and I'll definitely be checking it out when it releases. I'm not really sure why I played these games for this video. I think it quickly began to spiral out of control when I realized that the Witcher adventure game was actually a board game. Of course, I had to play that board game, and if I was going to play one, I needed to play the other. In the end, though, they're both pretty fun, and I would definitely check out the Old World at least, even if you don't have friends you can force into playing with you. There have been many Witcher comics released over the years. A short Polish miniseries was released that was never translated to English. I did find some random scans online, but for the most part, these kind of seem to be lost to time. The second comic was entitled Reasons of State, and seems to be released to coincide with the release of the second game. It's an original story that takes place in a province of Kangorn. It focuses on Geralt taking a contract for a Leshen. The art looks really goofy for the most part, and the story itself is kind of all over the place. It's short, and it feels like they tried to cram a ton of stuff into these 2 issues. Most of the rest of the comics in this section are published by Dark Horse. They have released a ton of different little miniseries, one-shots, and stories that are either adaptations or original stories. The first of these is either just called The Witcher or House of Glass. It follows Geralt as he meets a hunter in the woods. The hunter's wife has died, but she sticks around just in the background, turned into a Bruxa. They are eventually guided by the songbirds that the hunter's wife controls to a mansion called the House of Glass. The two realize pretty quickly that they are trapped in the house. They meet a succubus inside that seems to try and help them escape, as she is trapped there too. Geralt fights many monsters inside, but the forests outside are even more dangerous. It's eventually revealed that the hunter's wife was sold to him. He killed her when she was found cheating on him. She then was somehow brought back to this house. She haunts it and stains the glass into things that will happen. She asks Geralt to kill Jacob, but he refuses. The hunter gets his comeuppance in the end when the spirit of his wife takes her revenge. This comic is pretty great, a neat little contained story with a decent amount of character, a good twist, and a horrific setting. Some of the art is a little off, but I like this style overall. I think it uses shadows pretty well. The comic Fox Children is a 5-issue series that actually adapts a part of the story from Season of Storms, so I won't recap its story for this. It has the same artist from House of Glass, so I think it does a pretty similar job. There are some slight differences, some added action and changes to the story, but it's mostly the same. Killing Monsters was also released in 2015. It's a short story about Geralt and Vesemir looking for Yennefer. They stop in a town that a fiend has been troubling. They find the fiend but soon realize that one of the soldiers in the town is really stealing and murdering people. He ends up dying when the Witchers place the fiend bait in his saddlebags, and they take the fiend's life, killing 2 monsters with 1 stone. The art isn't too bad. I do quite like some of the designs of the panels. The overall style, though, definitely isn't my flavor, but it doesn't look horrible. It's not a bad comic overall, pretty short and sweet. Matters of Conscience was also released in 2015 and is sort of meant to tie in with the second game. It's a very short story that seems to mostly tie up Yarpen, Saskia, and sort of Yorveth's stories from the second game. Seeing as they had to be cut from the third game, it sort of gives them some slight closure. The art is really goofy though, it's pretty hard on the eyes. Curse of Crows was released in 2016 and is a story about Geralt and Ciri. They are looking for a Striga in Novigrad and end up dealing with a bunch of other issues along the way. Yennefer eventually joins the story as well, and a lot of this comic deals with the relationship between those 3. It obviously takes place after the end of The Witcher 3, but a lot of this just is really boring. The story has so much padding and unnecessary fluff. It's probably one of my least favorite, mostly because it's so slow. The art is pretty bad as well. I think the coloring specifically is fantastic, but a lot of the character designs look really off. Of Flesh and Flame was released in 2018. It follows Geralt and Dandelion as they are accidentally whisked away to Ulfir. Geralt is still being hunted after he killed the prince in Hearts of Stone. He luckily is mistaken for Lambert and ordered to deliver the king the head of Geralt of Rivia. Geralt gets wrapped up in some murders that are taking place, kills some monsters, etc. The story itself is a little predictable, but I did enjoy the new setting in that of Ulfir. I also really liked the art style, probably the best one of these comics. It has good line work, great designs, and really good coloring. Fading Memories was released in 2020 and follows Geralt in Povis as he takes on a variety of jobs. It's not the best. I found it kind of mediocre, but I did like what it was trying to do. It takes a more introspective look at Geralt and the things that he thinks about his life, his job, etc. It's not executed very well, but I do give it points for trying. The art style is also pretty good overall. Witch's Lament was released in 2021 and follows Geralt as he is haunted by a witch whose blood is on his hands. He's dealing with guilt, he's trying to do the right thing. The story is good, but the comic is really held up by the fantastic presentation. The art is beautiful, and I know many might not agree with me. It is kind of busy, but it gives off the correct feeling. Really chaotic, messy, and disordered. I love it. The Ballad of Two Wolves was released in 2022 and follows Geralt and Dandelion as the bard tries to write a song about Geralt. He's hunting a werewolf in the town of Grimwald. I think the art in this one is terrible. It has this Disney style that just really doesn't fit The Witcher at all. Though there are specific pages that show off Dandelion's songs in a really cool way, I thought some of it was unique, but overall I couldn't really get behind the art. A Grain of Truth was also released in 2022. It's a direct adaptation of the short story by the same name. It's pretty good, it's nothing really special, the art is alright, and it's pretty faithful to the original story, so I can't complain. Witcher Ronin is one of my favorite comics in this list. It was actually funded by a Kickstarter that CD Projekt Red started. It was released in 2022 and reimagines the story of The Witcher in a Japanese setting. The art style reflects this, the mysteries that it's based off of reflect this, the monsters in the story reflect this. It's all really well done and looks absolutely gorgeous. I actually wish that CD Projekt Red would fund a few more volumes of this because the interest was so obviously there for the project. I never thought that Geralt would fit so well as a samurai in the snow. Wild Animals was released in 2023 and follows Geralt as he is tasked with finding a murderer, one that kills drowners in the area. It's a pretty good setup because we don't often see people having sympathy for monsters. It's not a bad story with a decent amount of twists. It also has a somewhat pleasing art style, so I didn't mind this one overall. The final comic released under the Witcher name is called The Lesser Evil. It's another direct adaptation, this time of the short story that gets Geralt his name as the Butcher of Blaviken. It's not bad, it's a pretty faithful adaptation, but the art style leaves a bit to be desired. Overall, I think a lot of the Witcher comics are pretty mediocre. I hope they trend closer to adapting more of the stories from the books. I think this would be a fantastic way for fans of the game to get caught up on the stories without having to read the books. Obviously, I think reading the books is the best way to do this, but it would be a bit more accessible. I also think they should try more things like Ronin. Trying to experiment more with the comics would probably be best. It's a medium where you can try a lot of different things, and a little more risk definitely pays off. The Witcher is probably one of my favorite series of choice-based RPGs, and I don't say that because it has the highest quality games. Only 3 mainline entries have been released across the series, but I say that because the entries that are here are so varied. The first game in the series is kind of a mess from a first look. It's outdated, the controls are wildly awkward, it takes forever to get used to, but it has such an interesting world, such a fantastic story that surprises you not by tapping you on the shoulder and telling you the twist, but by delivering a left hook to the back of your head. Its world is wonderful, its characters are intriguing, and it was incredibly ambitious for the time. The second game in the series is also kind of a mess. Again, awkward controls, a kind of strange art style, frustrating mechanics, but it introduces systems that allow choices to actually branch your paths into somewhere meaningful. A game where your choices actually matter, where playing the game multiple times is almost necessary rather than an option. The third game in the series again can have awkward controls, odd pacing to the main story, and strange choices, but it also looks gorgeous, delivers in scope and size, is incredibly impressive, and has some of the best expansions ever released in gaming. This series is full of hits and misses. Each game excels at something. These games are not jacks of all trade, masters of none. They specialize in something, and they try to get that thing very good. Some of the shots they fire might miss the target wide, but on each attempt, they hit the bullseye at least a few times. I'd rather take that than games that just aim for somewhere safe. CD Projekt Red has always tried to push themselves as a studio, for better or for worse. It almost brought them down in the end, but they're always trying. And in a modern landscape where most AAA developers are phoning it in, effort can be impressive. I love these games. I love the stories they tell. I love its world. I love them for their flaws and their perfections. They craft a beautiful, twisted, and intriguing world, one full of characters that you want to befriend or kill, and you are given the choice to befriend or kill these people, because there's consequence. And that consequence comes with questions that the player is asked, ones that might make them a bit uncomfortable. This can leave us wondering if we ever made the right choice. But at the end of the day, I know that I made only one right choice, and that was to experience this series in the first place. But this series is far from over. With The Witcher 3 such a massive critical and financial success, CD Projekt Red isn't quite done with the continent just yet. 3 more games are already in development at the studio, specifically in the Witcher series. The first game in a new trilogy of Witcher games, codenamed Project Polaris, was announced. A remake of the first game in the series, codenamed Canis Majoris, and a hybrid multiplayer single-player game codenamed Project Sirius. The last one had to be actually restarted from scratch, maybe because it was supposed to be a live service game and they realized too late that it would be a bad idea. We truly have no idea when CD Projekt Red will be releasing these future projects. They are also working on the sequel to Cyberpunk 2077 and a completely new IP. Their plates are certainly full, but I'm hopeful for these new Witcher projects, especially for another trilogy of games in this world. Regardless of when these games release, I'll be there to check them out. Bye, Dad.